Chapter 1539, Super First-Rate Guild. Chapter 1539, Super First-Rate Guild. The Secret Pavilion. Overhearing Feng Tianji's mumbles and seeing the reverential look he gave Yuan Tiexin's group, Xiechuan couldn't help his growing curiosity. Feng Tianji was the youngest instructor in the White Tiger Dojo and Jiang Tianyuan's personal disciple. Feng Tianji had the potential of becoming a branch hall master. The man was an expert and had already participated in numerous international competitions. Moreover, both Jiang Tianyuan and the White Tiger Dojo's main hall master valued Feng Tianji, which gave his words considerable weight in the dojo. Yet now, someone like Feng Tianji was actually revered Yuan Tiexin's group. It's not surprising that you don't recognize them. Let's wait outside for now, Feng Tianji instructed, not bothering to give an explanation to Xiechuan. He was no longer a noob that knew nothing about God's domain. He now had a clear understanding of how deep God's domain's waters were. He also knew how much potential the game had. Aside from the time acceleration function, which allowed players to enjoy longer lifespans, the game's ability to replace many of the sport's sources of entertainment and work in the real world displayed its frightening potential value. Hence, the various industry giants around the world were investing in God's domain, one after another. They all hoped to secure some advantage and resources before the eventual birth of the new era. The Secret Pavilion was a transcendental existence in the virtual gaming world and had the backing of multiple international corporations. The White Tiger Dojo simply couldn't compare. Weary waiting outside? For a moment, Xiechuan thought he had heard wrong. They had traveled so far to visit the Big Dipper Dojo, yet not only didn't this dojo provide the proper, grand reception, but Feng Tianji even suggested that they wait, allowing the new arrivals to conduct their business before their group. Xiechuan even wondered if the man before him was really the Feng Tianji he knew. However, since the man had decided, he had no choice but to wait in the lobby with Feng Tianji. Meanwhile, in Reception Room 1, Feng arrived a short moment after Yuan Tiexin made himself comfortable. Uncle Yuan, I'm sorry for the wait, Feng said as he greeted Yuan Tiexin and his entourage. May I know the reason for your sudden visit? After not seeing each other for some time, Feng could clearly sense a significant change in both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade's auras. Yuan Tiexin, in particular, felt as if his youth had been restored. However, the change didn't particularly surprise Feng. Throughout the various adventures and battles in God's domain, one's brain would work continuously. This, in turn, kept the body cells active. In addition, a guild upper echelon like Yuan Tiexin had the privilege of a steady supply of S-rank nutrient fluid, keeping his body young and strong. This would become public knowledge in the future. Although it was impossible to achieve eternal life through this method, it was possible to extend one's life. After the Mindspace system's introduction, in particular, God's domain's effect on a human lifespan would become more apparent. This was also the main reason that the various industry giants were investing in God's domain. You haven't changed at all. Can I visit purely to congratulate Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexin could not help but laugh at Feng's straightforward attitude. Congratulate Zero Wing? Feng repeated skeptically. He did not believe Yuan Tiexin in the least. The Secret Pavilion was a massive guild. An upper echelon like Yuan Tiexin should have a long list of tasks every day. How could he possibly have enough time to come all the way here for a chat? All right, I'll just get straight to the point. Our guild leader has expressed great interest in Zero Wing and is willing to invest in your guild. We only want 50% of Zero Wing's shares. In return, we'll guarantee that Zero Wing will become a super first-rate guild very quickly. Yuan Tiexin said 50%? Feng frowned. He hadn't expected the Secret Pavilion to have such a large appetite, but he had to admit that the offer was tempting. If the Secret Pavilion made such an offer to a first-rate guild, it would likely jump at the chance. Every first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world dreamed of becoming a super first-rate guild, although only one rank separated the two. The difference was like that between heaven and earth. I haven't finished. Aside from receiving capital from the Secret Pavilion, Zero Wing will receive 2% of the Secret Pavilion shares. This way, Zero Wing will not have to concern itself about the right to speak with the Secret Pavilion. As for Guild Leader Blackflame, He will become one of the secret pavilion's elders, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling as he saw through Feng's hesitation the guild leader is willing to offer 2% of the guild's shares. Purple Jade was stunned. Although she had accompanied Yuan Tiexin to negotiate with several first-rate guilds, they had never offered such generous terms. With 2% of the secret pavilion shares, one would be a major shareholder. The secret pavilion was a colossal existence. It even had the financial support of multiple international corporations. Please allow me to refuse. Feng shook his head and rejected the offer without hesitation. Both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were dumbfounded. Our guild leader has only offered Zero Wing a portion of the guild's shares thus far. Will you not consider the offer? Or report this to your guild leader? Yuan Tiexin pleaded sincerely. Although Zero Wing displayed great process in its development, the competition in God's domain was just beginning. As time passed, the various corporations that had invested in the game would begin to shine. Based on the secret pavilion's information, several unknown guilds and first-rate guilds have begun to show frightening progress. Meanwhile, these guilds had just as many and just as powerful experts as Zero Wing. Moreover, unlike Zero Wing, these guilds had the support of major corporations. Their development speed would only grow. There is no need. Our guild leader has already made his decision, Feng said as he shook his head. Zero Wing had the support of the secret pavilion. It could become a giant in the virtual gaming world in a short time. However, Feng firmly believed that Zero Wing could do so without the secret pavilion's help. It would just take a little more time. I understand. Yuan Tiexin sighed. He felt that Zero Wing was a little overconfident. Becoming a giant in the virtual gaming world wasn't easy. He then said, "Since that is the case, we won't force the matter. I'll move on to the next matter then. The secret pavilion is interested in one of the Orc Empire's cities and would like Zero Wing's help. Once the task is complete, we will provide 10 black cards and 2 plots of high-potential land in the Apocalypse Empire's main cities. We'll also provide some information, which could determine Zero Wing's survival." Information that relates to Zero Wing's survival? Feng could not help his growing curiosity. I am not trying to scare you. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Are you interested in this exchange? Yuan Tiexin asked with a smile. If Zero Wing agrees, it may have enough time to prepare, avoiding too many losses. In reality, Yuan Tiexin had been shocked when he had received this news. He had never thought that things would have developed to such severity. Allow me to refuse, Feng said again, shaking his head. Although I don't have a particularly clear understanding of the Orc Empire situation, I know that capturing its cities is very difficult. Since you have asked for Zero Wing's help, you must be aiming for our guild honor points. 10 black cards and 2 plots of land are not enough. How much do you want then? Feng's greed astonished Purple Jade. Feng smiled in response, raising 2 fingers as he said, I want 20% of the Orc City's profits. This is Zero Wing's bottom line. Chapter 1540. Evil Gods Temple Activated. Chapter 1540. Evil Gods Temple Activated. 20%. A tight frown formed on Yuan Tiexin's face. Your asking price is too high. Do you know how difficult it is to raid an Orc city? That isn't something that can be done just by having some NPC mercenaries. The defense of any city in the Orc Empire could make a first-rate guild despair. Setting aside the defensive magic arrays protecting the cities, just the number of orcs garrisoning each city exceeded 1 million easily. The orc cities also possessed various defensive structures. Although each city had only 3 mythic orcs protecting it, it had thousands of Grand Lord-ranked orcs. The amount of manpower and resources required to capture a city was simply impossible for a first-rate guild to fulfill. My asking price is not high. Moreover, I feel that Zero Wing is worth this price. If you insist on your price, I can only dispatch 10,000 NPC mercenaries to aid you. However, I will not send anyone from our guild. Feng explained the price the secret pavilion offered would indeed be very tempting to a first-rate guild. After all, having 10 black cards would enable a guild to let their expert members gain more combat experience against other expert players, which would greatly help in improving said expert members' combat standards. As proof, Shadow Sword and the other core members of Zero Wing had reached the refinement realm just from training at the Secret Pavilion simulation training system for some time. Meanwhile, high-potential lands in the Apocalypse Empire's major cities were things that could not be bought even if one offered tens of thousands of gold. Not to mention, the Secret Pavilion was actually offering 2 such plots of land. As long as one opened a shop on these lands and managed them well, they could rake in a significant amount of income. Unfortunately, although both things were very tempting, to the current Zero Wing, the effort it would have to expend did not match up with the gains it would be receiving. Although Feng did not have a clear understanding regarding the cities in the Orc Empire, he knew a lot regarding the cost of capturing the cities of foreign races in God's domain. Players faced a long and arduous battle of attrition if they wished to capture a city belonging to a foreign race. Many lives would have to be sacrificed, especially when it came to breaking the defensive magic array of the city. With the current standards of players, fully depleting the energy of a city's defensive magic array would take several days of constant bombardment. Only Tier 5 attacks and above would be capable of weakening a city's defensive magic array by a significant amount. Had taken a lot of effort to stabilize Zero Wing's development. He naturally could not casually expend a large amount of the guild's combat power for the Secret Pavilion without appropriate compensation. You'll only dispatch NPC mercenaries? Yuan Tiexin pondered in silence. Their main goal in this transaction, to begin with, was to gain Zero Wing's GHBs to exchange for NPC mercenaries. If they had enough mercenaries, they could distract the mythic orcs and grand lords inside the city. As for Zero Wing's members, the Secret Pavilion had never once thought about using them. All right. However, 10,000 mercenaries are too few. We'll need at least 15,000. That won't be a problem. Feng nodded. He currently possessed 50,000 GHBs. Hiring 15,000 mercenaries would cost him only 45,000 points to Zero Wing. GHBs were of little use right now. After all, the guild had to invest a significant portion of its income into the development of Zero Wing City. The guild had neither the time nor the money to capture another town or city currently. Its most important goal was to find a way to make a large amount of coins and magic crystals. Both sides signed a contract with each other. After which, Yuan Tiexin handed 10 black cards to Feng. As for the 2 plots of land, Feng chose to have both plots located in the Apocalypse Empire's Moonbay City. Although the Apocalypse Empire shared an extensive portion of its borders with the sea, the cities located close to the sea numbered only 4. Moonbay City was the closest of the 4 to ocean viewing town. In the future, if need be, he could also use the lands in Moonbay City as a temporary warehouse. This here is the information I mentioned before. It is best if you all start making preparations soon. When the time comes, not only will the several kingdoms neighboring the Orc Empire be affected, but even the Black Dragon Empire will receive heavy damage. Originally, I had planned on having Jade spar with your guild's experts a little, but now that the contents of our transaction have changed, we have to return and make the corresponding changes, Yuan Tiexin said as he passed an envelope to Feng. He then let out a sigh before leaving together with Purple Jade and his bodyguards affecting several kingdoms. Feng could not help but tear open the envelope curiously. After fishing out the paper inside and reading its contents, he immediately sneered and said, "Nine Dragons Emperor really is daring. Is he not afraid of digging his own grave as well?" The message was short and to the point. It merely stated that Nine Dragons Emperor had assisted Beast Emperor in holding a sacrificial ceremony and had already activated the Evil God's Temple in the Black Dragon Empire, which was simply a disaster to the majority of the players in the Empire. The Evil God's Temple located in an empire was entirely different from one located in a kingdom. Its activation not only gave Beast Emperor a huge boost in status, but he would also be able to use the sacrificial altar, which was available only in the Evil God's Temple and empires, allowing the evil beasts and evil demons under his control to fight against each other. Meanwhile, the victors in the sacrificial altar would devour the losers and have their growth potentials improved. With this, Beast Emperor would be able to produce powerful evil beasts and evil demons much more easily given enough time, Beast Emperor would even be capable of destroying an entire empire. This was also the reason why the activation of the Evil God's Temple had nearly led to the destruction of an empire in the past. Currently, Beast Emperor was already operating in the Black Dragon Empire and the surrounding kingdoms, continuously killing players and expanding his strength according to the secret Pavilion's investigations. The reason why Nine Dragons Emperor had decided to work with Beast Emperor was so that he could use Beast Emperor's strength to annihilate Zero Wing. By doing so, he would be able to deprive Phoenix Rain of a powerful supporter in the competition for Thunder Island. Do you think you can annihilate Zero Wing so easily? Feng smiled. He then tore the letter into pieces. If it were in the past, the activation of the Evil God's Empire and the Black Dragon Empire would indeed have posed a significant threat to him. Now, however, the situation had changed with the completion of Zero Wing City's construction, whether it was in terms of offense or defense. A city greatly surpassed the town. The only problem now was magic crystals. The defenses of both towns and cities required a large amount of magic crystals to fully display their true potential. It seems there's a need to quickly secure that manatite vein. Feng planned silently. However, the current strength of the guild is still not enough to secure the vein. We'll need more Tier 2 players before we can do so. I'll have to think of a way to help more people get through their Tier 2 promotions. Carno Island, where the manatite vein was located, was very dangerous for Tier 1 players. Only Tier 2 players could possibly serve as combat power there. However, passing the promotion for Tier 2 was easier said than done. Currently, although many players in Zero Wing's main force had already reached level 50, their chances of clearing the hard mode promotion quest remained dismal. Not only would they need better weapons and equipment, but they also had to improve their combat standards. Head instructor, representatives from the White Tiger Dojo have come to negotiate cooperation with you again. Should I invite them in now? Liang Jing asked as she entered the reception room again. Feng frowned as he thought about the White Tiger Dojo's commission. They really are bothersome. Head instructor, the White Tiger Dojo has come looking for you multiple times already. If you don't meet with them now, I'm afraid this would be... Liang Jing hurriedly tried persuading Feng when she saw that he intended to reject the White Tiger Dojo's representatives out of hand. At this point, she was at a total loss as to Feng's behavior. If it were Chairman Xiao, he would have already gone out to greet the White Tiger Dojo's representatives instead of letting the other party ask to meet him. In contrast, not only did Feng show no interest whatsoever in meeting with the representatives, but he was even planning on shooing them away. The White Tiger Dojo was one of the top dojos in the country. It simply wasn't an existence the Big Dipper Dojo could compare to. If the former wished, it could easily crush the Big Dipper Dojo. However, the more unbelievable matter was how the White Tiger Dojo was behaving. Despite receiving numerous refusals, it was still desperately sending representatives over to meet with Feng. Most likely, if she told this matter to someone else, nobody would believe a word she spoke. All right then, let them come in. Feng nodded helplessly at Liang Jing's pleading. I'll bring them over now, Liang Jing said, breathing out a sigh of relief at Feng's words. If she were to send the White Tiger Dojo away again, Chairman Xiao would definitely have a stroke. Chapter 1541, Mysterious Zero Wing. Chapter 1541, Mysterious Zero Wing. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Is it so urgent that there isn't any time for me to have a spar? Purple Jade asked as she looked at Yuan Tiexin curiously. They had agreed that she would have a few sparring matches with Zero Wing's experts. Yet, now, after speaking a few words with Feng, they were already taking their leave. This situation truly confused her. She knew full well that the capture of an orc city was not under Yuan Tiexin's management. He had simply said those words to Feng as an excuse to leave. The guild leader has just messaged me that I need to return to handle something. As for sparring with Zero Wing's experts, you can do that inside the simulation training system. Moreover, Zero Wing has just obtained another 10 black cards. With this, Zero Wing's main members will definitely log into the training system more frequently. You can spar with them at any time, Yuan Tiexin replied, smiling. A direct order from the guild leader? What happened? Purple Jade was slightly surprised upon hearing this. The guild leader of the secret pavilion rarely ever commanded a specific person directly. Generally, he would leave the selection of personnel to the vice guild leaders to deal with. Only for extremely important matters would he personally assign someone to handle them. Our men have discovered a treasure land. This location is much more precious than a single orc city. The guild leader wants us to claim it as quickly as possible to avoid losing it to other guilds. Moreover, I'm not the only one the guild leader has given this command. Several other elders of the guild are being mobilized as well. As a precaution, we should start making preparations early. As soon as God's Domain's system update completes, we'll immediately lead our forces over to that place, Yuan Tiexin said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Even the guild's elders need to go? Purple Jade was even more surprised to hear this since the secret pavilion had entered God's Domain. This was the first time an operation had warranted the mobilization of multiple elders and a large portion of the upper echelon. Meanwhile, inside the lobby, when Feng Tianji saw Yuan Tiexin's group leaving, he could not help but sigh ruefully. Although the White Tiger Dojo was famous, the partners it was able to find were only first-rate guilds. Super first-rate guilds and super guilds paid no attention whatsoever to the White Tiger Dojo's request for partnership yet. Now, the secret pavilion, a transcendental existence that the White Tiger Dojo currently could not even hope to have dealings with, had actually sent one of its elders to visit Zero Wing at the same time. Feng Tianji also felt that this was a good opportunity. Previously, Zero Wing was already the #1 guild of Starmoon Kingdom. Now, he had even discovered that Zero Wing possessed a close relationship with a transcendental existence like the secret pavilion. If he could rope Zero Wing to their ship, he would definitely elevate his and Jiang Tianyuan's positions in the White Tiger Dojo. After all, the White Tiger Dojo was currently placing considerable importance on God's Domain, so much so that it started paying more attention to the game than to nurturing fighters for fighting competitions. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly started a mass expansion towards even second and third-tier cities. Mr. Feng, head instructor Shi, is currently waiting in reception room 1. Please follow me, Liang Jing said in a somewhat awkward tone as she looked at Feng Tianji, who was currently pondering in silence. Feng Tianji answered hurriedly as he snapped out of his daze, following which Feng Tianji and Xiechuan followed Liang Jing to reception room 1 inside the exquisite reception room. Shi Feng currently sat on a leather sofa while sipping a cup of tea. As he sat there, he gave off an indescribably quiet and peaceful feeling, as if he was one with his surroundings. Meanwhile, when Feng Tianji entered the room, he could not help but be stunned when he noticed Shi Feng's presence. Is he really a youngster in his early 20s? Such a thought suddenly popped into Feng Tianji's mind as he looked at Shi Feng. The feeling he got from Shi Feng was something he had only ever felt coming from Jiang Tianyuan. However, Jiang Tianyuan was an expert who had experienced countless battles. Jiang Tianyuan was also the pride and legend of the White Tiger Dojo at this point. Even Feng Tianji was far from capable of melding himself with his surrounding environment. Well, what are you here for this time? Shi Feng said as he looked at Feng Tianji and Xiechuan. Hello, head instructor Shi. My name is Feng Tianji, an instructor at the White Tiger Dojo, Feng Tianji said, smiling as he introduced himself. As for the purpose of our visit this time, it is to discuss matters of cooperation. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? If it's still the same as last time, I believe I've already stated my conditions to you very clearly. At this moment, Shi Feng was no longer that interested in the deal Jiang Tianyuan had offered him. Nurturing 506 floor experts in 1 month was a considerably difficult task. Right now, he did not have that much time to spare you. Xiechuan's complexion darkened immediately when he heard Shi Feng's words. On the other hand, Liang Jing turned pale at this sight. She felt that Shi Feng was going too far with his actions. After all, the other party represented the White Tiger Dojo. Not even Chairman Xiao dared to blatantly reject a request from the White Tiger Dojo. If they provoked the White Tiger Dojo, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. However, before Xiechuan could get anything else out of his mouth, Feng Tianji immediately stopped him. Previously, our people failed to state things clearly to you, so the fault is on our side, Feng Tianji said, still smiling. However, this time, we have come with sincerity. As long as you can help us nurture 506 floor trial tower experts, you are free to state your price. Feng Tianji's words dumbfounded Liang Jing, and Xie Liang Jing had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo, which normally did not take even the chairman of Big Dipper seriously, would actually use such a polite tone with Feng. Meanwhile, Xie was feeling even greater shock than Liang Jing. Feng Tianji of the White Tiger Dojo was a true killing god. Aside from those holding the position of branch hall master and above, nobody in the White Tiger Dojo dared to go against Feng Tianji's words. You letting me set the price? Feng was a little surprised. He had never thought that the White Tiger Dojo would change attitudes so quickly. Of course, as long as it is a price the White Tiger Dojo can afford. Feng Tianji nodded. All right. I don't want much, just 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Feng stated this. Feng Tianji found himself in an awkward position. Although he had said that Feng could set the price, he had never expected the latter to be so brazen as to ask for such a high price. Big bro Tianji, he is clearly toying with us. Xie could not help but explode in anger when he heard Feng's words. Did Feng think S-rank nutrient fluid was tap water? Even a branch dojo would not receive 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids in an entire year. Only the main branch could take out so many bottles at once. However, these S-rank nutrient fluids were normally prepared for international competitions. It was simply impossible for them to spend so many just for a game. Is 100 bottles too much for you? Feng could not help but ask when he saw the troubled look on Feng Tianji's face. It really is beyond of our capabilities, Feng Tianji said, cold sweat dotting his furrowed brows. Although Jiang Tianyuan's position in the White Tiger Dojo was very high, the man could draw only 30 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids at a time. Even if he bankrupted himself, he wouldn't be able to gather 100 bottles. All right then. 60 bottles, and not a bottle lower. Feng said, sighing. Otherwise, you will have to find someone better for the job. What do you think of? Before Xie could even finish his sentence, Feng Tianji had already placed a hand on his shoulder. His body suddenly felt heavy, and his mouth couldn't utter any more words. Head instructor, sure, it is also going to be very difficult for us to get you 60 bottles. How about this? We are willing to pay you 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids in addition to 20 million credits. This is already the limit of what we can offer. You should also know that S-rank nutrient fluids are not sold anywhere on the market and can be obtained only through internal channels. Even the White Tiger Dojo can get only a small amount each year, Feng Tianji said seriously after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing Feng Tianji's words, Xie felt as if the man sitting beside him right now was definitely an actor. There was simply no way the person beside him was the real Feng Tianji. Those were 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids they were talking about. 50. Feng fell in a deep thought. After some time, he said, all right, I can agree to your proposal. However, I will not accept payment in installments. Zero Wing was currently in urgent need of S-rank nutrient fluids. If he could get those 50 bottles now, they would undoubtedly help Fire Dance and the others improve much more quickly. He could also help them develop their potential early on. Feng Tianji could not help but fall speechless at Feng's words. At the same time, however, he also inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief, following which Feng Tianji signed a contract with Feng, agreeing to deliver 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 20 million credits within 5 days. As for the 500 White Tiger Dojo apprentices to be nurtured by Zero Wing, he would send Feng a list of names after he logged back into God's domain with the negotiations completed. Feng Tianji left together with Xie to report back to Jiang Tianyuan. As for Feng, after taking a look at the time, he noticed that God's domain system update was already completed. He immediately returned to his room and logged back into the game. Chapter 1542, God's Domains Changes. Chapter 1542, God's Domains Changes. What's going on? As soon as Feng logged back into the game, he was shocked by the scene that greeted him. He had been standing in the middle of a dense forest when he logged out of the game. Now, however, endless plains surrounded him. Moreover, large craters pitted the plains. Not only was the air filled with dust and yellow sand, but even the ambient mana had become extremely thin. He even felt his reactions becoming a little sluggish due to this low mana environment. If not for the Abyssal Blade gathering mana around his body, his combat power definitely would have decreased significantly. Meanwhile, the other Zero Wing members that just logged into the game were similarly stupefied by the scene. Before them, look at the sky. What's that? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, pointing up at the sky. When everyone looked up, they quickly spotted the faint silhouette of a pitch-black ship hovering in the dusky sky. Due to the dark gray clouds that served as a backdrop, if one did not look carefully, they would not notice the ship at our magic warship. Feng could not help but be shocked. That emblem belongs to the royal family. Why something like that here? A magic warship was an actual strategic weapon as well as one of the trump cards of Starmoon Kingdom. Normally, the kingdom would not mobilize its magic warship even during a war with other countries. A magic warship was like a war fortress, capable of casting tier 5 spells and destroying towns in a single hit. Meanwhile, the magic warship controlled by the royal family was even more powerful, as it could use tier 5 curses. Only during the invasion of the Abyss would the royal family utilize this weapon of mass destruction yet. Now, the magic warship operated by the royal family was currently patrolling this location. Feng found this simply inconceivable. Could the invasion of the Orc Empire have already gotten that grim? Feng could not help entertaining such a thought. Immediately, he had Aqua Rose send people to investigate this matter whenever a new expansion pack took effect. The system would provide information relevant to the expansion pack in the affected regions. Meanwhile, players could obtain this information by asking the NPCs in the affected towns and cities at this moment. Starmoon Kingdom wasn't the only country in turmoil. The several kingdoms and 2 empires neighboring the Orc Empire were similarly in turmoil. These countries were all mobilizing their trump cards and organizing a frenzied assault on the orcs very quickly. Aqua Rose collected the information gathered by members of the guild and summarized it in a report. Guild leader, based on the information we've found thus far, the orcs seem to be frantically searching for something. They keep sending out invasion squads to the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Moreover, many powerful mutated orcs have appeared among these orcs, posing a huge headache for these kingdoms and empires. After suffering numerous defeats, these countries have finally mobilized their trump cards to push back the orcs. In addition, the affected kingdoms and empires have come to an agreement to remove the border teleportation fees temporarily. Teleportation between these kingdoms will be calculated similar to normal city teleportation fee rates. At the same time, the allied countries have launched a unified crusade against the Orc Empire. Now, many new items have been made available for exchange using the guild honor points and contribution points earned in the war with the Orc Empire in the exchange system for individual players. Level 40+ warrior sets have appeared. The sets are available in bronze rank to dark gold rank. However, the sets are bound upon exchange and cannot be traded. Meanwhile, in the exchange system for guilds, the Guild Magikarr lease has appeared. As Aqua Rose summarized the information she had received, she could not help her surprise at the changes brought about by the system update this time. These changes would undoubtedly shake up the current status quo between guilds without the extra fees charged for teleporting between countries. Players would be able to move between countries more easily. The removal of this hurdle would also increase the intensity of competition between the guilds of the various affected countries' Guild Magikarr lease. Feng's eyes glowed when he heard Aqua Rose mention this term. The Guild Magikarr lease was a great convenience for guilds. Meanwhile, the lease dropped only in specific super large-scale team dungeons in each country. One could also say that it served as proof of a guild's strength. After a guild acquired the Guild Magikarr lease, its members would be able to rent guild Magikars at the guild's residences. The Magikarr was a very useful tool for teams. Unlike advanced carriages, which could travel only on the official roads built between towns and cities, the Magikarr could go to any location. It also doubled as a tent and allowed players to recover their concentration and stamina inside it. Overall, the Magikarr was like a mobile camp and was particularly useful to teams that preferred exploring distant and high-level locations. Guild leader, is there a problem? Aqua Rose asked curiously when she saw the astonished expression on Feng's face. How many GHBs does that guild Magikarp lease require? Feng asked immediately if Zero Wing could obtain the guild Magikarp lease now. It would definitely help in traveling to the neutral map, boneless land, erecting advanced constructions like the advanced restaurant or the magic workshop required mana Oregon. Yet, mana ore was not easy to obtain. It was a byproduct that would appear at a very low chance when mining rare ores, although mana ore still turned up on the market quite frequently. The various large guilds and players were all trying to obtain mana ore to create the mana charm, due to the Orc Empire's appearance. As a result, the mana ore put up for sale have been wiped clean off the shelves. In fact, even the mana ore of other kingdoms and empires around God's domain have been bought out by the various large guilds. Right now, it was practically impossible to obtain mana ore in large quantities. However, Feng still knew of a way to obtain a large amount of mana ore through the distant neutral map Boneless Land. There were quite a few rare ore veins in the Boneless Land. In the past, the neutral map was famous as a producer of mana Orienly. The Boneless Land was not a place current players could travel to. Even if players went there via the safest route, they would have to traverse over a dozen high-level maps ranging between level 100 to level 130. Moreover, as the Boneless Land was a neutral map, there were no nearby towns or cities for players to recuperate in. Normally, the various large guilds would construct a town or city in a neutral map before starting their development there, which was clearly an impossible task right now. However, it was a different story if players had the guild Magikarp. Resting inside a Magikarp was equivalent to resting inside a hotel. Although a Magikarp had a maximum capacity of 20 players, its effects were the same as a hotel's. It could provide players with the best recovery effects for their concentration and stamina. Meanwhile, the Boneless Land itself was not particularly high-leveled, merely a level 60 to level 80 neutral mop using the spatial gate. He could transport a large number of players there. After including a temporary resting place like the guild Magikarp, it would be relatively simple for them to mine from mana Oregon. The only expenses would be the high rental fees and magic crystals to operate the magic cars. Overall, however, it would still be much cheaper and simpler than directly purchasing mana or from the market. The guild Magikarp lease requires 200,000 GHBs and 1 3-star achievement in exchange. Aqua Rose replied, "Sure enough, the system won't let players obtain it easily." Feng could not help but smile bitterly upon hearing the cost. Even super guilds would need a very long time to accumulate 200,000 GHBs. As for the 3-star achievement, that was even harder to obtain. A 3-star achievement was like a kingdom quest. A kingdom would only award a guild such an achievement when said guild had achieved significant victories in wars against other countries. Meanwhile, not only was this achievement a symbol of honor, but it was also proof of the influence a guild had in a kingdom. Despite a 3-star achievement being the lowest ranking achievement available, obtaining one was significantly more difficult than even an epic main storyline quest. One could say that the difficulty of obtaining a 3-star achievement was no less than that of raiding a super large-scale team dungeon. Hence, by introducing the guild Magikarp lease now, the system was merely allowing the various large guilds to come into contact with guild Magikarps a little earlier. Whether the various large guilds were actually able to take advantage of this opportunity was not a certainty. Forget it. For now, I should find Sierra first and deal with the disintegration armor. Thinking up to this point, Feng had Aqua Rose make the necessary arrangements to shift the guild's development direction towards the Orc Empire. As for himself, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Chapter 1543, Upgrading White River City. Chapter 1543, Upgrading White River City. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Feng exited the teleportation hall, he noticed that the street outside the building teemed with merchant players originating from other kingdoms, selling and purchasing items due to the system update this time. Players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires would no longer have to transit through Starmoon City and could teleport directly to White River City as a result. Business in White River City was flourishing like never before. Moreover, aside from merchant players, there were also plenty of foreign guilds and adventurer teams that had come to White River City. Evidently, the reduction in teleportation fees convinced the guilds and adventurer teams that were previously hesitating to visit White River City to make the trip. So this is White River City? Business here is flourishing. There are at least twice as many merchants here as there are in our Northern Kingdom's capital city. How are the players here so high-leveled? What? This city has already activated the flying transportation system? The various foreign large guilds and adventurer teams could not help but marvel at the prosperity of White River City previously. They had heard talk about White River City, although rumor had it that players were labeling White River City as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 NPC city. They had merely treated it as a joke before. After all, how could a non-capital city possibly compete with a capital city? If a situation like this really happened in a kingdom, then that could only mean one thing. Said kingdom was extremely weak. Moreover, the fact that Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild was actually a guild recently established in God's domain only served as further proof that Starmoon Kingdom was a weak kingdom, if not for the fact that the teleportation fees were much reduced and the fact that White River City possessed a teleportation house that led directly to the heart of the Twin Towers Kingdom. They would not have bothered paying a visit to White River City at all, however, now that they got to see White River City in person. The city was worlds apart from what they had imagined it to be. One of the merchant players hawking their wares on the street sold exquisite items. There were even some that sold level 40 fine gold weapons and level 45 fine gold equipment. Normally, such items could only occasionally be found in the auction houses of capital cities. Yet, now, players were selling them on the street. Moreover, the temporary teams recruiting members for dungeon raids were even more amazing. There were actually players recruiting for level 40, 100-man hard mode team dungeons raids, although many players in God's domain had already reached level 40. When raiding level 40, 100-man team dungeons, level 40 was merely the baseline limit. Moreover, that was only in the case of normal mode. For hard mode, a team would require at least 10 expert players belonging to large guilds to spearhead the raid. Either that, or a well-established adventurer team. Temporary teams should already be thanking their lucky stars if they could clear the normal mode of a 100-man team dungeon. Trying to raid a 100-man hard mode team dungeon was simply a dream, however. Before the foreign guild players could speak any contemptuous words about the various temporary teams, they were immediately silenced when their sights fell on the level and equipment of the recruiting teams. The members of the recruiting teams were all level 41 and above. Meanwhile, even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was level 35 secret silver rank, while some even wore level 40 secret silver equipment. As for the players serving as the leaders of these teams, they were mostly geared in level 40 fine gold equipment and level 35 dark gold equipment. Even the elite teams of large guilds would be slightly inferior when compared to these teams. Ha ha ha. Another batch of dumbfounded newcomers has arrived. They sure have guts to think of White River City as an ordinary NPC city. If they're already reacting in such a way after just exiting the teleportation hall, once they reach the business district in the central area, their eyes will most likely fall out of their sockets. Weren't you the same as them before? That's because I knew absolutely nothing about White River City back then. Moreover, unlike them, I came here because I wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's recruitment standards are a little too high. Had the standards been lowered by just a little bit, I definitely would have gotten in on my last attempt. All right, that's enough. The meeting time the team leader mentioned has already arrived. Today, we'll definitely get through the first boss of that 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon. That's for sure. I heard that the team leader used the super rare materials we obtained previously to exchange for 3 advanced mana armor kits from the Candlelight trading firm. With those armor kits, we should have no problems getting through the first boss. Several players belonging to an adventurer team were currently chatting merrily while sitting inside an open-air bar. When they saw the surprised looks on the newly arrived foreign players' faces, their hearts swelled with an indescribable sense of pride. Meanwhile, when the foreign players, both the members of large guilds and well-known adventurer teams belonging to other kingdoms, passing by heard the words of these local players, they could not help but be shocked at this stage of the game. Very few adventurer teams, aside from those at the top, were capable of raiding level 40, 100-man Hell Mode team. Dungeons. Even the first boss of such dungeons was already an insurmountable hurdle. Yet, the players sitting inside the bar spoke, as if being able to raid such a boss was no big deal. This situation filled the foreign guilds and adventurer teams that had just arrived at White River City with shock, and just what kind of city was White River City? At the same time, these foreign players also began sending messages to their friends, telling them about White River City for a time. White River City's fame spread rapidly throughout the neighboring kingdoms and empires. More and more players also began considering moving their base of operations to White River City. It seems the new expansion pack I activated this time has brought quite a lot of benefits to Zero Wing's development. Feng could not help but smile when he overheard the conversations of players on the street. With this, even without linking a teleportation array to Zero Wing City, White River City still has a chance to become a main city in God's domain. NPC cities were not static. They could similarly be upgraded. Only, many conditions needed to be met before it would happen. Chief among these conditions related to player population and trade volume. If Feng wished to upgrade White River City once more, he would first need to get the city's population to 10 million. Originally, this should have been a very difficult task to accomplish. Now, however, due to the lowering of the barrier known as teleportation fees, increasing the player population of White River City would no longer pose any challenge. Meanwhile, as long as White River City was upgraded again, it would activate the corresponding city functions. At that time, not only would the city undergo even greater changes, but more destinations would also be added to the flying transportation system, allowing players to travel to those distant neutral maps that did not boast any teleportation arrays. It seems there's a need to have Candlelight introduce some new products. At this time, Feng suddenly recalled the mana-enhancing potion recipe he obtained recently. Berserk-type potions like the mana-enhancing potion were amazingly effective in dungeon raids. It was a potion that the various adventurer teams and small guilds urgently required at the moment. If he sold this potion in White River City, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract even more players to the city. Following which, Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her select the advanced alchemist with the highest success rate in the Candlelight trading firm to produce the mana-enhancing potion and advanced alchemy recipe. Melancholic Smile's eyes glowed upon hearing this. I'll get it done right away. Shortly after Feng contacted Melancholic Smile, the advanced carriage he was riding arrived before Silura's smithy. Unlike other Grandmaster Forgers, Silura had not moved to a better city. She remained inside her inconspicuous smithy, hammering away at materials in the hopes of creating a fragmented legendary item. This place has been discovered already. When Feng arrived before the smithy, he noticed over a dozen forging players in front of the smithy. Every one of them was currently standing before the entrance of the house, silently, none of them daring to make a sound in fear of disturbing Silura, who was still working inside right now. Surprisingly, though, while around half of the dozen or so players lined up outside, the building consisted of level 33 lifestyle players. The other half were actually expert players who were level 46 and above. Meanwhile, standing at the head of this group of experts was a man and a woman. Although both currently had their levels hidden using a black cloak, they did not bother concealing their facial appearances. Why is she here? Feng grew a little confused when he saw these two players. While he had no idea who the man was, the woman was someone he was considerably familiar with. After all, this woman was none other than Yulan, part of the upper echelon of the organization Underworld. From what Feng remembered, Yulan should have long since been assigned to continue her development in another kingdom. Yet, for some reason, she had actually appeared in Starmoon Kingdom again. Chapter 1544, First Ghost. Chapter 1544, First Ghost. Before Feng could snap out his daze, he suddenly felt killing intent directed towards him. Meanwhile, this killing intent came from the level 46 plus players. At this moment, these experts were on high alert against him and wore a look that stated they would unsheath their weapons and were poised to attack. This situation threw Feng into confusion. Currently, he had both his level and appearance hidden using a black cloak, Yet the other party had tensed up just at his approach. Right enough. He should be here to meet with Silura, the man beside Yulan said as he made a waving motion with his hand only. After hearing this man's words, did the experts relax? Fellow friend, sorry about that. My brothers here are just a little too nervous. They have no ill intent. The young man, standing in the lead, apologized. It's fine. Feng simply gave a quiet response in God's domain. Players would normally become alert when they came across a cloaked player that hid all information about themselves. However, very few players would react, as the experts in Yulan's group had while inside an NPC city. After all, there were many NPC soldiers patrolling the city streets, making an assassination very difficult unless the targeted player was caught entirely unaware. Of course, players who suffered frequent ambushes out in the fields would also form a habit of instinctively going into high alert when encountering cloaked players, following which Feng stopped paying attention to Yulan's group and walked straight towards the smithy's door. Although he was curious as to why Yulan had suddenly reappeared in White River City, his priority right now was to deal with the disintegration armor. If he left the armor as it was, he would definitely have difficulty moving around, just as Feng was about to knock on the door. However, a playful voice suddenly came from behind him. You guys really made me work up a sweat finding you. With things as they are right now, do you all still think you have a chance? Turning around, Feng suddenly noticed that a group of over 100 cloaked players had appeared behind him. Every one of these cloaked players wore a sneer on their faces. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing pitch-black leather armor gradually emerged from the shadows of this group of cloaked players. The instant this middle-aged man appeared, a gray fog started permeating the air around him. He gave off an indescribably chilling and creepy feeling. First Ghost, they actually sent an expert like you after us as well? The youth standing beside Yulan revealed a bitter smile when he saw the middle-aged man at this moment. Aside from the youth, the several other experts standing around Yulan also wore horrified expressions when they looked at the middle-aged man before them. After all, the middle-aged man was once known as the #1 assassin of Underworld. He was so strong that even if their entire group attacked him together, they would only end up getting unilaterally slaughtered. Furthermore, escaping his grasp was impossible, as the assassin class was known to possess the highest speed among the 12 main classes. They wouldn't particularly mind if they simply lost their lives right now. However, First Ghost and his group had consumed the haunted potion. Anyone he and his allies killed would drop multiple pieces of equipment. Dark, I believe that the higher-ups have already stated that either you all submit or die. Since you all refuse to submit, I have no choice but to send you on your way. First Ghost said as he unsheathed the snowy white dagger hanging from his waist. Taking into account the fact that we were colleagues in the past, I'll give you a word of advice. Delete your accounts as soon as possible. The higher-ups won't let you all keep those items. Or do you really believe you can escape our pursuit? Yulan, bring everyone and escape quickly. The few of us here will hold them back. Once you reach the main street, they won't be able to take action easily. The youth named Dark, I said quietly to Yulan. Hearing this, Yulan gritted her teeth and nodded, although she wished to break out of this encirclement together with Dark Eye and the others. Doing so was clearly an impossible feat. Setting aside the fact that they were greatly outnumbered right now, First Ghost alone was more than capable of defeating her entire group. You guys think you can escape? As long as I am here, none of you should even think of leaving this place alive. First Ghost obviously saw through Dark Eye's plans. Sneering, he ordered, go. Leave none of them alive. Immediately, the 100-plus players behind First Ghost went into action. The melee players charged forward, the healers in the rear cast shield buffs on the melee players, and the ranged players locked on to the movements of Yulan's group. There were also over a dozen stealth assassins stationed at the sidelines on the off chance that someone from Yulan's group actually managed to get through the encirclement at the same time. First Ghost took out a dark gray scroll and unfurled it. As he activated it, the surrounding space suddenly turned blurry. This scroll contained the basic magic array perception blur. It was a special scroll that could be bought only in towns and cities operated by the Dark Forces, so as long as this scroll was activated, it would transform the surrounding space, making it difficult for NPCs within towns and cities to perceive the movements inside the affected area. Unless the affected area lay in an NPC soldier's direct line of sight, it would be some time before the NPC soldiers would realize that a fight was going on inside the city, damn it. They came prepared. Dark-Eye immediately fell into despair when he saw the dark gray magic array rising into the air, although the magic array First Ghost used was only a basic one. Players would still need to spend some time breaking through it. During this period, First Ghost Group was more than capable of killing them several times over. He already said that none of you should think of leaving this place alive, First Ghost said as he strolled up to Dark-Eye and Yulan. He showed nary a hint of nervousness, even though he was assaulting another player inside an NPC city. In fact, he did not even bother using the assassin class's stealth skill and was boldly waltzing toward his opponents. This approach was one of the reasons why the members of Underworld deeply fear the man. Known as First Ghost, he could not only overwhelm his opponents through martial might, but also constant grind away at his opponent's mental state and able to cope with the mental pressure. A level 46 Berserker abruptly used charge at the confident assassin. Upon arriving before First Ghost, he immediately brandished his greatsword with all his might cross-slash. The Berserker smoothly entered the stance to execute cross-slash and swung his greatsword down on First Ghost Dang. Following which, the clash of metal rang out surprisingly. First Ghost's flimsy dagger actually stopped the Berserker's greatsword. Immediately after, the dagger had even proceeded to push aside the greatsword. First Ghost had repelled the attack so easily that he looked as if he was just swatting away a small pebble. How is this possible? The Berserker's face was filled with astonishment when he saw his greatsword getting shoved aside so readily. He simply could not understand how an assassin could possess such immense strength. Meanwhile, by the time the Berserker snapped out his daze, First Ghost's other dagger had already appeared before his eyes. In the end, the Berserker could only watch helplessly as the dagger slashed across his throat. Immediately after slashing the Berserker's throat, First Ghost suddenly transformed into a streak of shadow and pierced through the Berserker's body. Tier 1 skill, Absolute Strike. When First Ghost's body reformed, the Berserker's HP began decreasing rapidly. A second later, the Berserker collapsed to the ground in such a way, a level 46 Berserker on Yulan's side died as soon as the battle began. Next up will be you, First Ghost said as he sent a glance at Dark-Eye. He then started pacing casually towards the youth after seeing the brief battle. Dark-Eye and the several experts around him could not help but shudder as if they were looking at a literal ghost right now. Come, I want to see just what Underworld's #1 assassin is capable of. Dark-Eye knew that there was no way he was leaving this place alive. The only thing he could do now was fight to the death. He dashed at First Ghost, then activated the Berserker class's Tier 1 taboo skill. Countless wind blades flew towards First Ghost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Dark-Eye was in control of the movements of every one of these wind blades, which completely sealed First Ghost's movements. As for Dark-Eye himself, after activating Wind Slash, he promptly sent a downward slash at First Ghost's defensive blind spot. In the next moment, Dark-Eye's greatsword could be seen passing through First Ghost's body. However, just as Dark-Eye's companions were about to cheer in joy, Dark-Eye's expression turned inexplicably grim, because his attack had not struck First Ghost at all. All he had done was slash at the assassin's afterimage. Instinctively, he swung his sword horizontally. Whirlwind Slash. Dang! Sparks flew and scattered into the surroundings. In the next moment, Dark-Eye's silvery gray greatsword could be seen stopped roughly 4 inches away from First Ghost's body. Despite Dark-Eye putting all his strength into his arms, the pitch-black dagger blocking his greatsword refused to budge by even a centimeter farther. Meanwhile, the silver dagger in First Ghost's other hand smoothly stabbed towards Dark-Eye's side abdomen. Is it over? Dark-Eye could not help but shut his eyes at this scene. The difference in strength between him and First Ghost was simply too massive. Not only was he inferior to the assassin in terms of technical standards, but even his basic attributes were greatly inferior to the assassin's die. First Ghost promptly added even more power to his attack just as the silver dagger was about to stab into Dark-Eye's abdomen. However, a red flash suddenly entered First Ghost's sight. Shocked, First Ghost hurriedly activated wind steps to block the attack. He then beat an abrupt retreat and turned to look towards the source of the red flash who interrupted me. I did. At this time, Feng stepped out of the group of players standing before Ciliora's smithy. Chapter 1545 Unbearable Wrath. As Feng emerged from the crowd, the present players' gazes shifted towards him. Although Feng had concealed his appearance, he was obviously a swordsman based on the two long swords hanging at his waist. This brat must be tired of living. He actually dares to ruin the boss's fun. He must be suicidal. He should realize that he can't survive this. Is he that eager to die? The boss must be furious. That kid is definitely going to suffer for this. Although First Ghost team members were surprised to see Feng save Dark Eye, their expressions quickly turned to that of pity and admiration as a bystander. Feng could have remained silent, and First Ghost would have given him a quick death, but now that he had spoiled the man's fun, his death would be slow and painful after all. First Ghost was famous for his brutality, and Underworld other players had interrupted First Ghost in the past, and he had slowly shaved off these players' HP with one hit after another. Sometimes, he even had his team's healers recover his target's HP. Experts generally set their pain sensitivity in-game to a certain percentage, and it couldn't be altered while in battle. First Ghost team members could already imagine the fate that would befall this swordsman stranger. Is he the one that saved me? Dark Eye turned to Feng with a confused expression. He had never thought that a passerby like Feng would actually save him. In his opinion, passers-by usually tried to avoid getting involved with others' disputes. Unfortunately, even if Feng had saved him once, it wouldn't change the outcome. First Ghost team members had already surrounded their team, and the perception blur magic array prevented NPC soldiers from detecting their fight. This person is Yulan, who stood in the back, could not help but feel a sense of familiarity as she stared at Feng's back. She seemed to have heard his voice somewhere before. As well, kid, you did that just now? First Ghost didn't hurry to attack Feng. Instead, he evaluated this swordsman carefully. A moment later, he sneered and said, "You have guts. I'll give you that. I had intended to let a bystander like you live, but I've changed my mind. Let me live." Feng laughed. "Keep that devil's compassion to yourself. You saw through that, huh?" Since Feng hadn't bought the lie, First Ghost admitted to it. He chuckled before replying, "Indeed. I never had any intention of letting you get away, but your actions have only earned you a more painful death, kid. You're going to regret stepping in. Restless, make sure you heal this kid and keep him alive for me. Everyone else, keep an eye on Dark Eye and Yulan. Rest assured, boss, until you say stop, I'll make sure he doesn't die." With First Ghost command, his teammates turned their focus to Yulan's team. If any of those players moved strangely, they'd bombard them with attacks. At the same time, a level 47 cleric in blue robes kept a close eye on Feng's HP, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes as he prepared to cast a healing spell. As soon as First Ghost finished speaking, he appeared behind Feng's shadow steps. Like a venomous snake, the pitch-black dagger in First Ghost's hand formed an arc as it curved towards Feng's flank kidney strike. As the dagger aimed for Feng's blind spot, First Ghost curved his other dagger towards the swordsman's head, ensuring that the silver dagger was barely visible in the corner of his target's eye crap. That's First Ghost's double snake bite. Dark Eye's expression darkened as he watched the two daggers flash towards Feng from different angles. When a player noticed an incoming attack, they instinctively tried to block the attack while ignoring those they couldn't see. First Ghost's technique took advantage of this reaction to break past his opponent's defense. Although this technique looked simple, finding an opponent's blind spots in an instant and launching an attack without unnecessary movement was extremely difficult. A player would also have to execute a second attack simultaneously from an entirely different angle. Moreover, due to the attack's lightning speed and precise timing, the technique was nearly impossible for an ordinary expert to counter. First Ghost had killed many powerful experts with this technique. Just before the two daggers bit into Feng, everyone saw a blue flash pong, following which the sound of metal on metal echoed throughout the street. Suddenly, First Ghost stumbled back 2 steps, his HP falling by over 200. On the other hand, Feng remained steadily in his original position. His HP was also intact. How is this possible? First Ghost companions were dumbfounded after watching Feng repel the double snake bite. Impossible. Even Dark Eye stared at Feng in disbelief. Feng had actually repulsed Underworld's #1 assassin with one hit. Moreover, judging by Feng's expression, it was clear that the swordsman wasn't satisfied with his counterattack. What Dark Eye did not know was that Feng currently suffered a 50% basic attribute reduction thanks to the Disintegration armor in his bag. Had Feng been at his peak, his counterattack would have killed First Ghost or left the assassin near death's door. The outcome wouldn't have been a mere 200 HP loss when First Ghost noticed that his hands trembled after receiving Feng's counterattack. His expression hardened as he glared at Feng and asked, "Who are you?" Even if First Ghost were stupid, he'd realized that Feng was no ordinary expert. The counterattack Feng had used to negate his double snakebite had been so fast that his senses had barely kept up with the strike. No ordinary expert could achieve such a feat. Who am I? I'm just an ordinary bystander that you want to kill, Feng said, chuckling. An ordinary bystander? My double snakebite can instant kill refinement realm experts if I catch them off guard. First Ghost snapped, annoyed as he glared at Feng. He had not expected to come across a difficult opponent like Feng during his assassination of Yolan's team. So, that's double snakebite? I don't see anything special about it. Shifting through his memories, Feng realized that First Ghost had indeed launched his attacks simultaneously. However, he did not pay any special attention to this after reaching the Void Realm. He had a clear grasp of any movement in his surroundings. He lacked the visual blind spots ordinary players suffered. Hence, to him, it merely looked as if First Ghost had simply thrust both of his daggers at once, and nothing more. What bold words. Boss, let's take him on. I want to see just what kind of ability this kid has. Feng's statement enraged the assassin's team members. As long as First Ghost gave the command, they'd send Feng to meet his maker. However, rather than reacting rashly, First Ghost calmly and coldly declared, "Although I don't know who you are, Underworld wants the people behind you dead. Underworld's wrath isn't something you can endure." Boss, why bother wasting words on him? Let's just get rid of this brat. We'll teach him the consequences of his arrogance. All of First Ghost's team members stared at Feng as if he were already a dead man walking. Can't endure Underworld's wrath? Feng chuckled. He then removed his black cloak and exposed his adjusted appearance. I'm very curious to learn what Underworld can do to me. Chapter 1546, Sword King. Chapter 1546, Sword King. Black Flame. The battlefield fell deathly silent when Feng removed his black cloak. Everyone here was familiar with Black Flame. Even players from outside of Starmoon Kingdom would know of him if they examined the God's Domain ranking list recently. Black Flame's ranking had risen. He now ranked 31st on God's Domain ranking list. There was also plenty of information regarding the man's battle records. Not only could Black Flame wander through an army of thousands of enemy players as if he were strolling through his own backyard, but he was also undefeated. Even super guilds had to take this expert seriously. Moreover, Black Flame was the guild leader of Zero Wing, the current #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Sword King Black Flame. Dark Eye felt as if he were dreaming as he gazed at Feng. He was also relieved that he had stopped his teammates from attacking Feng. Otherwise, this swordsman would have killed his companions before First Ghost team had even arrived. Although Dark Eye had never personally witnessed Feng in battle, he knew that this man's guild had caused Underworld a lot of suffering. The organization had even been forced to abandon its development in Starmoon Kingdom. Why is he here? Yolan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Feng. Meanwhile, when First Ghost found out about his opponent's identity, his complexion turned indescribably grim. If his opponent had merely been a top-tier expert from a first-rate guild, he would not have considered this swordsman important. But that wasn't the case for the player before him. Every player ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain ranking list could strike fear in the various large guilds. Not to mention the 31st ranking expert. Even a superpower would have to dispatch numerous peak experts to deal with an expert of Feng's caliber. It would also need the terrain advantage. Otherwise, it would have no hope of defeating Feng. Although First Ghost acknowledged his team's strength, he didn't believe that they were capable of defeating Feng in a head-on confrontation. On top of that, they were still in White River City. If the fight drug on, the NPC patrols would discover them. None of them would leave this place alive. He had merely come to assassinate Yulan and her team. He had never expected to encounter the most troublesome player in Star Moon Kingdom Black Flame. I admit that you are powerful. In the past, Underworld couldn't even touch you. But do you really think that the organization hasn't changed in all this time? First Ghost no longer showed any intention of attacking. Instead, he sneered and said, "The Blackwater Corporation has already annexed Underworld. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would dare to provoke Underworld now. The higher-ups have declared that Yulan's team must be killed to level 0. If you shelter them, you will endanger the guild you've gone to great lengths to develop. As long as you keep your nose out of this, you will continue to reign as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. However, if you anger the people in charge, Zero Wing won't get away unscathed. Is it worth getting in the middle of this?" When they heard First Ghost's warning, Dark Eye, Yulan, and their companions paled. As First Ghost had said, the Blackwater Corporation had taken control of Underworld. Even super guilds avoided confrontations with the corporation if they could. It simply wasn't an existence Zero Wing could contend with. There was no reason for Feng to start a war with the Blackwater Corporation over their fate. Meanwhile, when First Ghost team members heard their leader's words, they regained their confidence and sneered at Feng. When First Ghost finished speaking, Feng glanced at the assassin and asked, "Are you done?" First Ghost was stunned. "Do you even understand what I'm saying? If you involve yourself, you will declare war on the Blackwater Corporation." First Ghost reiterated. However, by the time First Ghost shut his mouth, Feng had appeared before him, his sacred sword radiating a blue glow as it descended on the assassin. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Before First Ghost could use his Vanish skill, his HP had begun to deplete rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his HP fell to 0, and his vision darkened. His body then collapsed, a piece of equipment dropping beside his corpse. "Boss. The boss is dead. This person is insane. Didn't he understand the boss's warning?" First Ghost's team members gaped, horror filling their eyes as they stared at Feng, who wore a casual expression. "When you return, tell your higher-ups that we will not allow other powers to cause trouble in White River City as they like," Feng coldly declared as he glanced at the players around him. "If they dare, this will be their outcome." White River City was Zero Wing's main headquarters. If Zero Wing could not maintain the city's safety, allowing other players to waltz in and kill whom they liked, who would possibly develop in White River City? Furthermore, First Ghost had tried to kill other players right before his very eyes. So strong. He's even stronger than the rumors say. Dark Eye was indescribably shocked as he looked at First Ghost's corpse. Underworld's top assassin had died without the chance to fight back. The entire process had happened so fast that he wasn't even sure about what had happened. He had only seen Feng appear before First Ghost suddenly before a blue flash had struck the assassin. In the next moment, First Ghost's HP had fallen to 0, and he died. Although Dark Eye had heard about Feng's strength while he had still been a member of Underworld, he had never realized that the man was this strong. The difference between his power and Feng's was overwhelming. Insane. When First Ghost team members heard Feng's declaration, they felt the air around them grow heavy. They also felt a chill assault their minds. They could clearly sense the killing intent and determination Feng radiated. Feng was too scary. They were all very familiar with First Ghost's power. Even if all 100+ team members rushed at him as one, they would not kill the assassin. First Ghost would whittle them down and annihilate them eventually. Yet such a powerful assassin hadn't even lasted one move against this swordsman. Moreover, they realized that should they make any sudden movements, they'd share their leader's fate. Team leader Restless, what do we do now? Several team members asked as they turned towards the cleric named Restless Death. Among these, Restless Death was only second to First Ghost in terms of strength. Normally, the cleric took command of the team when First Ghost was absent or retreat. Restless Death said, clenching his jaw as he glared at Feng. With Feng here, he was not confident that they could kill Yulan and her teammates. First Ghost's death was the proof of this. Hearing Restless Death's decision, Underworld's members breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued this fight, not only would this swordsman before them annihilate every team member, but White River City's NPCs would also capture and jail them all, following which Restless Death and his teammates used return scrolls and departed from White River City. Chapter 1547, Sure Feng's Invitation. Chapter 1547, Sure Feng's Invitation. They're leaving. Dark Eye was dazed as he watched Underworld's members flee from the battlefield with just a few words. Sure Feng had sent over 100 of Underworld's experts packing with their tails between their legs. They hadn't even bothered to retrieve the equipment First Ghost had dropped. Dark Eye felt as if he were dreaming. Thank you, Yulan said as she walked up to Sure Feng. Unlike Dark Eye, her enemy's response hadn't particularly surprised her. This is White River City. Naturally, I had to put a stop to this incident since I discovered it. Otherwise, no player would be willing to visit the city, Sure Feng said, surprised by Yulan's gratitude. Although they had only met each other a few times, he could tell that Yulan was a relatively strong-willed woman. Despite the fact that Underworld hunted her, she refused to submit and delete her account. Guild leader Black Flame must be joking. Not every guild in God's domain has the courage to stand against Underworld and the Blackwater Corporation, Yulan said. Shaking her head, she was honestly very thankful for Sure Feng's intervention. Had Sure Feng ignored the situation, she and her team would have been dead by now. They would have also lost a significant portion of their equipment. They would have had an even more difficult time dealing with Underworld pursuit. May I know what you and your group intends to do now, Miss Yulan? Sure Feng asked. He had witnessed Yulan's abilities personally in the past. Not only did she wield great combat power, but her management capabilities were also top-notch. That had been obvious when she had managed Overwhelming Smiles trading firm, growing it until the firm nearly rivaled the Candlelight trading firm. By the time he had rejoined God's domain, he had accumulated 10 years of experience in the game. If not for his Candlelight trading firm, Yulan's firm might have dominated Star Moon Kingdom. If he could convince Yulan to join the Candlelight trading firm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the trading firm. After all, Melancholic Smile was more suited to forging and not a particularly skilled manager. Moreover, to manage the Candlelight trading firm, Melancholic Smile had been forced to sacrifice her precious practice time. Hearing Sure Feng's words, Yulan could not help but turn a glance at Dark Eye and the others. I had planned to complete a hidden quest I received and develop in a kingdom that lacks Underworld's influence, but I didn't expect the organization to discover us so quickly. They've even sent First Ghost after us. Since they clearly know where we are, we can't stay in White River City. How about joining Zero Wing? Sure Feng asked, considering this an excellent opportunity. No matter how far you run, with Underworld and Blackwater's information network, they'll have no trouble tracking you down. It is impossible to hide forever under black cloaks. God's domain has too many high-rank identification skills that can see through the black cloak's concealment effects. Join Zero Wing. Yulan was stunned. She could not help but stare at Sure Feng. Confused about the man's intentions, the Blackwater Corporation had already labeled her and her team as threats that needed to be removed. Any guild that discovered this would do its best to distance itself from them. Accepting them into its ranks would be the equivalent of declaring war on the Blackwater Corporation. First Ghost's death at Sure Feng's hands could be understood as his way of protecting his guild's reputation. Blackwater might let the matter slide, but it would be a different story entirely if Sure Feng offered them shelter. However, it would be an entirely different story if Sure Feng were to shelter them. This would be no different than slapping the Blackwater Corporation in the face. The corporation would undoubtedly mobilize its forces against Zero Wing at this point. The Blackwater Corporation was much stronger than when Abandoned Wave had annexed Ouroboros. Not only had its experts caught up with mainstream players' levels, but the corporation had also secretly purchased several guilds and workshops. It had even partnered with a few superpowers. Now, even super guilds avoided any confrontation with the Blackwater Corporation. Sure Feng's proposal both surprised and excited Dark Eye and Yulan's other team members to them. Joining Zero Wing would be the best way to escape pursuit. Moreover, Zero Wing was famous for its collection of experts. The guild also had astounding growth potential. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future, that's right. If you join Zero Wing, I can at least guarantee your safety. Your previous efforts won't have to go to waste, Feng said, nodding earnestly. You know the consequences for sheltering us, right? Yulan had to ask. We're talking about Blackwater's vengeance. This is also a crucial time for Zero Wing. If things go awry, Zero Wing might lose its chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Relax. There are plenty of superpowers that want to destroy Zero Wing, but isn't the guild still alive and kicking? Feng said, chuckling. Moreover, if you join Zero Wing, the guild will develop far more quickly. Currently, Zero Wing developed on 3 fronts: Starmoon Kingdom, the Black Dragon Empire, and Apocalypse Empire. Hence, it was in urgent need of manpower. Now that it had Zero Wing City to deal with, Feng couldn't manage everything on his own. Hence, Yulan's addition to Zero Wing would undoubtedly help both the guild and the trading firm's management. As for Dark Eye, Yulan's ally, the youth had great potential. Based on his fight with First Ghost, Feng knew that the Berserker was considerably talented. He only lacked combat experience. If trained properly, he could become one of Zero Wing's core combatants. I understand, Yulan said, smiling bitterly when she noticed her team members' anticipatory looks. In that case, we'll have to trouble you from now on, Guild Leader Blackflame. She had never thought that she would, one day, join Zero Wing, the guild which had been her enemy. However, she had to admit that she was relieved to join the guild. She only prayed that the Blackwater Corporation's fear of Zero Wing's potential would prevent it from declaring an all-out war on Zero Wing over her nonsense. Since you have now joined Zero Wing, the guild wouldn't let others bully you. Feng chuckled at Yulan's formality. Wait for me here for a moment. Once I've finished with my matters here, I'll bring you back to Zero Wing's residence to register. Of course, if you still have any matters to deal with, you can take care of them first. Once you're done, you can meet me at Zero Wing's residence. We don't have anything in particular to deal with right now. We're just waiting to turn in our quest. Unfortunately, Lady Sura is still busy, so we have to wait until she finishes her task before we can hand it in, Yulan said, sighing helplessly as she turned to the smithy behind her. She was utterly helpless against Sura. The Grandmaster Forger would be highly respected no matter where they went. Even Starmoon Kingdom's king had to treat the woman respectfully. Meanwhile, players could not afford to endure Sayura's wrath, so she had no choice but to wait until the woman stopped working before she could meet with the Grandmaster Forger. So, you're here to turn a quest? Realization dawned on Feng. It was no wonder why Yulan and the others had been standing outside Sayura's house like a bunch of idiots. He then said, "Follow me then." Saying so, Feng approached the smithy, which emitted constant hammering sound. Yulan and her companions didn't understand what Feng intended to do. When Feng knocked on the wooden door, they paled. They all knew about Sayura's temper. When they had interrupted the NPC earlier, she had used magic to reduce their attributes drastically for an entire day. Moreover, the debuff's duration only decreased if they were logged in under Feng's incessant knocking. The hammering sounds eventually stopped. Shortly after, Sayura slammed open the door. An enraged expression on her tanned face were doomed. Yulan's team began to regret their alliance with Feng. Just as Yulan thought that Sayura would dole out their punishment, something unbelievable occurred. However, the moment Sayura's gaze found Feng, her wrathful expression softened. A joyful grin took its place. "Why are you here?" Chapter 1548, Forging Secret Journal. Chapter 1584, Forging Secret Journal. When Yulan and the others saw Sayura's friendly expression, they turned to Feng in shock. Even Starmoon Kingdom's king had to treat Grandmaster Forgers respectfully. Trying to raise one's favorability with an NPC Grandmaster Forger was exceedingly difficult. Yet Sayura's reaction to seeing Feng wasn't unlike seeing an old friend who hadn't visited for many years. "I found a treasure. I'm here to see if you can help me recast it," Feng replied. "A treasure?" Sayura's eyes sparkled. "Come in, then. Right, these are my friends. They've completed a quest you've handed them, so they're here to hand it in," Feng said as he gestured Yulan, and the other Sierra glanced at the players behind Feng. And Yulan's group tensed. So, it's you guys. Come in as well, then. I just so happen to need those materials, Sierra said, nodding before leading everyone inside. As Feng stepped into the smithy, he was shocked by the sight before him. All sorts of exquisite weapons and pieces of equipment were on display in the relatively small house. Glass counters held various items that radiated powerful auras. Despite the magic array protecting the weapons, Feng could still feel a fraction of the energy they radiated. One could easily imagine how powerful these items were. A most inferior item in the house was dark gold rank, while most items were epic rank. Clearly, the weapons and pieces of equipment in the display cases were the creations Celiora was proud of. They were top tier, even among epic items. With a casual glance, Feng easily counted many times more epic weapons and equipment in Celiora's small house than those Zero Wing had obtained. Even super guilds would go mad over Celiora's collection. Feng had to admit that a Grandmaster Forger was amazing. Celiora could craft epic items as if it were child's play. Even Master Forgers would be lucky to craft one epic item every few years. Although Master Forgers could craft epic items, their success rate was astoundingly low. Only if a Master Forger had an astronomical supply of high-ranking materials would they be able to produce epic items. Producing epic items was far more difficult than obtaining them from monsters and quests. This was because handcrafted items had higher compatibility with the players they were made for, which allowed said players to exhibit greater combat power in God's domain. Where fragmented legendary and legendary items were extremely rare, obtaining customized epic items was one of the few methods players in full epic gear could improve their combat power. The various large guilds in past had even secured their own Master Forgers to craft epic weapons and equipment regardless of the cost. Lady Celiora, here are the ebony stones and moonlight spring water you requested. After entering the smithy, Yulan proceeded to remove some materials from her bag. Feng was astonished when he saw the materials. Both the moonlight spring water and the ebony stones were super rare forging materials. The moonlight spring water could increase the mana within other materials, which in turn increased the production success rate and quality of the final product. As for the ebony stone, it was a top-tier epic material only obtainable from high-rank field bosses and the dungeon bosses in 100-man team dungeons. Unfortunately, the drop rate was abysmal, and a team would have to kill multiple bosses before one would drop. Feng wouldn't have been particularly surprised if Yulan had revealed one bottle of moonlight spring water and one ebony stone. After all, Zero Wing had collected quite a few of these items. What shocked Feng was the number of items Yulan had revealed in total. Yulan had taken out 100 bottles of moonlight spring water and 50 ebony stones. This already exceeded Zero Wing's stockpile by multiple times. Not bad. You actually gathered everything within a short time. After taking a look at the materials on the table, Celiora took out a thick, ancient book and gave it to Yulan. This is the forging secret journal I promised you. If one learns all of these techniques, they should have a much easier time becoming a master forger. A forging secret journal? Feng suddenly realized why the quest required so many precious materials. A forging secret journal contained plenty of forging techniques. It was a treasure that many forgers dreamed of obtaining. However, whether or not one could learn these techniques depended on the player's capabilities. Guild leader Blackflame, I still haven't thanked you for saving us. In addition, you've allowed us to join Zero Wing. As a show of gratitude, please accept this forging secret journal. Yulan sincerely said as she handed the forging secret journal to Feng. For a moment, Feng was at a loss for words. He could tell that Yulan was serious. Moreover, with Yulan's strong-willed personality, she would never accept owing others. I'll accept it. Feng nodded. The forging secret journal could definitely help the Candlelight trading firm's forgers. He could also use the item as motivation for the firm's forgers. When Feng accepted her gift, Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. Her serious expression relaxed. After Yulan turned in her hidden quest, Celiora shifted her gaze to Feng and eagerly demanded, "Well, come on, show me this treasure of yours." Guild leader Blackflame, Since you still have some matters to attend to, we'll wait outside. Yulan knew that Feng was here for something very important. It was most definitely a secret. Hence, she took the initiative to remove herself no need. This won't take long, Feng said as he waved a hand. Since Yulan and the others would soon join Zero Wing, he had to treat them like the rest of his people. Moreover, the disintegration armor was not something others could easily take from him even if they knew about it. Following which, he took out the destroyed disintegration armor and set it on the table for Celiura to inspect the instant he revealed the disintegration armor. The space inside the room began to warp as a horrific killing intent and tyrannical aura surged out of the armor and filled the smithy immediately. Several of Yulan's lifestyle players dropped to the ground, turning incomparably pale. What kind of item is this? A frightening shock tore at Yulan as she stared at the tattered armor on the table. After playing God's Domain for so long, she had seen countless top-tier weapons and pieces of equipment. She had even seen quite a few epic items. But none of those items came anywhere near to comparing to the tattered chest piece Feng had revealed. As she stared at the armor, she felt her soul tremble with fear. She felt as if she were looking at some horrifying creature rather than a piece of equipment. Even if she didn't know the item's identity, she knew that it must have an extraordinary origin. She was also certain that it was more valuable than any item she had. What? This is disintegration power. Where did you get this? Astonishment twisted Celiura's beautiful face when she saw the disintegration armor had killed an orc warlord, and this dropped. Feng honestly explained there was no need to hide information from an NPC. In fact, if he lied to Celiura, she wouldn't be able to determine the disintegration armor specifics and wouldn't be able to help him. Moreover, his victory over an orc warlord was no longer a secret in Starmoon Kingdom. The various large guilds had long since learned about the incident, so that's the case. No wonder this broken armor radiates disintegration power. It must be a piece of the Orc Empire's legendary disintegration set. After a glance at the armor and Feng's explanation, Celiura realized the disintegration armor's identity. You really are something. The disintegration power radiating from this chest piece is incredibly dense. The disintegration power will taint anyone who carries it. Yet despite being only a Tier 2 sword master, you haven't gone mad, only suffering some loss to your attributes. Are you really just a Tier 2 sword master? In response to Celiura's question, Feng merely revealed an awkward smile. He currently carried 3 fragmented legendary items. He also wielded one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies. He couldn't be considered a mere Tier 2 player, a Tier 2 sword master. He's a Tier 2 player? Hearing Celiura's question, Yulan and her companions could not help but turn to Feng. Stunned NPCs were not players. They generally didn't lie for no good reason. Moreover, they had much keener perception than players, not to mention an apex existence like a Grandmaster Forger. Chapter 1549, God's Power. Chapter 1549, God's Power. He's already been promoted to Tier 2? Realization dawned on Yulan when she heard Celiura's comment. Was no wonder Feng killed an expert like First Ghost with one hit. He had even dared to chastise and threaten Underworld's members if Feng had truly reached Tier 2. He earned his arrogance. Tier 2 was the various large guilds' major goal. Right now, only after players completed their Tier 2 promotions would they qualify to challenge level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. And Tier 2 players would significantly help a team when raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons. Not only would Tier 2 players receive a massive boost to their basic attributes, but their skills would also undergo a qualitative transformation. One Tier 2 player could easily do the work of several Tier 1 players. As she watched Feng, Yulan found it hard to believe that he was already a Tier 2 swordmaster as far as she knew. Even Underworld was still preparing for the Tier 2 promotion quests due to the high difficulty of these quests. Unless players made ample preparations, their chances of failure would be quite high. It was something to be avoided at all costs, as players would have to wait a considerable amount of time before challenging their quests. Again, the main god system intended Tier 1 to be an introductory phase for players, allowing them to adapt to God's Domain's combat styles. Hence, every player would be capable of completing their Tier 1 promotions. However, It was a different story for Tier 2. Only after players had achieved a certain standard in both combat standards and basic attributes could they complete their Tier 2 promotions. Unfortunately, reaching level 50 required a lot of time and resources for current guilds, not to mention completing the Tier 2 promotion quests. In fact, even Super Guild's peak experts were still desperately grinding. These experts were lucky if they were already level 49, yet not only had Feng crossed the level 50 threshold, but he had also completed his promotion quest. So, this is the 31st ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list? Dark, I was inwardly astonished as he examined at Feng. He had been considered a top-tier expert in Underworld. Although he was no match for experts like First Ghost, he was stronger than most of the organization's other experts. Even Warwolf had praised him for his potential yet. When he looked at Feng, he felt his horizons expand in the past. He thought that experts like First Ghost were close to reaching the level of God's Domain's peak experts. But looking at it now, it seemed that gap was far wider than he had imagined. When I thought about how he could possibly receive guidance from an expert like Feng. He could not help his growing excitement while these players digested their surprise over Feng's tier. Celiora used an identification skill. Inspecting the disintegration armor on the table, it is no longer possible to repair this disintegration armor. The core magic circuits have been destroyed. The materials used to construct the armor have also been tainted and crippled by some mysterious power, Celiora said as she shook her head in pity. Can it be recast? Feng asked. Recast it? Celiora fell silent for a moment. It's not entirely impossible, but it is incredibly difficult. Only the disintegration armor's core is still usable. Everything else is useless. I'll need new materials to recast it, but obtaining those materials is beyond even a Grandmaster Forger like myself. Only by mobilizing an empire's power would you be able to gather all of the necessary materials. Are you really confident in doing something that would require the strength of an entire empire? Yulan and her companions gasped when they heard Celiора's explanation. The materials to reconstruct the disintegration armor were even out of reach for a Grandmaster Forger now. They were even more curious about the disintegration armor's rank. Is there no other way? Feng felt his head begin to ache. Feng could easily guess that the materials Celiora had mentioned were likely rarer than legendary ranked materials. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize an entire empire's power. Although Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, it was insignificant compared to the kingdom as a whole, much less an empire. Not exactly. Taking another look at the disintegration armor, Celiora slowly said, there is the option of removing the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. In reality, there isn't much of a problem with the disintegration armor itself. It's just that its magic circuits have been destroyed. However, a mysterious power is preventing the base materials from exhibiting their original strength. Now, only the core remains untainted. If you can remove this mysterious power, the disintegration armor will be much easier to recast. What must be done to remove this mysterious power? Feng asked, breathing a sigh of relief. If the system really tasked him with collecting the necessary materials, it would take him longer than 1 or 2 dedicated years to do so. After all, even a Grandmaster Forger would struggle to collect all of these materials. If you wish to remove this mysterious power, you just have to use a stronger power to do so. Unfortunately, I'm helpless against this mysterious power. It's likely that only the legendary god's power will do the trick, Celiora said after giving the matter some thought. When she mentioned God's power, her expression became one of longing. Only Tai's 6 gods could control God's power. Meanwhile, she was still far from becoming a Tier 6 god. In God's domain, countless emperors and peerless overlords had tried to reach that realm, including the disintegration armor's creator, the Orc Empire's founding emperor. God's power? Feng suddenly smiled. As long as I have God's power, I can remove this mysterious power. In the past, he had been ignorant about God's power now. However, not only did he know about it, but he also knew how to obtain it. Put it simply, the system wanted him to collect God crystals to cleanse the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. Normally, it was very difficult to obtain God crystals, but after making a trip to the moon god's abode, he had a source. If he wished to obtain a large number of god crystals, he simply needed to visit places where gods had once lived, although it was impossible to return to the moon god's abode in the Dark Canyon. He had a sealed tool, which could teleport him to a god's old residence. That item was Moloch's ring. Moloch's ring allowed him to open a gate of darkness that led to the Dark Den's central area, which happened to house the World Summit, a location the gods had created. Charlin had warned him not to use the Moloch's ring in fear of the power of darkness's taint. But after repairing the Bible of Darkness, he could reduce the power of darkness's erosion. If he only used Moloch's ring once, it should not cause too much of a problem. I never tried this method before, so I can't guarantee that it will work, but it should be possible. If not even God's power does the trick, I'm afraid that nothing can cleanse this mysterious power, Celiura warned, although Celiura was unsure. Feng could tell that he had a 90% chance of removing the mysterious power with the god's power inside god crystals. Otherwise, he'd have to collect the material Celiura had previously mentioned, and that was impossible for current players. It was a far more reasonable task if he only needed to collect god crystals, following which Feng stored the disintegration armor and bid farewell to Celiura. He then led Yulan and the others toward Zero Wing's residence to complete the registration procedures due to God's domain evolution. The process of joining a guild had become far more troublesome. This was especially true for guilds with guild residences. Players who wanted to join such guilds needed to register at the residence or the Adventurers Association. It was no longer possible to accept an invitation from a person in power as Feng made his way towards Zero Wing's residence. The sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. Zero Wing City's basic facilities have been constructed, and its name is spreading throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow NPCs to garrison in Zero Wing City? Chapter 1550, City Opens. Chapter 1550, City Opens. They're done already? Feng was a little surprised to hear the system notification normally. Even after a guild city's construction finished, it would take a considerable amount of time before the city could be open to NPCs. Only after NPCs could enter the city would it officially open to the public. NPCs were of utmost importance to a guild city's development. The sooner a guild could lure NPC residents, the sooner a city could unlock its various functions. He had expected to need a few more days before NPCs could conduct business in Zero Wing City immediately. Feng clicked agree, allowing the NPCs who had been attracted to Zero Wing City scenery to enter the city. Shortly after Feng had done so, he received a call from Aqua, Rose Guild leader. For some reason, NPCs have begun to serve into the city. Many NPC merchants have even visited the City Lord's mansion, requesting to purchase the city's shops. All of these requests have time limits. Should we approve of them all? Aqua Rose, who currently resided in the City Lord's mansion, asked anxiously. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. This had never occurred when she had managed Stone Forest Town, since all of the NPCs had long since secured their own shops. Her job had only been the player-owned shops management back at Stone Forest Town. Now that Zero Wing City was complete, every plot of land would become incredibly valuable. If they sold these lands to NPCs, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of them in the future. NPC merchants? Joyfully, Feng answered, of course. Sell them shops. The more the merrier. But before you do, inspect the NPC merchants' reliability ranks and products and compile a list for me. NPC merchants were essential to God's Domain's players. This was because NPC merchants sold many of players' daily necessities. Some even sold rare items that could not be found anywhere else. NPC merchants would also purchase miscellaneous items that players did not need. Once a guild city was complete, NPC merchants would come to the city to set up their own shops. However, the NPC merchants in guild cities weren't like those in NPC cities. Not only would they sell items similar to the latter, but they also offered certain special items. Unfortunately, there is a chance that these items would be counterfeits. Hence, when purchasing these special items, players had to rely on luck and foresight. The NPC merchants that worked with guild cities were also differentiated based on their star ranks. The higher a merchant star rank was, the faster their shops could be promoted. Meanwhile, the higher a shop's rank was, the shop would have a greater variety and quality of items to offer. As these NPC shops improved, they would help stir a city's development and attract even more players and NPCs to the city. Hence, the various large guilds in the past had tried all sorts of methods to lure NPCs to conduct business in their city. Feng had never thought that NPC merchants would seek cooperation the moment he allowed them to enter Zero Wing City. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. Even after Shadow had upgraded one of its advanced towns to a basic city, it had gone through a lot of effort to attract NPC merchants. Now, however, NPC merchants had already sought him out despite the lack of any promotional work. Is this a benefit given to the first guild city? Feng could not help but wonder. By the time Shadow had secured its first basic city in the past, many first-rate guilds had already secured intermediate cities. The super guilds had even been in the midst of upgrading their cities to advanced rank. Hence, Shadow City had had many powerful competitors. On the other hand, Zero Wing City was the first player-constructed city in Starmoon Kingdom. It had no competition to speak of yet. Without any better options, it was natural that NPC merchants had flocked to Zero Wing City. After speaking with Aqua, Feng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to Zero Wing's residence with Yolan's group. There are so many people. When they alighted from the carriage and saw the long line of players outside the residence's entrance, Yolan was surprised. Thousands of players had lined up outside of Zero Wing's residence, and most of their standards were quite high. On average, these players were above level 40. There were even quite a few players in level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment in the queue. However, these players paled in comparison to the 100 Zero Wing members standing guard by the residence's main entrance. Every player in the 100-man team was level 43 or above. The team leader was even level 46. The most inferior piece of equipment these players wore was level 40 secret silver rank. As for the leader of the team, he wore a level 45 fine gold set equipment and carried a level 45 dark gold longbow. Surprisingly, despite being so well equipped, these players only wore Zero Wing's silver guild emblem, which denoted that they were elite members. They didn't wear the purple guild emblem. For core members, these are merely Zero Wing's elite members. I couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance. Even he was jealous of the ranger's equipment. Wearing a full set of level 45 fine gold set equipment was no different than having a full set of level 45 dark gold equipment. I only had 4 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment on him, while the rest was level 40 dark gold equipment. Unfortunately, level 45 100-man team dungeons weren't easy to raid, and they dropped a limited amount of weapons and equipment. It had taken a lot of effort to collect the pieces he wore. The ranger had also reached level 46. In a first-rate guild, the ranger would definitely be an expert and given the position of a core member. Yet in Zero Wing, the ranger only qualified to become an elite member. Yolan couldn't help her rueful sigh when she saw the elite team guarding the entrance. Either Zero Wing was no longer the guild she had known in the past. With such foundations, it was no wonder why Feng dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation. Another group of people who are dumbfounded by Zero Wing's equipment have arrived. How many is that now? Why wouldn't they be shocked? We're talking about level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even experts would be lucky to obtain level 45 fine gold equipment, much less level 45 fine gold set equipment. Level 45 fine gold set equipment would definitely be top-notch in other guilds and adventurer teams, but it's nothing in Zero Wing. I've heard that Zero Wing's core members can even purchase Tier 1 set equipment. Do you even know what a Tier 1 set equipment is? It's even better than level 45 dark gold set equipment. The Tier 1 set equipment is old news already. Based on what I've heard from Zero Wing's internal members, the core members are even allowed to purchase epic items. Quite a few are already sitting in Zero Wing's warehouse waiting for players to trade in their GCPs. What? Zero Wing is even offering epic equipment. Don't guilds usually assign such items to specific players? When the players in line before the entrance saw Dark Eye and his companions, they launched into a discussion about Zero Wing. Moreover, As they spoke, they become more passionate. Their conversations even caused the players behind them and passers-by to drool Dark Eye's team, who overheard the conversations, were at a loss for words. They had assumed that they could easily become core members after joining the guild. After all, they had been considerably high-ranked experts in Underworld. But after seeing the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance, their confidence faded to nothing. Let's head inside, Feng said, paying no attention to the players' conversations outside. As he approached the entrance, he revealed the black guild emblem reserved for Zero Wing's upper echelons. After a few hushed words with the level 46 ranger, he led Dark Eye and the others into the residence. When the crowd saw the cloaked Feng reveal a black guild emblem, they went into an uproar. A black guild emblem. That is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. A guild emblem cannot be faked. That player is definitely a big shot in Zero Wing. I wonder who those people following him are. Could they be Zero Wing's core members? That's impossible. If they're core members, why don't they have guild emblems? They should be here to join Zero Wing. They seem pretty high-leveled and are fairly well-equipped. Those people sure are lucky. They actually know one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. They'll be able to join the guild without taking any tests. The waiting players couldn't help but envy Yulan and her companions. Shortly after Yulan and the others entered Zero Wing's residence, a stealth assassin at the street corner revealed himself. This was none other than Third Ghost. One of the 7 ghosts Feng had clashed with in the past. Zero Wing actually dares to shelter Yulan's group? They aren't taking Blackwater seriously. Third Ghost sneered as he watched Yulan's group enter Zero Wing's residence. It seems that it's time to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Inside Zero Wing's resplendent guild hall. As soon as Yulan and the others entered the building, they were captivated by the scene before them from the outside. Zero Wing's guild hall was no larger than the guild halls and superpowers headquarters. Upon entering the building, however, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely different world. No matter how they looked at it, Zero Wing's guild hall was bigger on the inside. The first-floor lobby was already the size of a football field. Quite a few guild members rested in the lobby and conversed, while several players queued up at the front desk to rent private rooms. A quest hall, which was even larger than the central room, was located beside the lobby. Many guild members occupied the quest hall as they searched for suitable quests to pick up. Specifications for high-rank individual quests and high-rank team quests were displayed in rotation on the large screens hanging from the ceiling. With a stupefying number of available quests, this is a 3-star guild residence. Yulan smiled bitterly when she saw the quest hall's large screens. Underworld had desperately tried to increase its guild popularity. Yet despite its effort, its best guild residence only provided 500 to 600 high-ranked individual quests and 100 or so high-ranked team quests per day. With such small numbers, not even Underworld's core members were guaranteed to receive a high-ranked quest every day. In contrast, Zero Wing was flooded with high-ranked quests. Currently, there were over 2,200 individual quests and 400 team quests available. With so many, even the guild's elite members had an opportunity to pick up a high-rank quest. Unlike ordinary guild quests, which usually awarded coins, EXP, and GCPs, players had a chance of obtaining rare items from high-ranking quests. Moreover, these quests offered a much higher monetary reward. Players could also help increase the guild's popularity. If Zero Wing had such a large supply of high-rank quests, it could develop more guild members. In the long run, the gap between Zero Wing's members and players in other guilds would grow. This is where you'll complete the registration procedures. You just need to register here, and you'll become Zero Wing members, Feng explained as he led Yulan's group to the guild's registration counter. As for your rank, you'll all start out as normal members. You will then have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs and pass the appropriate test to rise through the guild's ranks. However, since I invited you personally, we can forego the required number of GCPs. We'll determine your ranks based solely on your performances in the test. To become an elite member in Zero Wing, you'll have to reach the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. As for becoming a core member, you'll have to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Yulan and her companions gasped after listening to Feng's requirements to ordinary players. A player would be an expert if they could reach the trial tower's 4th floor. If a player could reach the 5th floor, they'd be publicly acknowledged as an expert. Yet Zero Wing required players to reach the 5th floor to become elite members. The requirement to become a core member was even more terrifying, actually requiring players to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Even first-rate guilds' main force members would barely qualify to become Zero Wing's core members. Guilds handpicked these experts from their core members, yet this was the minimum requirement to become a core member in Zero Wing. Yulan and the others felt beads of sweat slide down their skin from the embarrassment among the dozen or so experts in their group. Only Yulan and Dark met the requirements. The rest of their group was slightly weaker, with the best among them having only reached the 5th floor's late stage, guild leader Black Flame. What about lifestyle players? The dozen or so lifestyle player behind Yulan asked nervously. They were lifestyle players. Although some lifestyle players were acceptable fighters, these players weren't to relax. There's a separate test for lifestyle players that join the guild. But that test is conducted at the Candlelight trading firm, Feng explained. The dozen or so lifestyle players breathed a sigh of relief. They were advanced lifestyle players that Yulan had nurtured. While they weren't good in combat, they were top-notch when it came to subclass standards, however. They nearly choked when they heard Feng's next words for subclasses. Those who have reached the advanced rank will become Candlelight's official members. To become a core member, you have to achieve a practical success rate of 30% with advanced items. In God's domain, advanced subclasses only had around a 35% theoretical success rate with advanced items. The practical percentage, however, was much lower. The majority of Yulan's advanced lifestyle players only had a practical success rate of 25%. Raising their success rates by even 1% would require refining their technique standards quite a bit, much less a 5% increase. Even Yulan was surprised. She felt that this requirement was a little too excessive. She was no stranger to subclasses. After all, she had been supervising the underworld's trading firms for some time. She had a relatively clear understanding of the present state of God's domain subclasses. The dozen or so lifestyle players who had followed her could rank among the top lifestyle players in Underworld in terms of production standards. They were only slightly weaker than the organization's top-ranked lifestyle players. Yet in Zero Wing, they didn't even meet the requirement to become core members. Right? We just so happen to be running a performance assessment for alchemists today. If there are any alchemists among you that wish to participate, I'll take you there in a bit. If you rank among the top 10, you'll be promoted to a core member. If you rank high enough, you might even get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools for a certain period. The chief alchemist will also have the authority to use a basic meditation room long-term. These benefits will definitely help you reach master rank. You'll also be able to visit Titan's City. Feng said when the group's lifestyle players heard this, a fiery passion ignited in their eyes. Unfortunately, few of them were alchemists. Otherwise, they would definitely compete in this assessment. In response, a white-haired elder stepped away from the group. He smiled at Feng and said, "This is interesting. May this old man participate as well?" Master Aspiration is going to participate. Yulan gave the old man a confused look. Silent Aspiration was very famous in the virtual gaming world. While he had resided in Starmoon Kingdom, he had created the Fire Dragon Potion despite being an intermediate alchemist. The Fire Dragon Potion had allowed Overwhelming Smile to compete with the Candlelight trading firm. Silent Aspiration had long since become an advanced alchemist and was only a step away from master rank. Silent Aspiration wasn't normally interested in competing against others. Yet this old man had actually asked to participate in this competition. His initiative had truly surprised Yulan and Machem. Although Zero Wing has offered us shelter, we can't let them look down on us, Silent Aspiration whispered to Yulan as he nodded of course. Once we've completed the test here, we'll head over to the Candlelight trading firm, Feng said as he looked at Silent Aspiration. He knew a little about this man, but although the man hadn't been particularly famous during God's domain's early stages, practically everyone had known his name after 10 years. He had been a master alchemist and only a step away from becoming a grandmaster. More importantly, He had created the master rank potion that even grandmaster alchemists admired, God's Blood. God's Blood was why silent aspiration had become famous throughout God's domain. It had been an incredibly powerful master ranked berserk potion. In addition, God's Blood could stack with a berserk skill without side effects. Even super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase the God's Blood recipe. Unfortunately, due to silent aspiration's strange nature, he had only sold one recipe in the past. Moreover, he only accepted alchemy tools and materials as payment. The various super guilds had competed over the recipe, like madmen after Yulan, and the others revealed their system results for the trial tower. Feng led Yulan, Silent Aspiration, and the other lifestyle players to the Candlelight trading firm. As for Dark Eye and the other experts, Feng sent them to join the 100-man expert team under Shadow Sword and Turtledove's leadership to grind for equipment in level 45. 100-man Hell Mode team, dungeons 10 minutes later, Feng's group arrived before the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm was housed in a much taller building than Zero Wings Guild Hall. One could say that it was the tallest player-owned shop in White River City. Since the teleportation fees between countries had fallen, an unprecedented number of lifestyle players visited the Candlelight trading firm. The establishment's prosperity could now rival Star Moon City's auction house after reaching the trading firm. Yulan and her companions discovered a large number of lifestyle players seeking to join Candlelight. Dozens of advanced lifestyle players had lined up to register for the trading firm's test. This had never happened in Underworld's trading firms. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. After arriving at the Candlelight trading firm, Feng led Yulan and the others into the building. Entering the trading firm's first-floor hall was like entering a supermarket. All kinds of products had been set up for sale in the hall. When players from other cities and kingdoms saw the trading firm's interior, they felt as if they had just set foot in another world unlike the other guilds. Feng had placed heavy importance on lifestyle classes since the beginning of the game. As a result, the Candlelight trading firm had plenty of lifestyle players. This, in turn, allowed the Candlelight trading firm to produce a variety of items in large quantities. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm sold over 100 different kinds of crafted items. Although most of these items weren't particularly high quality and they didn't have much practical use, they still attracted customers to visit the firm. Unlike other trading firms, Candlelight also sold high-ranked weapons and equipment. Aside from the level 45 dark gold equipment, which was clearly a display and had astronomical price tags, there was plenty of pieces of level 5 to 40 crafted equipment up for sale. The quality of these pieces ranged from bronze to fine gold rank. This even allowed the trading firm to satisfy players that had only joined God's domain recently. Meanwhile, players constantly crowded the counter selling crafted level 40 weapons and equipment. Although there was quite a bit of level 40 weapons and equipment on the market, items of secret silver and fine gold rank were still fairly rare. Guilds and teams usually kept these items for their own use. Even when they chose to sell these items, they usually set the price far above market value. However, the Candlelight trading firm was different. It consistently produced level 40 equipment ranging from bronze to fine gold rank, most of which was secret silver and fine gold rank. Moreover, the trading firm sold the equipment it produced at fair prices. Although the prices were slightly higher than market value, they weren't ridiculous. As a result, players usually bought out any level 40 secret silver and fine gold equipment very quickly. As expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom, its foundations are really something. Silent Aspiration nodded in satisfaction as he looked through the various products on display. Olan's other lifestyle players were shocked. Feng's group quickly reached one of the special alchemy rooms on the Candlelight trading firm's top floor. A large crowd had already gathered in the room, and when Feng's group entered, everyone turned towards them. The guild leader is here to watch the ranking competition? The guild leader is visiting us personally? Could he have some good news? There should be. Didn't you hear that Zero Wing City's construction has completed? He might be looking for people to manage the Candlelight trading firm there. After all, Manager Melancholic can't handle so many locations by herself. Upon seeing Feng enter the room, the crowd launched into a quiet discussion about his visit. Their excitement about the competition also grew. Guild leader, you're here. I've arranged everything to your specifications. There are a total of 323 alchemists participating in the test this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists and 79 are advanced alchemists. We can start the competition once you're ready. Melancholic smile reported after approaching Feng Yolan and her companions, who stood behind Feng. Gasped, the Candlelight trading firm has so many advanced alchemists? Yulan was astonished as she surveyed the crowd before her. When she had first entered the room and saw this crowd, she had assumed that every one of Candlelight's alchemists was present. The firm housing roughly the same number of alchemists as Underworld, however. The difference was far larger than she had thought. This firm already had over 300 intermediate alchemists. If they included basic alchemists and apprentice alchemists, shouldn't Candlelight have nearly 1,000 alchemists under its command? The number of advanced alchemists Candlelight possessed was simply horrifying. Underworld currently had nearly 20 advanced alchemists, yet the Candlelight trading firm had over 4 times that. Hearing this, Silent Aspiration's fighting spirit welled within him. All right. I have another alchemist here who wishes to participate in the ranking competition. With this, we'll have 80 advanced alchemists form a group, while the intermediate alchemists will form their own. Feng nodded. He wasn't surprised in the least by the number of advanced alchemists current in the Candlelight trading firm. With Zero Wings, current popularity, and the benefits Candlelight offered, it was natural that the trading firm attracted so many advanced alchemists. In reality, the trading firm could have had even more advanced alchemists, but due to God's domain's evolution changing the subclasses, it had become significantly harder for players to upgrade their subclasses. In the past, lifestyle players had simply needed to fulfill the proficiency requirement to be promoted. Now, however, not only did lifestyle players had to have enough proficiency, but they also had to pass a test at their respective lifestyle associations. Once they could create a specified item with a certain success rate, would their rank rise otherwise? With how many alchemists the Candlelight trading firm nurtured, they would have had far more advanced alchemists following, which Silent Aspiration joined the competition group for advanced alchemists. Right. For this ranking competition, aside from the aforementioned benefits, the top 3 players will have the opportunity to learn this mana-enhancing potion recipe. Feng said as he took a large booklet from his bag and placed it on the stone table before him. He then shared the details of the mana-enhancing potion to everyone in the room. When the crowd finished reading the potion's effects, they went into an uproar. What? This is a berserk potion? An advanced berserk potion? And there's a special alchemy technique included with the recipe. If I could learn that technique, I might have an easier time try for master rank. I have to fight for one of the top 3 positions this time, no matter what. Every alchemist's eyes shone with excitement. Even Silent Aspiration, who didn't seem overly excited about the competition, showed great interest after seeing the mana-enhancing potion. Advanced alchemy recipes weren't like ordinary alchemy recipes. Advanced alchemy recipes require the application of unique alchemy techniques. If one could learn these techniques, they'd have better luck when creating their own unique potions in the future. For alchemists who dedicated themselves to researching berserk potions, learning the alchemy technique for the mana-enhancing potion was necessary. Wonder. This is your chance. Haven't you been trying to create an advanced berserk potion for your master rank promotion for a while? If you can get your hands on this recipe, you'll definitely get promoted. A female alchemist besides Silent Wonder said to HM. This recipe will be of great help. If I secure first place and get the green jade set as well, I'm confident that it won't be long before I become a master alchemist. Silent Wonder nodded. When she looked at the mana-enhancing potion recipe on the table, she knew that she had to obtain it. Moreover, she had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, she had constantly improved her techniques for a while. Now seeing fighting spirit fill both Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, Feng chuckled. Now that I've said everything that needs to be said, you may head to your designated alchemy rooms. The results will be determined based on overall success rate and production speed, Feng said. No outside items may be used during this competition. You may only use the materials and tools provided by the guild. None of the alchemists were surprised by Feng's requirements. Few of the intermediate alchemists might have better technical skills than the advanced alchemists, but due to their late start in the game, they might not have reached the necessary proficiency to become advanced alchemists yet. Hence, by having intermediate alchemists produce intermediate items and advanced alchemists produce advanced items, calculating the results based on overall success rate and production speed, the firm could assess the player's technical skills, creating a fair competition between the two ranks. Following which, Melancholic directed everyone to their designated Alchemy Runes Guild leader. "Is this really all right?" Melancholic Smile worriedly asked after watching the alchemists enter their assigned rooms to attract alchemists to join the Candlelight trading firm. They had advertised that even the firm's official members would have the right to compete for the dark gold alchemy tools. Although their advertisement had succeeded, letting these non-internal members use such valuable tools was a huge waste. If they only gave internal members access to these tools, they might nurture master alchemists far more quickly. Instead of answering Melancholic Smile's question, Feng asked, "How are the internal members doing? What's their progress on learning the basic secret alchemy technique?" 1/3 of them have learned the designated basic alchemy technique. According to the rules you've set, each technique they learn will grant them one chance to read the Moon God's secret record. So far, the best alchemist has read the Moon God's secret record 4 times, while everyone else has read it twice on average. Melancholic Smile answered, unsure as to why Feng had asked such a question. Although the basic alchemy techniques were beneficial, they were only basic techniques at the end of the day. Meanwhile, there was no lack of experts among the alchemists participating in this competition. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. Had the woman chosen to become one of Candlelight's internal members, she might have become a master alchemist by now. That's enough. Then, Feng chuckled without explaining further. Now, all we need to do is examine their performance. The benefits he had offered were astounding, but that didn't mean that outsiders could easily gain access to them. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Despite the confident look Feng gave her, Melancholic Smile couldn't help her concern. However, since Feng had decided, she could only watch this competition play out and hope that the non-internal members wouldn't occupy too many of the top 10 positions, letting internal members learn basic alchemy techniques. When Yulan overheard the conversation between Feng and Melancholic Smile, she could not help her smile. She had worried for Silent Aspiration since he'd be competing against so many advanced alchemists now. However, she breathed a sigh of relief. If it were only a matter of basic alchemy techniques, Silent Aspiration had already learned a few. Although basic alchemy techniques were indeed precious, with her position in Underworld and the resources she had collected, she had managed to help Silent Aspiration learn 3 such techniques. Moreover, basic alchemy techniques could only help alchemists solidify their foundation. It wouldn't help them much when improving their actual technique standards past a certain point. When comparing technical standards, there is little difference between an alchemist who had learned 3 basic alchemy techniques and one that had learned 4. The difference would only show itself when players attempted to create their own unique potions with the basic alchemy techniques Silent Aspiration had learned and the wealth of experience he had gained while dabbling in the alchemical arts. He should have a high chance of securing first place in this competition. With this, she could, more or less, prove to Zero Wing that her group could be useful. Otherwise, in the event that the Blackwater Corporation targeted Zero Wing because of her people, Zero Wing's members would look down on her group. Meanwhile, in the alchemy rooms on the top floor, both the advanced alchemists and the intermediate alchemists had begun to refine the materials on their respective workstations for the competition. Every alchemist had been given 100 sets of materials. Moreover, rather than some extremely valuable potion, they only had to create commonly used potions. The intermediate alchemists had been asked to create fire potions. As for advanced alchemists, they had to create frozen soul potions. Although the fire potion and the frozen soul potion were common items, their production was more difficult than other portions of the same rank. They were quite suited for testing alchemist production techniques. Feng had also chosen these 2 potions for the assessment due to the Eclipse Gate. Any player that visited the Eclipse Gate would need them. The frozen soul potion, in particular, could grant a small amount of ice resistance and weaken freezing. These effects were particularly useful when fighting the Eclipse Gate's ice-type monsters. It seems there is some level of difficulty to this assessment. Taking a look at the materials before him, Silent Aspiration realized that he had to craft an advanced potion. Once the alchemists were in position, Melancholic Smile announced the competition's start through the team chat. The alchemists took action immediately. They are all quite skillful. Feng nodded in satisfaction while he watched the display showing the Advanced Alchemist competition venue. Every Advanced Alchemist had clearly come prepared. As soon as the competition had begun, they had entered a state of total concentration, ignoring everything around them as they focused on concocting their potions. Their actions were fast and precise, without any excess movement to waste their time. Not only were these alchemists required to maintain a high success rate in this competition, but they also had to maintain a high production speed. With only 1 hour, it was impossible for the alchemists to go through all 100 sets of prepared materials. The main goal was to see how many potions the alchemists could produce within a fixed time and at what success rate. This way, the outcome would be obvious for all to see when the competition ended. Master Aspiration is really impressive. He refined the materials so quickly. An advanced alchemist behind Yulan exclaimed as he watched Silent Aspiration's performance. Although he, too, was an advanced alchemist, his rank had been average among Underworld's advanced alchemists. In a competition between 80 advanced alchemists, he had little confidence of ranking among the top 10. However, Silent Aspiration was different. Even in Underworld, only one other advanced alchemist had been capable of competing against Silent Aspiration. That alchemist had also been an elder with decades of alchemical experience. Meanwhile, Silent Aspiration's refining process was meticulous and natural. The frozen soul potions production had very high requirements. If the refined materials weren't sufficiently pure, the system would determine the potion's failure. Yet Silent Aspiration refined the materials nearly twice as fast as the other advanced alchemists in the competition and still fulfilled the system's requirements. Just where did the guild leader find this alchemy expert? His production speed is actually on par with Silent Wonder's. Silent Aspiration's performance even surprised Melancholic Smile. Silent Wonder was one of the Candlelight trading firm's top advanced alchemists. She'd even rank near the very top of all of God's Domain's alchemists. Melancholic Smile envied the woman's talent. Fortunately, she was a forger, but an alchemist yet. Feng had actually found another advanced alchemist that could rival Silent Wonder. When Melancholic Smile thought about how the Candlelight trading firm had two such impressive individuals, she became even more confident of competing in the Apocalypse Empire and the Black Dragon Empire. Even the Candlelight trading firm's alchemy is so strong. Meanwhile, Yulan couldn't help but be astonished by Silent Wonder's performance. The Candlelight trading firm had risen to fame due to its forging standards. It was likely that no power in Starmoon Kingdom could surpass Candlelight in forging. Even throughout God's Domain, Candlelight's forging standards would rank at the very top. After all, based on the information she had collected in Underworld, she knew that the firm had at least one master forger. Black Flamemaster lifestyle players stood at the apex of God's Domain's current subclasses. Based on the reports she had received, there were only 3 players that had been confirmed as master forgers in God's Domain, including Black Flame. Moreover, among these 3 people, one had only been promoted recently. She had never expected the Candlelight trading firm to be so impressive in alchemy as well. Furthermore, Silent Wonder was still so young. Although Yulan herself was not an alchemist, she could still tell that, aside from Silent Wonder, the other advanced alchemist standards were very high. If the Candlelight trading firm continued to grow at this pace, it would definitely become a powerful force not to be reckoned with in the future. Time passed quickly. The intermediate and advanced alchemists in the alchemy rooms entered their own worlds as they focused on creating their respective potions. Before they knew it, the 1-hour time limit ended as an ear-piercing alarm rang in the alchemy rooms. Every alchemist stopped what they were doing. Time's up. Please let me get into the top 10 this time. Some alchemists in the competition venues worried as they reluctantly parted with the partially concocted potions in their hands. Some players confidently set their tools down and waited for the supervisors to tally their scores, right? Everyone enter the venues and tally up the crafted potions and use materials. Once you're done, send the results to me directly. Melancholic Smile instructed the NPCs outside the alchemy room's entrances in God's domain. As a shop's star rank rose, the intellect of the shop's NPCs would increase as well. These NPCs could then help players with a larger variety of tasks. However, this improvement came with a price, as the shop would have to pay higher salaries. Fortunately, the increased expenditure was no problem for the Candlelight trading firm, following which the NPCs entered their assigned alchemy rooms and collected every alchemist's results. They then transmitted the information to Melancholic Smile. A short moment later, Melancholic Smile had the results for the 244 intermediate alchemists and 80 advanced alchemists. Immediately, Melancholic Smile had the system filter the information, and she quickly obtained the competition's final ranks. At the same time, the various alchemists left their respective alchemy rooms and regrouped in the special alchemy room Feng occupied. After entering the room, they watched Feng and Melancholic Smile with hopeful expressions. I wonder who will rank among the top 10 this time. I'll definitely be one of them. My performance was exceptional this time. I wonder who will get number 1. It should be Silent Wonder. She's been improving like there's no tomorrow. I've heard that she has already invented a new advanced berserk potion. Only, she hasn't successfully crafted the potion thus far. Everyone was curious and confident about the competition this time, and they couldn't help but chat quietly as they waited. All right, quiet down. I'll announce the results now, Melancholic Smile declared. Chapter 1554, Hierarchical Gap. Chapter 1554, Hierarchical Gap. In the crowded special alchemy room, every player turned towards Melancholic Smile. As soon as she spoke, eager to learn the competition's results, any alchemist would even envy the benefits for the 10th place, let alone the benefits the top 3 would enjoy with the help of the awarded alchemy tools. These alchemists would have a smoother path to becoming master alchemists. Once they became master alchemists, they'd reach the apex of the alchemy industry, becoming a target for superpowers recruitment. A total of 324 people have participated in the competition this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists, and 80 are advanced alchemists. Overall, I would say that everyone has scored fairly well. However, the final results are clear, Melancholic Smile said, smiling as she glanced at the alchemists present. I'll now announce the top 10 rankings. 10th place. Floating Cloud, Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 59 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32%. 9th place, Smiling Heaven, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 49 sets. Produced 16 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 32%. 65%. 8th place, Tainted Maple, Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 58 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32%. 75%. As Melancholic Smile reported the results, the crowd gasped in shock. What? Even intermediate alchemists have ranked among the top 10? Crap, what kind of speed and success rate is that? I went all out for the whole hour, yet I only used 52 sets of materials and made 16 fire potions. Are they even human? All of these alchemists were very familiar with the fire potion and frozen soul potions production specifications. If an alchemist of the same rank tried to craft them without the aid of any external items, the system would set their base success rate at 35%. However, it was extremely difficult for an alchemist's practical success rate to reach this theoretical success rate. If an alchemist only crafted a small number of potions, they might be lucky enough to achieve a practical success rate that was higher than the theoretical success rate, but that was nearly impossible when mass-producing potions. Moreover, the likelihood of such a situation would only decrease as players crafted more potions. Hence, when competing in a competition that required 50 to 100 sets of materials, one had to rely on their actual capabilities. Luck had very little impact in such competitions. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to maintain a high production speed if one wanted to maintain a high success rate. After all, the hastier one was, the more likely they were to make mistakes. This, in turn, resulted in a lower success rate in this competition. Players were first judged based on the number of potions they crafted. Their success rate was secondary. If two players produced the same number of potions, their ranks would then be determined by their success rate. This made it impossible for players to gain an advantage with trickery. Of course, this judging method was only effective among alchemists of the same rank at the end of the day. The fire potion was much easier to produce compared to the frozen soul potion. It didn't require as much time to craft, either. As a result, it was natural that the players crafting fire potions would produce more than those crafting frozen soul potions. Hence, when comparing alchemists of different ranks, for fairness' sake, advanced alchemists would have a modifier of +3 potions added to their tallies. Just who are these people? Yulan was astounded as she watched the alchemist walk up to the stage, melancholic smile, occupied when Feng had stated that the practical success rate of Candlelight's core members was around 30%. She had assumed the man had exaggerated. Looking at it now, however, it would seem that Feng had told her the truth. In fact, he had understated the firm's alchemists. There were likely only 2 alchemists in Underworld who could achieve such a high production speed and success rate. Ordinary advanced alchemists would be fortunate to achieve 2/3 of the production speed of Zero Wings advanced alchemists. They'd thank the heavens if they could reach even 20% of these alchemists' practical success rate. As Melancholic Smile continued to announce the top 10 ranks, Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, who stood below the stage, were flabbergasted. They had never thought that the other alchemists in the trading firm would achieve such excellent results. Only slightly inferior to their Zero, Wing sure had a lot of alchemy experts. But this old man will still take first place. Silent Aspiration hadn't lost any of his confidence. He had nearly achieved perfection with his performance, while he was surprised that so many of Candlelight's advanced alchemists had produced 16 frozen soul potions in 1 hour. They still couldn't compare to him. After all, he had crafted a total of 18 frozen soul potions. Though part of the reason for his result had been his luck with his final attempt, luck was also a component of an alchemist's strength. Alright, next up is 5th place, Silent Aspiration Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 53 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 33. 96%. Everyone gasped when they heard Silent Aspiration's results. The advanced alchemist that scored 6th place had only produced 16 frozen soul potions, yet his score had increased by 2. The result was frightening. 5th. How is this possible? Silent Aspiration turned to look at Melancholic Smile. Suspicious. Even Yulan, who stood beside Feng, could not believe this Silent Aspiration had successfully crafted 18 frozen soul potions in 1 hour. Yet he only ranked 5th. However, before Silent Aspiration and Yulan could question the results, Melancholic Smile announced the 4th place winner. 4th place, Silent Wonder, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 52 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 34. 61%. Hearing this result, Silent Aspiration, who had intended to question the results, was at a loss for words. Someone was actually capable of producing 18 frozen soul potions with a near-perfect success rate. Next, in 3rd place, Rainwalker, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 59 sets. Produced 20 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 33. 89%. 2nd place, Gentle Stab, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 61 sets. Produced 21 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 34. 42%. 1st place, Dormant Twilight, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 62 sets. Produced 22 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 35. 48%. When Melancholic Smile finished announcing the competition's results, silence descended on the venue. Everyone turned towards the top 3 alchemists on the stage. Skepticism filling their eyes. Were the results manipulated? Silent Wonder was confused as she read the results. Her production speed in this competition had been the best she had ever achieved. completing 52 attempts in 1 hour. That was basically one attempt every minute or so. Her success rate was even close to perfection yet. Of the 3 alchemists who ranked above her, 2 had spent less than a minute on each attempt. 1 had even achieved a success rate that exceeded the system's theoretical success rate. She found it hard to imagine how these people could have possibly achieved such results. The only possibility she could think of was that they had cheated and used alchemy tools that increased their production speed and success rate. Silent Wonder wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Silent Aspiration and Yulon had reached the same conclusion. The report had even surprised Melancholic Smile. Know that some of you will refuse to believe these results and suspect that the top 3 alchemists have cheated in some way. However, I guarantee you that is not the case. This is our own strength. Do not think that the top 3 positions of the Candlelight trading firm are so easy to obtain. If you do not work hard, the gap between you will only grow, Feng stated as he glanced at everyone present. To maintain fairness, I'll show you these top 3 alchemists' refining process. After Feng said so, Melancholic Smile displayed the recording of the top 3 alchemists' refining process on the magic water ball in the center of the room. This was a competition. Everyone's work had been recorded to avoid any cheating. Others would also be able to use the recordings of the high achievers as reference. As the videos played, the crowd noticed that the top 3 alchemists' production speeds weren't particularly fast. In fact, they were slower than most of the participating advanced alchemists. However, while these 3 were refining their potions, they'd occasionally give up halfway through and concoct a new potion as if they knew that their attempt wouldn't succeed. By giving up halfway, these 3 alchemists saved a lot of time. As a result, they went through far more materials during the limited amount of time when the videos ended. Every alchemist in the room turned as one towards the top 3 alchemists, realizing where the difference lay. How is that possible? Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration were dumbfounded. It was impossible to know how a potion would turn out before it was refined. They couldn't fathom why these 3 had decided to give up on certain attempts midway, yet it was precisely the reason they had achieved far better results. Could this be some kind of alchemy technique? Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration considered the thought at practically the same time. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. She was no stranger to the top 3 alchemists, but when it came to alchemy standards, she had no doubt that she was superior. The only way the trio could surpass her was with alchemy techniques. The trio must have learned a technique that she didn't know, which was why there was such a massive difference between them. Based on the fact that all 3 alchemists had learned the same technique at the same time, she guessed that it must have something to do with the Candlelight's internal member training program. Right. Now that you've seen their refining processes, I'm sure you've realized where the difference lies. The promised benefits for the top 10 winners will be delivered to your respective alchemy rooms. I want you 3 to stay behind. Everyone else, you may leave if you have nothing else to say, Feng announced, chuckling as he noticed Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration, who appear to be deep in thought. Chapter 1555, Internal Benefits. Chapter 1555, Internal Benefits. After Feng gave the command, everyone began orderly shuffling out of the special alchemy room. Even now, though, everyone still felt a little shocked by the outcome of this competition. Originally, they all thought that Silent Wonder would be the champion this time. They had never imagined that she would actually end up failing to get within even the top 3. Moreover, there was a huge difference between her results and the results of the 3rd-place winner. This was simply incredible. However, just like Feng had said, they had indeed underestimated the Candlelight trading firm's foundations. The difference between the support received by internal members and official members was much greater than they had expected. Only now did everyone understand why Feng had declared that even official members could take part in this competition. Most likely, from the very beginning, Feng had never once thought that the official members of Candlelight had the capabilities to compete for the top few positions. Hence, he had boldly allowed official members to take part in the competition without any restrictions. Although the benefits for the top 10 positions were quite good, there was a qualitative difference between them and what the top 3 winners received in God's domain. Secret silver alchemy tools were indeed very rare, but the various large guilds generally had a few pieces. However, in the case of the Fine Gold Ranked Oceans Glow set and the Dark Gold Ranked Green Jade set, they were not things that just any guild would have. Even super guilds would not necessarily be able to obtain these precious treasures with the aid of these top-tier alchemy tools. One would definitely have a much higher chance of creating a new potion meanwhile. As everyone was leaving, Silent Wonder suddenly walked up to Feng. What's going on? Could Silent Wonder be trying to complain about the competition results? That shouldn't be the case. She must have seen the videos as well. There are indeed no problems with the results. Dormant Twilight and the others did indeed win the competition fair and square. Moreover, the results will most likely remain the same for the next few competitions. It really makes you wonder how they managed to improve so quickly. I recall that Dormant Twilight and the other two were quite inferior to Silent Wonder some time ago. How should I know? However, it should have something to do with the trading firm's internal member training program. It's a pity that I lack the strength to join it. Everyone could not help but start a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Silent Wonder Guild leader. May I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked as she looked at Feng. Seriously, a question? Upon seeing the serious expression on Silent Wonder's face, Feng chuckled and replied, "Sure, ask away." After taking in a deep breath, Silent Wonder said, "I wish to ask about the alchemy technique Dormant and the others have learned. Can the technique be learned by becoming an internal member of the guild?" To some extent, yes, Feng replied after giving the matter some thought truthfully. Feng was rather surprised himself by the trio's performance. He had never thought that they would gain such a significant harvest from reading the Moon God's secret journal. The Moon God's secret journal was indeed an alchemy treasure. However, it was a set of 3 volumes, and he had obtained only the first volume of the set, which contained only information on the various materials available in God's domain. It was just like an encyclopedia for materials. There were no alchemy techniques recorded inside the volume meanwhile. Among the basic alchemy techniques he obtained from the Moon God's secret room, none of them contained the technique Dormant Twilight, and the others had used Feng's answer rendered everyone speechless. What did he mean by to a certain extent? Could they, or could they not learn the alchemy technique? Then, as long as I become an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to learn the techniques Dormant and the others are learning as well? Silent Wonder simply could not wrap her mind around the technique Dormant Twilight and the others had displayed during the competition. Their every action during the competition had been very normal, so much so that they did not even apply any basic alchemy techniques and had just concocted the potions normally. In the end, however, the results they achieved were still leaps and bounds ahead of hers at this moment. It was as if she had seen a new world in Dormant Twilight, and the others to an alchemy fanatic like herself. It would be akin to torture for her not to study such a mysterious and amazing technique guild leader Black Flame. If this old man also becomes an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to study such alchemy techniques too? Silent Aspiration, who had kept his own counsel all this time, suddenly stepped forward and asked Feng, Master Aspiration. Yulan could not help being stunned by this scene. Even back when Silent Aspiration was in Underworld, he had not yielded even once to its temptations. Nothing that Underworld tried succeeded in binding Silent Aspiration to the organization, as the old man despised being bound by restrictions. Yet now, Silent Aspiration was actually thinking of accepting such restrictive conditions just for some alchemy techniques. Yulan truly could not help but wonder just what kind of alchemy techniques could actually inspire an obsession in a master like Silent Aspiration. I cannot guarantee that you all will learn the alchemy technique you speak of. I can only say that how much you learn after becoming Candlelight's internal members will depend on yourselves. Feng could see the yearning these two people had for alchemy techniques. However, he truly could not guarantee that they would learn the technique they mentioned. It depended entirely on how much they could learn from a Moon God's secret journal, and how well they would be able to put that knowledge to use. Upon hearing Feng's reply, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration could not help but hesitate. Since that is the case, I'll join. After giving the matter some more thought, Silent Wonder still chose to become an internal member of Candlelight in the end, although she did not know what kind of treatment internal members received when she saw how much Dormant Twilight and the others had improved, she could not help growing anxious. After all, despite so little time having passed since the trio had become internal members, their alchemy standards had already gone from being inferior to hers to surpassing hers by a large margin. She also had to admit that the Candlelight trading firm was truly powerful. It possessed advantages that even super guilds did not. Although she was confident in herself, she was not blind. If things continued at this rate, the gap between herself and Dormant Twilight and the others would most likely continue to widen. This was not an outcome she wished to see. Moreover, she was also very curious to find out just what kind of item could help the internal members improve by so much in so little time. Interesting. This old man will join as well. Silent Aspiration chuckled as he sent glance at Silent Wonder and Dormant Twilight's group. Although being able to conduct experiments without restrictions was good, the competition with a bunch of alchemy experts had rekindled his long-lost fighting spirit and edge now. His goal had already changed. Instead of aiming to become the #1 alchemist in God's domain, he decided he would first secure the position of chief alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm. Only afterwards would he contend for the title of #1 alchemist in God's domain as expected of the guild leader. With this, we won't have to worry about lacking potions to sell in Candlelight. Melancholic Smile could not help but inwardly worship Feng's capabilities. After all, he had actually managed to lure alchemy experts like Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration into becoming internal members of Candlelight while barely doing anything with the standards of these two alchemy experts. The Candlelight trading firm would have no trouble producing extremely complex potions. Meanwhile, Yulan was dumbfounded by this scene. Despite all the methods Underworld had tried, it had failed to rope Silent Aspiration into the organization. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had merely allowed Silent Aspiration to take part in a competition, and already the Master was taking the initiative to join the guild if Underworld's upper echelon were to find out about this matter. Just what kind of reactions would this elicit? After Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration declared their intention to become internal members, the other advanced alchemists that were still on the fence about binding themselves further to Candlelight decide to join as well. The Candlelight trading firm's capabilities in the alchemy industry soared once again, following which Feng had Melancholic Smile redo the contracts of Silent Wonder and the others, as well as give them a rundown on the benefits internal members enjoyed compared to official members. Internal members not only enjoyed better benefits, but also received more GCPs for the same amount of work. At the same time, they also got to learn rare alchemy recipes. Meanwhile, what surprised Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration was that internal members could learn not only basic secret alchemy techniques, but also advanced secret alchemy techniques. However, both types required one to spend a certain amount of GCPs to learn. They were not things that could be learned freely. Aside from these basic benefits, there is still this item serving as the main benefit for internal members. Melancholic Smile said as she took out a thick book from her bag and placed it on the stone table before her. As long as you all manage to grasp a basic secret alchemy technique, you'll gain one opportunity to read this book. If you learn an advanced secret alchemy technique, you'll gain 5 chances to read it. The new internal members present stirred slightly when they saw the thick book on the stone table. However, Melancholic Smile's words shocked them. Basic secret alchemy techniques were not easy to learn, yet fully grasping one such technique granted them only one opportunity to read the thick book. This requirement was absurdly high. However, the alchemists that had already become internal members gave longing looks at the thick book, wishing they could read it for the rest of their lives. Wait. This book is the Moon God's secret journal. At this moment, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration both gaped in shock involuntarily when they read the words written on the cover of the thick book, their breathing becoming much heavier. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. The Moon God's Secret Journal. Everyone present was stunned momentarily when they heard Silent Wonder's words, their eyes staring dazedly at the thick book on the stone table. As long as one was an alchemist in God's domain, They would generally have visited a library and read up on matters regarding the alchemy world. Most of the many introductory books on alchemy would mention the alchemy treasure, known as the Moon God's secret journal, among the numerous epic wars that the continent of God's domain experienced before. Quite a few of them were over the Moon God's secret journal. Meanwhile, such a precious alchemy treasure was actually being offered as a benefit for the internal members of the Candlelight trading firm. No wonder the three of them could improve so quickly. Realization dawned upon Silent Wonder as she turned to look at Dormant Twilight and the others at the same time. The benefits offered to Candlelight's internal members also rendered her utterly speechless. Feng's confidence in allowing even official members to compete for the top 10 positions was understandable. Meanwhile, Silent Aspiration's eyes were practically glowing as he looked at the Moon God's secret journal. He wished he could take a read through the book right this instant. I am sure you all know how valuable this Moon God's secret journal is. If you wish to read it, you'll have to rely on your own abilities to do so. Any internal member can look for Melancholic Smile to learn basic secret alchemy techniques. Also, only after learning one technique completely will you be allowed to learn another. Each time you finish learning a technique, you'll be given one opportunity to read through the Moon God's secret journal. How many times you'll be able to read through the journal will depend on yourselves. Feng could not help but chuckle when he saw the longing in everyone's eyes. He then left the remaining matters for Melancholic Smile to deal with. Upon hearing Feng's words, the advanced alchemists that had become internal members just now immediately ran up to Melancholic Smile, fighting over the chance to start learning a basic secret alchemy technique as soon as possible. Had Feng taken out the Moon God's secret journal and shown it to them before the competition, they would have treated the journal as merely an alchemy treasure. They would not have had a clear understanding of its value. However, after watching Dormant Twilight and the others' performance, they came to fully appreciate the power of the Moon God's secret journal. Now, they hoped to grasp the knowledge stored inside the journal as soon as possible, just as Feng was letting Dormant Twilight and the other two top 3 winners learn the mana-enhancing potion recipe. Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I just received a report stating that Heaven's Burial has begun raiding the Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Moreover, they've mobilized a considerable force. At this point in time, we estimate that Heaven's Burial has mobilized over 100,000 elite members and 5,000 NPCs. By the looks of it, they are almost certain to capture ancient rock city. Aqua Rose reported they dare raid an orc city with just 100,000 elite players and 5,000 mercenaries. Hearing Aqua Rose's words, Feng could not help but fall into deep thought. Could Heaven's Burial have some other insurance? He might not have a clear idea of how powerful the cities in the Orc Empire were, but one thing he did know was that the cities located in neutral maps were not that easy to raid. For example, even though the secret pavilion had obtained 15,000 NPC mercenaries from him, its chances of securing an orc city were minimal. After all, a city possessed a defensive magic array. Meanwhile, attacks at Tier 3 and below would do very little to deplete the energy of a city's defensive magic array. In addition, the orcs defending the city would definitely outnumber players by a lot. There were also mythic monsters garrisoning the city. Unlike the mythic monsters found in dungeons and out in the fields, a mythic monster defending a city would receive a significant buff from the city's defensive magic array. An army of 100,000 elite players was no different from a bunch of ants in the face of such a mythic monster. The latter could annihilate the former with little to no effort. In fact, even if the mythic monsters defending the city did not make a move, the orc army stationed inside the city would most likely be able to annihilate Heaven's Burial's army of 100,000 elite players easily. Hence, by attempting to capture ancient rock city, either Heaven's Burial's upper echelon consisted of utter fools or the guild had some other power they were relying on. Guild leader, I heard that many first-rate guilds are sending their own forces to take advantage of the situation. Should we poke our hands into the matter as well? Aqua Rose did not have any positive feelings about Heaven's Burial. In other words, their two guilds were basically enemies. Now that Heaven's Burial was trying to capture ancient rock city, Zero Wing naturally could not just sit out and do nothing. Forget it. Since Heaven's Burial dares to take such an action, I'm sure they've considered this problem as well. For all we know, we might end up stepping into a trap they set up. Let the other guilds have their fun. However, make sure to keep an eye on the situation there as well, Feng said, shaking his head. Right. Are you done sorting through the information on the NPC merchants yet? Beast Emperor's shadow loomed behind Heaven's Burial. In a field battle without the aid of defensive structures like the Magic Tower, dealing with a swarm of evil beasts and evil demons would be very difficult. At the very least, Zero Wing currently still lacked the means to contend against an army of monsters in a frontal confrontation. In fact, Heaven's Burial's goal in attacking Ancient Rock City might not be the conquest of the city at all. It might very well be an attempt to lure the various large guilds into a trap and turn their members into resources for Beast Emperor to create even more evil demons. After all, the Black Dragon Empire's Evil God's Temple had already been activated. If Beast Emperor wished to nurture powerful evil demons, he would need a large number of sacrifices to do so. Meanwhile, hunting for players the normal way would take a very long time. If he could gather a large number of players in a single location at the same time, with the said location even being in a neutral map. Just the thought of it horrified Feng now. The only thing Feng could do was improve Zero Wing's power as quickly as possible. He was confident that so long as he developed Zero Wing's city properly, be it Heaven's Burial, Beast Emperor, or the Blackwater Corporation, none of them should even dream of shaking Zero Wing's foundations by even the slightest I understand. I'll have Flying Shadow and the others head over to take a look. Aqua Rose nodded. As for the NPC merchants, I've already compiled a report on their details. I'll send it over to you now. Following which, Aqua Rose disconnected the call and sent the statistics report on the NPC merchants to Feng. Why are there so many of them? Feng was stunned as he looked through the information Aqua Rose sent to him. During the short amount of time Zero Wing City had been open, over 1,000 NPC merchants had actually come seeking to do business in the city. This number exceeded even that of the NPC merchants Shadow had managed to lure in with its main city, although the majority of the merchants had low potential and were only 1-star NPC merchants. There were still over 200 2-star NPC merchants seeking to do business in Zero Wing City. With this amount of 2-star NPC merchants, Zero Wing City could already rival the main cities operated by first-rate guilds in the past. These are 3-star NPC merchants. As Feng reached the end of the list, he noticed that the symbol representing the NPC merchants had transitioned from 2 stars to 3 stars. How is this possible? Zero Wing City was just constructed recently, yet 3-star NPC merchants are visiting it already? If the guild in the past were to find out that 3-star NPC merchants visited Zero Wing City almost immediately after the city's opening, they would definitely die of envy in God's domain. There was a qualitative difference between 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants. Although there was not much of a difference when it came to the kinds of products both types of NPC merchants sold. When it came to potential, a 3-star NPC merchant surpassed their 2-star counterparts by leaps and bounds. An NPC merchant's star ranking determined not only the quality of the items they sold, but also the development speed of the shop purchased by the said NPC merchant. Shops operated by NPC merchants were different from those operated by players. Players had to either complete extremely difficult team quests or obtain the corresponding promotion orders. In contrast, NPC merchants did not have to go through such troublesome procedures. Instead, the promotion of their shops relied entirely on their sales volume. After a shop achieved a certain sales volume, the shop would get promoted automatically. Meanwhile, the higher ranked an NPC merchant was, the greater the sales volume they were able to achieve, allowing them to get their shops promoted much more quickly. When an NPC-operated shop got promoted, it would start selling much more valuable items, which, in turn, would help attract more players to the city the shop was located in. Meanwhile, on average, the promotion speed of a shop operated by a 3-star NPC merchant was double that of a 2-star NPC merchant. If a city possessed a sufficiently large player population, the promotion speed could even be 2 or 3 times faster. Hence, The various large guilds in the past would do everything they could to attract a 3-star NPC merchant to their cities in the past. Feng had only ever heard of 3-star NPC merchants taking the initiative to visit the main cities operated by super guilds, and never for cities of lower standards. As a result, the large guilds had to compete over the 3-star NPC merchants found in the various major NPC cities or wandering out in the fields meanwhile. Not just one 3-star NPC merchant was seeking to do business in Zero Wing City right now, but two instead. Thinking up to this point, Feng immediately contacted Aqua. Think of a way to have these two NPC merchants stay in the city. I'll head over immediately. In God's domain, NPC merchants would stay for only a certain period of time when visiting a city. They would not remain in the city permanently unless given a positive response to their request to do business. If you were to let these two 3-star NPC merchants get away now, the next one would be long in coming after saying so. Feng called upon Yulan and had her teleport to Zero Wing City's guild residence with him. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. Although Ancient Rock City had once been an abandoned city, the city had recovered to its former glory after the orcs returned to manage it. Towering, 20-meter-high walls surrounded the city. Magic runes also strengthened the walls. Not even players with extremely high agility would be able to climb them. A large number of orcs also patrolled the walls, and a defensive magic array encased the city and its stone barrier. With such tight defenses, not even a fly should think of sneaking into the city. However, over 100,000 elite players had gathered a short distance away from Ancient Rock City. These players stood at attention in orderly formations, ready to move out at a single command. Every one of these players wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem, and even the lowest among them was level 40. A legion of several thousand players atop warhorses stood near the head of this elite army. Even from afar, one would feel an intense pressure weigh down on them. Aside from Heaven's Burial's members, rows of NPC mercenaries stood among the army's front line. The weakest of these NPCs was level 60, Tier 1, while the strongest were level 70, Tier 2 NPCs. Just what are Heaven's Burial's people trying to do? Do they really think they can get past Ancient Rock City's defenses with so little strength? The various large guilds' upper echelons watching from the sidelines were confused as Heaven's Burial geared up to attack the Orc City. Although the Orcs in Ancient Rock City were not particularly high-leveled, with a majority averaging around level 65 and the highest at level 72, players would still have a disadvantage with the level difference. Furthermore, the city's orcs greatly outnumbered Heaven's Burial's forces. Ancient Rock City should be home to over 700,000 orcs at least. Among them, there was no lack of great lords and grand lords. Heaven's Burial's 100,000-strong elite army and 5,000 NPC mercenaries would barely serve as a warm-up for the orcs. Guild leaders singular. It seems our siege has attracted quite a few flies, late Jingyang commented, smiling as he surveyed the spectating large guilds. Over 10 guilds had gathered to watch Heaven's Burial's siege Ancient Rock City. Together, these guilds had dispatched over 200,000 players. The combined force already surpassed Heaven's Burial's numbers. If these large guilds ambushed their army at a crucial moment during the siege, they would deal a fatal blow. Ascent this just as we expected? Singular Burial asked, laughing. That's right. Though, it's a pity that Zero Wing isn't here. Otherwise, we could band together and take the guild out, late Jingyang said, sighing. All right, it's almost time to take action. It's about time we teach these guilds who rules over this neutral map. Singular Burial coldly announced after glancing at the system clock. Guild leader, leave it to me. With these sacrifices, we'll have a guarantee of capturing Ancient Rock City. Flame Blood said as he took a black crystal ball from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, violent roaring filled the surrounding forest. Even the various large guilds watching from outside the forest clearly heard the monsters. Suddenly, ferocious monsters with sharp fangs and claws surged out of the forest and charged for the various guilds' armies. Evil beasts. The upper echelons paled when they saw the monster tide sweep towards them. They were no strangers to evil beasts. After all, They had all watched as evil beasts had assaulted Stone Forest Town twice. During the 2 sieges, they had learned just how powerful evil beasts were. The evil beasts charging towards them were all level 45 and above. Although they were not as strong as those that had attacked Stone Forest Town, they were powerful nonetheless. Furthermore, 3 level 60 mythic ranked evil earth dragons led the evil beast army. Crap. Everyone, use your return scrolls. The various guilds' upper echelons gave the command to retreat the moment they saw the evil beasts. However, when they tried using their return scrolls, they found them ineffective. In the end, they could only watch as the evil beasts stormed closer. Damn it. We've been tricked. Everyone, get ready to fight and pull back. How dare Heaven's Burial do this? Aren't they afraid that our guilds will band together to exact our revenge? Only now did the various large guilds realize that this had been a trap, but all they could do was give the command to retreat from the battlefield. If they fought the evil beasts, they would only suffer even greater losses. Although these guilds had a total of 200,000 members with them, the evil beast army, which was not suppressed by any magic arrays, had an overwhelming advantage even as the various large guilds bombarded the evil beast army with large-scale destruction spells. All they accomplished was clearing out the elite and special elite ranked evil beasts. The chieftain rank and above evil beasts took barely any damage. In contrast, the evil beasts wiped out these players. The Grand Lord ranked evil beasts easily massacred groups of players as they moved through their enemies' lines. Even when top-tier experts tried to pin these Grand Lords down, their efforts accomplished very little. As for the mythic ranked evil earth dragons, they were no different than walking disasters. A single hit could take the lives of hundreds of players. When the 3 evil earth dragons working together, they were practically unstoppable as they mowed through the player armies. In the end, these guilds' upper echelons could only watch as their guild members were exterminated. Heaven's Burial. Our guild will not let you get away with this. The upper echelons realized that there was no escape. They glared and shouted at Singular Burial's group, "Let us get away with this?" Singular Burial could not help but laugh. It seems like you still don't understand your situation. Haven't you realized that the moment you arrived here, you became a stepping stone for Heaven's Burial? From now on, the Orc Empire will become Heaven's Burial's domain. Whatever we say goes. Previously, they hadn't dared to massacre players openly because they had been afraid of the various large guilds targeting them. However, they had since solidified their foundations. With over 200,000 elite players as sacrifices, they could grow their evil beast army to new heights. Once Ancient Rock City became Heaven's Burial's base of operations, not even God's domain superpowers would be a threat to their guild. As the large guild's members continued to die, Flame Blood used the dead players to create evil beasts and demons. Moreover, as the evil beasts killed the enemy players, their levels rapidly rose. By the time the various large guilds were annihilated, 5 more Grand Lord ranked evil beasts had evolved into mythic ranked evil earth dragons. The army had also doubled its number of Grand Lords on the battlefield. Amazing. As expected of the large guild's elite players. With these evil beasts, we'll have no problems taking down Ancient Rock City. Flame Blood laughed madly as he gazed at the army under his command. Without a moment to rest, Flame Blood commanded his evil beast army to charge for Ancient Rock City. At the same time, the 8 evil earth dragons roared as they launched 8 tier 4 spells of the city's defensive magic array. When the spells collided with the barrier shook violently. It was clear that the attacks had depleted a significant portion of the magic barrier's energy. Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom, Feng and Yulon arrived in Zero Wing City's guild residence. So, this is the rumored Zero Wing City? As Yulon observed the city below her from the guild hall's roof, the scenery captivated her. Not only was Zero Wing City's environment impressive, but a vitality that couldn't be found in any town filled the streets. She spotted plenty of high-level NPCs wandering about the city. There were even plenty of wandering merchants hawking their wares from the sidewalks. Horse carriages, which towns lacked, drove down the streets as they worked. There was barely any difference between Zero Wing City and an NPC city If she really had to point out a difference, though, it would definitely be Zero Wing City's mana density despite the lack of magic towers inside the city. The mana density here was only slightly weaker than in Stoneforest Town. When considering how spacious Zero Wing City was, Yolan's eyes could not help but light up as she imagined the difference several magic towers would make. With Zero Wing's incredible potential, it was no wonder why Feng even dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation, however. Yolan was curious about why Feng had led her here. Let's visit the City Lord's Mansion. Chapter 1558. 3-star Merchant. The City Lord's Mansion in Zero Wing City was located in the heart of the city, though the building resembled more of a mountain rather than a mansion. Tall walls surrounded the mansion. The structure was also further protected by a powerful magic array, which only allowed entry through the front entrance. Level 50. Tier 2 NPC guards were stationed at the City Lord's Mansion's entrance. The mansion's magic array also reinforced these NPC guard strength. At this stage of the game, it wouldn't matter how many players tried to break into the City Lord's Mansion. These NPC guards would slaughter every one of them without fail. When Feng and Yolan reached the City Lord's Mansion's first-floor hall, they were greeted by the sight of hundreds of loitering NPC merchants. Yolan was stunned by the scene, although she did not have a very clear understanding of NPC merchants. She knew that these NPCs were similar to wandering merchants who visited guild towns. Only, these NPC merchants were more stable and wouldn't abruptly appear one day and disappear the next. They allowed players to obtain a steady supply of rare items normally. A town was considered impressive if 20 or 30 wandering merchants visited it at a single time. Meanwhile, the important town's underworld developed only had around 40 wandering merchants present in them at any one time, yet Zero Wing City had hundreds of these NPCs. However, what Yolan did not know was that the NPC merchants present were only a small portion of those who had come to discuss business with Zero Wing City. Before this, Aqua Rose had rejected all 1-star NPC merchants and sent them on their way. Now, the merchants in the City Lord's Mansion were only 2, and 3-star NPC merchants guild leader. You're finally here. Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Feng enter the hall. If you came any later, the 2 3-star NPC merchants would have left already. What are their conditions to conduct business in the city? Feng asked. Every NPC merchant planning to do business in a guild city had their own conditions. They would not set up their businesses in the city for nothing. Whether a guild could keep these NPC merchants or not would depend on a guild's capabilities to fulfill these NPCs' demands. One of them wants full tax exemption and their shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's Mansion. The other one has requested a large warehouse. This NPC has also asked for his shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's Mansion. Aqua Rose reported their asking price is ruthless. Feng could not help his frown. The City Lord's Mansion was in the heart of the city. The amount of land available in the area was extremely limited. Meanwhile, NPC merchant shops took up a lot of space, and the land sold to these merchants couldn't be reclaimed. This meant that he would have to give away 2 valuable plots of land for free permanently. As for taxes, they were an important source of income for the city. NPC merchants needed to pay these fees to the guild every month, and the amount was based on the shop's rank. It was simply absurd to ask for full tax exemption. There was even less need to mention the warehouse. Constructing a small warehouse would already cost 3,000 gold. A large warehouse would cost at least 10,000 gold. However, the cost of construction was not the main issue. The crucial point was the amount of land the warehouse would take up. Moreover, the warehouse couldn't be constructed too far from the shop, which meant that the warehouse would also have to occupy the same area as the City Lord's Mansion. He had to admit that the 2 3-star NPC merchants' asking prices were fraudulent. Is there no room for negotiation? Feng asked. In God's domain, NPCs with higher statuses would have higher intellects. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely impossible to convince NPC merchants to change their conditions. He tried talking to them multiple times, but both NPCs are dead set on their requirements. Aqua Rose felt helpless about this situation. She had tried her best to negotiate for better conditions, but the NPC merchants were quite determined and had remained unfazed suddenly. Yulan asked, "Can you let me give it a try?" "You?" Aqua Rose glanced at the cloaked woman beside Feng. The woman had felt familiar, and upon closer inspection, she recognized Yulan. Curiously, she asked, "Aren't you the manager for Underworld's trading firms? Why are you here?" As far as she could remember, Yulan had always been a very capable woman. Not only had she managed Overwhelming Smiles trading firm until it nearly rivaled the Candlelight trading firm, but she also wielded considerable combat power. I invited her here. Yulan is now a member of our guild. Feng explained. The corners of Aqua Rose's mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Feng with an incredulous gaze. Yulan had been close to becoming one of Underworld's upper echelons. Underworld, which was an extraordinary organization that had more strength and growth potential than most first-rate guilds. The organization also had ample funding. As long as the organization nurtured enough experts, it could definitely rival super first-rate guilds in the future yet. Rather than remain as an upper echelon in a future super first-rate guild, Yulan had actually joined Zero Wing, which was currently besieged by numerous powerful enemies. Aqua Rose had no idea what method Feng had used to lure Yulan to Zero Wing, following which Feng approved Yulan's suggestion. "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. In any case, there was no harm in trying. Currently, Zero Wing City's background was minimal. Attracting 2 3-star NPC merchants had been enough of a surprise already. It was only natural that these NPC merchants would have significant demands. I'll try my best." Yulan nodded. She then turned to Aqua Rose and asked, "May I borrow the information you have on Zero Wing City?" Aqua Rose hesitated at Yulan's request. Zero Wing City's information was top secret in the guild. Others shouldn't so easily be given access. It's fine. Let her see it. In any case, she is already a core member of the guild. Also, this information can't be kept a secret forever. Feng said now that Zero Wing City was complete. It was only a matter of time before information leaked to the public. It wouldn't really matter if Yulan knew the city's details, since Feng had agreed. Aqua Rose then sent Yulan the information she had on Zero Wing City. After reading the information for some time, Yulan closed the display, took a deep breath, and entered the reception room where the 2 3-star NPC merchants sat to negotiate. Meanwhile, Feng began to select the 2-star NPC merchants that the city needed. NPC merchants sold a large variety of items, and some NPCs were bound to sell similar items. In that case, he had to choose the NPC merchant with the lower conditions and disregard the NPC merchants with higher conditions that sold the same items. After all, Zero Wing City had limited space. A large amount of land was still needed to build other advanced constructions. He could not waste too much land on these NPC merchants. After 10 minutes of reading through the list, Feng selected 63 2-star NPC merchants. Not only did these NPC merchants sell unique items with very few similarities, but their demands were also fairly reasonable. They were also willing to set their shops up in various parts of the city, which helped to alleviate the issue of too many crowds in a single area. After Feng and Aqua Rose decided the shop locations for every 2-star NPC merchant, Yulan emerged from the reception room. Guild leader, "Here are the 2 NPCs' conditions," Yulan said. She then handed Feng 2 contracts. "What?" When Aqua Rose saw the new conditions on the contracts, she was astonished. She could not believe that the 2 stubborn NPCs, who had refused to budge no matter how she had tried to persuade them, had actually given in. Moreover, their conditions had loosened quite a bit. Although their demands regarding the location of their shops hadn't changed, the NPC that had demanded full tax exemption now only wanted a 50% tax break, whereas the NPC that originally wanted a large warehouse had now settled for a small warehouse. I've tried to convince them to lower their conditions as much as possible, but both of these merchants think that Zero Wing City lacks a competitive edge, so they refuse to relent fully. Yulan said in embarrassment. "Yulan, do you have a merchant subclass?" Aqua Rose suddenly realized a possibility. If Yulan were a merchant, she might have the ability to obtain these results. In that case, though, Yulan would have to be a relatively high-ranked merchant, as the 1-star merchant players she had asked for help previously had failed. I just got promoted to a 3-star merchant. Yulan nodded. A 3-star merchant? Yulan's reply astounded Aqua Rose. Now, she was even more confused as to how Feng had roped Yulan into Zero Wing. Even the strongest merchant in Zero Wing was still some ways away from becoming a 2-star merchant. Only super guilds likely had 2-star merchants at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, the higher a merchant player's star rank was, the stronger their negotiation ability would be with NPCs. With a high-rank merchant player, a guild could reduce prices when paying the system management fees for shops. Whether it was the development of a guild or a trading firm, a high-rank merchant would be a powerful asset guild leader. You really are amazing. You actually poached a 3-star merchant from Underworld. If Underworld finds out about this, they would definitely fight us for her. Aqua Rose whispered to Feng, but what Aqua Rose didn't know was that Underworld wouldn't be the only ones looking for trouble. Even the Blackwater Corporation, which currently backed Underworld, would be enraged just as Feng was about to sign the contract for the 2 3-star NPC merchants. The sound of a system announcement reached his ears. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for successfully capturing the Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Rewarding 50,000 guild popularity, 100,000 guild honor points, and 150 guild influence in Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1559. 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Chapter 1559. 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Ancient Rock City has been captured. How is that possible? Aqua Rose was dazed when she saw the system announcement. Hundreds of thousands of orcs defended the Orc Empire cities. Each city was also protected by a powerful, defensive magic array. It would take a lot of time and manpower just to break through the array. However, this wasn't what surprised her most. After all, God's domain had many powerful tools. What shocked her most was the timing. Less than 2 hours had passed since she had received the report about Heaven's Burial's assault on Ancient Rock City. With how many orcs Ancient Rock City housed, it was impossible for an army of 100,000 elite players to clear the city in just 2 hours. There were also various large guilds watching from the sidelines and waiting for an opportunity to strike immediately. Aqua Rose began to contact her subordinates and had them look into the situation in Ancient Rock City. Capturing one of the Orc Empire cities was no trivial matter nowadays. Many players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the Orc Empire to grind and level. Unlike the 3 towns in the Orc Empire that had been captured thus far, Ancient Rock City was located in the Empire's inner region rather than the outer area. If players wanted to earn contribution points, it was much easier to do so in the inner region due to the stronger monsters. Now that Ancient Rock City had been captured, a large number of players would swarm to the city, using it as a rest area. The money and resources one could make with the city would be frightening. With so much income and Heaven's Burial's background, the guild would develop rapidly. While Aqua Rose investigated the situation, Star Moon Kingdom's forums were in an uproar. Heaven's Burial trapped and killed over 200,000 guild elite players. The various large guilds declare their intent to wipe Heaven's Burial from the face of God's domain. Heaven's Burial controlled an evil beast army to siege Ancient Rock City. As these posts published on the forums, they quickly received a lot of attention and made it to the top of the list. What? Even something like this is possible? Crap, this is cheating. Heaven's Burial can actually control so many evil beasts. Who could possibly be a match for the guild now? It is impressive, but at the end of the day, evil beasts stand against the human race. If NPCs discover these evil beasts, they will mobilize to wipe them out. Moreover, the evil beast army Heaven's Burial controls has suffered significant damages. Didn't you guys see that over 80% of the evil beast army was wiped out in this battle? However, Heaven's Burial now controls Ancient Rock City and a town in the Orc Empire. Even without the threat of the evil beast army, which guild could possibly be a match for Heaven's Burial? I'm afraid that it won't be long before Heaven's Burial becomes the #1 guild in the several neighboring kingdoms. I wonder if Heaven's Burial is recruiting? For a time, various conversations about Heaven's Burial filled Star Moon Kingdom's forums. Nobody could have imagined that Heaven's Burial, a guild which Zero Wing constantly suppressed, would rise as a dark horse now that the Orc Empire effectively belonged to Heaven's Burial. Everyone believed that it wouldn't be long before the guild stole the position of Starmoon Kingdom's overlord as for the various large guilds working together to take Heaven's Burial down. Everyone thought it was nothing more than a joke. Now that Heaven's Burial had captured Ancient Rock City, even without the evil beasts, the guild could turn the city into an iron fortress during its protection period, establishing an unshakable foundation in the Orc Empire. There were no teleportation arrays in the Orc Empire. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to get there. If the various large guilds engaged in a war of attrition against Heaven's Burial inside the Empire, they'd be at an overwhelming disadvantage. After all, Heaven's Burial's members could resurrect in Ancient Rock City. At the same time, they could teleport to the city with guild transfer scrolls, providing swift reinforcements. The various large guilds could not afford to go to war with Heaven's Burial for some time. Meanwhile, inside Ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial's members had already begun to reconstruct the city. They were prepared to turn the city into Heaven's Burial's main headquarters. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. This is just wonderful. It won't be long before we can open Ancient Rock City to the public. Guild Leader Singular, you and your guild have done magnificently. With this city as our base, we won't have to worry about a lack of funds or resources when developing elsewhere. We might even attract a few more major corporations to work with us. Lei Jingyang said. He could not help but laugh as he watched over Ancient Rock City from the city walls. Our success is all thanks to you, young Master Lei. If not for your Tier 4 domain scroll, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Guardian boss so smoothly. Had we been any slower in the fight, the evil beast army might have been annihilated. Singular Burial sighed ruefully. Although he had been confident about capturing Ancient Rock City, now that the city was actually in his hands, he felt as if he were dreaming. The orcs defending Ancient Rock City weren't like those in the fields. The city's magic array had buffed these defending orcs, and although they had a large number of evil beasts and evil demons, they had only held back the orcs temporarily, failing to annihilate them completely. While most of the orcs in the city had been distracted, they had used the 8 mythic-ranked evil earth dragons and mercenary NPCs to open a path towards the city's guardian boss. Only after using a Tier 4 domain scroll had they managed to kill the level 72 orc general in the end. They had sacrificed 6 evil earth dragons, over 80% of the evil beast and evil demon army, and over 40,000 elite players to capture Ancient Rock City. Although the sacrifices have been great, they were insignificant compared to the potential profits they could gain through Ancient Rock City. Guild Leader Singular. Now that we've captured Ancient Rock City, we'll have to expand the guild. Are you really planning to go along with the original plan to deal with Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing? Lei Jingyang asked curiously now that Heaven's Burial could use Ancient Rock City as its foundation. Truthfully, it was a huge waste of time to focus the guild's development in Starmoon Kingdom. In Lei Jingyang's opinion, the correct decision would be to focus the guild's development in the 2 neighboring empires. After all, the empires had far more players and resources compared to Starmoon Kingdom. Of course, it is about time we show Starmoon Kingdom who its true overlord is. Singular Burial snapped, a cold glint flashing his eyes when he heard the name Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial had been forced to abandon its development in Starmoon Kingdom precisely because of Zero Wing. As a result, Heaven's Burial had become a laughingstock in the public eye and had been forced to shift its focus to neutral maps. Now that Heaven's Burial had Ancient Rock City as assurance, it had to recover its previous glory. Moreover, Singular Burial still held a grudge against Feng for killing him with a single attack back in the Frozen Scar. How could he possibly shift his guild's development to other kingdoms and empires before getting his revenge? Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City, Guild Leader, this is bad. Aqua Rose frowned slightly when she read the latest situation report from her subordinates. Now that Heaven's Burial has secured a gold mine like Ancient Rock City, although they still lack the military prowess to do anything to us, they have begun to intervene in Starmoon Kingdom's market. Not only have they lowered prices of the items they sold in the kingdom by 20%, but they've also placed a bounty on our entire guild. They'll pay 20 silver for each normal member killed, 1 gold for elite members, 10 gold for core members, 1,000 gold for the guild's upper echelons, and 20,000 gold for you, guild leader. They're clearly trying to defeat us using money. Defeat us using money? Feng could not help his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's report. This is interesting. Guild leader, you're still in mood to smile? So far, many players on the forums have expressed interest in the bounty and have begun to plot against us. Aqua Rose said, flabbergasted by Feng's light-hearted response. How's the 4 Towers of Elements construction going? Feng asked as he stopped messing with Aqua Rose. The base structures have been completed. However, we can't do anything about the core sections, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. That's fast. Only the cores are left? Feng was a little surprised. He had never expected to complete the tower's construction so quickly. All right then, let's head over to the towers. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. In the past, he had only ever visited guild cities that possessed the 4 Towers of Elements. He had never thought that he would get to construct the towers personally in this life. Chapter 1560, Competition of Wealth. Chapter 1560, Competition of Wealth. Take a look at the 4 Towers of Elements. Aqua Rose gave Feng a confused look. Although Heaven's Burial had just placed a bounty on Zero Wing and wouldn't be able to affect the guild's development for some time, the consequences would be incredibly severe if they didn't prepare properly. In the best-case scenario, the enemy would only weaken the guild slightly. In the worst-case scenario, the guild would crumble. Players' main goal in joining a guild was to level quickly and obtain better equipment. Nobody wanted to become prey, spending all of their time avoiding other players. However, Aqua Rose had no choice but to follow Feng's orders and trail behind him towards the 4 Towers of Elements. Meanwhile, Starmoon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Sure enough, Heaven's Burial really took action. What a generous bounty. Heaven's Burial is actually paying 20 silver for each normal member. I don't even earn that much in a single day. I know, right? Although it won't be easy to kill Zero Wing's core members, it's a different story for the guild's normal and elite members. If I could take advantage of this opportunity, I might earn enough money to get myself a mount. Forming a hunting party. Whoever's interested in making some money, contact me quickly. It seems that Heaven's Burial is serious this time. I wonder which guild will rule over Starmoon Kingdom in the end? It is definitely going to be Heaven's Burial. Didn't you see Heaven's Burial's background? Now that it has a treasured land like Ancient Rock City, it won't have any lack of funds. As expected of the guild that took down an Orc City, Zero Wing is doomed. Even if Heaven's Burial does not directly attack, it can easily whittle Zero Wing down until it crumbles. Everyone engaged in heated discussions about the bounty Heaven's Burial placed on Zero Wing's head. The bounty tempted many powerful players. Meanwhile, the kingdom's dark players immediately set their sights on Zero Wing. Not only could they secure better equipment by killing Zero Wing's members, but they'd also earn a significant income by doing so. Moreover, with so many players targeting Zero Wing's members, the guild couldn't direct its anger at a specific group. Hence, they could kill Zero Wing's members without worry. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance's guild residence in White River City, Heaven's Burial has sure moved quickly. Guild leader. I wonder how Zero Wing will respond to this. With Ancient Rock City's income, Heaven's Burial can definitely overwhelm Zero Wing in a battle of attrition. Purple Eye said as she read the latest report she had received that a method Heaven's Burial employed was one of the most troublesome tactics the various large guilds had to deal with. It was also the method that the various large guilds avoided. Using such a method would require a massive expenditure. Regardless of whether one won or lost the war, they'd still incur massive losses. However, Heaven's Burial did not have to worry about such a problem. Now, once Ancient Rock City opened to the public, Heaven's Burial would rake in an astronomical number of coins each day. It wouldn't worry about not outlasting Zero Wing, that's right. Had Zero Wing agreed to the secret pavilion's acquisition, it would have likely avoided such a perilous situation, Galaxy Pass said, lamenting since the Star Alliance was now one of the secret pavilion's subordinate guilds. As the guild leader, Galaxy Pass had learned many of the Secret Pavilion's internal dealings. The Secret Pavilion's offer to Zero Wing even tempted Galaxy Pass. Yet Zero Wing had rejected the offer without hesitation. Had Zero Wing accepted the Secret Pavilion's offer, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have dared to pull such a stunt. With the Pavilion's support, Heaven's Burial would likely burn out long before Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Singular Burial read the message he had just received in Ancient Rock City, he sneered. Daybreak did a magnificent job. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to survive in Starmoon Kingdom. Singular Burial was delighted as he read the report Daybreak Fog had sent him. When Zero Wing had declared that Stone Forest Town would no longer allow entry to merchant players and adventurer teams that visited Red Iron Town, it had caused Heaven's Burial tremendous losses. Now, he would ensure that Zero Wing would experience the same feeling. Guild Leader Singular, you are ruthless. Zero Wing will definitely lose its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. In the end, it might be forced to leave Starmoon Kingdom entirely, Lei Jingyang said. Laughing, Zero Wing only has itself to blame for making an enemy of Heaven's Burial. Singular Burial growled. It won't be long before I can eliminate Zero Wing from Starmoon Kingdom entirely. Although it was very costly to place a bounty on every player in Zero Wing, it would be devastating to the guild if Zero Wing's members had to deal with constant ambushes out in the fields. It would only be a matter of time before they withdrew from the guild. After all, repeated deaths would impede their progress in God's domain. Similarly, no one would be willing to join the guild in fear of becoming a target. Not only would Zero Wing's development stagnate, but it would also have to spend a significant amount of its funding to compensate its guild members' losses. With a constant drain on Zero Wing's numbers and funds, Zero Wing would either crumble or be forced out of Starmoon Kingdom, even if Heaven's Burial didn't take any direct action. While the various large guilds wondered about how Zero Wing intended to pull itself out of this mess, Feng arrived before one of the 4 Towers of Elements. The 4 Towers of Elements occupied the city's 4 corners. Each tower was 100 meters tall, looming like giants as they protected Zero Wing's city guild leader. A report just came in. Players have begun to ambush many of our members. Based on our initial estimates, we've already suffered over 4,000 casualties. Aqua Rose frowned as she looked at the report. A subordinate had sent the guild would have to pay a lot of coins as compensation with so many casualties. If this situation continued for a long time, not even the profits they earned from the Candlelight trading firm would be enough to compensate the guild members. Moreover, this was still not the most crucial issue. The guild's prestige was their bigger concern. There sure are a lot of players prioritizing money over their own lives. Even Feng was a little astonished. Zero Wing's recruitment standards were very high. Unless there was an overwhelming difference between the two sides' combat power, players would have a very difficult time killing Zero Wing members and would doubtlessly sustain serious damage. And yet, after such a short time since Heaven's Burial announced its bounty, Zero Wing had lost over 4,000 lives. This situation somewhat exceeded Feng's expectations. Guild leader, what should we do? Aqua Rose asked. Since Heaven's Burial wants to play, then we'll play, Feng said, chuckling. First, have our guild members move in teams from now on. Anyone who refuses will not receive any compensation should they die. Also, announce to the public that anyone who dares to kill Zero Wing's members will be permanently blacklisted and barred from all of Zero Wing's towns and cities. In addition, place a bounty on every player in Heaven's Burial. Not only will this bounty be effective in Starmoon Kingdom, but it will also be effective in the Orc Empire. When the two women heard Feng's decision, Aqua Rose and Yulan fell silent. Feng basically wanted to compete with Heaven's Burial with wealth. Not only would their guild suffer tremendous losses by doing so, but if they handled this badly, they could even self-destruct. Guild leader, with our guild's current funds, I'm afraid that Aqua Rose could not help but try to dissuade Feng to construct Zero Wing City, develop the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, and supply their guild members with mounts. They spend a massive amount of money each day. Adding yet another significant expenditure would only hamper the guild's development. Don't worry about our funds. You can only reap the benefits once you've paid the price. In 3 hours, we'll open Zero Wing City to the public. Go and make the announcement, Feng ordered with a shrug. He then walked towards the tower before him. Aqua Rose felt a headache brew when she heard Feng's commands. Zero Wing City still lacked much of its infrastructure. To put it simply, the city had very little to attract players right now. Moreover, inviting players into the city now would complicate construction in Zero Wing City. As far as she was concerned, opening the city to the public now wasn't wise, unfortunately. Since Feng had made his decision, she had no choice but to follow his orders immediately. Aqua Rose made the necessary arrangements and posted Feng's declaration on the official forums in Zero Wing's name. Chapter 1561, Mana Rain. Chapter 1561, Mana Rain. After Aqua Rose quoted Feng on Star Moon Kingdom's forums, the players had originally focused on Heaven's Burial's declaration, shifted their attention to her post. The title of the post was eye-catching. If you want to fight, we'll give you a fight. This is insane. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. Is this for real? Zero Wing actually dares to pull something like this? Isn't Zero Wing afraid of Heaven's Burial whittling them down to nothing? Amazing. As expected of Zero Wing. Zero Wing is just trying to save its reputation by doing something like this. Even if Zero Wing blacklists the players that target its members, what can it do if those people use black cloaks? That's right. This also gives us more opportunities to earn money. The bounties on both sides are the same. Heaven's Burial also has more members than Zero Wing, and they're weaker. If you really want to earn money, killing Heaven's Burial's members is the way to go. Zero Wing's response to Heaven's Burial's provocations shocked the players on the forums. They were also delighted. After all, they just gained another source of income. Now, they could target more than just Zero Wing's members. They could even head to the Orc Empire to level up and earn for contribution points while grinding for Heaven's Burial members. When the various major powers saw Zero Wing's reply, they laughed at Zero Wing's foolishness of all the things Zero Wing could have chosen to compete with Heaven's Burial in. The guild had chosen well. Zero Wing was overestimating itself and seeking self-destruction. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Is it really intent on duking it out with Heaven's Burial? Galaxy Past felt confused when he saw this message. In his opinion, Zero Wing should still have methods of dealing with Heaven's Burial's bounty. Although the result wouldn't change regardless of what Zero Wing did. They could buy some time, using it as an opportunity to look for other methods, such as seeking collaborators. Although Zero Wing's situation was perilous, with the guild's current foundations, there should be plenty of major corporations and superpowers willing to acquire the guild. After all, Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town still held the battle arena and advanced auction house, which could rake in plenty of resources for a considerable time. The guild still had great potential for growth. Moreover, Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain, who now had control over a portion of Thunder Island, were connected. When Singular Burial received news of Zero Wing's declaration, his expression darkened. Guild leader Singular. It seems that Zero Wing is aiming for mutual destruction. Do you need my Thunder Legion to pay Zero Wing a visit? Lei Jingyang said, smiling when he read Aqua Rose's forum post. He had commanded the Thunder Legion, a collection of experts, for many years. The Legion was particularly fond of ambushes and assassinations in the field. Ordinary players might not be able to deal with Zero Wing's 100-man teams, but they would be child's play to the Thunder Legion. No need. Since Zero Wing dares to make such a move, I want to see how long they can last against. Singular Burial said, sneering. If Zero Wing had turtled, he might have needed Lei Jingyang's help. Zero Wing's bounty on Heaven's Burial would cause him a lot of trouble. He'd also be able to remove Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom much sooner than he had hoped. He also refused to believe that Zero Wing's financial strength could surpass his at this moment. A slightly chubby, middle-aged man approached Singular Burial and reported, Guild leader, the city's basic infrastructure has been repaired. The NPC guards we hired have arrived as well. We can open Ancient Rock City to the public at any time now. Many adventurer teams and merchant players have requested to garrison and set up stalls in the city. Good. Open the city to the public. Let the players waiting outside the city come in, Singular Burial commanded hurriedly. He was joyful when he heard that they finished the city's infrastructure. Gather the adventurer teams and merchant players, and I'll go meet them. The so-called basic infrastructure referred to smithies and hotels. These buildings provided essential services to the adventurer teams grinding in the Orc Empire. With these businesses, Heaven's Burial could collect a lot of repair fees and accommodation fees. Moreover, his people were constantly perfecting Ancient Rock City. In the future, Heaven's Burial could sell various consumable items as well. Earning a fortune, the Orc Empire was a neutral map. Players had great difficulty traveling to and from the Empire. If players wished to stay in the Empire for long periods, basic consumable items were a must. As long as Heaven's Burial sold these consumable items, a large number of players would come to purchase them. They wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customer zero wings. Stone Forest Town simply couldn't compare to the wealth Heaven's Burial could collect from Ancient Rock City. Understood. I'll have them gather in Ancient Rock City immediately. The middle-aged man then turned and left to notify the various adventurer teams and merchant players. When Ancient Rock City opened to the public, news of this spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the neighboring kingdoms and empires in a matter of minutes. The Orc Empire had only had 3 guild towns in the past. Moreover, all 3 had been in the Orc Empire's outer region, making it troublesome to grind for contribution points. Players had still needed to travel to the Empire's inner region due to the low number of monsters in the outer area. As a result, many players dismissed the idea of traveling to the Orc Empire entirely. However, now that a guild city occupied the Empire's inner region, not only would players save on travel time, but they could also accept quests more easily. After all, cities offered far more quests than towns. Moreover, the rewards of these quests were more abundant. Meanwhile, in the distant Zero-Wing City, Aqua Rose frowned as she read through the report her subordinates had sent. Ancient Rock City's popularity had far exceeded her expectations. Based on the latest reports, over 2 million players were moving into the Orc Empire. Needless to say, these players would visit Ancient Rock City when they needed to recuperate. Many more players from the neighboring countries were also preparing for their trip to the Orc Empire. With so many players, one could just imagine the wealth Ancient Rock City would generate. As Aqua Rose racked her brain for a solution, she felt the space around her suddenly tremble. Moreover, these tremors steadily intensified. It felt as if the space around her would shatter at any moment. Aqua Rose lifted her head to look towards the 4 towers of elements. The 4 towers seemed to be the epicenters of these tremors. Suddenly, a 4-fold magic array appeared above each of the 4 towers of elements, radiating an aura so powerful that even an expert like Aqua Rose couldn't help but shudder in fear. A short moment later, a link formed between the 4 fourfold magic arrays hovering above Zero-Wing City's 4 corners. A towering pillar of light then emerged from each of the arrays, rising endlessly into the sky. These 4 light pillars represented the 4 main elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. As the light pillars rose, a frightening amount of mana began to gather above Zero-Wing City. The pillars gathered mana from tens of thousands of yards around the city, and very quickly, the mana around the city became so dense that it transformed into a white mist. As the mist gathered above the city, it began to condense into droplets and rain down, washing Zero-Wing City in liquid mana. Everyone in Zero-Wing City was dumbfounded. None of them had ever felt such dense mana before. Their minds were clearer than ever. However, this mana rain did not last long. The sky above the city soon returned to its normal state, and the mana density in the city began to decrease. Even after the city's mana density stabilized, Zero-Wing City's mana was far denser than in Stone Forest Town. At the very least, Zero-Wing City's mana density was 30% higher than in the Guild Town. Chapter 1562. The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. Chapter 1562. The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. What's going on with the city's mana? When the players in Zero-Wing City felt the change in the mana density around them, they felt an indescribably pleasant sensation. However, this pleasant sensation didn't originate from bathing in high amounts of mana, but from a power that nourished their souls, while everyone lost themselves in the sensation. A few guild members noticed a change to their experience bars. The double EXP buff indicator, which usually only appeared after they rested in a private room, had actually popped up near their experience bars. This can't be real, right? We can actually accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city? That's not all. My stamina and concentration recovery rates are as high as when I recover in a hotel. Very quickly, more players inside the city discovered the peculiarities from bathing in the city's mana. So, this is the power of the four towers of elements. Aqua Rose could not help but grow ecstatic as she stared at one of the four towers of elements erected before Hershey had been curious about Feng focusing on an advanced construction like the four towers of elements rather than setting up the city's basic infrastructure. He had even decided to open Zero Wing City to the public soon. Now, she finally understood his decisions, although Zero Wing City still lacked many basic features a city ought to have. This special mana density was enough to secure Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom. No guild town could ever rival Zero Wing City with its advantages, whether it was in terms of guild development or the ability to attract players. Not only would Zero Wing City's incredibly high mana density be helpful to combat players, but it would also benefit lifestyle players. The city's mana also allowed players to accumulate the double EXP buff and improve their stamina and concentration recovery rates. These benefits might not attract players seeking to adventure in the Orc Empire, but to players who wanted to develop in Starmoon Kingdom. Zero Wing City would be a holy land. Moreover, it was considerably easy for players to travel to Zero Wing City. Zero Wing had already garrisoned in Evernight City, and they could open a teleportation channel between Evernight City and Zero Wing City at any time. Aqua make a trip to Evernight City and set up the teleportation array linking Zero Wing City and Evernight City. Once you're done, announce the link to the public. Feng, who had just emerged from the tower after drawing the final magic array, ordered, "All right, I'll head out immediately." Aqua Rose nodded, clearly excited. She then took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Meanwhile, Yulan, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was still immersed in the city's ambient mana. Unable to calm her pounding heart, is this Zero Wing's true power? Yulan could not help but raise her head and look at Feng. Indescribable shock filling her heart, she had to admit that Zero Wing was truly awe-inspiring. She finally understood why Feng didn't fear the Blackwater Corporation in response to the surprised expression on Yulan's face. Feng merely chuckled. After all, this was only the beginning. Next, we'll need to build even more hotels and mana towers. Feng smiled at Zero Wing City's numerous empty plots of land. In reality, the four towers of elements effects weren't as simple as everyone assumed. It was an advanced construction that required 7 luminaries crystals. After all, not only would players enjoy double the recovery rates when resting in hotels under the tower's influence, but the double EXP buff's accumulation rate would also double. With this, Zero Wing City's normal hotels were even more effective than 1-star private rooms in guild residences. Naturally, this improved the effect of guild residences' private rooms in Zero Wing City. As well, this perk would make it far easier for players who strove to level up. Although players could only accumulate up to 1 level of the double EXP buff, that was extremely valuable. Just being able to accumulate the double EXP buff while resting was amazing. This was especially true for independent players, but this was only the tip of the iceberg. The four towers of elements' truly impressive aspect was their ability to increase the distance of teleportation, although the teleportation distance to and from a city was determined on the city's scale and mana density. The tower's minimum teleportation range was 3 million yards. At such a distance, one could easily cross 3 or more leveling maps. It covered even more distance than the 7 luminaries ring's space movement. The only downside was its significant cost. Teleporting every player required a significant amount of mana, the supply of which had to be in the form of magic crystals. The four towers of elements cost was nearly as much as a teleportation magic arrays. However, unlike the four towers of elements, the latter allowed players to teleport across extremely large distances. Even so, The various large guilds in the past had tried everything they could to obtain this function naturally. This function made it extremely convenient to travel to nearby leveling maps. As long as a map was within the tower's teleportation range, players could teleport after registering the proper coordinates, saving countless hours of travel time. Not only would players be able to level up far more quickly, but they could also explore further locations without hampering their development according to Feng's estimates. The 4 Towers of Elements should be able to teleport players up to 4 million yards away with zero-wing cities' current standards. This meant that players could travel even further away than bewildering Forest Town in an instant. Players could teleport to the border between Starmoon Kingdom and the Orc Empire if he constructed a mana tower, the symbol of guild cities, in Zero-Wing City. The 4 Towers of Elements might even be able to teleport players into the Orc Empire if teleporting directly into the Orc Empire were possible. Players seeking to travel to the Empire to level could do so via Zero-Wing City. It would save players a lot of time, and they could avoid the Orc patrol squads guarding the Empire's border. Zero-Wing City's value to the public would soar. However, constructing the Mana Tower also wasn't easy. Unlike the Magic Tower, which was a defensive structure, the Mana Tower was a support building unique to cities. Unfortunately, despite the fact that guild cities could construct Mana Towers without the design, the construction required extremely rare and valuable materials. The mana ore, in particular, was incredibly difficult to obtain normally. Obtaining mana ore wouldn't be a problem for Feng. It was entirely possible to purchase large quantities from the market. However, due to the Orc Empire, collecting 5,000 pieces of mana ore had become challenging. It seems that I'll have to deal with the Disintegration armor as soon as possible. Feng could not help but glance at the Disintegration debuff in his status window. As long as this debuff remained, he'd have a lot of trouble dealing with many issues. Following which, he turned to Yulan and said, "Yulan, from now on, I'd like you to manage Zero-Wing City and Stone Forest Town's Candlelight trading firm. If you need any help from the guild, you can look for Aqua Rose. I've already told her. You want me to take on such an important role?" Yulan was stunned. She had never dreamed that Feng considered her so important, allowing her to manage the trading firms in 2 integral locations. Stone Forest Town's trading firm was one of Zero-Wing's main sources of income. As for the trading firm in Zero-Wing City, there was no doubt that it would rake in even more income than Stone Forest Town MHM. "I trust in your abilities." Feng nodded. He had seen Yulan's management skills long ago. Moreover, Yulan was a 3-star merchant. Yulan fell silent as she evaluated the man before her. She simply could not understand what was going through Feng's mind normally. No guild would allow an outsider, who had recently joined the guild, to take on such an important management role. Yet Feng had done so without hesitation. "All right, but I won't be responsible if things go south," Yulan said. Smiling, Feng couldn't help but laugh at Yulan's reply. He then notified Aqua Rose and had the 2 women work out the finer details amongst themselves. He then returned to Zero-Wing's residence and collected some consumables and magic scrolls from the guild warehouse. He then used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den's central region. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began to spread the news of Zero-Wing City opening to the public throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1563, Zero-Wing City's Grand Opening. Chapter 1563, Zero-Wing City's Grand Opening. The resulting response to the announcement of Zero-Wing's opening paled in comparison to the announcement regarding Ancient Rock City. Due to small information leaks, players had already discovered Zero-Wing City's location in Witch's Hill. The resource maps near Witch's Hill were ordinary and held little attraction for the majority of Starmoon Kingdom's players. Zero-Wing City has already opened. This is good news. Zero-Wing must be trying to earn money to stand against Heaven's Burial. It's a pity that there's nothing valuable about the city's location. At most, the city has more space to accommodate players. It likely won't hold up to Stone Forest Town's performance. I'd rather go to Stone Forest Town instead. I've heard that you even have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee to get into Zero-Wing City. That's insane. Not even Ancient Rock City charges an entrance fee. What's so special about Zero-Wing City that warrants an entrance fee? That's right. If I were an expert, I wouldn't visit Zero-Wing City. either. Besides, there's a ton of experts in Stone Forest Town. If I want to improve via duels, Stone Forest Town is undoubtedly the better choice. Although news of Zero Wing City's opening had spread across Starmoon Kingdom, very few players were interested in the city. Instead, the majority of the kingdom's players focused on a way to travel to the Orc Empire so they could earn contribution points to purchase said equipment, and Mount Zero Wing City would likely only be useful after they reach level 50 or 60. Does Zero Wing really think it can contend with Heaven's Burial just by having a city in Starmoon Kingdom? Galaxy Past was confused as he read the latest report on Zero Wing. Do they really plan to fight to the bitter end? While a guild city could generate more income than a guild town, the necessary investments were much higher. Zero Wing had only recently completed Zero Wing City, and the city's infrastructure wasn't yet perfected. The city still lacked the benefits of Stone Forest Town, not to mention Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City was an orc city. It already had all of the essential facilities. The city only lacked a teleportation array. However, Ancient Rock City's location was absolutely perfect. Countless players in multiple kingdoms and 2 empires had already set their sights on the Orc Empire's inner region. Heaven's Burial could make a fortune just from the repair and accommodation fees, not to mention the daily consumable items. Its sole Galaxy Past wasn't the only one with such thoughts. When Starmoon Kingdom's upper echelons heard the news, they too thought that Zero Wing was trying to buy time. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't push out a half-completed guild city. Big Sis Aqua. Although we've already spread the news, everyone still seems more interested in Ancient Rock City. Thus far, only a few merchant players and adventurer teams have contacted us about garrisoning in Zero Wing City. A level 29 female summoner reported to Aqua rose helplessly. The female summoner wore a light purple dress with a 1-star merchant's insignia pinned above her left breast. Before the announcement of Ancient Rock City's opening, plenty of merchant players had contacted them about conducting business in Zero Wing City. Various well-known adventurer teams had also expressed their interest in purchasing private houses. Unfortunately, before they had prepared the necessary contracts, Heaven's Burial had opened Ancient Rock City to the public. In the end, these merchant players and adventurer teams had abandoned Zero Wing City, making their way toward the competing Ancient Rock City. It's fine. Catching everyone's attention is enough for now. We just need to wait. Aqua Rose had expected this situation, so she wasn't surprised in the least by the public's reactions. If the merchant players and adventurer teams contact us again, tell them that these are our conditions. The female summoner was momentarily speechless as she read the list of conditions Aqua Rose had given her. They'd be lucky enough if they found any merchant players interested in renting Zero Wing City shops. The new conditions Aqua Rose proposed were simply absurd initially. They had only planned to charge 120 gold per week for the shops in Zero Wing City's outer areas. This was already expensive compared to the rental prices in guild towns. The high-potential shops' rental had been set at 200 gold per week, and those in the city's core would have cost 300 gold per week. Very few merchant players could afford such a high price. Normally, only guilds trading firms could afford these shops' rent. Without sufficient sales, merchants might not even earn back the cost of their items after taking into account the weekly rent yet. Aqua Rose had raised the fees. If the merchant players were to find out about this, they would most likely choke from anger now. Each shop in the outer areas would cost 240 gold per week, while shops with high potential had risen to 400 to 500 gold per week. Shops in the city's core would cost 700 to 1,000 gold to rent per week. These prices were insane. They'd be seeking fools to rent Zero Wing City shops, rather than merchant players. With 1,000 gold, one could purchase a relatively valuable shop in another guild's town, yet in Zero Wing City, one could only rent a shop for a week. Only a fool would accept such a deal. We're sticking with these conditions. Whether they want to rent the shops or not is up to them. Aqua Rose informed the hesitating female summoner. Seriously, I understand. The female summoner had no choice but to nod. Aqua Rose was the boss, not her. As news of Zero Wing City's grand opening spread, some curious players made their way towards the city. Once players had reached their levels, the 30 copper entrance fee wouldn't hamper their development too much. At worst, they'd only pay the city one visit. Evernight City Teleportation Hall. As always, Evernight City's teleportation hall was crowded with players. Boss, are we really going to Zero Wing City? A level 42 male assassin asked the mighty-looking swordsman before him. Barely anyone is visiting the city right now. Didn't we come to Starmoon Kingdom to improve our techniques? What's the point of visiting an empty city? Are you dumb? Don't you know how popular Stone Forest Town is right now? If we go to Stone Forest Town, we'll have to wait for a long time before we can rent a combat room. Moreover, our aim is to spar with members of our team, not other experts. Zero Wing City's environment might not be as good as Stone Forest Town's, but no one's there right now. We can rent the combat rooms there for special training. Once we've trained, we can visit Stone Forest Town, the level 44 swordsman said, laughing. Their adventurer team would have no trouble covering the 30 copper entrance fee for each of their members. Time was far more precious than the small expenditure. Hearing the swordsman's reasoning, the other team members agreed with their commander. Right now, their goal was to train in a high-mana environment, following which the adventurer team's members followed the swordsman as they teleported to Zero Wing City. What a bunch of fools. They're actually going to Zero Wing City to train. Do they not know that Zero Wing City was only recently built? How could a mana density there possibly compare to Stone Forest Towns? Even if they have to waste some time while they wait in Stone Forest Town, it's better than going to Zero Wing City. When some of the players in the teleportation hall saw the adventurer team teleport to Zero Wing City, they could not help but laugh. However, in Zero Wing City, even after non-Zero Wing players arrived, the spacious teleportation hall was eerily silent despite the 100+ players within. Only after some time did sound echo throughout the building. What's going on? Why is the mana density so high? It is quite high. I've been to Stone Forest Town before, so I know how the mana density is there, but Zero Wing City's mana density is at least 30% higher. Wait, look, it isn't just the mana density that's higher. My stamina and concentration recovery rates have increased significantly as well. Guys, look at your experience bars. Mine actually shows the double EXP buff. This is amazing. I had only expected to rest and train here, but I can even accumulate the double EXP buff? The 30 copper coins were definitely well spent. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City quickly noticed the city's mana and its benefits, and they were ecstatic. 30 copper coins wasn't even a fraction of the cost of a hotel room in Stone Forest Town. Yet after spending the few coins, they could constantly accumulate the double EXP buff regardless of where they were in Zero Wing City. They could also recover their stamina and concentration far faster, and these effects would last throughout their stay. They didn't even have to rent a room in a hotel. Chapter 1564, Popular Zero Wing City. Chapter 1564, Popular Zero Wing City. Following a brief moment of shock, the players visiting Zero Wing City for the first time left the teleportation hall. When these players left the building, they were shocked by what they saw. None of them had expected anything like this. The guild had only recently constructed Zero Wing City. Logically, it should still be relatively empty, but although there weren't many players on the street, there were plenty of NPCs. Several wandering merchant NPCs had already set up their stalls and were busy hawking their wares. As well, these wandering merchants sold a lot more items than those in Stone Forest Town normally. Wandering merchants had no lack of rare items for sale. Adventurer teams and independent players were often willing to wait an entire day to purchase these rare items. However, these items were usually beyond the reach of ordinary players unless they were incredibly lucky. Yet not a single player stood before Zero Wing City's wandering merchants. The players, fresh out of the teleportation hall, turned to look at each other and gulped. They then dashed toward the nearest wandering merchant NPC without hesitation, terrified that other players would snatch up the rare items first. Even if they couldn't use these items themselves, they could resell them and make a profit. The 30 copper coins they had spent to teleport to Zero Wing City was worthwhile. By reselling one of the wandering merchant's rare items, they could make far more than 30 copper in profit. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City burnt through all of their money. Even so, plenty of wandering merchants still had rare items in stock. Scorpion, notify the commander immediately. Tell him to bring every coin we have. This is our chance to make a fortune. When faced with a large number of rare items before them, everyone forgot their original goal in visiting Zero Wing City. They contacted their friends or adventurer teams to borrow enough money to take advantage of this valuable opportunity as more players entered Zero Wing City. More people found out about Zero Wing City's benefits. More and more players were also coming to purchase rare items, although players had tried suppressing the news regarding Zero Wing City's benefits. Some players that couldn't afford to purchase any of these items decided to publish information on Star Moon Kingdom's forums out of spite large numbers of wandering merchants present in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City's mana density is even higher stone forest towns. Players can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city. Pictures and videos available. There are so many wandering merchants. How is this possible? You can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city. As players continued to post videos and pictures of Zero Wing City on the forums, many of the players who had been interested in visiting Ancient Rock City shifted their sights to Zero Wing City. Nothing was more important than gaining levels and equipment to current players. This was especially true for independent players who didn't get to enjoy guild benefits. It was difficult for independent players to achieve a leveling speed similar to guild players because they didn't have opportunities to accumulate the double EXP buff. Independent players could also enjoy a similar benefit just by paying 30 copper. They would get more than their money's worth. There were also plenty of wandering merchants in Zero Wing City, which was receiving very little attention from players, became a target location for many independent players and adventurer teams. The players that hadn't had any intentions of traveling to the Orc Empire quickly made their way to Zero Wing City when they heard the news, hoping to get a good look at the city as a result. Zero Wing City's player population skyrocketed. Many players in Stone Forest Town rushed over to Zero Wing City. They had only remained in Stone Forest Town because they had assumed that the town's mana density was higher. Now that they knew that Zero Wing City was superior to Stone Forest Town in this aspect, they would train in Zero Wing City instead. Shortly after Zero Wing City's grand opening, the player population rose from hundreds to tens of thousands. Moreover, this number continued to increase as time passed. Big Sis Aqua, good news! Based on Zero Wing City's current statistics, there are already over 300,000 players in the city. The female summoner named Yaya said, joyfully, we've already grown past 300,000. Aqua Rose was also ecstatic to hear the news. A player population of 300,000 might not seem like much compared to Stone Forest Town's player population, which exceeded 1 million. But the value of Zero Wing City's player population was significantly superior. Any player that entered Zero Wing City would have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee since Zero Wing City's player population had exceeded 300,000. That meant the city had already collected over 900 gold in entrance fees. This was net profit. As more players visited Zero Wing City, the city's income would continue to rise. It was only a matter of time before the city's population exceeded 1 million. If Zero Wing City had a floating population of 1 million, the guild would make 3,000 gold in net profit every day. Even the Candlelight trading firm wasn't capable of making that much net profit in a single day. There was also the income from Zero Wing City's hotels and battle arena. The income from these two establishments would likely be on par with the entrance fees. They also had the rental fees from shops. Big Sis Aqua. Several merchant players and adventure teams have contacted us again. They've stated that they wish to rent the city's shops. Are we really going to give them the new conditions? Yaya asked as she looked at Aqua Rose. The conditions Aqua Rose had proposed were simply ruthless. She worried that the merchant players would flee once they informed them of the changes. Of course, once Zero Wing City's player population hits 1 million, we're going to increase this price further. Aqua Rose said with determination. Yet didn't know that Zero Wing City was still an empty shelf. The many 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants Zero Wing City had contracted hadn't built their shops yet. Once their shops were complete, Not only would they sell items at a more reliable rate than the wandering merchant NPCs, but they would sell even higher valued items. Even more players would be attracted to Zero Wing City then. Even a population of 2 or 3 million might not be impossible, much less 1 million, I understand. When Yaya heard Aqua rose, she could not help but pity those merchant players. Had they agreed to lease Zero Wing City shops earlier, they would have been able to take advantage of the sudden development and made a huge profit. Now Aqua Rose would fleece them of every coin they had, following which Yaya relayed Aqua Rose's conditions to the merchant players trying to conduct business in Zero Wing City. This is fraudulent. Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? Crap. A shop on a plot of land with good potential costs, 400 gold a week. I might as well just buy a shop in a guild town. The merchant players that received Yaya's message paled and cursed Zero Wing. If they tried to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, they would have to add over 57 gold to their daily expenditures. How many items would they have to sell to earn that back? Only large-scale merchant guilds would possibly dare to rent such an expensive shop. These large-scale merchant guilds were made up of merchant players spread across multiple countries. With their wide range of connections, they would be able to obtain many items that would be of great interest to players. 400 gold for a plot of land with good potential. It seems Zero Wing is confident in its city's development. Susie, whom Feng had met in Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, smiled when she received Yaya's reply. This is a good opportunity. I might not be able to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, but I should be able to rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although a large number of merchant players chose to give up on doing business in Zero Wing City, there were still a few of them that decided to bite the bullet and rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although the rental fee of 240 gold per week was still expensive, at least they could save on some of their cost. As Zero Wing City became increasingly popular, Feng had arrived at the Dark Den central area, using Moloch's Ring the World Summit. This was a place created by numerous gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. When Feng returned to the World Summit's outer area once again, he felt that the place had changed since his last visit. More precisely, it wasn't the World Summit that had changed, but himself. When he visited the World Summit previously, he had merely been a Tier 1 player. He had been weaker in both perception and physique. He also hadn't had a clear understanding of what kind of place the World Summit was. This time, however, he noticed far more details. He could feel a strange power filling the area. This power gave off a cloud-like feeling. Although it felt vague, it had even suppressed the disintegration power's effects in his body. The disintegrated debuff had weakened his basic attributes by 50%. Now, his basic attributes were only 30% less than normal. This strange power's effect was striking. Moreover, the closer he got to the World Summit, the stronger the strange power became. Sure enough, the World Summit is extraordinary. It should be quite possible to obtain God crystals here. Feng took a look at the distant mountain that pierced the clouds. He had been in a rush during his first visit. He had wanted to secure the Bible of Darkness and leave as quickly as possible. He hadn't bothered to explore the World Summit and the surrounding areas properly. Now that he had returned, he had to research the area. After all, gods had created this place. If he had obtained so much from the moon god's old residence, the harvest he could obtain from a gathering place for many gods would be extraordinary. His goal was to obtain God crystals. The more God crystals he obtained, the better, since he had so many uses for them. Aside from the disintegration armor, he needed God crystals to repair his equipment, such as the Nightwalker's cape and soul orb. He had to search for any possible locations to obtain God crystals, following which Feng began to explore the World Summit. Time passed quickly. Before he realized it, he had already spent over 10 hours exploring the World Summit's map. Was very large. It was like a large-scale leveling map. There were deserts, forests, and canyons around the World Summit. The map itself was like a miniature world. However, aside from the Golden Avenue, the other locations didn't house a single living creature. Don't tell me that I can only obtain treasures by entering the World Summit itself? Feng was speechless. While there were many treasures in the World Summit, there were quite a few problems he would have while inside. The amount of time a player could remain in the World Summit was based on the strength they displayed previously. He had fought desperately to gain barely enough time to secure the Bible of Darkness. Although he had grown a lot stronger since his previous visit, and he should be able to secure more time, he didn't think that he could gather enough God crystals to repair the disintegration armor after entering the World Summit. Although countless shrines dotted the mountain, activating each shrine would cost a corresponding amount of time. It was obvious that obtaining 1 or 2 God crystals wouldn't be sufficient to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor. And no matter how he looked at it, he should only be able to find God crystals in the epic ranked and above shrines. In that case, according to his estimates, he'd be quite fortunate if he could activate 2 or 3 epic shrines. Just as Feng was about to give up on exploring the area and reach the Golden Avenue, he discovered something unbelievable. What's going on? Feng was dumbfounded as he looked at the Golden Avenue players. Other players had actually arrived in this special space. The most unbelievable part was the number of players. There were more than 20 players just within his vision range right now. These players didn't seem to belong to a single, large team. They moved in parties of 3 to 5 people, and they were clearly on high alert despite the fact that attacks weren't permitted on the Golden Avenue. Feng also sensed the power of darkness radiating from these players. To be more precise, it was the power of demons. These 20-plus players were all demon players. When the demon players noticed Feng, they weren't particularly surprised. They simply glanced at Feng before continuing to make their way toward the World Summit. Could there be another method of entering this place aside from Moloch's ring? After watching the group of players walk away, Feng quickly noticed several more demon players approach from behind them. It was obvious that there were quite a lot of demon players that had arrived in the World Summit. It was also clear that the demon players didn't arrive at this place using Moloch's ring. Instead, 2 players wearing black cloaks, 1 male and 1 female, approached Feng as he pondered. The man looked like a savage with his unkempt hair, while the woman was a beauty with an extraordinary body. A broken sword also hung from the woman's waist. Feng had met both these players before. One of them was Brute Spear, whom he had met on Demon Island, and the other one was Hidden Soul, the holder of pride in the Flower of 7 Sins. He never thought that he would meet these 2 in the World Summit. "Fellow friend, are you alone? How about partying up with us?" Brute Spear asked Feng, who fully hid his appearance behind a black cloak. Smiling, he continued, "I believe you should know that you'll need to have a lot of time if you want to take advantage of the World Summit. The amount of time allotted if you clear the entrance test by yourself is too limited. You won't be able to explore much with so little time. If you challenge the test as parties of 3 or 5, you'll be able to obtain much more time. How much time each person will get in the end will depend on your own abilities." Among the members of the Sin of Pride, only Hidden Soul and himself had arrived at the World Summit. Most of the other players that had arrived at the World Summit had formed their own parties. Even players that had arrived alone would opt to join 5-man parties rather than a 3-man party. There's the difficulty of the entrance test at the World Summit greatly differed, depending on if you were challenging the test as an individual or as a party. In the case of parties, the difficulty was no different if you were in a party of 3 or 5. The total amount of time allotted to a party would also remain the same. Each player in a party of 5 would get less than a party of 3. However, a party of 5 would undoubtedly have greater survivability and overall strength, which would allow the party to challenge a test of greater difficulty and gain more total time. Now that they had encountered Feng, who looked to be alone, he naturally had to ask and see if you're interested. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to take the party test and would have to resort to the individual test. Challenging the test as a party gives more time. When Feng heard Brute Spear's words, he more or less understood the gist of the situation. He then nodded and said, "All right, I'll join your party." Based on Brute Spear's words, he could tell that the man was relatively familiar with the World Summit previously. Feng had come as an individual, so he didn't notice that there was a party mode for the test. Judging by how experts like Brute Spear and Hidden Soul were willing to accept a stranger like himself into their party before even confirming his strength, he could tell that the party test was much more rewarding than the individual test. Otherwise, Brute Spear wouldn't bother inviting him, and all experts on Brute Spear and Hidden Soul's caliber were relatively prideful. If they were capable of achieving their goal on their own, they wouldn't ask for help, especially not from stranger. Ha. Wonderful. Brother, it seems you're quite a sensible person as well. If something can be done in a party of 3, there's naturally no need to do it in a party of 5. Let's hurry up and head for the test, then. Brute Spear laughed when Feng agreed to his invite. Hidden Soul merely glanced at Feng before continuing on her way toward the World Summit silently. It was clear that she held no interest in knowing a hanger-on like Feng. Brother, don't mind it. Our commander is always like this. Brute Spear explained awkwardly. That's understandable. Feng didn't say much about Hidden Soul's response. After all, his thoughts were exactly the same as Hidden Soul's. They were merely using each other for their own benefits and were far from being friends. There was naturally no need to act chummy with each other. Feng, Hidden Soul, and Brute Spear walked along the Golden Avenue and made their way towards the World Summit. Chapter 1566, Epic Party Test. Chapter 1566, Epic Party Test. After reaching the altar at the World Summit's foot, Feng discovered that there were easily over 100 players. The majority of these players wore black cloaks, but there were some that didn't hide their identities and levels. There sure are a lot of experts. Feng looked at everyone. Has the development of demon players reached such an extent already? Even the weakest player present was level 48, while some had already reached level 49. These players could easily rank at the top of an empire's ranking list. These players also had the capability to transform into demons, which would further enhance their strength. The players that hid their names and levels were likely also powerful. There were many non-human races in God's domain. The demon race ranked near the top in terms of strength. However, these races generally develop slowly during the early stages of the game. On their way here, Feng had learned from Brute Spear that every demon player capable of entering this place was a demon noble. This was a benefit available only to demon players who had become demon nobles. However, it was not easy to come to the World Summit, either. They not only had to pay 1,000 magic crystals, but they also had to complete many quests from a demon king. They would only gain one chance to enter the World Summit after they had accumulated sufficient contribution points. There was only one opportunity to enter the World Summit every 3 days in God's domain. It was extremely difficult for demon players to obtain a noble rank. There were over 100 demon nobles here now. One could already imagine how many ordinary demon players there were in God's domain. Meanwhile, even at the lowest demon noble rank, Tier 1 demon players would have their physique and basic attributes improved enough to rival ordinary Tier 2 players when they transformed into demons. A 100-plus demon players present could already be considered Tier 2 players. A party of 5 was just finishing their battle at the altar when Feng's group approached it. As the 5 players sat on the floor panting, expressions of excitement surfaced on their faces. A powerful party. Although just barely, it actually cleared the Dark Gold test. They'll have a good time inside the World Summit. Not only would they gain the key to open Dark Gold shrines, but they can also visit a few Fine Gold shrines. It's a pity that they're a 5-man party. If they were a 3-man party instead, they'd have enough time to visit 2 Dark Gold shrines, even if their test just barely made the mark for Dark Gold rank. If they hurry, they might even get to enter 3 Dark Gold shrines. Even so, it's already a good result. After all, the previous few parties have cleared the Fine Gold test. Envy and admiration filled the players below the altar as they looked at the party on it. There were also some that pitted the party. Based on everyone's reactions, it was clear that they were all familiar with the World Summit's entrance test. Even without the system's notifications, these players could guess the rank of the test the party of 5 undertook. No wonder they said that parties get more time. So this is the case. Realization dawned on Feng as he watched the battles on the altar. After watching several parties of demon players challenge the entrance test, he more or less understood how the party test worked compared to the individual test. The party test presented players with a considerable advantage. For the individual test, players were required to go up against 10 monsters simultaneously. For the party test, regardless of its size, players would have to go up against only 20 monsters simultaneously. Of course, there were also downsides for challenging the party test. First, The monster's minimum standard one could challenge in the party test was different. For the individual test, the weakest monster available for players to choose from was a common monster, whereas the weakest monster available for the party test was a special elite second. It was far more difficult for parties to achieve the Dark Gold rank in their tests. For example, when Feng challenged the test, he was able to achieve the Dark Gold rank just by challenging 1 Lord and 9 Chieftains. Parties needed to challenge a minimum of 1 Great Lord, 5 High Lords, and 14 Chieftains. The difficulty for parties was considerably higher. Players were able to exhibit greater strength in a group than monsters, though. If a party of 5 had a good class configuration, such as having 1 MT, 1 healer, and 3 DPS, the party would have a good chance at clearing the Dark Gold party test. Moreover, the entrance test allowed external items. Only summoning scrolls and personal guards were barred. Hence, it wasn't impossible to clear a Dark Gold party test among the several parties Feng had watched clear the Dark Gold party test thus far. Most of them had relied on magic scrolls and special tools. A party of 3 approached Feng's group while they were waiting for their turn. However, these 3 players didn't pay any attention whatsoever to Feng. Instead, their gazes focused on Hidden Soul. I didn't expect you to come here. I suggest that you give up on the quest this time. The Sin of Wrath will obtain that item. Or do you really think that you can clear the epic test, even with a hanger-on in your party? A 2-meter-tall, cloaked man carrying a massive, pitch-black broken blade said, laughing as he looked at Hidden Soul. You are courageous to waste 2 slots by coming here. If not for your elder brother strongly recommending you, you'd never have obtained the position you have today. I believe that things would get interesting if your brother found out about this. Upon hearing the robust man's words, Hidden Soul's complexion darkened. Entering the World Summit wasn't an easy task. There were only a limited number of quests assigned by Demon Kings. As a result, it would be very difficult for players to enter the World Summit. Demon players would normally only use up their chance to enter the World Summit after gathering a party of 3 or 5. The matter this time was relatively urgent. If she didn't obtain that item, she wouldn't be able to achieve her following goals. Hence, she had no choice but to enter the World Summit with only one of her subordinates, Skyhawk. Don't go thinking that you Wraths are amazing. We'll show you who's the truly strong one later on. Brute Spear said as he stood forward and looked at the man carrying the broken blade. It's obvious who's the stronger party here. Brute Spear, I advise you to join the Sin of Wrath. You'll have a much better future here. Do you think you can achieve anything by following a new commander? The man named Skyhawk said, glancing at Brute Spear. It just so happens that it's our turn to take the test now. We'll let you take a close look at the difference in strength between us. Skyhawk and his 2 companions walked up to the altar and began their test as a 3-man party. It would be difficult for them to clear the Dark Gold test. The trio had chosen to challenge the epic test instead. Anyway, 1 Grand Lord, 4 Great Lords, and 15 Chieftains appeared above the altar. The instant these monsters appeared, a commotion erupted below the altar. Who are these 3? Crap, that's a Grand Lord. Could those 3 be challenging the epic test? Everyone was dumbfounded by the difficulty of the test Skyhawk's party had challenged. Only a few of the parties that challenged the entrance test managed to clear the Dark Gold test. Most of these parties had only just barely managed to clear the test after using all sorts of tools. This was the first time they were seeing anyone challenging the epic test. The moment the battle began, the trio took a tier 3 magic scrolls from each of their bags. A defensive scroll, a large-scale destruction magic scroll, and a domain scroll. The monsters that appeared above the altar had much lower HP than ordinary monsters. They also possessed monotonous skills, making them relatively easy to kill. Before using the 3 magic scrolls, the trio simultaneously used their berserk skills. Then, they each took out and drank a potion. The mana surrounding them went berserk. The burning mana potion. Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the potion the trio consumed. A burning mana potion was a master rank potion. When consumed, the potion ignited one's mana and tripled the effectiveness of their skills and spells. The potion only had a short duration of 6 seconds. It was a very rare and powerful berserk potion. While Skyhawk's group prepared, The 20 combat puppets didn't idle around, either. However, before the combat puppets could even get close to the 3, they were stopped by a magic barrier. Not even the Grand Lord combat puppet could shake the magic barrier. A domain skill descended on the combat puppets, reducing the monster's basic attributes by 40% immediately after. An arc of golden lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the combat puppets, instantly killing all 15 chieftains. In the blink of an eye, only 1 Grand Lord and 4 Great Lords remained on the altar. Although the 5 remaining combat puppets only lost a small portion of their HPs, the large-scale destruction spell injured them badly, their combat power decreasing even further after the domain skill weakened them. The Guardian Knight, standing on Skyhawk's right, moved forward and used an AoE taunt, instantly securing the aggro of the 6 combat puppets. The Cleric, standing on Skyhawk's left, continuously cast healing spells on the Guardian Knight. Skyhawk controlled the 5 thorny vines summoned by his domain skill and continuously bombarded the combat puppets with attacks, each attack dealing tens of thousands of damage. Meanwhile, even the Grand Lord ranked combat puppet only had a maximum HP of 16,200,000 after being weakened after a few short minutes. The remaining 6 combat puppets collapsed to the ground. Skyhawk's party smoothly cleared the epic test. They read too strong. Who are these people? Everyone below the stage was dumbfounded. When the previous parties had challenged the entrance test, they had ended up dead, tired by the time they had completed it. Yet despite challenging an epic test, Skyhawk's party cleared it without breaking a sweat. Standing on the altar, Skyhawk sent Hidden Soul a provocative glance before laughing and stepping down from the stage to rest. It was as if he had said, "Can you do that? Damn it. When did they gather such a set of Tier 3 magic scrolls?" Brute Spear growled in frustration as he looked at Skyhawk's party. Envy flashed in his eyes, although Hidden Soul didn't comment. She didn't look pleased. "It'll be our turn in a moment. I've already stated our goal. We aim for epic rank. If you wish to withdraw, you can do so now. I won't try to force the matter. You've already seen the difficulty of the epic test. If you wish to continue, I only have one request, although I don't know how powerful you are exactly, and that is to figure out a way to distract 1 Great Lord," Hidden Soul said as she turned to Feng. Truthfully, the epic test was far more difficult than she had expected. Although she had prepared, she wasn't confident of clearing the test. Players only had one opportunity to challenge the entrance test during each visit to the World Summit. If they failed, they would have to wait until they returned. "There are no problems on my side." Feng nodded. Epic rank had been his goal all along, Commander, you see. I knew I picked the right person. Brute Spear said and laughed when he saw Feng's unwavering attitude. Hidden Soul simply smiled and didn't say anything else. After another party finished their test, Feng's group's turn to challenge had finally arrived. "All right, let's go." Hidden Soul started walking towards the altar. Chapter 1567, Different Goals. Chapter 1567, Different Goals. As Feng's 3-man party ascended the altar, Skyhawk and the others, who rested and recovered their concentration and stamina before the mountain, turned to watch Commander. Hidden Soul's party is up next. What a joke. An assassin, a berserker, and a swordsman? Do they really plan to challenge the epic test with that kind of party configuration? If she really lets these slots go to waste, not even her brother can help her keep her position. After sending Hidden Soul a contemptuous glance, Skyhawk closed his eyes and focused on recuperation. Paying no attention to the upcoming battle, he had severely depleted both his stamina and concentration in the previous intense battle. Although the World Summit was a relatively safe place, it was not completely void of danger. He had to remain in peak condition. As soon as Feng stepped on the altar, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. "System, defeat all enemies before you, and you will be granted entry to the World Summit system. As a 3-man party, you will gain 30 minutes for every special elite killed, 100 minutes for chieftains, 500 minutes for lords, 1,000 minutes for high lords, 2,000 minutes for great lords, and 5,000 minutes for Grand Lord system. Your party must choose 20 monsters to face. If you are unable to defeat your opponents, you will die system. As a 3-man party, The party leader may choose 10 monsters, while party members may choose 5 monsters each. The chosen monsters will prioritize the players that chose them. Your party has 10 minutes to consider. Failure to do so will result in automatic forfeit. You will die if you forfeit. Based on our previous discussion, I'll choose 1 Grand Lord and 9 Chieftains. Brute, you'll choose 3 Great Lords and 2 Chieftains. Maple Leaf, you'll choose 1 Great Lord and 4 Chieftains. Try to buy as much time as possible. Brute, and I will deal with the Chieftains as quickly as possible, and then we'll focus on your Great Lord, Hidden Soul said as she looked at Feng understood. Feng nodded. Feng hadn't given Hidden Soul and Brute Spear any of the names he usually used. Instead, he had given them a fake name that he had thought up on the fly. The World Summit was a paradise of treasure. It was also a hub for demon players. It certainly wasn't a good idea to expose either his Feng ID or Black Flame ID. Hence, he had decided to use another name to avoid complications. Moreover, he had the Nightwalker's cape. Even if others used high-ranking identification skills on him, they couldn't see through his concealment when Feng nodded. Hidden Soul chose her monsters, however. Once Feng chose his Great Lord, he didn't immediately select 4 Chieftains. Instead, he chose 1 Grand Lord and 3 Chieftains now that he had the rare opportunity of joining a party in the World Summit. He had to earn as much time as possible. After all, he needed to secure a large number of God Crystals, not just 1 or 2. Even though an epic party test would award a lot of time, it wasn't enough for his purposes. Moreover, since Hidden Soul and Brute Spear were confident of dealing with their own monsters, trading 1 Chieftain for a Grand Lord wouldn't matter much by the time Feng finished with his selection. Hidden Soul and Brute Spear had finished choosing their monsters, following which they quietly waited for their chosen monsters to spawn. When their allotted 10 minutes ended, a magic array formed above the altar. Combat puppets then dropped from the magic array. Once the 20 combat puppets had spawned, gasps filled the air. What? More players are challenging the epic difficulty. Huh? Wait. Why are there 2 Grand Lords? Did they select 1 by accident? That shouldn't be the case. How could they possibly mess up such an important decision? If they really made a mistake, they'll lose their lives. Everyone below the altar was dumbfounded when they saw the combat puppets. In their opinion, the epic party test was already difficult enough. Adding a single Great Lord would amplify the test's difficulty, not to mention adding an extra Grand Lord. Although Skyhawk's party seemed to have cleared the epic test relatively easily, it had been the result of precise calculation. The Guardian Knight had only tanked 1 Purgatory puppet and 4 Magisteel puppets due to the domain skill Suppression. However, had there been 1 more Magisteel puppet, the Guardian Knight would not have been able to maintain his HP above a safe margin. In that case, Skyhawk's party would have likely died before the combat puppets. The players weren't the only ones who were stupefied. The sudden arrival of 2 Grand Lords on the altar stunned Hidden Soul and Brute Spear. Purgatory Puppet, Grand Lord. Level 49. HP 27,000/27,000,000. Magisteel Puppet, Great Lord. Level 49. HP 16,000/16,000,000. Silver Puppet, Chieftain. Level 49. HP 1, 400,000/1, 400,000. It seems that I guessed correctly. Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the combat puppet's levels. He was currently level 60. To current players, this was an absurdly high level, and he wanted to keep this from others. However, the World Summit's entrance test decided the trial monster's levels based on the highest level player in the party. Hence, Feng had utilized the growth system and temporarily lowered his level to the next highest level player in the party. Although doing so would reduce his basic attributes, it would not affect the quality of his equipment. This mechanic had been created to allow high-level players to help their lower-leveled companions grind and level quickly, as players of significantly higher levels would take the majority of a monster's EXP. Now, however, this mechanic had helped Feng avoid exposing his level and lower the difficulty of the test. Has Hidden Soul lost her mind? Skyhawk was astonished when he saw the two purgatory puppets on the altar. He had personally experienced the power of a purgatory puppet. Although it didn't have as much HP as a normal Grand Lord, its combat power was the real deal. If not for the Tier 3 domain skill suppressing and attacking the purgatory puppet, his party wouldn't have defeated the Grand Lord based on his information. The Sin of Pride shouldn't have any Tier 3 domain scrolls. Even if Hidden Soul had one, how could a berserker like Brute Spear possibly hold two Grand Lords on his own? Hidden Soul's party didn't even have a healer. Everyone was flabbergasted. But what they didn't know was that Hidden Soul was more confused than any of them, however. Once the combat puppets appeared, they didn't give Hidden Soul much time to consider the surprising development. Immediately, the 20 combat puppets charged at the 3 players before them. Commander, what should we do? Brute Spear panicked. We don't have any other choice. We'll use our Berserk skills and the 2 mana soul crystals. Then we'll use Tier 3 magic scrolls to kill the chieftains. Kill as many as you can. Hidden Soul gritted her teeth as she took a crystal shard from her bag that radiated a dark purple glow and threw it on the ground reluctantly. Brute Spear retrieved a similar crystal shard and did the same when the 2 mana soul crystals shattered. The space around the party grew stagnant. As a result, the approaching combat puppets' movements stiffened slightly. At the same time, their basic attributes decreased by 20%. Unfortunately, despite being weakened, the purgatory puppets were still significantly stronger than great lords of the same level in terms of attributes. Meanwhile, although both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear wore top-tier equipment, their attributes could only rival a great lord of the same level even after they activated their berserk skills. They were still no match against the weakened purgatory puppets despite knowing this. However, Hidden Soul clenched her jaw and fought with everything she had. Both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear simultaneously used a Tier 3 magic scroll, with one containing a control spell and the other containing a large-scale destruction spell. The scrolls temporarily immobilized all of the combat puppets. But after the large-scale destruction spell struck, the silver puppets still had over 50% of their HPs remaining. Seeing this, Hidden Soul quickly took out and used another large-scale destruction magic scroll in quick succession. Hidden Soul used 3 Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls, killing all chieftain-ranked silver puppets. Although the large-scale destruction spells dealt a lot of damage, their effects were no match for those that Skyhawk had used after consuming the mana-burning potion. As a result, Hidden Soul's large-scale destruction spells a moment later. Both purgatory puppets arrived before Hidden Soul and only heavily injured the Great Lord-ranked Magisteel puppets. As for the Grand Lord-ranked purgatory puppets, they had only lost some HP. Their bodies were still intact, brandishing their one-handed sabers against the female assassin. Each of the purgatory puppets had 2 pairs of arms, so Hidden Soul had to face 8 sabers simultaneously. As the purgatory puppets attacked, they sealed off all paths of retreat. Seeing this, Hidden Soul had no choice but to activate Wind Steps and utilize the brief period of invulnerability the skill granted to block the incoming attacks and retreat. She planned to kite the Grand Lords, since fighting them head-on would be suicidal. Unfortunately, before she could get 10 yards away from the monsters, both purgatory puppets caught up with her. One purgatory puppet appeared beside her and sent an energy slash to cut off her path, while the other attacked from behind so fast. Realizing that she couldn't advance, Hidden Soul spun around and met the purgatory puppet behind her. Hidden Soul gracefully avoided half of the purgatory puppet's dozen or so attacks. She deflected the remaining strikes with her daggers and used the force to push her away from both puppets. At the same time, she also used the force of the attacks to push herself away from both purgatory puppets as a result of deflecting several of the purgatory puppets' attacks. Hidden Soul lost over 8,000 HP. After activating her Berserk skill, Hidden Soul only had slightly more than 90,000 HP in total. Hence, she couldn't ignore such high damage yet. Seconds after Hidden Soul escaped from the pincer attack, the other purgatory puppet leaped powerfully and arrived before her, launching yet another pincer attack. And here I thought Hidden Soul was strong enough to actually challenge 2 purgatory puppets. She's definitely going to die. Her party wouldn't be able to hold its ground against one purgatory puppet. They don't even have a healer. The suppression they're using against the puppets isn't strong enough. Even if they used regeneration potions to recover their HPs, they wouldn't last long. In the end, no matter what they do, they'll still die. That's right. She has overestimated herself. Does she think she can do anything just because she has high combat standards? The Guardian Knight and Cleric in Skyhawk's party quietly ridiculed Hidden Soul as they watched the female assassin desperately flee from the two purgatory puppets. As for Skyhawk, he no longer bothered to pay attention to the battle on the altar. The outcome of this test was already evident. Is this the end? Hidden Soul could not help her bitter smile when she saw that her HP had fallen below the 30% threshold. The two purgatory puppets launched another two-pronged assault against the assassin. But just as everyone assumed the battle would end, the air above the altar rippled suddenly. The purgatory puppets, Hidden Soul, and Brute Spear felt weaker. A shadow then appeared behind one of the purgatory puppets, followed by a blue flash. The purgatory puppet was abruptly thrown over a dozen yards away, slamming into the altar as it landed. Maple, seeing this, Hidden Soul and Brute Spear turned to their mysterious companion with wide eyes. Chapter 1568, Mysterious Demon Expert. Chapter 1568, Mysterious Demon Expert. Feng's sudden interference stunned every watching player impossible. That's a Grand Lord. What did he do? Grand Lords had an overwhelming strength advantage against Tier 1 players of the same level. At this stage of the game, aside from peak MTs, players could barely block a Grand Lord attack after activating a Berserk skill yet. Not only had Feng blocked the Purgatory Puppet's attack, but he had also sent it flying. Before anyone could react, Feng moved again and appeared before the other Purgatory Puppet. His sacred sword curved past the puppet's four sabers and struck the Grand Lord's chest like a bullet. The Purgatory Demon's body shot backward upon coming into contact with Killing Ray, smashing into the ground after flying across over a dozen yards. At the same time, a damage of over minus 20,000 appeared above its head in the blink of an eye. Feng had successfully pulled Hidden Soul from her precarious situation. Feng then used the aura of Water's life domain, recovering 10% of both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear's HP every second for 30 seconds before Hidden Soul could say anything. Feng got ahead of her and said, "We don't have time. I'll make things simple. We need to deal with these two Purgatory Puppets before our Berserk skills end. Otherwise, they'll whittle us down until we die. From now on, I'll tank both Grand Lords while you attack with everything you've got." Although the Purgatory Puppets had far less HP than a normal Grand Lord's, they still had a base HP of 27 million. Even after the Mana Soul Crystals and Disintegration Field Suppression, both Purgatory Puppets had retained 60% of their basic attributes, putting their HPs at 16,200,000. This meant that they would recover 162,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if all three players attacked the two Grand Lords with everything they had, it would take a considerable amount of time to defeat them. Furthermore, only two of them would be free to fight the Purgatory Puppets as Brute Spear was busy with the Great Lord ranked Magisteel Puppets. They had to make good use of every second they had. Fortunately, after stepping up to the altar, the disintegrated debuff suppressing Feng's basic attributes had disappeared, which allowed him to fight at his peak. Even so, he needed to activate a Berserk skill to suppress a Grand Lord of the same level. Once his Berserk skill's duration ended, fighting the Purgatory Puppets will become far more troublesome. Hearing this, Hidden Soul realized the severity of the situation. She nodded and mentally pushed away the questions plaguing her mind. By this time, the two Purgatory Puppets had recovered from Feng's attacks, staring at the swordsman with emotionless, crimson eyes. The Grand Lords then released out an angry bellow, their sabers flashing as they emitted scorching, emerald flames. This move was none other than the Purgatory Puppets' trademark move, Purgatory Blade. It seems the Purgatory Puppets are finally getting serious. It'll be even more difficult to take them down now. When the spectating crowd saw the emerald flames dance on the sabers, they unconsciously gulped. Not only did Purgatory Blade increase the might of the Purgatory Puppets' attack significantly, but also improved the Grand Lord's attack range and attack speed. Skyhawk's party had relied on their Guardian Knight's life-saving skill to stand against the Purgatory Puppet's Purgatory Blade, and Skyhawk had used a portion of the thorny vines he had summoned with his Tier 3 domain skill to help block the attacks. Only after doing so had Skyhawk's party managed to survive through the Purgatory Blade's 20-second duration. However, Feng's party did not include an MT. It didn't have any healers either. Defending against the Purgatory Puppet skill would be far more difficult for their party. The Grand Lord's attack range bonus from his skill was also terrifyingly vast, making their attacks impossible to dodge. I'll aggro one, Hidden Soul hurriedly declared after seeing the Grand Lords activate Purgatory Blade. It is impossible for non-MT classes to tank both at the same time. Their party situation wasn't like Skyhawk's. Skyhawk's party had only faced one Purgatory Puppet, whereas their party had to deal with two. When Skyhawk's Purgatory Puppet had used Purgatory Blade, even the Guardian Knight nearly died after activating a life-saving skill. Needless to say, the Grand Lord's attacks would annihilate any other class. No, I can hold both of them by myself. You just need to focus on dealing damage, Feng said, grinning as he dashed at the two approaching Purgatory Puppets. At the same time, he activated the Abyssal Blade's Phantom Kill suddenly. Feng split into two copies of himself. Each copy then moved to take on a Purgatory Puppet, a doppelganger. Hidden Soul was stunned when she saw Feng split into two. She had never considered that he would have such a skill, although a doppelganger's basic attributes were in the main bodies. A doppelganger's death wouldn't affect the player. Hence, using the doppelganger to waste a Purgatory Puppet skill was definitely a wise decision. If the player controlled their doppelganger properly, it might even last through the Purgatory Blade's 20-second duration without mishaps. As Hidden Soul pondered, she was shocked yet again. Both Feng and his doppelganger brandished their swords and clashed with the Purgatory Puppet's emerald sabers. When the opposing weapons collided, not only did Feng and his doppelganger successfully block the attacks, but they also held their ground. In the end, both Feng and his doppelganger blocked every one of the dozen or so attacks each Purgatory Puppet launched. Although the two swordsmen lost some HP as the emerald fire burned them, the damage was insignificant with life domain's recovery effect. Seeing this, the spectating crowd was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is that really a doppelganger? Aren't doppelgangers supposed to have weaker attributes than the main body? That doppelganger seems just as powerful as the main body. Crap, that guy can actually keep up with the Purgatory Puppet's rapid attacks while controlling both his body and his doppelganger. What kind of reaction speed does he have? Amazing. No wonder they dared to challenge two Purgatory Puppets. An expert. He is definitely one of God's domain's monster-level experts. Does anyone know who that is? I know quite a few expert demon players, but I've never seen such a powerful swordsman. As the battle on the altar progressed, the crowd's interest in Feng grew exponentially. This was the first time they had ever seen a swordsman block two Grand Lords of the same level by himself. Many of the demon players present even considered trying to befriend Feng. The competition was far more intense between demon players than it was between ordinary players. They placed far more value on strength. This was due to the extreme difficulty of the quest demon players had to complete. If they could befriend a demon expert like Feng, the man might even help them with their quests. With his help, they could rise through the demonic noble ranks. Sent he the player that Hidden Soul randomly invited into her party? How is he so strong? Skyhawk was astounded as he watched Feng hold his ground against two Purgatory Puppets. The strength Feng displayed was simply terrifying. Is he some trump card Hidden Soul deliberately hid? Experts of Feng's caliber were incredibly rare, not to mention a demon player of such caliber. In Skyhawk's opinion, Hidden Soul must know Feng personally. While the spectating crowd voiced their opinions of Feng, the two Purgatory Puppets steadily lost HP once Purgatory Blade ended. Feng could occasionally launch counterattacks while blocking the Grand Lord strikes. Every one of his ordinary attacks easily dealt over minus 20,000 damage, while his skills dealt over minus 60,000. When he used skills, such as Shadow Blade and Flame Burst, his damage soared past -100,000 per hit. Meanwhile, Hidden Soul attacked one of the two Purgatory puppets in a frenzy. From time to time, when most of her powerful skills were on cooldown, she attacked with Tier 2 or 3 magic scrolls. As a result, the Purgatory puppet she targeted lost HP rapidly midway through the battle, though the duration of Feng's doppelganger ran out. As a result, Feng was forced to deal with two Purgatory puppets personally. Fortunately, he had an advantage over his enemies with his attributes, so he could still tank the two combat puppets without much issue. Only, his DPS suffered as a result. Fortunately, under Hidden Soul's full-powered assault, the duo defeated one of the Purgatory puppets after 5 minutes of continuous fighting. Defeating one also alleviated the pressure on Feng. Since he used the power of darkness, the attribute enhancement remained intact even after fighting for so long. In contrast, Hidden Soul's Berserk skill had long since ended, and she had no choice but to transform into her demon form to increase her combat power when Phantom Kill's cooldown ended. Feng summoned his doppelganger once more, significantly increasing their total DPS in the end. Feng still had 1 minute with Power of Darkness by the time the final Purgatory puppet collapsed. As for the remaining Great Lord ranked Magisteel puppets, Feng's basic attributes were far superior even without a Berserk skill. Furthermore, his Berserk skill was still active, following which Feng easily pushed around the Magisteel puppets. When the final Magisteel puppet died, the crowd below the altar fell silent. These players only recovered from their daze after a few seconds. Feng and his two companions heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 1569, Inferior Legendary Rank. Chapter 1569, Inferior Legendary Rank. As the final Magisteel puppet's HP reached 0, both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear breathed a sigh of relief. Commander, we succeeded. Brute Spear excitedly announced they had merely intended on giving the entrance test a try. After all, they already knew how difficult the Epic Party test was. Moreover, their party's configuration wasn't particularly favorable, which only lowered their success rate. They never thought that they would actually defeat the two Purgatory puppets and pass the entrance test. That's right, we succeeded. Even Hidden Soul, who had maintained a solemn expression, could not help but reveal a joyful smile. She then shifted her gaze to Feng, the question she had previously suppressed resurfacing in her mind now that she thought about it. She hadn't chosen two Purgatory puppets accidentally. It was also unlikely that the system had made an error. Moreover, Feng had been calm when he faced the two Grand Lords, as if he had expected the situation. This proved that the swordsman had chosen the extra Purgatory puppet. Moreover, Feng should have no information about her or Brute Spear's strengths, yet he had made such a decision. This proved that Feng was confident in his own capabilities to take down two Purgatory puppets. Not only was Feng such a powerful swordsman, but he was also capable of reaching the World Summit. Based on what she knew, God's Domain didn't have an expert like this man. Someone so powerful wouldn't be able to hide their identity from everyone. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's party stared at Feng and Hidden Soul in astonishment. How is this possible? They actually did it. Commander, what should we do now? They killed one more Purgatory puppet than we did. They definitely have more time than us. The Guardian Knight and Cleric and Skyhawk's party panicked when Hidden Soul's party cleared the test. Time was everything in the World Summit. Players with more time would find more opportunities to grow stronger, and this was especially true as players tried to reach the epic shrines. Gaining an additional 5,000 minutes would give a team enough time to enter at least 4 more additional epic shrines, although I don't know where that woman found such a powerful team member. More time won't help them find that item. Skyhawk wore a twisted, ugly expression. Immediately, he commanded, "All right, we've rested enough. Let's enter the World Summit." Saying so, Skyhawk approached the World Summit's entrance. Commander, look. It seems that Skyhawk can't sit still any longer. He's in such a rush to leave, Brute Spear said, laughing in delight as he watched Skyhawk's party depart. However, unlike Brute Spear, Hidden Soul had lost interest in Skyhawk's party as questions about Feng's identity filled her mind. As she was about to move forward and thank Feng, the sound of a system notification reached her ears. System, you have completed the SS rank difficulty test. Rewarding Inferior Legendary Shrine Key. Time awarded increased by 40%. You have received 8,480 minutes. An Inferior Legendary Shrine Key and 8,148 minutes. Hidden Soul was stunned. Immediately, she looked at the system notification window to confirm that the announcement hadn't been a hallucination. She had never expected such a bountiful reward based on her calculations. The best performing party could only learn around 7,000 minutes after completing an epic party test. Yet despite her party's average performance, she had earned over 8,000 minutes. Most importantly, the Shrine Key was Inferior Legendary rank. This was the first time she had ever heard of such a key. One could only open a shrine of equal or lower rank with a high-rank Shrine Key in the World Summit. Without a key of corresponding or higher rank, players wouldn't be able to unlock the doors to the shrine. Even Feng was ecstatic. His performance had been the best in the party, and thus he had received more time than his companions. In total, he had earned 13,580 minutes, 6 times the amount he had earned during his first visit. He would have ample time to search for God crystals in the World Summit. Brother Maple, we really have to thank you for your help. We'll be able to proceed with our quest far more smoothly. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to contact me. If you want to deal with someone, my commander and I can deal with most of God's domain's experts. Brute Spear said, grinning as he walked up to Feng. Hidden Soul nodded and expressed her agreement with Brute Spear's offer. She admitted that Feng was quite strong in a head-on confrontation. However, she was a professional with assassination and ambushing. She doubted that she'd lose out to Feng when focusing on a single target. Right. If I need anyone killed, I'll make sure to give you a call, Feng said, nodding. He did not try to reject Brute Spear's goodwill, although the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't yet fully developed in God's domain. It wasn't an organization that ordinary superpowers had any hope against. Moreover, there wasn't any enmity between him and the organization. Most of the encounters he had had with the Flower of Seven Sins thus far had been due to other players hiring its services. Such dealings were very normal for an assassin organization. It was unlikely that the Flower of Seven Sins had a grudge against him. Feng added both Hidden Soul and Brute Spear's friends, but due to his demon mask, his name registered as Maple Leaf in their friends list now. If he really had to deal with someone in the future, he could ask Hidden Soul for help once the entrance test was over. Hidden Soul and Brute Spear decided to rest before entering the World Summit. The previous fight had taken a huge toll on their stamina and concentration. Feng, however, had no intention of resting. Instead, he parted ways with Hidden Soul and Brute Spear before entering the World Summit on his own. Feng hadn't wanted to avoid resting, but he didn't want others to discover his intentions. After some light conversation, Feng made his way towards the World Summit's main entrance. As he departed, Hidden Soul felt a little lost and crestfallen. Commander, we really got lucky. If we hadn't come across Brother Maple, we would have had to watch Skyhawk's party enter the World Summit and search for the item. If Skyhawk knew that we earned Inferior Legendary Shrine Keys, he'd lose his mind, Brute Spear said, sighing ruefully as he watched Feng's departing figure. It's a pity that Brother Maple seems to have some business of his own. If we could have convinced him to enter alongside us, we'd have a far better chance of obtaining that item. Commander, you should have at least tried to convince him. Who knows? He might have agreed. He's already helped us quite a bit. Don't get too greedy, Hidden Soul said as she eyed the grinning Berserker commander. The boss has been looking for an expert to help him for a while now. Why don't we recommend Brother Maple? With his strength, Brother Maple shouldn't have any issue catching the boss's eye, Brute Spear said. Not only would Brother Maple be able to help out the boss, but he might even be interested in that matter. Perhaps. Hidden Soul nodded in agreement. While Hidden Soul and Brute Spear conversed, Feng arrived in the World Summit. The World Summit was far more lively than it had been during his previous visit. Plenty of players even occupied the bronze area. Some players were even fighting over shrines, but Feng had no intention of staying in the bronze area, and he charged toward the top of the mountain. Although he had acquired a lot of time, he could still fail to find enough god crystals to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor. He couldn't afford to waste a second on low-quality shrines. Without any hesitation, he dashed towards the epic shrines, however. As Feng was about to climb the staircase to the next area, an enchanting beauty with 3 pairs of pitch-black wings appeared before him. As the woman hovered in the air, she radiated an aura that suggested that she could triumph over all beings. This woman was none other than the fallen angel Serena. Interesting. Someone has finally obtained the inferior legendary shrine key after so long. Serena smiled as she gazed down at Feng. Chapter 1570, Life Rating. Chapter 1570, Life Rating. Serena's appearance immediately attracted the attention of every player in the World Summit. In truth, it was difficult not to notice her. Serena was a Tier 5 fallen angel. When she wasn't deliberately trying to suppress her aura, she could immobilize Tier 1 players with that alone. Even Feng was afraid of Serena despite standing so far away from her. The fallen angel's presence dominated the area, as if she owned it. Since someone has obtained the inferior legendary shrine key, activate the divine staircase. Serena's voice echoed throughout the World Summit. Every player in the World Summit could hear her clearly. If you wish to obtain power, perform exploits that even the gods will acknowledge. When Serena fell silent, the World Summit began to tremble. One pitch-black shrine after another rose from the ground. They hovered in the air and were connected by pitch-black staircases. This spiral chain of shrines extended to the World Summit's peak. The formation of these spiraling shrines had lasted several minutes, and throughout the process, not a single player had moved from where they stood as they watched these shrines form. In all, why did an NPC suddenly show up? What is this NPC trying to do? Could this be an event? What's the divine staircase? When the spiraling shrines were complete, a grounded, pitch-black shrine manifested among the many bronze shrines. The various players launched into a heated discussion about what this could be. Everyone was curious about the divine staircase Serena had mentioned shortly after. Quite a few players approached the first black shrine and inferior legendary shrine key. Is Hidden Soul's party responsible for triggering this divine staircase? Skyhawk, who was already relatively high up the mountain, looked at the new pitch-black shrines with shock and envy. Not only had Hidden Soul earned a large amount of time, but she had also obtained an inferior legendary shrine key. Thinking up to this point, he immediately commanded his companions, "Let's go. We have to take a look at the new shrine." At this point, he could do nothing about the inferior legendary shrine key. After all, it was a bound item, but he could get a clear idea of the divine staircase's function. When players reached the grounded shrine, they examined the rules on the stone monument beside it. These players instantly revealed excited expressions. "God, this divine staircase is amazing. Damn it, if I knew something like this would happen, I would have waited to come to the World Summit." These players gazed at the stone monument as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. How generous. Feng was just as surprised when he read the divine staircase's rules. Unlike the shrines around the World Summit, the divine staircase's shrines didn't require corresponding keys or time to unlock. Rather, players had to rely on their own power to ascend to the next shrine. Since it didn't cost time to climb the divine staircase, players could explore its shrines as long as they had time remaining. However, the number of times they could climb the divine staircase depended on the type of shrine key the players carried. Players could only climb the divine staircase once if they had a bronze shrine key, while mysterious iron keys would allow players to climb the staircase twice. Secret silver keys granted players 3 entries. Fine gold keys granted 4. Dark gold keys granted 5 entries. Epic keys would allow players to climb 7 times, and inferior legendary keys allowed players access to the divine staircase 10 times. However, once players exhausted their entries, they'd be forced out of the World Summit regardless of how much time they had remaining. Meanwhile, each time players cleared a pitch-black shrine, they would earn a corresponding number of shrine points. They could then use these shrine points to purchase various items available in the World Summit. Players didn't need any specific qualifications to purchase these items. As long as they had the required number of points, They could buy any item they wanted. Feng wouldn't have been overly surprised if the items available were merely top-tier weapons and equipment, even epic weapons and equipment. The World Summit had plenty of epic shrines, and as long as players cleared the epic ranked entrance test, they could easily obtain epic items from the appropriately ranked shrines. What surprised Feng was the fact that players could use these SPs to improve their life rating. It was common knowledge in God's domain that improving one's life rating was extremely difficult. Improving one's life rating wasn't just a matter of a stronger physique. Rather, it was a life transition. For example, if one compared an archaic species to a normal human being, the archaic species' basic attributes would be several times higher than a human's of the same level. This was the difference of a higher life rating. This was also why archaic species became more difficult to deal with as they rose in level. Although players could improve their life ratings by upgrading their tiers, the improvement was minuscule. For example, an ordinary Tier 5 player's life rating was only slightly higher than an ordinary Tier 1 player's. This was also the reason that Tier 5 players were significantly weaker than Tier 5 monsters. The attribute difference wasn't much during the early levels, and players could easily close the gap with top-tier weapons and equipment. However, as players rose in levels, particularly after passing level 100, the advantage of a higher life rating would become apparent and would only become more evident as players progressed in the game, at which point players might be able to kill other players of higher tiers. But they'd be dreaming if they thought they could take out monsters of higher tiers. Only after reaching Tier 6 would players truly transition. Tier 6 players' life rating was worlds apart from ordinary Tier 5 players. At Tier 6, players would also qualify to challenge Tier 6 gods. Meanwhile, players could actually improve their life ratings with the shrine points from the Divine Staircase. Why wouldn't Feng be shocked? Based on his knowledge, the players that had managed to improve their life ratings by other means than upgrading tiers have been exceedingly rare even after 10 years in God's domain. Even if players found some way to do so, it would be incredibly difficult, and they'd have to rely on luck and strength. In the past, God's domain's various superpowers had fought frequently over such opportunities. By securing such an opportunity, they could give their players a better chance of reaching Tier 6. In fact, the benefits of improving one's life rating were even more valuable than ordinary legendary items. Feng had never thought that the Divine Staircase before him would be such an opportunity. However, when he saw the price of improving one's life rating, he was speechless. Even the cheapest Bloodline required 100,000 shrine points, and one exploit passing the first pitch black shrine only awarded 10 SPs. Although the others would award more, one still had to pass a considerable number of shrines to accumulate enough SPs to purchase the Bloodline. Furthermore, Feng had no idea of how to perform an exploit, and the rules didn't mention anything about it. Even if he collected 100,000 SPs, without an exploit, he wouldn't be able to purchase a Bloodline to improve his life rating. Meanwhile, players could purchase various other items, such as potions, designs, recipes, mounts, siege weapons, god crystals, and other precious items. There were even fragmented legendary items up for trade. Naturally, the fragmented legendary items were extremely expensive. Even the cheapest cost 70,000 SPs, while the more expensive items could cost up to 240,000 SPs and 3 exploits. Moreover, players had to spend the SPs they earned with each visit, as their counter would reset to 0 when they returned. Fortunately, exploits were permanent and would only disappear when players spent them or deliberately deleted them. In other words, if players had a certain item in mind, they had to earn enough SPs in one visit to purchase it. Even so, the crowd before the first black shrine drooled over the prospects of treasure. After all, fragmented legendary items were practically illusory to current players. In fact, there hadn't been any news of a super guild obtaining one thus far. Suddenly, many players dashed into the first shrine and began their ascension. Feng didn't dawdle either, entering the shrine before him. This was a rare opportunity to secure a Bloodline for himself, and he had plenty of time. It'd be a huge waste if he didn't attempt it. Chapter 1571, Realm Lord. Chapter 1571, Realm Lord. As soon as Feng set foot in the pitch-black shrine, his environment transformed. It felt as if he had just stepped through a teleportation gate and arrived in an entirely different space. A dark forest loomed before him, and the howling of wolves occasionally echoed in his ears. In the darkness of night, he faintly saw pairs of crimson eyes flicker in the treetops. This is a survival battle? Feng wondered as he observed his surroundings. Although it was night here, his vision was unaffected. He could see around him as clearly as if the sun hung above him. Feng spotted over a dozen werewolves armed with crossbows and in excellent equipment standing in the trees around him. In addition, he spotted another dozen or so werewolves with spears and greatswords beneath the tree's cover, radiating an intense, killing intent. All of these werewolves were level 55 or above, with the highest at level 58. They range between elites and special elites. If an ordinary player attempted to take all of these monsters on by themselves, they'd definitely be torn apart. As Feng observed these werewolves, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, clear this divine shrine to obtain a reward. When the system notification ended, a system map appeared in the corner of Feng's vision. A teleportation point had been marked on the map in the heart of the forest. It was obvious that he had to reach said teleportation point to leave the divine shrine. However, before Feng could examine the map closely, the werewolves in the treetops began to attack, the triple-loaded crossbows releasing their bolts at him simultaneously. At the same time, the werewolves on the ground began to close in, forming a tight encirclement around him. How troublesome. It seems that the system banned teleportation skills as well. I guess I have no choice but to run to the target. When Feng had noticed the werewolves' attacks, he had attempted to use space movement, teleporting to the destination directly. Unfortunately, teleportation skills were prohibited in the Divine Shrine. He had no choice but to unsheath Killing Ray and retaliate. A rain of bolts from above might be troublesome to ordinary players, but to Feng, the bolts were practically negligible. He easily dodged the bolts and appeared before a level 56 elite werewolf in the blink of an eye. He lightly swung Killing Ray at the melee-focused werewolf shadow blade. Numerous streaks of shadows cut past the elite werewolf, each hit dealing several tens of thousands of damage. Like a cannonball, the 2-meter-tall werewolf's body shot backward and slammed into the werewolves behind it. The monster only returned to the ground after flying over 20 yards. By the time it landed, however, its HP had reached 0. Its body turned to ash and disappeared, leaving several copper coins in its place. These monsters actually drop loot? Feng was slightly confused to see the copper coins on the ground. He had assumed that he'd be striving for nothing here. This was a kind of test, and tests normally didn't provide loot. However, Feng did not bother to kill the other werewolves. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered out of the circle of werewolves, heading straight for the teleportation array in the forest. Heart combat players like Feng were no stranger to survival battles in God's domain. These situations were common in dungeons. If players focused on defeating the monsters in survival battles, they'd only get caught up in an endless cycle of combat, wasting their time. Feng, of course, didn't have a lot of time to waste, and even if he could kill these monsters easily, he'd still consume stamina. If he ran out of stamina midway through a battle, he'd become a sheep for the slaughter. No matter how powerful he was, as he headed deeper into the forest, the werewolves went into a frenzy, chasing after him. However, Feng was simply too fast, and even the special elite ranked werewolves could only watch as the distance between them and their target grew until the swordsmen eventually left their sight. After a few more minutes of running, Feng reached the teleportation array in the heart of the forest. However, before he could approach the array, he felt a chill crawl down his spine. The cause of this creeping sensation was none other than a one-eyed werewolf with a massive greatsword that guarded the teleportation Araya Realm Lord. Feng stared at the one-eyed werewolf in shock. This one-eyed werewolf was over 3 meters tall, and although it was only a level 58 special elite, the mana circling it was extraordinary. It felt like this land's protected child. Spectre Werewolf, Realm Lord, humanoid creature, special elite. Level 58 HP 4, 200, 000/4, 200, 000. In God's domain, the title of Realm Lord did not represent a monster's rank or bloodline. Rather, it was a buff that greatly enhanced the monster's skills and spells. Monsters with this title also had strengthened physiques and HPs. Basically, there were boss-like existences among monsters of the same level, and rank realm lords were not particularly rare in God's domain, but they were usually only found in level 50+ resource-rich maps. They protected these resource maps, and as long as they remained in their designated maps, they could display far more combat power than monsters of the same level and rank normally. Player teams avoided realm lords as much as possible. Fighting these monsters simply wasn't worthwhile. Despite being so much stronger than monsters of the same level and rank, realm lords didn't offer additional or better loot. Is the divine shrine itself some sort of opportunity? After a moment of surprise, Feng's lips curled into a smile. When players had first discovered realm lords in the past, they had avoided these monsters as much as possible. Unfortunately, some battles were unavoidable, and players had been forced to kill certain realm lords. As players had killed more realm lords, they discovered something astonishing: the mana barrier crystal fragment. Only realm lords dropped this item, and there was no way to obtain the crystal fragments from other monsters on its own. The mana barrier crystal fragment did not possess much of a function. At most, it could be used as a support material when crafting weapons and equipment. But when players synthesized the mana barrier crystal fragments into mana barrier crystals, their value rose by over 100-fold. The mana barrier crystals were the various NPC cities' main power source for their teleportation magic arrays. Not only did the mana barrier crystal contain a frightening amount of mana, but it could also replenish itself by absorbing the mana around it. Only, the mana barrier crystal required a considerably long time to replenish itself. However, this replenishment time would vary depending on the mana density around it. In an ordinary environment, for example, an empty mana barrier crystal would require 48 hours to recover fully. To put it simply, a mana barrier crystal was akin to an everlasting magic crystal. It was the perfect power source for teleportation arrays. With enough mana barrier crystals, one could operate a teleportation array for no cost. It was easy to imagine how valuable these mana barrier crystals were. After all, mana barrier crystals were not that easy to obtain, yet the various large guilds and players were in dire need of them. Meanwhile, the special elite ranked realm lord before Feng was a walking mana source. Without hesitation, he charged forward, showing no intentions of circling the specter werewolf and leaving the divine shrine. As Feng boldly approached, the specter werewolf howled in anger. It raised its greatsword and swung the massive weapon at the impudent intruder. Over a dozen magical wind blades formed before the specter werewolf and shot towards Feng. The attacks were spread out, making it impossible for Feng to dodge them all. Fortunately, the disintegration armor wasn't currently suppressing Feng's basic attributes. In other words, his strength was even higher than a great lord's of the same level. Hence, although the Spectre Werewolf's Realm Lord status enhanced its wind blades, and the attack nearly rivaled the power of a Tier 2 spell, they were insignificant to Feng's sword's orbit. A galaxy of stars formed around Feng, striking down the approaching wind blades. Feng didn't even pause as he continued towards the Spectre Werewolf Shadow Blade. Thunder Flame Explosion. Flame Burst. When Feng reached the Spectre Werewolf and began to bombard it with attacks, the Special Elite's 4,200,000 HP drained like flowing water. Despite the Spectre Werewolf's struggles to fight back, it was powerless to change its fate. In the end, Feng's swords devoured its HP. It then collapsed, transforming into a dark mist and scattering in the wind. The Berserk mana, which had surrounded the Spectre Werewolf, calmed as a result. At the same time, a pair of level 50 bronze plate armor boots, a dark crystal shard, and several dozen copper coins appeared on the ground. Although the loot was not particularly impressive, Feng's eyes glowed when he saw the dark crystal shard. This shard was none other than the mana barrier crystal fragment. Chapter 1572, Blackwater Visits. Chapter 1572, Blackwater Visits. Sure enough, the Divine Shrine's tests are also opportunities. Feng smiled as he collected the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment. Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment, consumable, can be used to increase mana. A support tool for crafting items. Obtaining Mana Barrier Crystal Fragments wasn't easy, and although the item had a high drop rate, it didn't drop from every Realm Lord. Meanwhile, Realm Lords were even rarer than field bosses. High-resource leveling maps only had 2 or 3 Realm Lords. In addition, these Realm Lords' respawn time was much longer than ordinary field bosses when the various large guilds had discovered the benefits of killing Realm Lords in the past. Many guild wars had broken out over these monsters. Obtaining 1 Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment after killing a single special elite ranked Realm Lord was a huge boon from the system. Each Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment had sold for around 30 gold in the past. Of course, most guilds that had obtained these crystal shards had refused to sell them. When players collected 10 crystal fragments, they could seek out an NPC master alchemist to synthesize the Mana Barrier Crystal with a 40% success rate. If the synthesis were successful, one would have an everlasting magic crystal. The Mana Barrier Crystal was a priceless treasure, useful in multiple aspects, such as powering teleportation arrays, magic towers, and other such constructions. There had even been a few workshops that had specialized in hunting Realm Lords in distant maps, making a living from selling Mana Barrier Crystals. After obtaining the crystal fragment, Feng moved towards the teleportation array and left the forest. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the first Divine Shrine's exit, and the staircase leading to the second shrine stretched before him. Many players were already running towards the second Divine Shrine. So how many people are already out? Feng was surprised. Over 100 players were already approaching the second Divine Shrine. However, after giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had spent quite some time fighting the Spectre Werewolf. Most, if not all, of the players before him had likely avoided fighting the Realm Lord. They had simply slipped past the Spectre Werewolf to enter the teleportation array. As Feng left the first Divine Shrine, the sound of system notifications reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine. Rewarding 10 Shrine Points. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 10 Shrine Points. System, congratulations. You have killed the Guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 50 Shrine Points. So many points. Feng was somewhat taken aback when he saw how many points the system had awarded for killing the Spectre Werewolf. Passing the Divine Shrine had only earned him 10 SPs, yet killing the special elite ranked Spectre Werewolf had awarded 50. If these other players realized that killing the Guardian boss would award even more points, they'd likely regret their earlier actions. Even the cheapest item available for purchase in the Divine Shrine cost 500 SPs. If one cleared the first Divine Shrine quickly and ignored killing the Guardian boss, they would only receive 20 SPs. With that method, who knew how many Divine Shrines one would have to clear to accumulate 500 SPs? Moreover, as players climbed the Divine Staircase, the Divine Shrines would become more challenging. If players did not earn as many points as possible early on, it would only become more difficult to earn the points they needed later. It seems that I'll have to defeat every Divine Shrine's Guardian boss. Thinking up to this point, Feng realized the fastest way to earn Shrine Point from the Divine Staircase, following which he proceeded towards the second Divine Shrine. The second shrine contained a gravel ridge, and its monsters ranged between level 55 and 58. However, the second shrine had far fewer elite monsters, and nearly half the shrine's monsters were special elites. Next to the Realm Lord, a few level 58 elites guarded the teleportation array. To Feng, however, this slight increase in difficulty was no issue. He had only spent a few minutes to defeat the Realm Lord and 3 elites. This time, however, he did not obtain a Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment. He had only obtained a level 55 Bronze Mage top and some coins. Upon clearing the second Divine Shrine, Feng earned 15 SPs. He also received 15 SPs for clearing the shrine within the time limit, and 70 SPs for killing the Guardian boss. Although Feng had cleared the second Divine Shrine, he was clearly lagging behind the other players. Even those who had entered the first divine shrine sometime after him were already on their way towards the third shrine, however. Feng did not rush. Instead, he continued to ascend the divine staircase at his own pace. Each divine shrine was a little more challenging than the last, and awarded 5 more SPs when cleared. When Feng entered the 5th divine shrine, the test difficulty visibly increased. Now, every monster he faced was a special elite. In terms of attributes, the monsters were on par with well-equipped, Tier 1 players of the same level. When facing a dozen or so of these monsters at once, even elite players would be in a bind. Even the Guardian boss was now a chieftain-ranked realm lord. Not only did the chieftain possess 10 million HP, but its skills also carried great destructive power. Even Feng did not dare to meet the boss's attacks head-on. Feng only defeated this Guardian boss after a dozen or so minutes of fighting. Meanwhile, as a chieftain-ranked realm lord, the boss had been very generous. It had dropped 2 mana barrier crystal fragments, instantly increasing Feng's haul to 4. Now, he only needed 6 more fragments to synthesize a mana barrier crystal. When Feng had cleared the 5th divine shrine, the shrine points he earned also undergone a qualitative transformation. The clear reward alone rose to 100 SPs, while clearing the shrine within the time limit awarded another 100 SPs, and killing the Guardian boss within the time limit awarded 500 SPS. However, the ranking list before the various divine shrines also reported that players had already reached the 8th shrine. There were over a dozen players clearing the shrines with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, while Feng continued to challenge divine shrines, Zero Wing City's fame in Starmoon Kingdom had exceeded Stone Forest Towns. The city had become a holy resting ground for many of the kingdom's players due to the city's high mana density, the double EXP buff accumulation, and a large number of wandering merchants. It took no time at all for Zero Wing City's player population to break past 1 million. The originally empty city was now so lively that Zero Wing City could rival major NPC cities. Guild Leader Singular. Zero Wing City's player population has grown past 1 million. The city is even charging players an entrance fee. Its daily income is incredibly high. With this, I don't think that it'll be easy to whittle Zero Wing down anymore, Lei Jingyang reported. He currently rested in one of Zero Wing City's restaurants, wearing a frown as he watched the crowded street outside. Initially, he hadn't cared about Zero Wing City, but after visiting the city personally, he had to admit that it was extraordinary. Young Master Lei. Although Zero Wing City is better than we expected, Zero Wing's celebration of the fact will be short-lived. Singular Burial chuckled. He didn't seem to mind the fact that Zero Wing City earned considerable wealth for the guild. Don't tell me you plan to fight it out with Zero Wing? Lei Jingyang frowned at Singular Burial's reaction. He had expected Singular Burial to finish Zero Wing off in a few more days, but clearly, that plan was no longer viable. Not only did Zero Wing City earn a considerable amount of profit for its ruling guild, but the city improved Zero Wing's reputation among players. At this rate, Heaven's Burial could never destroy Zero Wing in a short 3 to 5 days. Of course not, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Although Zero Wing has achieved great success, at the end of the day, its foundations are shaky. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Representatives from the Blackwater Corporation contacted me not long ago, informing me that they are willing to help us against Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation? Lei Jingyang was visibly moved when he heard this. Why are they suddenly interested in Zero Wing? The Blackwater Guild had changed drastically. It now had stronger forces under its command and ample funding. Just some time ago, it had even established a guild town in a resource-rich, neutral map. Even super guilds avoided any conflict with the guild. I don't know why, either, but this doesn't change our plans to take down Zero Wing, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Taking a look at the time, he continued, Blackwater's representatives should have arrived in Starmoon City by now. I should return and meet with them. Suddenly, Aqua Rose, who is currently busy managing Zero Wing City, received a message from Yaya, stating, Big Sis Aqua, a few people claiming to be representatives from the Blackwater Corporation have requested a meeting with our guild's upper echelons. Should I have them wait in the guild residence? Chapter 1573, Domineering, Aqua Rose. Blackwater, why are they here? Aqua Rose grew curious as she read Yaya's message. It had been quite some time since Zero Wing had dealt with the Blackwater Corporation. According to her information, Abandoned Wave's actions had only been the Blackwater Corporation's attempt to test God's domain's waters. Afterward, the events with Zero Wing, Blackwater quickly gave up on Abandoned Wave, and the man had vanished without a trace. Blackwater then focused its development in the distant Iron Empire, taking control of the Empire after forcing several superpowers out of the competition. Logically, Blackwater should have no reason to leave the safety of the Iron Empire and travel all the way to Starmoon Kingdom to seek out Zero Wing. Hence, Aqua Rose found the situation strange. However, Aqua Rose decided to send Yaya to entertain Blackwater's representatives while they waited in one of the guild residence's reception rooms. She then dropped what she was doing and made her way to meet these individuals. A man and a woman waited in one of the elegant guild residence reception rooms in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing's elite members, who had been sent to wait on these two, stood quietly in the corner of the room. Clearly tense, these elite members weren't tense just because of the two visitors' extraordinary identities, but because of the chilling aura they radiated. They could not help but feel like they stood before a pair of lions as they involuntarily shuddered. Moreover, both representatives were very high-leveled. The man was a level 49 elementalist, and the woman was a level 48 shield warrior. Even the most inferior piece of equipment these two wore was level 45 dark gold rank. The male elementalist even wore 3 pieces of epic equipment, appearing as if he were wrapped in a constant layer of fire. In fact, due to this man's presence, the reception room's temperature had risen quite a bit when Aqua Rose and Yaya entered the room. The man's aura flared with even greater intensity. It was clear he wanted to intimidate Aqua Rose. Unfortunately for him, his biting cold aura had no effect on the Zero Wing Vice Guild leader. Hello, I am Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. May I know what business Blackwater has with our guild? Aqua Rose asked, smiling at the male elementalist with the intimidating aura as expected of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader. Your guild's reputation is well-deserved. The male elementalist praised when he saw the lack of hesitation in Aqua Rose's response to his intimidation. I had thought that our guild leader's decision to send us as representatives was unnecessary. However, it seems that Zero Wing indeed qualifies for such a move. Thank you for the praise. Now, may I know what business your guild has with Zero Wing? Aqua Rose calmly repeated, paying the male elementalist's arrogance no heed. Moreover, the man before her earned his arrogance. Aside from the fact that this man was backed by the Blackwater Corporation, he radiated an aura that felt dangerous to Aqua Rose. After her promotion to Tier 2, she rarely felt such a feeling from other players, and any player who felt this way was a peak expert, capable of holding important positions in super guilds. My name is Falling Fire, the vice commander of Blackwater's 3rd main force. I have come here with a message for Zero Wing from our guild leader. Hand over Yulan and her companions, which you have chosen to shelter and half of Zero Wing City's profits. Do that, and we can ignore the previous events. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your risk, the man named Falling Fire informed Aqua Rose. Smiling, he continued, although your guild has performed well in a few major wars thus far, your strength is only effective against small guilds. We'll give you 1 day to consider our offer. I'll be waiting for your reply. Hand over Yulan and the others. As Aqua Rose listened to Falling Fire's message, she came to understand the gist of the situation. When she realized what Feng had done, she was flabbergasted. It was no wonder why Yulan had seemed so worried. It turned out that she was wanted by Blackwater. That's right. You only have 1 day to consider. As for Zero Wing City's profits, I'll send specialists to keep an eye on your city. Falling Fire nodded in his opinion. Blackwater had no reason to go out of its way to warn Zero Wing. With the guild strength, it could easily flatten this small, upstart guild, while Zero Wing's past performance had been astonishing, that only held true for first-rate guilds and smaller. To superpowers like Blackwater, Zero Wing was insignificant. Furthermore, Zero Wing was currently preoccupied with its war against Heaven's Burial one day to consider handing over Yolan's group and half of Zero Wing City's profits? Aqua Rose could not help but laugh when she heard Falling Fire's words. I see. I understand now. Since that is the case, you too may return to your guild. What do you mean by that? Falling Fire's expression darkened when he saw the woman smile. What do I mean? Have I not made myself clear enough? You can return and tell that guild leader of yours that he can forget obtaining 50% of Zero Wing City's profits. As for Yolan's group, they have already joined Zero Wing. You're even less likely to take them from us. If Blackwater is looking for an opponent, although Zero Wing is very weak, we are more than willing to keep you company. Aqua Rose said straightforwardly. Watch your step on your way out. I won't be sending you off. When Aqua Rose finished speaking, the reception room was deathly silent. Falling Fire stared at Aqua Rose in shock. He even wondered if he had heard her wrong. Zero Wing was in the middle of a war of attrition with Heaven's Burial. Now, it dared to declare war on Blackwater. Even Yaya, who silently stood beside Aqua Rose, gaped in astonishment. She had never realized that her vice-guild leader was so domineering. The Blackwater Corporation was a titan both in and out of God's domain. In the real world, it was an incredibly famous international corporation. In God's domain, it had successfully wrestled control of the Iron Empire from several superpowers. Zero Wing simply couldn't compare good. Very good. Since Zero Wing dares to cast aside the opportunity we've presented, you can wait until we remove your name from God's domain. Falling Fire sneered at his host. Immediately, he and the level 48 female shield warrior stood and left the room after the duo from Blackwater left. Yaya turned to Aqua Rose with a reverent expression. Big sis Aqua, you're so amazing. You even slapped Blackwater in the face. The look on that guy's face just now was priceless. Yaya said with admiration flashing in her eyes. That's right. It felt wonderful putting those bastards in their place. However, how am I supposed to report this to the guild leader? Aqua Rose felt a headache begin to brew. For a moment of satisfaction, she had declared war on Blackwater without consulting Feng. Zero Wing City was just starting to get on the right track. The wealth the city earned even allowed Zero Wing to fight Heaven's Burial on equal footing. But if Blackwater joined the fray, Zero Wing would be at a severe disadvantage. Meanwhile, back in the World Summit's Divine Staircase, Feng had finally defeated the 10th Divine Shrine's Guardian boss, a level 60, Lord-ranked 5-headed demon snake. Before landing the killing blow, he had made sure to activate Divine Providence when the 5-headed demon snake died. Items rained from the sky normally. Level 50 monsters and above had significantly reduced drop rates. However, the demon snake had dropped over 20 items. No Lord-ranked monster of this level should be capable of dropping so many jackpot. Feng was overjoyed when he saw the loot on the ground. He had only used Divine Providence to increase his chances of obtaining mana barrier crystal fragments. Yet he had triggered a jackpot. He truly hadn't expected such a bountiful reward in God's domain. Jackpots were exceedingly rare from monsters past level 50, much less from Realm Lords. Chapter 1574. Advanced Forging Design. Aside from weapons, equipment, and mana barrier crystal fragments, a tattered sheet of parchment rested among the many items the 5-headed demon snake had dropped. As the parchment itself was very high quality, it still radiated faint pulses of mana despite the ravages of time. Feng picked up the parchment out of curiosity. Is an advanced forging design. Feng was elated when he realized what this sheet of parchment was in God's domain. Every advanced design was extremely rare and valuable. This was because advanced designs contain techniques unknown to the general public. For example, an advanced forging design would contain a few different kinds of advanced forging techniques. If players learned these techniques, they'd increase their chances of creating a new item in the future. Various large guilds had cherished their advanced designs in the past. They had all refused to sell these designs. At the same time, the large guilds trading firms had fought over these items. Zero Wing had only obtained a few advanced designs thus far, including advanced forging designs. Moreover, the design in his hands was not just any ordinary advanced forging design. Conqueror's Armor Forging Design Fragment, Advanced Design, Fine Gold Rank. When learned, you'll be able to produce the level 50 Magic Rune Armor. Every piece of crafted armor contains a magic array. 5 pieces can be used to form the basic strength battle array. Current fragment count 1/9. I never expected the Divine Shrines to drop something like this. I really lucked out this time. Feng was a loss for words as he stared at the Conqueror's armor design. Not only had the 5-headed demon snake dropped 2 mana barrier crystal fragments, but had also dropped a fine gold equipment design that came with a battle array. Killing the demon snake had been far more profitable than killing a level 60 Grand Lord. A well-equipped peak expert in God's domain wasn't a force to be reckoned with. In fact, despite being an individual, they were capable of playing a significant role in a guild war. However, that did not mean ordinary players were utterly helpless against peak experts. Ordinary players still had a method they could use to fight peak experts' battle arrays. If a certain number of players wore equipment with the same battle array, they could trigger the battle array's effects, significantly increasing their combat power. Battle arrays provided more than just a boost to basic attributes. They also improved players' physiques. Most importantly, it allowed players with the same array to share their perception. This helped players remove defensive blind spots, visibly improving their combat standards. Although a basic battle array only allowed players to share a limited degree of their perception, it still elevated players' combat standards to a whole new level. Many of God's domain's small guilds in the past had survived and thrived, even after 10 years, precisely because of battle arrays. Even without peak experts, guilds with powerful battle arrays could take down a peak expert with just a few players or a dozen or so working together. Some small guilds had even stood toe-to-toe with large guilds by relying on these arrays. Of course, battle arrays were not without weaknesses. In exchange for the huge boost in strength, players' stamina and concentration consumption increased massively. When players activated a battle array, their stamina and concentration would deplete several times faster than normal. This limited the amount of time that players had when using battle arrays. However, despite such a glaring flaw, battle arrays have been highly sought after by many guilds. Equipment with battle arrays was extremely rare and usually only dropped from super large-scale team dungeons. Monsters in the fields had no chance of dropping such items. Moreover, the higher quality a piece of battle array equipment was, the more valuable it was. A piece of battle array equipment could easily sell for several times more than a piece of equipment of the same rank. Although he had only obtained a fragment of a level 50 fine gold battle array equipment design, it was still quite valuable. If he completed the design, its value would be immeasurable. Since the Divine Shrine's Guardian boss dropped a fragment, the other Shrine's bosses should have a chance of dropping them as well. As Feng examined the Conqueror's armor design, he inwardly swore to complete it no matter what. Immediately, he moved towards the teleportation array and proceeded to the next Divine Shrine. By the time Feng appeared on the staircase leading to the 11th Divine Shrine, players had already reached the 15th. He was far behind. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine. Rewarding 300 Shrine Points. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 300 Shrine Points. System, congratulations. You have killed the Guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 2,000 Shrine Points. However, although other players progressed faster than he did, Feng contained the most SPs of any player in the World Summit. Currently, Feng had already accumulated 8,960 SPs. If players ascended the Divine Staircase without defeating the Guardian bosses, even after reaching the 15th Divine Shrine, they would not have even half of Feng's points. Time passed quickly, and the Divine Shrines became more difficult as Feng climbed the Divine Staircase. By the time Feng reached the 15th Divine Shrine, he had to face a Lord-ranked Realm Lord with a special bloodline. By the time he emerged from the 15th Shrine, many players had been eliminated in the 20th Shrine. As Feng had guessed, the other Shrine's Guardian bosses had a chance of dropping the Conqueror's Armor Forging Design Fragment if he activated Divine Providence when he killed them. By the time he had cleared the 15th Divine Shrine, he had gained another fragment. He just needed to wait for Divine Providence's cooldown to end before proceeding to the next Divine Shrine. As for Mana Barrier Crystal Fragments, he now had 17. However, Feng had grown a bit weary after fighting for so long. Taking a look at the time, he realized how long he had spent in God's domain. He then consumed a drop of life essence from the blood refining crystal to boost his stamina and concentration recovery before logging out of the game. Players' accumulated time in the World Summit only decreased when players were online. Logging off to rest would not affect one's progress. Hence, to maintain their combat efficiency, many players had long since chosen to log out. After all, challenging the Divine Staircase was a long and arduous progress, and as one climbed the staircase, they have to navigate larger maps in the Divine Shrines. As a result, players had to spend more time clearing the shrines. By the time Feng logged out, the sun had risen high into the sky. The moment Feng's consciousness returned to his body, he was bombarded by a series of messages and call notifications. There were messages and calls from both Blackie and Aqua Rose. In fact, Feng received another call from Aqua Rose before he had the chance to leave his gaming cabin. What's with the urgency? Has something happened? Feng curiously asked after accepting the call. Guild leader, you finally picked up. Any later, and I would have sent Blackie to look for you in person, Aqua Rose said somewhat anxiously. While you were gone, Zero Wing City has developed nicely. The player population has already broken past the 1 million threshold. Once we finish constructing the NPC shops, the city will attract even more players. But some time ago, 2 representatives from the Blackwater Corporation sought me out. They told us to hand over Yulan and her companions and 50% of Zero Wing City's income as compensation. Otherwise, they'll turn the full might of the Blackwater Guild against us. Hand over Yulan, her companions, and 50% of Zero Wing City's profits? Feng frowned. The Blackwater Corporation's retaliation didn't surprise him in the least, but he didn't expect Blackwater to take action so quickly. Moreover, the corporation's timing couldn't be worse, targeting them while they were in a war of attrition against Heaven's Burial. This put Zero Wing at a considerable disadvantage. Chapter 1575, Nurturing Experts. It seems I'll need to speed things up, Feng thought after hearing Aqua Rose's report. He was quite familiar with the Blackwater Corporation's power. He had witnessed its rise in God's domain in the past. Despite joining God's domain so late, Blackwater had still developed into a super guild quite quickly in the past. One could just imagine how frightening Blackwater's potential was. Furthermore, the Blackwater Corporation had invested in God's domain much earlier in this life. Blackwater's experts had already caught up with God's domain's mainstream players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stood a chance against the other superpowers vying for the Iron Empire. Of course, Zero Wing didn't have much to be afraid of if the Blackwater Corporation focused on its development in the Iron Empire. Based on what he heard from Yulan, the guild had only recently taken control of the empire. The guild was just starting to expand. Although Blackwater possessed plenty of experts and funding, it lacked the power to spread its influence across multiple kingdoms and empires as the various super first-rate and super guilds had. While the organization might be able to deal with small guilds right now, it couldn't touch Zero Wing, unfortunately. That was only true if Blackwater worked alone. If it worked with Heaven's Burial, Zero Wing's situation would take a turn for the worse. Blackwater could leave the reconnaissance to Heaven's Burial, while it supplied the guild with a large number of experts currently. Players who wanted to grind and level up had to travel to distant maps, and most of the high-level maps weren't concentrated in a single area. Even if Feng used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement, it would take a considerable amount of time to travel from one high-level map to another. How much time have they given us to consider? Feng asked one day, but I let my anger get the best of me, and I rejected their offer instantly. Aqua Rose said in a subdued voice. You rejected them? Feng stared at Aqua Rose in surprise. Did you really reject them? Aqua Rose nodded silently, knowing that she had made a huge mess of things by outright rejecting Blackwater's offer. She had undoubtedly created another powerful enemy for Zero Wing. Good. Well done. Feng could not help but laugh when he saw Aqua Rose's guilty expression. Although Zero Wing is not very strong, we're never afraid of a challenge. If they want to come, let them. We'll fight it out. Guild leader. Aqua Rose felt guilty and slightly touched by Feng's words. Not only didn't he blame her in the slightest, but he also actively encouraged her, "All right, don't worry about it. This isn't the first time we've fought a superpower," Feng said, shrugging. "But be careful this time. Keep an eye on their movement at all times. Also, we need to push our guild members to complete their Tier 2 promotions. Every bit of help is useful. Have our guild's internal members focus on leveling quickly, so they can add to the guild's combat power. I'll prepare some top-tier equipment, magic scrolls, and advanced potions for our guild members to challenge their promotion quests. As for the guild's internal members, I'll help them level up with Summer," Aqua Rose said, nodding, following which Feng mentioned a few good grinding locations for Aqua Rose to use as she helped power level Zero Wing's internal members. The guild's internal members already had solid combat standards. They only lacked levels. Once they were brought up to speed, Zero Wing would have another batch of expert players to help defend it. When Feng finished his call with Aqua Rose, he proceeded to train with the guild's internal members. To help them improve faster, Feng even provided specific guidance to a few talented members. He even went so far as to use the 10 additional black cards he had acquired from the secret pavilion to train Yu Zipping and a few others in such a way. Feng trained Yu Zipping and the other internal members during the day. When the sun set, he'd log back into God's domain and grind through the divine staircase. The greatest problem other players in the World Summit faced was the drain on their stamina and concentration. But Feng could rely on his life essence to boost his recovery rate. Having no issues in this regard, the only real problem was the divine shrine's increasing difficulty. As a result, Feng had to take more time to clear each shrine. Initially, he had only spent 30 minutes on each divine shrine, though he spent most of that time waiting for Divine Providence's 30-minute cooldown to end. As he ascended the divine staircase, however, the amount of time he needed to clear each shrine gradually increased to 2, then 3 hours. After grinding for 4 consecutive days, Feng finally defeated the 29th Shrine's Guardian boss. A Great Lord-ranked Realm Lord, he had initially assumed that he'd earn more shrine points from each subsequent divine shrine he cleared, but that wasn't entirely the case. After the 10th divine shrine, the SP reward only increased once every 5 divine shrines. Yet these shrines' difficulty constantly increased as he cleared the last. By the time Feng cleared the 29th divine shrine, he had only accumulated 86,360 shrine points. He was still roughly 14,000 points away from affording the cheapest bloodline. Fortunately, although he hadn't acquired as many shrine points as he had hoped, he had secured a decent number of mana barrier crystal fragments. When High Lord and Great Lord ranked Guardian bosses died, they'd drop at least 1 crystal fragment, but he had obtained up to 3 crystal fragments from a single boss. As a result, he had a total of 43 mana barrier crystal fragments. As for the Conqueror's armor design, he had collected 6 fragments thus far. He was only 3 fragments away from completing the design. He had also obtained over 100 level 50 to level 55 weapons and equipment. Their ranks ranged between bronze and secret silver, and although they weren't top tier, they were rare and valuable at this stage of the game. During this time, the White Tiger Dojo had also delivered the previously agreed 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 20 million credits. Upon receiving the payment, Feng assigned Shadow Sword to take charge of the 500 apprentices from the dojo. These apprentices would train in Zero Wing City's battle arena, improve their skill completion rates in Stone Forest Town's advanced combat rooms, and level while grinding and questing each day. As a result, their combat standards steadily rose with each passing day. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's members had encountered group skirmishes with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's experts in the fields, increasing the guild's expenditures. Despite the massive revenue source Zero Wing City had become, the situation took a heavy toll on the guild's funds. However, monetary compensation wasn't the guild's biggest problem, but the loss of top-tier weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, The guild only had a few teams capable of acquiring such items, although Aqua Rose and the other core members had formed teams to hunt down the enemy experts. They hadn't obtained enough level 45 top-tier equipment to replenish the guild's stock guild leader. I'm afraid that our stock of level 45 top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse will run out at this rate. Many of the other large guilds in the kingdom have already surpassed our raid progress in level 50 team dungeons, Aqua Rose reported, clearly frustrated. Moreover, based on the latest reports, it seems that Blackwater has sent over 4,000 experts to target our players, including Heaven's Burial's experts. Our teams are suffering a massive disadvantage while grinding in the fields. If Feng were present, they might be able to slaughter Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts a few times by relying on his spatial gate, which would, more or less, make up for the guild's losses. Zero Wings members were constantly ambushed in the fields, yet Tier 2 experts like her were limited in their ability to fend off every ambush. Unless their guild members stopped leveling and questing, there'd be no end to this problem. Moreover, level 45 top-tier equipment was required to raid level 50 team dungeons. If the guild warehouse ran out of such equipment, they'd have to stop raiding these dungeons. If this persisted, guild members might even lose interest in earning guild contribution points. If that happened, the guild would fall apart, have melancholic, and the others focus on crafting level 45 equipment and temporarily stop sales on level 45 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Use some of that stock to replenish the guild warehouse. If worst comes to worst, have Snow send some level 45 top-tier equipment from the branch guild. Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He had never expected Blackwater to be ruthless enough to send 4,000 experts. To make matters worse, that wasn't the guild's full strength. Blackwater's foundations had truly exceeded his expectations. Feng jumped back into his virtual gaming cabin, ignoring the fact that it was currently daytime and he was supposed to be resting. After logging back into God's domain, he immediately made his way to the 30th Divine Shrine. Chapter 1576, Divine Shrine's Opportunity. Once Feng entered the 30th Divine Shrine, the space before him transformed. Currently, he faced a dark cavern. The cavern was very large as a sports arena. Moreover, many tunnels led out of it. From time to time, he also spotted 1 or 2 Lizardman patrol squads moving in and out of these tunnels. Even the weakest Lizardman in these patrol squads was a level 58 special elite, while the strongest was a level 60 lore. The raid difficulty really has increased quite significantly. Feng frowned slightly as he observed the Lizardmen. It's no wonder so many expert demon players had to stop after reaching the 30th Shrine previously. Even the strongest non-boss monster in the 29th Divine Shrine was only a level 60 chieftain in God's domain. Chieftain rank monsters were at the Tier 1 standard. Hence, current players, particularly demon players, could still have a relatively easy time dealing with chieftains. However, when a monster reached the Lord rank, they attained the Tier 2 standard and were capable of using Tier 2 skills. Might be fine if all a demon player had to deal with were 2 or 3 lords. The crucial point was that, based on what Feng could see, there was a total of 30 Lord-ranked Lizardmen patrolling in the cavern alone. If one entered the tunnels, who knew how many more Lords they would encounter? Against 30 Lord-ranked monsters, even a Tier 2 player would get overwhelmed easily, not to mention a Tier 1 player. An ordinary Tier 1 expert would be fortunate if they could survive even 10 seconds against such a large number of Lords. It was no wonder many experts in the World Summit had their progress climbing the Divine Staircase halted at the 30th Divine Shrine currently. Based on the ranking list Feng saw before he entered the 30th Divine Shrine, only 5 players had successfully passed the 30th Divine Shrine after observing the patrol routes of the Lizardmen. Feng activated the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind and dashed towards the tunnel that the system map indicated provided access to the heart of. The cave system, the patrol squads, and the cavern moved in fixed patterns. From observation, Feng found out that there would not always be 30 patrol squads moving inside the cavern, but only around 4 to 10 patrol squads most of the time as long as he used the opportunity. When only 4 patrol squads were present to enter the tunnel leading to the core area, he would attract the attention of only 2 Lizardman patrol squads at most in the next moment. Feng transformed into an afterimage as he dashed past 1 Lizardman patrol squad. By the time the patrol squad reacted, Feng was already several yards beyond it. Very quickly, he zipped by the 2nd patrol squad as well and entered the core tunnel. However, the moment Feng set foot in the core tunnel, he felt the threat of death traps. As soon as Feng entered the tunnel, dozens of small magic arrays appeared along the tunnel walls. In the next moment, these magic arrays launched magical bolts of various elements. Although these magical bolts did not seem very powerful, each one contained enough power to rival a Tier 3 spell. Even a Tier 1 player geared in top-tier equipment would be killed instantly if struck by these bolts. In addition to these attacks, there were also 2 patrol squads of lizardmen chasing after him. Sure enough, the difficulty is very high. Upon seeing the dozens of magical bolts flying at him, Feng immediately understood the reason why so few demon players had made it through the 30th Divine Shrine. He quickly executed Sword's Orbit, striking down the bolts one after another as he continued advancing down the tunnel. Fortunately, the activated traps were effective not just against players, but the lizardmen as well. When the lizardmen entered the tunnel, they were promptly bombarded by magical bolts from the traps Feng triggered and sent flying back out of the tunnel. As the lizardmen had relatively high HP, they managed to survive even after being struck by what was effectively a Tier 3 spell. However, this situation also prevented them from pursuing Feng. Thus, they could only watch as Feng gradually disappeared from their sight. The path leading towards the core of the cave system was replete with various kinds of traps. From time to time, Feng would also come across other Lizardman patrol squads. As a result, he progressed towards the core at a snail's pace. After walking for over 2 hours, he arrived at a spacious cavern with a stone altar sitting in the middle of it. Stone pillars carved with magic runes surrounded the altar. Meanwhile, above the altar was the teleportation array leading out of the Divine Shrine at this moment. However, lizardmen were kneeling around the altar. At a glance, Feng spotted over 300 lizardmen. Although the majority of these lizardmen were only elite ranked, there were 9 Lord-ranked lizardmen in the mix. However, the Lord-ranked lizardmen were no longer the strongest monsters present, which was instead the staff-wielding lizardman standing at the stone altar. Currently, the staff-wielding lizardman appeared to be offering a prayer of sorts. Lizardman Chief, Realm Lord, Humanoid Creature, Grand Lord, Level 60 HP 42, 000/42 000. Feng could not help but frown as he looked at the Lizardman Chief. The Guardian Boss of the 29th Divine Shrine had been only a Level 60 Great Lord. Yet, in the 30th Divine Shrine, the Guardian Boss had actually become a Grand Lord. The increase in difficulty utterly exceeded Feng's expectations, although the Lizardman Chief did not possess the HP of an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level. The enhanced spells of a Grand Lord ranked Realm Lord was no laughing matter. Even if Feng successfully blocked one of the Lizardman Chief's spell attacks with his weapons, there was a high chance that he would end up losing his life. Seeing this, Feng could not help but hesitate whether he should bypass the Lizardman Chief and head straight for the teleportation array, or stay behind and defeat the Guardian Boss. He was fully confident of directly passing the 30th Divine Shrine while keeping his life intact. However, he could not say the same if he chose to fight the Lizardman Chief. While he did not mind losing one challenge opportunity, he did have 10 chances after all. The crucial point was that players would still lose a level if they died inside the Divine Shrines. Fortunately, though, no items would drop upon death. A Grand Lord was an existence that served as the final boss of Team Dungeons. It was practically impossible for players to solo such an existence. Just as Feng was mulling over his options, the Lizardman Chief suddenly started chanting an incantation. The runes carved on the stone altar then lit up with a dark blue glow. The space above the Lizardman Chief also collapsed, forming a tunnel of sorts into the dark void. Immediately after, a golden tablet slowly descended from this shattered space. The moment this golden tablet appeared, the mana inside the entire cavern stirred. The tablet itself also released a powerful divine might that put immense pressure on the living creatures around it. This is a legacy tablet? Feng's eyes focused on the golden tablet. For a moment, he even thought they were playing tricks on him. He had acquired quite a few legacy tablets thus far. Meanwhile, every tablet was a treasure that allowed players to learn combat techniques. However, the tablets he possessed were just bronze and silver ranked. Thus far, he had only seen one gold tablet before. Moreover, the said tablet had even been stolen by a mysterious Tier 5 NPC. One could just imagine the value of a gold-ranked secret technique tablet. Just as Feng was feeling surprised at the appearance of the gold tablet, the Lizardman chief extended his hands and received the tablet. He then started chanting another incantation. This time, the Lizardman chief caused an even greater commotion. The mana inside the entire cavern gathered at the stone altar and became so dense that it started transforming into white mist. At the same time, a threefold magic array also formed on the ground the stone altar sat on. This is a space-time teleportation magic array. What is he trying to do? Could he be trying to send the gold tablet to another location? Feng was very familiar with the threefold magic array that formed beneath the stone altar. However, he did not believe that the Lizardman chief was going to leave the divine shrine. Hence, there was only one other possibility why the Lizardman chief would need a teleportation array to send something away, since the Lizardman chief had summoned the teleportation array immediately after receiving the gold tablet. It was highly likely that the Realm Lord was planning on sending the gold tablet away. This won't do. I can't let him send the gold tablet away. Feng steeled his heart and started sneaking his way over to the Lizardman chief. A gold tablet was incomparably valuable. It was not something that bronze and silver tablets could compare to. Just a silver tablet was already enough to prompt the various superpowers to bloody one another's noses. All the more a gold tablet. If he missed out on this opportunity, who knew how long it would take before he came across another gold tablet? In fact, he might never come across another gold tablet again. Moreover, the divine staircase became increasingly difficult the higher one ascended. If he could not defeat the Lizardman chief, then it was even less likely that he could defeat the guardian bosses of the subsequent divine shrines, just as the Lizardman chief was about to send the gold tablet out of the cavern. At the critical moment, Feng activated the aura of Time's forbidden domain. Please work. Seeing that the space-time teleportation magic array was about to activate, Feng could not help but pray for his forbidden domain to succeed in stopping it. Chapter 1577, Threefold Suppression. When Feng activated Forbidden Domain, a layer of black mist enveloped the entire cavern, the mist freezing the flow of all the mana inside the cavern. Meanwhile, due to the stoppage in the flow of mana, the space-time teleportation magic array, which was still in the process of activating, failed. The mana the teleportation array had gathered then began to leak out and scatter into the surroundings, which also caused the spatial tear above the stone altar to close good. Feng inwardly grew ecstatic when he saw the teleportation array disappearing. The space-time teleportation magic array, which was activated using the stone altar, was frighteningly powerful. Although Forbidden Domain could suppress mana, if a source of mana had an insuppressible amount of power, then Forbidden Domain naturally would be of no avail. Fortunately, the enhanced space-time teleportation magic array had yet to reach a realm where Forbidden Domain was ineffective. Meanwhile, the disappearance of the teleportation array had riled up every Lizardman inside the entire cavern. Immediately, they all turned to look in Feng's direction. Intruder, you dare interrupt this sacred ritual? Pay for your crime with your life. The Lizardman chief bellowed at Feng, a wrathful expression on his face as he thumped his tail furiously on the ground. Every Lizardman present inside the cavern promptly charged at Feng. As for the Lizardman chief, he gathered mana in his staff to destroy Feng's forbidden domain. Among the 300-plus Lizardmen charging at Feng were 9 lords and 1 high lord. In the face of such a force, even an ordinary Tier 2 expert would shudder in fear. However, rather than feeling fearful, Feng smiled as he switched the aura of time to the aura of fire. He then unfurled a crimson Tier 3 magic scroll in his hands. Meanwhile, contained within this magic scroll was none other than the Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell Flame Prison. Suddenly, fiery pillars shot up from the ground, trapping all the oncoming lizardmen in a prison of flames. Any lizardman that came into contact with the scorching flames received devastating amounts of damage, losing over 1 million HP every second. The spell's activation instantly killed the elite-ranked lizardman. Meanwhile, before Flame Prison's duration was anywhere close to ending, Feng took out an Aqua blue Tier 3 magic scroll ice torrent. A torrent of water crashed down from the cavern's ceiling and impacted the ground heavily. Any living creature that came into contact with the water turned into an ice sculpture on the spot. The chieftain-ranked lizardmen, who had received critical damage from the initial wave of attacks from Flame Prison, had their remaining HPs thoroughly consumed, their frozen bodies shattering into tiny frost particles. Loot then scattered all over the cavern's submerged floor after just a brief moment. Only the 9 lords and 1 high lord remained of the lizardman army. How tough. Seeing that the lord-ranked lizardmen were already at critical HP, Feng followed up with Flame Domain. Although Flame Domain was not as powerful as a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, it was more than enough to deal with the lord-ranked lizardmen. After the 3 large-scale destruction spells descended, only the High Lord-ranked lizardman captain remained of the 300-plus lizardmen that charged at Feng. At this moment, though, the High Lord had less than half of his HP left. Even so, Feng had no intentions of showing mercy. Immediately advancing towards the lizardman captain, if it were during normal times, Feng would pay no attention whatsoever to a High Lord-ranked monster. However, he currently had to deal with the Grand Lord-ranked lizardman chief. If he left the lizardman captain alone now, he might very well come to regret it later on. Currently, the lizardman chief was much more powerful than the Grand Lord-ranked purgatory puppets Feng had fought during the entrance test. The Realm Lord also possessed much greater HP. Moreover, Feng was alone right now, and the system disallowed the use of summoning scrolls. Hence, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the lizardman chief, and he definitely could not afford even the slightest bit of carelessness. However, just when Feng arrived before the lizardman captain and was about to use Flame Burst to finish off the High Lord, numerous flame spears suddenly shot at him. Upon seeing this, Feng retreated in surprise. Boom, boom, boom. When the flame spears impacted the ground, large craters immediately formed. What power! So, this is a Tier 3 spell cast by a Realm Lord? Feng was inwardly astonished as he looked at the flaming craters. It was self-evident that the Lizardman Chief had removed the effects of Forbidden Domain. Although the Lizardman Chief had cast only a Tier 3 spell, its power was already at the Tier 4 standard. If Feng tried blocking such a spell, he might very well lose his life in an instant. Meanwhile, as soon as Feng dodged the flame spears, flames started raining down from midair. At the same time, chains made of flames emerged from the ground and shot at him, giving him no chance to catch a breather. Whether it was the rain of flames or the flaming chains, both were spells capable of killing Feng upon contact. Right now, damn it. Gritting his teeth, Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power. He then executed the Tier 2 instant strike at the Lizardman Captain in the blink of an eye. Feng's body disappeared from the trajectories of the Lizardman Chief's attacks and appeared before the heavily injured Lizardman Captain Phantom Kill. 9 Dragon Slash. Feng held nothing back as he launched one powerful attack after another at the Lizardman Captain, who only had around 4 million HP remaining due to Heavenly Dragon's power's effect. Feng's strength attribute increased by 150%. His strength was now superior to even a Grand Lord's of the same level. There was also instant strikes effects, which increased his attack speed by 500% and damage dealt by 400% in the next moment. Damages exceeding minus 100,000 appeared above the Lizardman Captain's head one after another. Sometimes a critical hit dealing over minus 300,000 damage would also occur. As Feng and his doppelganger hacked and slashed at the Lizardman captain, they also activated Defensive Blade to block the spell attacks coming from the Lizardman chief. The fight with the Lizardman captain lasted only a matter of seconds. During this period, the High Lord had very little chance to counterattack. By the time the Lizardman captain was dead, Feng and his doppelganger had mostly exhausted the block counts of their Defensive Blade. Only the Lizardman chief remained now. Feng did not dare to be careless. As a precaution, he stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground and activated Abyssal Curse suddenly. Pitch-black shackles emerged from the ground beneath the Lizardman chief's feet, binding the Realm Lord completely. The Realm Lord's basic attributes then began decreasing rapidly. However, the Lizardman chief was not an easy opponent to defeat. With a shout, he shattered the restraints on his body and stopped his basic attributes from decreasing any further. In the end, the Realm Lord still retained 80% of his basic attributes, remaining a nightmarish existence to current players. However, Feng had long since expected such an outcome. He then activated Disintegration Field, causing the Lizardman chief's basic attributes to plummet once more. Eventually, the Lizardman chief's basic attributes fell to only 60% of their original values. However, Feng was still not satisfied with this result. He took out the Ring of Gospel and spent 5,000 magic crystals, activating World Projection Threefold Suppression. If players in the outside world were to see this scene, their eyes would most likely fall out of their socket. Feng had actually suppressed a Realm Lord grade Grand Lord to the point where the boss possessed only 45% of his original basic attributes. Now, the Lizardman chief was no different from a Great Lord of the same level. However, the Lizardman chief was thoroughly enraged under Feng's threefold suppression. Waving his staff, he cast the most powerful spell in his arsenal, Hell Pythons. Suddenly, the Lizardman chief's staff transformed into a bundle of flames, which then expanded and became 9 massive, flaming pythons that were fully under the Lizardman chief's control. He still had such a trump card to play. Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the flaming pythons striking at him. Although he had yet to clash with these flaming pythons, he could already tell that they were not something a Tier 2 player like himself could hope to stop. Just when the 9 flaming pythons were about to come into contact with Feng, the latter suddenly split into 10 identical copies of himself. This move was none other than Divine Steps. Even if he left the 9 pythons alone, the latter would be able to attack only 9 targets at most at any time. With the flaming pythons distracted, Feng immediately made his way towards the Lizardman chief. Thundering Flash, Flame Burst, Shadow Blade. Both Feng's main body and doppelganger attacked the Lizardman chief in a frenzy. Although the Lizardman chief was a Realm Lord, his basic attributes were now suppressed to the point where they only rivaled the Great Lords of the same level. Moreover, the Lizardman chief did not excel in melee battles. As a result, the Lizardman chief became no different from a punching bag to Feng, whose basic attributes were currently superior to a Grand Lord's of the same level. 99%, 95%, 90%. When Divine Steps ended, Feng took out a Tier 3 defensive scroll, Sacred Shield of Water, and used it. The defensive spell was capable of blocking Tier 4 attacks even for a short moment, let alone the Tier 3 attacks of the flaming pythons. By the time Hell Python's 20-second duration was over, the Sacred Shield of Water still had over a quarter of its energy remaining without the annoyance of the Hell Pythons. Feng had a much easier time dealing with the Lizardman chief, and was able to whittle down the Realm Lord's HP when the duration of Heavenly Dragon's power ended. Feng promptly followed it up by activating Power of Darkness, maintaining his strength at the level of a Grand Lord. Meanwhile, every one of his normal attacks dealt over minus 30,000 damage to the Lizardman chief and minus 80,000 for a critical hit. His skill attacks dealt over minus 100,000 damage each and minus 300,000 for a critical hit. However, Feng would occasionally be forced to block one of the Lizardman chief's spell attacks with his weapons, losing 10,000 to 20,000 HP in the process. Fortunately, Feng had Life Domain and Void Shield to help him recover and block a portion of those attacks. Hence, he had no problems keeping his HP above a safe margin. The only real challenge he faced was that the high-intensity combat was depleting both his stamina and concentration at a severe rate as the minutes passed by. The Lizardman Chief's HP steadily decreased 50%, 30%, 10%. Despicable intruder. I will not let you win. The Lizardman Chief suddenly exploded in violent fury and tossed aside his staff. He then started gathering a stupendous amount of mana inside his body, following which not only did his body turn pitch black, but it also doubled in size mana madness. At this moment, when Feng looked at the Lizardman Chief, he could feel the threat of death from the Realm Lord. Actually, even if his mind did not warn him about the Lizardman Chief, his eyes could see very clearly just how dangerous the Realm Lord was right now despite the Lizardman Chief just standing still right now. The ground beneath the Realm Lord buckled and shattered from the intense aura his body radiated. The air surrounding the Lizardman Chief had also become extremely heavy as well as scorching hot roar. The Lizardman Chief bellowed and dashed forward, appearing in front of Feng in the blink of an eye. The Realm Lord then raised his massive arms and smashed down at Feng. Feng had no intention of dodging the Realm Lord's attack. Instead, he activated the Tier 2 Blade Liberation, increasing his basic attributes once more Shadow Blade. Suddenly, several streaks of shadow merged with the slash Feng executed using Killing Ray, the combined attack landing squarely on the Lizardman Chief's fist boom. Feng was forced to retreat by only half a step from the resulting impact. In contrast, the Lizardman Chief's arms got flung away, leaving his scaly chest wide open to attack. Moreover, the counter had also forced the Realm Lord to retreat by 2 steps a chance. Feng used this opportunity to activate Divine Providence and stabbed the Abyssal Blade at the Lizardman Chief Flame Burst. After launching a series of devastating attacks, Feng eventually reaped the final 10% HP the Lizardman Chief had remaining. Meanwhile, like a bursting balloon, the Realm Lord's body instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 1578, Basic Strength Battle Array. He's finally dead. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the Lizardman Chief disappearing after going berserk. The Lizardman Chief was simply too powerful. Not only was the Realm Lord's strength overwhelming, but his attacks also carried the mana erosion effect. Every time Feng clashed with the Realm Lord, although he appeared to have the advantage, in reality, his HP also decreased by a significant amount. At this moment, Feng's HP had already fallen below 25%. Had the Lizardman Chief been able to endure a few more attacks, the one to die in that battle would have been Feng. Instead, meanwhile, after the Lizardman Chief died, over a dozen items had dropped to the ground, including 3 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, 4 pieces of level 55 secret silver equipment, 8 rare materials, and 2 mana barrier crystal fragments. For a level 60 Grand Lord, this loot was quite satisfactory, not to mention, aside from all these items, the Realm Lord had also dropped 3 design fragments. When Feng saw these design fragments, his eyes immediately glowed. After all, these design fragments were meant for none other than the Conqueror's armor design. With this, I'll be able to start producing level 50 fine gold equipment that has a basic battle array added to it. Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 design fragments. He then combined the 9 design fragments, forming a complete forging design. Conqueror's Armor Forging Design, Advanced Design, Fine Gold rank. When learned, you will be able to produce the level 50 Magic Rune Armor. Every piece of armor produced will have a magic array carved on it. 5 pieces of armor can be used to form a basic strength battle array. Conqueror's Armor, Chest Piece, Plate Armor, Fine Gold rank. Level 50. Equipment requirement. Strength 700 and Agility 700. Defense plus 2,150. Strength plus 64. Endurance plus 72. Agility plus 60. Additional passive skill dash. Life Sacrifice. The lower the wearer's HP, the greater the power they will receive. Increases to a maximum of 10% strength and 20% attack, speed additional active skill dash. Basic Strength Battle Array. Requires 5 or more players wearing the Conqueror's armor to activate. Upon activation, increases wearer's strength by 25%, agility by 15%, endurance by 15%, and physique by 10%. Grants basic perception sharing buff. Stamina and concentration consumption rates are also increased by 400%. Maintaining the battle array costs 1 magic crystal every 5 minutes. The effects of this basic strength battle array are powerful. Feng could not help his astonishment after reading through the Conqueror's Armor's introduction. He had seen many basic battle arrays before. Meanwhile, a basic battle array would be considered excellent if it increased the attribute it's specialized in by 20%. Normally, though, most basic battle arrays only increase their specialized attributes by 15%. The Conqueror's Armor's basic strength battle array, however, actually increased strength by 25% and 2 other basic attributes by 15%. There was also the 10% improvement to physique. The effects of the basic strength battle array could already rival the transformation effects of demon players. In fact, the basic strength battle array provided even greater improvements to a player's combat power than a demon player's demon state did. After all, the battle array's perception sharing buff allowed players to eliminate their defensive blind spots. This, in turn, would improve a player's combat standards significantly. Moreover, coordination between players wearing the Conqueror's armor would also become much better, and they would be able to execute much more frightening attacks if a party of 5 elite players was equipped with the Conqueror's armor. They might be able to defeat even a party of 5 ordinary experts. This was the reason the various large guilds have been extremely desperate to obtain equipment with battle arrays in the past. Moreover, the basic strength battle array was only a basic battle array. If the Conqueror's armor had an intermediate or advanced battle array instead, it could provide even more frightening improvements to a player's combat power. In the past, it was also because of some special battle arrays that many insignificant small guilds had managed to survive despite not subordinating themselves to a large guild currently. The value of the Conqueror's armor design was worth even more than fragmented legendary items. After going through the Lizardman Chief's loot, Feng approached the stone altar and carefully picked up the gold tablet placed on top of it. Feng was very curious to find out just what kind of combat technique. The tablet recorded to all players. Secret technique tablets were precious treasures that they could use to learn combat techniques from. Moreover, the higher the rank of a secret technique tablet, the more powerful the combat technique one could learn from it. In fact, in order to obtain a gold tablet, an NPC had gone as far as to commit robbery in the middle of Blackwing City after suppressing the excitement in his heart. Feng clicked to inspect the gold tablet. Secret body technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/3. A secret body technique? Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the gold tablet. It was common knowledge that among the various combat techniques available in God's domain, combat techniques focused on the physical body were the most valuable. Moreover, just like void steps, such techniques were suitable for both physically and magically oriented classes. Even if one failed to grasp the combat technique completely, they would still be able to improve their control over their own bodies. After he finished inspecting the gold tablet, before he could even store it away, a golden light suddenly shone down on him. A pleasant feeling filled Feng's body as he was enveloped in this golden light. He also fully recovered all the stamina and concentration he had exhausted previously. System, congratulations. You have exceeded your own limits and achieved an exploit acknowledged by the God system. Congratulations. You are the first player to have achieved an exploit on the Divine Staircase, rewarding 15,000 shrine points. So this is an exploit? Feng could not help but feel joyous when he saw the proof of having achieved an exploit appearing in his status window. Also, 15,000 shrine points? The system sure is generous. Unlike shrine points, one's accumulated exploits would not reset upon leaving the World Summit. They would remain until players spent them or deleted them deliberately. Meanwhile, the more valuable items available at the Divine Staircase, such as Bloodlines and fragmented legendary items, all required exploits to exchange for. Otherwise, even if one had the necessary shrine points, they would only be able to stare at their desired items, helpless to do anything moreover. Due to the system reward this time, Feng's accumulated shrine points had finally broken past the 100,000 point threshold. He was now qualified to exchange for the cheapest bloodline. After thinking up to this point, Feng could not help but quickly leave the 30th Divine Shrine when he appeared back on the Divine Staircase. A series of system notifications entered his ears. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine. Rewarding 1,500 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 1,500 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have killed the Guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 4,000 shrine points. After including these rewards, Feng's total shrine points reached 109,360. However, he still had no intention of ending his challenge. After getting sufficient rest, he immediately proceeded to the next Divine Shrine. Although he currently no longer had enough magic crystals to use world projection for the subsequent Guardian bosses, even if he could not beat the Guardian bosses, he was more than capable of maneuvering past them. In any case, he was not required to defeat the Guardian bosses in order to clear the Divine Shrines and ascend the Divine Staircase. Hence, while avoiding battle with the Guardian bosses, Feng cleared one Divine Shrine after another. Meanwhile, as he was rapidly accumulating more shrine points, some players out on the World Summit had also started to notice something odd. Previously, the highest record on the ranking list displayed before the various Divine Shrines was only at the 33rd Divine Shrine. Now, however, someone had already reached the 35th Divine Shrine. Moreover, this person showed no signs of slowing down as they sped through the 35th Divine Shrine and entered the 36th stage. Who is this person? Skyhawk, who had just exited the 33rd Divine Shrine, revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the Divine Shrine ranking least. As one reached further Divine Shrines, not only would they face much more difficult bosses, but the traps set up inside the Divine Shrines also became increasingly powerful. In fact, Skyhawk had spent 2 of his 7 attempts on clearing the 33rd Divine Shrine. Furthermore, he had already planned on giving up trying to pass the 34th Divine Shrine altogether. As for the 35th Divine Shrine, he did not even dare think about clearing it. After all, the Divine Staircase's difficulty increased substantially every 5 levels. Despite that, there was actually someone who had successfully done so already and was challenging the 36th. Chapter 1579, Redeeming a Bloodline. After Feng entered the 36th Divine Shrine, the monsters he came across were mostly chieftains. Meanwhile, the monster patrol squads he encountered were mainly led by level 60 lords, with a few led by high lords. Even an expert player would not dare to pick a fight if they came across such monster patrol squads. Their only option would be to run away. In addition, the traps found inside the Divine Shrine had increased in both quantity and quality. Now, every trap was more than capable of killing a player instantly. If players lacked the strength to cope with the traps and patrol squads simultaneously, it was basically game over for them too. Feng. However, these monster patrol squads were no problem whatsoever. Only having to deal with both the traps and monsters at the same time consumed a lot of his time and stamina. Fortunately, he had life essences to help replenish his stamina. Hence, he still managed to arrive at the teleportation array of the 36th Divine Shrine relatively easily from the 35th Divine Shrine onwards. The Guardian bosses had become Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even if Feng had enough magic crystals to execute threefold suppression, he was not confident of defeating such a foe. A casual hit from a Grand Lord ranked archaic species could heavily injure Feng, even if he succeeded in blocking the attack. If he failed, needless to say, he would be killed instantly. As a result, Feng had to resort to Heavenly Dragon's power and life domain to keep himself alive. He then used the doppelganger summoned through Phantom Kill to activate the teleportation array. After the teleportation array was ready, he swapped positions with his doppelganger and promptly left the 36th Divine Shrine, although Feng failed to kill the Guardian boss. Passing the 36th Divine Shrine still granted him a total of 4,000 shrine points through this method. He smoothly ascended the Divine Staircase all the way up to the 40th Divine Shrine, causing a huge commotion among the players in the World Summit. After all, the second-ranked player only managed to clear the 33rd Divine Shrine. Meanwhile, Feng directly chose to give up on the challenge after passing the 40th Divine Shrine. The reason for this decision was the Guardian bosses no longer being Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, but mythic monsters instead from the 40th Divine Shrine onwards. Whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or combat standards, a mythic monster surpassed a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by a wide margin. Against a mythic monster, skills such as Abyssal Curse and Disintegration Field had minimal effect even after Feng had used Heavenly Dragon's power. The Guardian boss of the 40th Divine Shrine still managed to overwhelm him. Had Feng made even the slightest mistake during the fight, he would have definitely been killed instantly. In the end, he was left with no choice but to resort to twofold Berserk. However, even after he did so, against an unsuppressed mythic monster, it had taken him everything he had just to keep his life. Fortunately, he was able to hold out long enough for his doppelganger to activate the teleportation array, and he succeeded in leaving the 40th Divine Shrine. However, after activating twofold Berserk, he had also entered a weakened state, which had a very long duration, as this method of clearing the Divine Shrines was simply too time-consuming. Feng decided that it was better to give up and use his remaining time to explore the other shrines on the World Summit. After Feng chose to leave the Divine Staircase, he arrived back at the Divine Hall located at the bottom of the World Summit. There are so many people. Upon arriving at the Divine Hall, he discovered that most of the demon players he encountered at the World Summit's main entrance were currently present in the Divine Hall buying demon potions, 150 gold per bottle, willing to use level 45 top-tier weapons and equipment to exchange as well, purchasing set pieces for level 50 dark gold or fine gold set equipment. Price is negotiable. Among the players present inside the Divine Hall, very few were here to exchange for items using their shrine points. Instead, the majority of the players were purchasing items exchanged using shrine points. Rather than an exchange center, the Divine Hall looked more like a marketplace right now. At this moment, a cloaked player approached Feng and asked, "Fellow friend, you just came out from the Divine Staircase, right? If you still have points remaining after you're done exchanging for the items you want, I'm willing to purchase those points at a high price. I'll buy 20 points for 1 gold. I'll buy 10 points for 1 gold if you have over 1,000 points, 10 points for 2 gold if you have over 3,000 points, and 10 points for 3 gold if you have over 5,000 points. How about it?" Hearing the cloaked player's words, Feng was inwardly astonished. The purchase price was simply too frightening. If players had over 5,000 points on hand, that meant passing the first Divine Shrine alone could already earn them 6 gold coins. If they defeated the Guardian boss as well, they could make a total of 21 gold from clearing the first Divine Shrine. "Sorry, but I don't have that many points to spare," Feng replied, shaking his head. He then headed straight for the exchange counter, showing no intention of trading away his points for coins. After all, he did not have a lot of shrine points on hand. Currently, he had accumulated a total of only 146,360 points. Given Feng's lack of interest, the cloak player had no choice but to search for willing sellers. When Feng arrived before the exchange counter, a female demon NPC smiled at him and asked, "Hello, sir. May I know what item you wish to exchange for?" "Bloodlines." Feng replied, "Bloodlines?" The demon NPC revealed a shocked expression when she heard Feng's answer. Very quickly, however, she nodded and said, "All right, here is a list of bloodlines available for exchange." Although Feng and the female demon NPC did not speak loudly, everyone present in the Divine Hall was an expert. They also possessed considerably good physiques. Moreover, they were very familiar with the high-ranking items available for exchange at the Divine Hall. Hence, upon hearing the word bloodline, they turned to look at Feng who stood before the exchange counter, their ears immediately perking up. What? That person is actually trying to exchange for a bloodline. Even the cheapest bloodline requires 100,000 points. Previously, I heard that the monsters that managed to pass the 31st Divine Shrine only obtained 32,540 points. They are far from reaching 100,000 points. That guy should just be taking a look at the available bloodlines. No, that might not be the case. I checked the ranking list just now and saw that someone has already cleared the 40th Divine Shrine. He might be that person. Still, even if he cleared the 40th Divine Shrine, it shouldn't be possible for him to accumulate so many points. At this moment, everyone looked at Feng with eyes filled with curiosity. After all, to them, 100,000 shrine points was an astronomical amount. Seems nobody else has discovered it yet. From the hushed discussions Feng overheard, he couldn't help but pity these expert demon players. In order to save time, these players had chosen the fastest method to clear the divine shrines and missed out on the opportunity to obtain the points for killing the guardian bosses. However, he also wasn't so kind-hearted as to announce this fact. Following which, he focused his gaze on the list of bloodlines the NPC provided him. There was a total of 33 different bloodlines available for exchange among them. 23 were basic bloodlines, 8 were advanced bloodlines, and 2 were peak bloodlines in his 2 lives playing God's Domain. This was the first time Feng saw so many bloodlines gathered in one place. Meanwhile, any single one of these bloodlines could cause any expert in the past to go crazy over it. Even Apex experts would have been willing to pay any price to acquire one of these bloodlines. Chapter 1580, Hidden Benefit. Sure enough, they are all amazing. It's no wonder so many experts were so crazy about bloodlines back then. Feng felt slightly emotional when he saw the list of bloodlines in the past. Even superpowers had an extremely tough time getting their hands on bloodlines. Information on bloodlines was also heavily restricted. Even though Feng had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he had not possessed any detailed information on bloodlines. All he knew was that bloodlines improved a player's life rating and that they were of great help when players got promoted to higher tiers. Meanwhile, although the list of bloodlines the demon NPC gave him did not reveal a lot of information, what he could see was already more than enough to thrill him. Even the most ordinary bloodline would allow players to undergo a qualitative transformation. Take the Frost bloodline, for example. It increased the owner's compatibility with ice-type skills and spells, improving their skill and spell completion rates and base power. In addition, players with bloodlines would gain some extra basic attribute points every time they leveled up. In the case of the Frost bloodline, its primary focus was intelligence, while strength, agility, endurance, and vitality were secondary. Moreover, the bonus basic attributes gained through leveling up would further increase with each tier promotion eventually, as players rose in levels. The gap in basic attributes between players with bloodlines and players without bloodlines would also grow increasingly wider, to the point where the disparity could instill despair. However, looking at the cost of the various bloodlines listed, Feng could not help but frown. Of the 2 peak bloodlines available, one needed 340,000 SPs, while the other needed 360,000 SPs. In addition, both of them required 3 exploits each. These peak bloodlines were even more expensive than the top-tier fragmented legendary items. As for the 8 advanced bloodlines, they, too, were far beyond Feng's reach, as even the cheapest among them cost 200,000 SPs and 2 exploits, while the most expensive one cost 260,000 SPs and 2 exploits. Even if he managed to kill the mythic ranked guardian boss in the 40th Divine Shrine, accumulating 200,000 SPs was unlikely. It seems I can exchange for only a basic bloodline. Feng could not help but sigh. Revealing a bitter smile, he set his eyes on the 23 basic bloodlines. Even the cheap basic bloodline, which was named Boulder Bloodline, cost 100,000 SPs and 1 exploit. The Boulder bloodline improved a player's defense, and a main basic attribute it increased was endurance. It was a bloodline more suited for MTs rather than swordsmen. In the end, Feng narrowed his choices to 3 bloodlines. Hurricane bloodline increases compatibility with wind-type skills and spells. Mainly improves agility, followed by endurance, strength, vitality, and intelligence requires 115,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange Scorching Flame Bloodline. Increases compatibility with fire-type skills and spells. Mainly improves endurance, followed by strength, agility, vitality, and intelligence requires 122,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange Earth Dragon Bloodline. Increases magic resistance. Mainly improves strength, followed by endurance, agility, vitality, and intelligence requires 125,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange. These 3 bloodlines were more suitable for a melee physical class like the swordsman class. Whether they were wind-type or fire-type skills, the swordsman class had a little of both. Hence, the Hurricane and Scorching Flame bloodlines would provide significant improvements to a swordsman's DPS. As for the Earth Dragon bloodline, it was suitable for practically every class in the game as players reached higher levels. The maps available for them to grind and would have increasingly poor environments. In the past, many players would even prepare multiple sets of equipment to cope with different environments. Hence, magic resistance was very helpful to players. All 3 bloodlines were considerably good. At the moment, Feng did not know which bloodline to choose. "Sir, should I recommend you a few bloodlines that are suited to yourself?" the female demon NPC asked, smiling as she looked at Feng's hesitant expression. "May I know what your recommendations are?" Feng could not help but ask. Curious, the recommendations from NPCs were generally very accurate. However, it was not easy for players to get one from them. Usually, a player had to be lucky or have sufficiently high favorability with an NPC for such a situation to occur, as you are the heavens blessed that has progressed the furthest up the divine staircase. You get to enjoy a 10% discount on all exchanges. Hence, I recommend either the Thunderblade Advanced Bloodline or the Dark Iron Basic Bloodline. The female demon replied as she called out 2 displays showing the details of the bloodlines. She mentioned Yuri, saying the number 1 ranking player in the divine staircase gets a 10% discount. Feng was slightly surprised to hear this. He never thought that the divine staircase's ranking list also provided such a hidden benefit. The Thunderblade bloodline the female demon mentioned was an advanced bloodline. It improved not only a player's compatibility with lightning-type skills and spells, but also their attack speed. As for basic attributes, the advanced bloodline mainly improved strength and agility, followed by intelligence, endurance, and vitality. However, since it was a powerful bloodline, its cost was also frighteningly high. It needed a whopping 230,000 shrine points and 2 exploits. Even with the 10% discount, he couldn't afford this bloodline. As for the Dark Iron bloodline, it increased a player's compatibility with melee skills. As for basic attributes, the bloodline mainly increased strength, followed by agility, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. The bloodline's price was, likewise, very high, requiring 150,000 SPs and 1 exploit. Currently, he had 146,360 SPs. If he included the 10% discount, he would have more than enough to exchange for the Dark Iron bloodline. "I'll exchange for this Dark Iron bloodline," Feng said, inwardly ecstatic as he looked at the Dark Iron bloodline. Among the many basic bloodlines available, the Dark Iron bloodline was the most suited to melee classes. Since he could afford it, he naturally wouldn't go choosing other basic bloodlines. Right? You have to pay a total of 135,000 shrine points and 1 exploit, the female demon said. Nodding immediately, a payment window appeared before Feng. Without hesitation, he chose to complete the transaction. A moment later, the female demon retrieved a pitch-black crystal bottle from a magic array beside her. She then carefully handed the bottle over to Feng. "So, this is a bloodline?" As Feng looked at the pitch-black liquid inside the magic crystal bottle, he could sense vitality radiating from the liquid. Moreover, the liquid also contained terrifying power. "This is the Dark Iron bloodline you've purchased. Please store it away properly. May I know if you have anything else you wish to exchange for?" "I wish to exchange for the cheapest god crystal available." When Feng took a look at the shrine points he had remaining, he saw he still had 11,360 points left. Meanwhile, The cheapest God Crystal up for exchange cost 12,000 SPs before discount, which was significantly less expensive than an epic item. Not to mention, compared to an epic item, a God Crystal was much more useful to him, following which the female demon inserted her hand into the magic array beside her again and retrieved a God Crystal. Every God Crystal carried the remnant divine might of a god. Hence, the mere appearance of a God Crystal caused the players inside the Divine Hall to feel an enormous pressure bearing down on them. Is this pressure? It's so strong. What kind of item can give off such a powerful pressure? Who is that person? Just now, he seemed to have exchanged for a bloodline already. Now, he's even exchanging for such an item. Just how many points does he have? The crowd inside the Divine Hall stared at Feng in shock. The players that previously doubted him now looked at him with eyes brimming with envy and admiration. A bloodline. That was something that could allow even an ordinary player to become an expert. If demon experts like themselves could obtain a bloodline, they would definitely become one of the apex existences in God's domain in the future. Hence, how could they not envy Feng? Meanwhile, after Feng obtained the Dark Iron Bloodline and God Crystal, he no longer had any reason to remain in the Divine Hall. He immediately turned around and headed towards the exit. However, before Feng could leave the Divine Hall, a man suddenly stood in his way. Smiling, the man said, "Fellow friend, your performance at the Divine Staircase is amazing. May I know if you can hand over that bloodline you have to the Flower of Seven Sins?" Rest assured, the Flower of Seven Sins definitely will not mistreat you and will reward you amply. With a look, Feng identified the man before him as none other than Skyhawk of the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 1581, Disintegration Armor Recovers. Chapter 1581, Disintegration Armor Recovers. Overhearing Skyhawk's request, the players inside the Divine Hall could not help but turn to look at him with shocked expressions. What? That guy is actually someone from the Flower of Seven Sins? Sure enough, even a superpower like the Flower of Seven Sins is highly interested in bloodlines. I wonder if that person will agree to trade his bloodline away. Why wouldn't he agree? That's the Flower of Seven Sins we're talking about. It's the strongest assassination organization in the virtual gaming world. Who would dare defy them? The surrounding onlookers started a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Skyhawk. The Flower of Seven Sins was known by practically everyone in the virtual gaming world. However, the members of the Flower of Seven Sins always took action covertly, so most players had only ever heard about the organization and knew that it specialized in commissions for assassination. As long as one could afford the price, the Flower of Seven Sins would dare to take action even against super guilds. Moreover, every member of the Flower of Seven Sins was an expert among experts. Even super guilds felt fearful of some of the organization's experts. Meanwhile, regarding the matter of Feng acquiring a bloodline, although the onlookers felt very envious of him, they also knew that any player capable of exchanging for a bloodline was definitely no ordinary expert. Hence, there was very little chance they could steal the bloodline from Feng. However, it would be a different story if the Flower of Seven Sins was the one asking for it. The Flower of Seven Sins dared to take action against even the old monsters of super guilds. Although Feng was someone capable of acquiring a bloodline, the Flower of Seven Sins would still consider him an insignificant existence. Just as everyone was wondering what kind of decision Feng would make, Feng rolled his eyes at the arrogant Skyhawk. Not interested in this transaction. You'd best look for someone else, Feng said before continuing towards the main entrance of the Divine Hall. Bloodlines were limited items in God's domain. Although they were available for exchange at the Divine Staircase, every bloodline was unique. Once one was taken, its listing would no longer appear at the Divine Staircase. In addition, players wouldn't be allowed to exchange for items of similar rank and type in the future, which implied that players could exchange for only one basic bloodline at the Divine Staircase in their lifetime. If Feng wished to exchange for another bloodline in the future, his options would be only advanced bloodlines and peak bloodlines. The same rule applied for epic and fragmented legendary items as well. Players were limited to only one such item. Hence, Feng naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to trade away his bloodline. Moreover, even if he could exchange for an unlimited number of bloodlines, he still wouldn't trade the dark iron bloodline away. Bloodlines were incomparably precious. Aside from the divine staircase, Feng had no idea where he could obtain a bloodline with absolute certainty. Hence, if he managed to get his hands on additional bloodlines, he would naturally give it to the other members of his guild. Only a fool would try to sell their bloodlines away upon Feng's departure. Skyhawk's complexion darkened immediately. That guy's dead. He actually dared offend someone from the Flower of Seven Sins. As expected of an expert, if it were me, I definitely would have chosen to trade away the bloodline. Everyone could not help but send Feng looks of pity and worship as they watched the swordsman leave the divine hall. When it came to tracking and investigative capabilities, the Flower of Seven Sins could rival even the secret pavilion. If the organization wanted someone dead, there was almost no escaping the organization's grasp. Hence, if given a choice, independent experts would rather provoke a super guild than the Flower of Seven Sins commander. That person sure is arrogant. He actually dares disrespect the Flower of Seven Sins. The Guardian Knight belonging to Skyhawk's party said as he approached Skyhawk, shock and anger on his face as he looked at Feng's departing figure. Since he refuses to trade it to us, we'll just take it away from him by force. Skyhawk sneered as he looked at Feng. Did you use the tracking scroll? I did. For the next 12 hours, no matter where he runs to, we'll be able to find him. The Guardian Knight smiled and nodded. Taking a look at his system map, he continued. He seems to be heading for the World Summit. In God's domain, while it was indeed true that only rangers and assassins possessed tracking abilities, other players could rely on special magic scrolls to track players. Meanwhile, as these special magic scrolls did not deal any damage, even when used on a player, the said player would not notice the tracking marker, and neither could they remove it, unless the targeted player logged out of the game. They could be located regardless of where they went. The only flaw of these special magic scrolls was that they could not be used repeatedly on the same target. Once a player was marked, no other tracking marker could be placed on them within the next 48 hours. What a confident person. Notifying Hunter and have him get ready. We'll take action on the World Summit. Skyhawk ordered. In the World Summit, only the foot of the mountain was a safe zone. Once players ascended the mountain, the prohibition on attacking other players no longer applied. There, players could fight each other however much they wanted. Only, once a player was killed on the World Summit, although they would not lose a level, they would drop an item and be sent directly out of the World Summit regardless of how much time they had remaining, since bloodlines were categorized as limited items. After players exchanged for a bloodline, they could not use it immediately. They needed to wait 3 hours for the restriction to end. Meanwhile, if players were killed during this restriction period, they would drop the bloodline with a 100% certainty. Understood. The Guardian Knight licked his lips in anticipation as he contacted their cleric companion. Meanwhile, after Feng ascended the World Summit, he did not make a beeline for the area where the epic shrines were located. Instead, he found a secluded spot and retrieved the Disintegration armor and God Crystal from his bag. Hopefully, it doesn't require too many. Feng took a deep breath as he chose the fusion option in the system interface in the Divine Staircase's exchange menu. God Crystals were considered only unique items and not limited items. However, players had a cap of 1 God Crystal per visit to the World Summit. If Feng wished to exchange for another God Crystal, he could do so only on his next visit after he chose to fuse the Disintegration armor and God Crystal. The magic circuits carved on the Disintegration armor released a dazzling silver glow. At the same time, the Disintegration power the armor radiated intensified. A short moment later, a stream of evil, pitch-black energy flowed out of the Disintegration armor. This pitch-black energy felt as if it could corrode all items in existence. In fact, it even began corroding the ground, air, and even space around the Disintegration armor. What a strong power! Feng involuntarily retreated 3 steps in a hurry as he looked at this pitch-black energy, deeply afraid of getting tainted by this corrosive energy. However, shortly after this pitch-black energy started corrupting its surroundings, the space around it began trembling. The boundless energy permeating the entire World Summit actually started dispelling this pitch-black energy. In the blink of an eye, it obliterated the pitch-black energy. The World Summit truly is a place created by gods. Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at the formerly decayed grass and air that had reverted to their original states. The corrosive energy was capable of suppressing even the disintegration armor's mighty disintegration power. Yet when this pitch-black energy came into contact with the energy in World Summit, it got wiped out almost instantly. Meanwhile, after this pitch-black energy was removed, a small change occurred to the disintegration armor. The formerly dull and tattered armor was actually glowing right now. Although it still had some physical damage, and the magic circuits engraved on it remained dim and powerless, the disintegration power it exuded had become much more resplendent than before. Even Feng, the owner of the disintegration armor, felt intense pressure coming from it. He immediately walked up to the disintegration armor and checked its statistics again. Amazing attributes. Feng could not help but grow ecstatic as he looked at the disintegration armor's new statistics. Chapter 1582, Domain Improves. Chapter 1582, Domain Improves. Feng's desire for the disintegration armor was intense. After all, it was a set piece of one of the 9 great legendary sets in God's domain. He had only heard rumors about the 9 great legendary sets in the past. He knew that these 9 sets were far stronger than ordinary legendary set equipment. They could be considered the best among the various legendary set equipment in God's domain generally. Among the various pieces of a set equipment, the chess piece was the most important as long as he could repair the disintegration armor. Its benefits would be far beyond that of ordinary legendary equipment. Although the disintegration armor hadn't fully recovered, its statistics were frightening. Disintegration armor, one piece of the legendary set equipment the Orc Empire's founding emperor had crafted. The wearer of this armor will gain even greater strength than that of Titans. They will also fall into an endless cycle of madness. However, the disintegration armor had been damaged beyond repair during the Great War, and now leaks the disintegration power within. The disintegration power will taint any player that carries this item. It has also been tainted by an evil power, making it impossible to recast the armor. At present, 75% of the armor is still tainted by an evil power. Disintegration Field disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 70%. All entities within range of the Disintegration Field will sustain a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina, in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. Despite removing a quarter of the evil power, the disintegration armor's power had grown significantly. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the disintegration field would become once he removed the remaining evil power. Disintegration field's ability to weaken skills and spells above Tier 2 by 70% was outrageous. Such suppression would basically cripple any skill or spell encountered. The skill or spell would likely deal even less damage than a normal attack. And that's not even including the 40% reduction to basic attributes, only 3 more to go. Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the remaining evil power in the armor. Although he had spent more time on the Divine Staircase than any other player, he had earned a lot of time in the entrance test. He still had 5,724 minutes he could use to explore the World Summit. If he spent this time wisely, he shouldn't have any issues acquiring 3 more God Crystals. Opening an epic shrine only cost 1,000 minutes, and excluding travel time between shrines, he could activate up to 5 epic shrines. As long as 3 of these epic shrines contained God Crystals, he could remove the remaining evil power that tainted the disintegration armor. Once he had a plan, Feng stopped wasting his time. After storing the disintegration armor, he dashed towards the epic shrine area. Feng ascended the World Summit's mountain far faster than he had during his previous visit, even though he was still suffering a weakened state from activating Twofold Berserk after climbing the mountain for a little over an hour. He had made it past the bronze area and was already past the mysterious iron area during his climb. He had spotted many players who tried to make the most of their remaining time as. They entered as many low-rank shrines as possible, unlike the Dark Gold and Epic shrines, which cost 400 minutes and 1,000 minutes to activate. Respectively, lower-ranked shrines were relatively cheap to activate. The Bronze and Mysterious Iron shrines, in particular, only cost 50 minutes and 100 minutes to activate, just as Feng was about to reach the secret silver area. 3 figures moved to intercept him. Leading this trio was none other than the Flower of 7 Sins Skyhawk. What a coincidence. We meet again, Skyhawk said, smiling at the cloaked Feng. A coincidence? Glancing at Skyhawk and his 2 companions, who currently wore sneers, Feng said, I'm wearing a black cloak like many of the players in the World Summit. Quite a few of them are swordsmen as well. Aside from using a tracking scroll, I don't think you have any other methods of differentiating me from anyone else. Such a quick and astute observation is only to be expected from the expert that earn enough SPs to purchase a bloodline, Skyhawk praised and clapped. You are correct. To find you, I used one of the only 2 tracking scrolls I had on hand. Are you willing to sell us the bloodline now? Tracking scrolls were extremely rare and precious items in God's domain. They were treasures used to hunt players. If Feng had merely obtained an epic weapon or piece of equipment from the Divine Staircase, he would not have bothered to waste a tracking scroll on the swordsman. However, Feng carried a bloodline. Skyhawk would even willingly spend 10 tracking scrolls to hunt this swordsman down. What if I refuse? Feng asked. Refuse? Skyhawk could not help but laugh at Feng's question. You can refuse, but the Flower of 7 Sins always gets what it wants. Or do you think that you can actually escape our pursuit? Skyhawk's statement had been quite loud, and his words quickly caught the attention of nearby players who came and went from the secret silver area. What's going on? Members of the Flower of 7 Sins are actually robbing someone. Is this for real? That person sure is unlucky. The passing players sent Feng looks of sympathy, although they weren't certain that Skyhawk and his companions were actually from the Flower of 7 Sins. They outnumbered their target. Moreover, their weapons and equipment were exceptional. These 3 players definitely weren't ordinary experts. Feng would clearly be at a disadvantage if the trio decided to take action. Commander, those people seem to think that Flower of 7 Sins members are robbing someone. A savage-like man who had just descended from the secret silver area reported to the cold beauty beside him as he looked toward Feng. The other members in the World Summit should be in Skyhawk's party. Should we go and take a look? There's no need. It's Skyhawk's party, the woman said as she looked at the man with a broken, massive, pitch-black blade across his back. If Skyhawk weren't preoccupied, he would notice that the cloaked savage and the cold beauty were none other than Brute Spear and Hidden Soul. Seriously? What exactly happened? Why are they resorting to theft? Brute Spear could not help but gape at the distant berserker. The Flower of 7 Sins only had 7 commanders. Meanwhile, Skyhawk commanded the Sin of Wrath, an existence that stood among the Flower of 7 Sins' upper echelons. Normally, Skyhawk felt it beneath himself to attack someone for an epic item. Yet this man was trying to rob someone. If news of this reached the organization, it would cause chaos. I don't know, but this is quite interesting. Let's head over and find out what's going on. When Hidden Soul saw Skyhawk ready to take action, interest bubbled in her heart. However, this interest was not directed toward Skyhawk, but Skyhawk's target. A player daring enough to offend Skyhawk had to be extraordinary. Immediately, these 2 players approached the battle to get a better grasp of the situation. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's party burst into action as companions that frequently fought alongside each other. The trio had long since reached an instinctual understanding of the parties. Battle formation. Immediately, Ridiculous, the tall, robust Guardian Knight, charged towards Feng. Meanwhile, Skyhawk took advantage of the Ridiculous' large frame, shielding himself as he stealthily circled to Feng's side. As for the Cleric, Ink Hunter cast a Truth Shield on Ridiculous. At the same time, he used Soul Cloud to assist in battle instantly. The trio formed a well-coordinated, 3-pronged attack. If not dealt with properly, this attack would even instant-kill a peak expert die. Ridiculous shouted as he radiated a golden glow, activating Justice Roar and forcing Feng to attack him. At the same time, he swung his one-handed axe at the swordsman, utilizing the dazzling glow from his body to hide his attack. However, as Ridiculous swung his axe, an energy pulse radiated from Feng, extending across 100 yards before dissipating. Everyone within range suddenly found themselves under an intense suppression. Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter's basic attributes began to plummet as exhaustion settled in their bones. Disintegration field. Chapter 1583, Mana Cutter. Chapter 1583, Mana Cutter. When the disintegration field took effect, the three members of Skyhawk's party visibly slowed. Meanwhile, when Ridiculous' one-handed axe was a few inches away from Feng's face, it clanged against a blue longsword. Unable to move an inch further, this is a domain suppression. When Ridiculous felt his basic attributes decrease, he could not help but stare at the cloaked swordsman before him in astonishment. At this stage of the game, domain skills were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not only had Feng used a domain skill, but it had also reduced his basic attributes by 40%. Only a high-tier domain skill was capable of accomplishing this. Since the start of the battle, he hadn't seen Feng use any magic scrolls. During Ridiculous' brief shock, Skyhawk approached Feng's right side and swung the broken, pitch-black blade in his hands. Indiscriminate slash. Immediately, over a dozen black energy blades flew towards Feng's blind spots. At the same time, Ink Hunter bombarded the swordsman with Soul Cloud, launching magic blades from above. What exquisite coordination! Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's performance shocked the spectating crowd. The two players had timed their attacks perfectly, targeting every one of the swordsman's blind spots. Even an expert player would be forced to activate their strongest life-saving skill in such a predicament. There was no way to block every attack, however, as the numerous attacks soared toward Feng. The latter didn't move to defend himself. Rather, Feng slashed the abyssal blade toward Skyhawk, who followed his indiscriminate slash with a normal attack. Is he trying to get himself killed? Skyhawk was confused as he watched Feng ignore both his indiscriminate slash and Ink Hunter's Soul Cloud. Others might not realize how powerful his indiscriminate slash was, but he was very familiar with the attack. Even though his attributes had decreased, if every one of the dozen or so energy blades struck an MT of the same level, they'd either be near dead or lose half of their HP. Dang. Brilliant sparks scattered when the abyssal blade clashed with Skyhawk's broken sword. Skyhawk's normal attack came to an abrupt halt as everyone expected the energy and magical blades to devour Feng's HP. Something astonishing occurred. Both attacks vanished half a yard from Feng. It was as if these attacks had never existed. What is going on? Did he use an invulnerability skill? Is he an NPC? Everyone's jaws dropped. All of the watching players were experts in God's domain. They had seen countless skills and spells in their travels, and they had a certain understanding of invulnerability skills. As far as they knew, invulnerability skills typically formed an eye-catching barrier of sorts to protect the player. Yet despite the lack of any barrier around Feng, both Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's attacks had been nullified. This was simply inconceivable. A defensive skill? Skyhawk remained relatively calm despite his failed attack. Sneering at Feng, he hissed, "How long do you think this skill of yours can last? Do you think it can protect you from this?" Skyhawk immediately adjusted his footwork, and his broken blade began to gather a horrific, black energy around itself as it slashed toward Feng. The black energy quickly formed a black blade over Skyhawk's broken sword. As this black blade moved, it tore apart space itself. Meanwhile, the Guardian Knight attacked from the side shield of Vengeance. With Justice Roar already active, his strength and attack speed had doubled. Suddenly, Skyhawk's broken blade split into 5 copies, each resembling a conning, venomous snake as they attempted to strike Feng's blind spots. Advanced combat technique. Snakebite. Is Skyhawk finally taking this seriously? Hidden Soul frowned slightly as she watched from a distance. Skyhawk's technique standards weren't his only monstrous weapon. The broken, black blade he wielded was also extraordinary. The weapon itself lacked a quality rank. and its only attribute bonus was attack power. It didn't provide any additional basic attributes in exchange. However, the Broken Blade had two incomparably powerful skills. The first skill was Mana Rebound, the second was Mana Nullification. With this effect, the weapon could even slice through invulnerability skills. One could say that the weapon was a magic killer. In fact, this ability suited the Broken Blade's name perfectly. Mana Cutter. All defensive spells and skills were useless in the face of Skyhawk's attacks. Moreover, if melee players weren't careful with the skills they used to attack Skyhawk, Mana Rebound might turn their own attacks against them rather than damage Skyhawk. Because of this weapon, Skyhawk was the most formidable of the Flower of Seven Sins 7 commanders. If one wanted to defeat Skyhawk, they had to rely on techniques or basic attributes. Unfortunately, Skyhawk was a monster in both regards. If Hidden Soul had to face such an offensive, even she'd have no choice but to activate Vanish, receiving ridiculous attack, before putting as much distance between herself and Skyhawk as possible. If she tried to fight the Berserker and Guardian Knight simultaneously, she'd have no hope of victory. The Mana Cutter? Feng felt a little jealous as he watched the broken, pitch-black blade, which had transformed into 5 black snakes in the past. Every player had known about the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. They were just as popular as Super Guild's guild leaders. Their weapons and equipment had been just as famous among them. Countless berserkers and swordsmen dreamed of wielding Skyhawk's Mana Cutter. Realizing that Skyhawk and ridiculous attacks were about to hit their target, Feng disregarded the idea of intercepting them forcibly. Instead, he used Divine Steps and split into 11 copies, spreading out to circle his 2 opponents. Feng still suffered a weakened state, and although the duration was much shorter than earlier, it still reduced his basic attributes by 80%. Overall, his basic attributes were only slightly higher than Skyhawk and Ridiculous, who were still suppressed by Disintegration Field. He didn't have the ability to deflect the incoming attacks, which targeted his blind spots and weak points doppelgangers. The instant Mana Cutter slid through Feng's body, Skyhawk followed up with a Whirlwind Slash, giving Feng no chances to escape his grasp by swapping positions, with his doppelgangers reacting in a similar manner. Ridiculous followed up his attack with Devotion, an AoE skill that only attacked his enemies based on his experience with skills that summoned doppelgangers. He immediately determined that Feng's doppelgangers were likely invulnerable to attacks and couldn't be differentiated from a true body. In that case, he simply needed to attack all 11 clones with an AoE to find Feng. This, however, Ridiculous was dumbfounded after he used Devotion. All 11 doppelgangers remained unharmed. They're all fakes? Skyhawk looked at each clone carefully. He had prepared to launch an attack as soon as his companion revealed Feng's real body. But since none of the copies had taken damage, he was at a loss, using his opponent's shock as an opportunity. Feng appeared before Ridiculous and activated the aura of Time's forbidden domain. His 2 blades then transformed into streaks of light as the bit into the Guardian Knight. Before him, Tier 2 skill, Instant Strike. Although Ridiculous noticed Feng's attack, due to his weakened physique and the swordsman's attack speed, which had been increased by 500%, he couldn't react in time. He didn't even have time to activate his life-saving skill before Feng's attack struck. In the end, he could only watch as the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray slashed down at him in succession before Skyhawk could react. The Guardian Knight's 30,000 HP had fallen to 0. Chapter 1584, Wrong Opponent. Chapter 1584, Wrong Opponent. As Ridiculous HP hit 0, silence descended on the spectating players as they watched the battle. Everyone realized that Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter were definitely peak experts. The trio's combat standards were even better than theirs, and their weapons and equipment were nothing compared to the trio's yet. Despite 3 such excellently geared peak experts working together, Feng killed one of them without receiving a single point of damage. Moreover, the swordsman had taken out the player with the highest defense and HP. This was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Ridiculous stared at Feng in shock as his vision began to fade to black. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't rationalize what had just happened. All 11 clones should have been Feng's doppelgangers. Feng's main body should not be among them. When he had used devotion, none of the clones had been affected in the slightest. The only logical explanation was that all 11 clones were doppelgangers. Yet one of these clones had killed him. Ridiculous wasn't the only one confused. Skyhawk and Ink Hunter were just as shocked there were doppelgangers in God's domain that could attack, and those that could not. Doppelgangers that could attack were generally much weaker and easier to kill than the main body. In contrast, the majority of doppelgangers that weren't capable of attacks were invulnerable. These doppelgangers mainly served as a distraction, however. Not only were Feng's doppelgangers invulnerable, but they could also launch their own attacks. This was beyond their understanding of doppelganger skills. So fast. Who is that? He actually instant-killed. Ridiculous. Brute Spear, who watched from a distance, gulped as the previous scene replayed in his mind. Ridiculous techniques were no weaker than his own, but the Guardian Knight was much tougher than a berserker like him. Yet, this Guardian Knight had died without the chance to defend himself. Brute Spear felt every hair on his body rise. No, there's something wrong with Ridiculous, Hidden Soul said, shaking her head. Although that player's attack speed is incredible, it's so fast that Ridiculous wouldn't have time to react and activate a life-saving skill. Had Ridiculous activated his life-saving skill, he wouldn't have died so quickly. At the very least, he could have bought himself enough time for Skyhawk and Ink Hunter to save him. It's highly unlikely that Ridiculous would have made such a major mistake. That player must have done something to prevent Ridiculous from using a life-saving skill in time, or at all. By the looks of it, Skyhawk's group provoked the wrong opponent. Brute Spear nodded his agreement. Hidden Soul's deduction sounded logical, or rather, he wanted to believe in Hidden Soul's reasoning. The thought that someone could overwhelm a peak expert's reactions with attack speed alone was too terrifying. Damn it, it's a silencing skill. Ink, we're retreating. Skyhawk couldn't help but grit his teeth as he glared at Feng. Decisively, he turned and fled. Skyhawk finally understood why Feng had dared to ascend the World Summit before the Bloodline's restriction period had lifted rather than arrogance and foolishness. Feng had done so because he was absolutely confident in his abilities while they could cope with the basic attribute Suppression. It was an entirely different story if they had been silenced, aside from the fact that they wouldn't receive any healing, the fact that they couldn't transform into their demon states or activate berserk skills put them in an overwhelming disadvantage. He was not afraid of powerful spells or skills, but if his opponent used a berserk skill, his basic attributes would be overwhelmed. Furthermore, his opponent was an incredibly calm, peak expert Ink Hunter who stood some distance away, reacted as well, fleeing. What? Skyhawk is actually retreating? Brute Spear gaped as he watched Skyhawk and Ink Hunter run away. Skyhawk was one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. Even when against 4 or 5 peak experts, he would likely fight until the bitter end and either wipe out his opponents or take as many lives as he could. Yet, against Feng, Skyhawk had decided to flee. In fact, Brute Spear wasn't the only one shocked. All of the spectating players were dumbfounded. Only, unlike Brute Spear, they weren't surprised by Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's retreat. They were shocked by the strength Feng had displayed. Not only had the swordsman killed a peak expert instantly, but he had also followed up by scaring away 2 other peak experts too strong. Is he an NPC? He actually killed a peak expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. I never knew that there was such a frightening expert among demon players. It would be great if I could get to know him. Everyone deeply admired Feng. They too were experts in God's domain, and they realized how powerful Skyhawk and his party members were. Ordinary experts couldn't compare to the trio, yet Feng had overwhelmed them despite being outnumbered. These players agreed with Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's decision to retreat. Only a fool would try to fight Feng after seeing the swordsman's display of strength. Although players would not lose any levels when they died in the World Summit, they would DOP one of their items. At their levels, every piece of equipment was worth a fortune. This was especially true for peak experts like Skyhawk. You want to escape? Watching Skyhawk and Ink Hunter flee, Feng thrust the abyssal blade into the ground abyssal curse. Suddenly, black mist began to rise from the ground in a 30-yard radius around Feng. The mist then transformed into countless, pitch-black chains that attempted to bind Skyhawk, and Ink Hunter reacting quickly. Skyhawk swung the mana cutter at the incoming chains while in Forbidden Domain. Players couldn't use skills or spells, but both of Mana Cutter's skills were passive. Even in Forbidden Domain, the weapon could still slice through spells and skills as the crowd watched. Skyhawk shattered every one of the pitch-black chains that moved towards him unfortunately. Although Skyhawk had escaped Abyssal Curse, the cleric, Ink Hunter, had not. In the end, the chains bound the cleric, and his basic attributes began to decrease. Once again Feng then left an afterimage behind him as he dashed towards Ink Hunter. "Fight me, if you have the guts," Skyhawk shouted, furious as he watched Feng charge towards his companion. Ink Hunter was a cleric. Without the ability to use spells and skills, he was powerless against Feng. Meanwhile, Feng's silencing skill was clearly a region-based skill. As long as they moved out of the affected region, they would be free from the silencing effect. However, if Ink Hunter died before they escaped, he'd be left without a healer to support him. He'd definitely have a difficult time against Feng alone as Skyhawk declared his challenge, and before the watching players had realized it, Feng had appeared before the Berserker, his sacred sword descending on the commander from the Flower of Seven Sin Shadowblade. A single slash, alongside 9 shadows, struck Skyhawk from various directions. Feng's sudden appearance had caught Skyhawk off guard, but the Berserker reacted almost immediately, adjusting his footwork and wielding his blade-advanced defensive combat technique. Iron Wall. The broken blade trajectory seemed strange as it deflected the incoming attacks. As Mana Cutter countered more of the attacks, its speed seemed to increase. In the end, Skyhawk managed to deflect 9 of the 10 incoming attacks, receiving only 1. When the attack struck, he had lost a little over 2,000 HP and retreated several steps. Skyhawk had basically lost 1/10 of his suppressed HP. However, Skyhawk did not pay much mind to the damage. At the very least, he had lured Feng in. With this, Ink Hunter could escape the silencing AoE. Once they were free of the silencing effect, recovering his lost HP would be a piece of cake. However, before Skyhawk could celebrate his success, he realized that something was amiss. Originally, there had been 11 copies of the enemy swordsman on the battlefield, but now there were 12. The clone charging towards Ink Hunter had never deviated from its path. At this point in time, said clone had also arrived before the cleric and activated Shadowblade. Already the cleric, with low HP and defense, died instantly as the 10 attacks bit into his body. How is this possible? Skyhawk shifted a bewildered look between the Feng that had claimed Ink Hunter's life and the one that stood before him. What he did not know was that Feng had never intended to let any of them get away. Feng had sent the doppelganger he had summoned with Phantom Kill after Ink Hunter, while his main body had used Void Steps to approach Skyhawk. Chapter 1585, Slaying Skyhawk. Chapter 1585, Slaying Skyhawk. Everyone was stupefied yet again when Ink Hunter had died. They were confused about how Feng had 2 main bodies on the battlefield and could actually attack Skyhawk and Ink Hunter simultaneously. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's complexion darkened considerably after he recovered from his momentary shock. Not only was he still stuck in the silencing AoE, but he had also lost his healer. If Feng used a Berserk skill now, killing him would be very easy. However, what Skyhawk did not know was that Feng had recently used twofold Berserk and was still in a weakened state, which prevented him from using Berserk skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to expose trump cards like Forbidden Domain and Phantom Kill. Feng didn't give Skyhawk much time to think about his situation as he sent another quick slash at the Berserker Flame Burst. Although he had already killed Ink Hunter, Skyhawk wasn't an opponent he could take lightly. If he allowed Skyhawk to escape Forbidden Domain and activate a Berserk skill, he would definitely be placed in a very passive state suddenly. The 2 swords in Feng's hands released a burning glow as they approached their target. Feng didn't bother with complex techniques, relying on bold, simple movements. Instead, experts like Skyhawk had practically no weak points. Skyhawk was more than capable of countering any technique he could use against the Berserker. Hence, rather than wasting stamina and concentration executing powerful combat techniques, it was far more efficient to force Skyhawk to defend himself with simple movements, turning this battle into a contest of stamina and concentration. Don't even think of killing me that easily, Skyhawk shouted. Reacting, he brandished Mana Cutter to deflect Feng's attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the swords clashed, the resulting impacts radiated powerful shockwaves. Even Hidden Soul and the other spectators, who stood a safe distance away, could clearly feel these shockwaves. Meanwhile, the ground under Skyhawk and Feng's feet cracked and shattered. To the watching crowd, it felt as if they were watching two gigantic humanoid beasts clash, rather than players. Even the terrain changed in the wake of their might in terms of basic attributes. Feng was just slightly superior to Skyhawk. Hence, even if Skyhawk received the full force of Feng's attacks, he wouldn't take much damage. Furthermore, the Berserker deflected his opponent's attacks rather than block them. However, Feng's slashes were far more powerful than Skyhawk's with flame bursts explosive power. Although Mana Cutter could slice through projectile skills and spells, it wasn't effective against skills that enhanced their user's power as a result. Every time Skyhawk deflected an attack, he was forced back several steps. His HP fell by over 700 as well. After deflecting 15 consecutive attacks, Skyhawk's HP had fallen to 50%. That guy's amazing. He's actually suppressed Skyhawk despite only having a slight advantage in basic attributes. Not even the other commanders are capable of something like this. Brute Spear could not help but sigh with admiration as he watched Feng back Skyhawk into a corner. It's no wonder why the boss always warns us to be careful in the fields. If we accidentally provoke such a hidden expert while adventuring, we'll definitely be in for a painful lesson. Skyhawk's combat standard was extremely high, and Mana Cutter only bolstered his strength. He had never been suppressed in a melee duel against the Seven Sins other commanders. Normally, he was the only one to suppress the others. Hidden Soul nodded in agreement. But as she watched Feng's figure, something about the man felt familiar. Could he be Maple Leaf? The thought drifted through Hidden Soul's mind as she watched the battle. She thought it was unlikely that two unknown, monster-level experts had visited the World Summit at the same time. Moreover, the doppelganger skill Feng had used against Skyhawk was the same skill he had used against the Purgatory Puppets. She also found the situation somewhat hard to believe. Every expert had strengths and weaknesses. For example, some experts focused on fighting monsters, and against monsters, they could display extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, some experts preferred to fight other players, and they could display much greater strength against players than they could against monsters. Feng had previously displayed incredible combat standards against the Purgatory Puppets, proving that he put quite a bit of effort into fighting monsters. Even Hidden Soul had to admit that she wasn't as skilled as Feng in monster battles yet. Despite facing Skyhawk's three-man party, Feng had displayed the same extraordinary tactics and combat standards. His performance wasn't inferior to his fight with the Purgatory Puppets in the least. This proved that he was just as familiar with PvP. As Hidden Soul pondered over Feng's identity, the battle between the swordsman and the Berserker grew more intense. They began to exchange blows so fast that even many of the watching demon experts could no longer keep up with the battle. Damn it. Not being able to use my skills is too much of a problem. Skyhawk was frustrated as he desperately repelled Feng's frenzied attacks. The standard of his techniques was considerably higher than Feng's. In a fight where neither combatant could use skills or spells, he'd have no fear of Feng yet. Feng had used a skill that boosted his attack's destructive power before launching swift and straightforward attacks, forcing him to receive the attacks one way or another. Had Feng relied on projectiles, he could have easily found an opportunity to use Mana Cutter to turn the tables on the swordsman. But as if Feng had known about the weapon's abilities, he refused to give Skyhawk such an opportunity. This forced him into a passive situation, having to focus on his own defense. As a result, he could only watch as his HP continued to decrease. Moreover, Feng had yet to use a berserk skill, or his demon state, that's not right. Considering the events up to this point, Skyhawk suddenly realized a possibility as to why Feng would bother to fight him for so long. With a sneer, he hissed, "I understand now. The reason you haven't used a berserk skill yet isn't that you don't want to, but because something is preventing you from doing so. You're trying to desperately deplete my HP, so you can kill me before I leave your silencing AoE, aren't you?" Feng didn't bother to reply to Skyhawk's accusation. Instead, he activated Illusory Shadow, although Illusory Shadow's attacks were quite weak, only dealing 40% of a normal attack's damage. The attacks couldn't be blocked. Your silence only confirms my guess. Since you can't use your berserk skill, I don't have to be careful around you anymore. Skyhawk smiled. Immediately, he executed a deceptive footwork technique, retreating at a much faster pace. He hadn't put much focus into escaping the silencing skill since he couldn't find any hope of victory, even if he could use a berserk skill or transform into his demon state. So could Feng. But now, things had changed once he was out of range of the silencing AoE. He could use his berserk skill. Killing Feng would be a piece of cake. To put it simply, this battle's outcome depended on whether or not he could escape the silencing AoE safely. As Skyhawk inched towards the edge of the silencing AoE, his focus sharpened. As a result, the drain on his HP began to slow in 10 seconds. I'll escape your silencing skill. It's impossible to deplete my remaining HP in so little time. I have to admit, though, you are the first person to force me into such a position since I've joined God's domain. You should be proud of this fact. Do you have any last words? Skyhawk asked, smiling arrogantly at Feng. Is that so? Feng grinned suddenly, and the next moment, a black figure descended from the skies and landed behind Skyhawk. This figure was none other than Feng's doppelganger. The doppelganger had already activated Flame Burst and brandished its swords at the berserker. Seeing this, Skyhawk's expression darkened. Hurriedly, he spun and used Mana Cutter to deflect the incoming attacks. As for Feng, he activated Dragon's Authority and executed Sword's Orbit. Dragon's Authority immediately inflicted the Fear debuff on Skyhawk. Not only did the debuff decrease the berserker's attack power by 40%, but it also reduced his attack speed and movement speed by 40%. With Skyhawk's attack speed decreased significantly, he couldn't keep up with both Feng and his doppelganger. As a result, he had to watch, helpless, as one sword light after another sliced through his body and stole a significant portion of his already low HP. He had only needed 10 more seconds to reach the edge of the silencing AoE, yet it now seemed endlessly far away. In the end, Skyhawk's HP plummeted, and like a puppet with cut strings, the berserker's body collapsed to the ground. You should be proud of the fact that you forced me to attack in sync with my doppelganger, Feng said softly as he looked at the fallen berserker. Chapter 1586, Demon King's Horn. Although Feng had only spoken after Skyhawk's HP had reached 0, players would retain their senses for a short moment after they died in God's domain. Only, players weren't able to move you. Skyhawk nearly spat blood when he heard Feng's statement. Had he had use of his skills, Feng's mindless, brutish attacks wouldn't have claimed his life outright, even without activating his berserk skill. However, Skyhawk's HP had already reached 0. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't. He could only wait, hateful, as the system gradually sent him out of the World Summit. When the spectating crowd saw Skyhawk's corpse on the ground, they gulped audibly as they turned towards the swordsman beside, said corpse Feng was too strong. This was the first time that they, as expert players, had realized that players could dominate a battle by relying on skills, not just basic attributes and techniques. Despite facing 3 peak experts simultaneously, Feng had killed all 3 by relying on his skills. Feng's skills were so powerful that Skyhawk's party hadn't been able to retaliate in the slightest. First, Feng had suppressed his opponents with a domain skill. He then used a silencing AoE skill and another skill that allowed him to instant kill a Guardian Knight. In the end, he had relied on his doppelgangers to fight a 2-on-1 battle. With his numerous skills, he had crushed any advantage his opponents had possessed after this battle. These expert players realized how important skills and spells actually were now. They understood that skills and spells could make up for their imperfections, furthering their combat powers even when struggling with an overwhelming disadvantage. They could rely on the synergy of powerful skills and spells to turn the tide of battle. Feng was proof of this. Skyhawk died, just like that. He's definitely going to get an earful when he reports back to the main headquarters. Brute Spear could not help but laugh as he watched Skyhawk's body gradually disappear. We really have to thank this mysterious expert. As the Sin of Wrath's commander, everyone in the Flower of Seven Sins recognized the man's strength. He had achieved quite a bit in the organization. This was also why Skyhawk was so dissatisfied with Hidden Soul, who had recently been promoted to the Sin of Pride's commander due to her connections. Hidden Soul faced a lot of pressure in the organization, but now that Skyhawk had died during an attempted robbery, he would lose quite a bit of influence. Mysterious expert. Hidden Soul could not help but shake her head. Smiling bitterly, she said, "He is no mysterious expert. In fact, you know him." "I know him." Brute Spear was confused. "If I'm not mistaken, he is Maple Leaf," Hidden Soul said as she stared at Feng's distant figure. Although he had hidden his appearance under a black cloak, one of the doppelganger skills he used during the fight is the same skill Maple used in the entrance test. "He's Brother Maple?" Brute Spear turned to Feng with wide eyes, shocked. He couldn't believe it. Not only was Feng ridiculously powerful against monsters, but he was equally powerful in PvP commander. If we could deepen our relationship with Brother Maple, wouldn't we have a better chance of retrieving the item? Brute Spear suggested excitedly. "MH. But this isn't the time to ask him," Hidden Soul said after giving the matter some thought. "He has just killed Skyhawk. Even if Skyhawk can stomach this grievance, the elders aren't likely to turn the other way. They'll do everything to learn as much as they can about him. It won't be too late to contact Maple once the elders have discovered his true identity." After giving the matter some thought, Brute Spear understood Hidden Soul's reasoning. The Flower of Seven Sins was a mysterious organization, which everyone in the virtual gaming world feared and revered. Meanwhile, news of a mysterious player killing a commander like Skyhawk would leak sooner or later. The other superpowers would laugh at and ridicule the Flower of Seven Sins. If the organization wanted to maintain its reputation, it couldn't sit still and do nothing. Otherwise, the organization's prestige would plummet. While the watching players discussed Feng and the battle, the swordsman began to collect the loot. Skyhawk and his party had dropped Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter were all bona fide peak experts. Every weapon and piece of equipment they used was the best of the best. When Skyhawk had died, not only had he dropped level 45 dark gold plate armor gloves, but he had also dropped a horn that radiated dense, demonic power. As it lay on the ground, it increased the demonic power in the air by several fold. "What's this?" Feng picked up the horn curiously and inspected it. Demon King's Horn, epic rank consumable. This horn carries the power of a living Demon King. Activating the horn will allow you to execute an attack with the power this Demon King had during his life. Activating the Demon King's power will cost 30,000 magic crystal. Can be used 2 more times. Feng was dumbfounded when he read the Demon King's Horn's description. A moment later, ecstasy gripped his heart. An epic consumable. This item was far rarer than an ordinary epic item, and it was obvious that Skyhawk had purchased it with his shrine points. However, it seemed that the Berserker had been in so much of a hurry to kill Feng that he had ignored the restriction period. In the end, Skyhawk had dropped the Demon King's Horn. When Skyhawk realized that he had lost this item, he would die from regret. Not even Feng could help but pity Skyhawk a little. Needless to say, Skyhawk had spent most, if not all, of the shrine points he had earned from the Divine Staircase on this item. If Feng had been in his place, he wouldn't have spent his points on the horn. After all, it was merely a consumable item. It would disappear once its usage counts had been spent. However, Feng had to admit that the item could exert an astounding amount of power due to its limited usage counts. With it, a player could use all of the potential of an epic item in an instant in God's domain. Demon Kings were Tier 5 existences. Although their life ratings were lower than fallen angels, they were still Tier 5 creatures. On their own, they had enough combat power to devastate an entire kingdom. Quite a few Demon Kings had roamed God's domain in Feng's previous life. These demon kings had significantly changed the kingdoms they had risen in. To defeat these demon kings, the various local guilds had made astronomical sacrifices. Could that fellow have intended to raid a mythic monster? Feng wondered as he gazed at the Demon King's horn. Since the Demon King's horn allowed a player to use a Demon King's power, the player could launch an attack of a Tier 5 creature. A Tier 5 attack could even wound a Tier 5 monster severely if not dealt with properly. To current players, however, Tier 5 monsters were practically invincible. No player would be foolish enough to challenge a Tier 5 creature at this stage of the game. The only reason why Skyhawk would purchase this item was to face a Tier 4 mythic monster. Although mythic monsters were still insurmountable to current players, it was possible to take one down with the help of the Demon King's horn and a few other powerful items. Now that Feng had obtained the Demon King's horn, he had gained another trump card, which was even stronger than the elemental sources to deal with mythic monsters in the future. He could even use it to deal with the final boss in a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. The only problem was the high requirement of magic crystals to activate the Demon King's horn. Not just any guild could afford to part with 30,000 magic crystals. Not even Zero Wing could afford the expenditure. Many aspects demanded magic crystals of the guild. Right now, Zero Wing couldn't even afford to spend 10,000 magic crystals, let alone 30,000. Forget it. It's better than not having it at all. After pondering the situation for a moment, Feng decided to set the Demon King's horn aside for now, continuing towards the World Summit's epic area. Meanwhile, news of Feng's single-hand annihilation of Skyhawk's party spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the various superpowers' ears. Chapter 1587, Mysterious Expert. Chapter 1587, Mysterious Expert. Players bustled about on the streets of a guild town, protected by tall walls. Quite a few of these players were architects, busily constructing all types of buildings. From the top floor of an open-air restaurant in the town, a middle-aged man in dark gray armor quietly watched these architects. A flame-shaped shield rested beside his chair. Suddenly, a young man burst into the room. Running up to the middle-aged man, Uncle Yuan, "Something big has happened," the young man excitedly reported. "We just received news that Skyhawk, one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders, has been killed." The middle-aged man in question was none other than the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin. He had already reached level 50 and wore the level 50 fine gold ranked landslide set, a set equipment for shield warriors which could only be obtained from level 50. 100-man team dungeon. Skyhawk has been killed? Yuan Tiexin turned towards the young man in astonishment. How is that possible? Did someone organize an expert team to ambush him? No, that can't be right. We're talking about one of the Seven Sins commanders here. The Flower of Seven Sins definitely won't take such a blow lying down. Skyhawk was one of only 7 commanders in the Flower of Seven Sins. His individual strength even ranked near the top in the assassination organization. Yuan Tiexin found it truly hard to believe that a handful of players could kill such an expert. The only possibility was that some superpower had organized a small army to ambush the man. They'd also need various powerful tools to ensure that he couldn't escape. No, that's not the case. Based on what we've heard, it seems that Skyhawk and 2 of his close aides attempted to rob another player. In the end, that player turned the tables, and the 3 lost their lives. The young man explained, stammering. Skyhawk led his men to kill a player, but ended up dead instead? How is that possible? Yuan Tiexin was even more shocked. Not only had Skyhawk died, but he had also been killed by a lone player. The man had even had the numerical advantage in the situation. No matter how Yuan Tiexin considered the younger man's words, they sounded like a joke. It's true. Here's a video of the battle, the young man said as he hurriedly relayed the recording. The video had been recorded some distance from the battlefield, so the fight's details weren't clear. However, Skyhawk's mana cutter was. There is no doubt that the berserker wielding the broken blade was indeed Skyhawk. What powerful skills. Although Yuan Tiexin could not see the entire process of the battle clearly, he could, more or less, deduce the reason that Skyhawk's party had lost. Just who is that player? We're already doing our best to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, We can only glean a limited amount of information from the video. Although the Flower of Seven Sins should have access to more details, our spies in the organization are too low-ranked to gain access to the information. The guild leader has already asked us to find this expert as quickly as possible, and he has stated that we cannot allow the Flower of Seven Sins to reach the player before we do. Understand. I'll do my best to look into the matter. After Yuan Tiexin finished with the video, he became interested in the mysterious expert who had killed Skyhawk's three-man party. He immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate the battle video. Meanwhile, God's Domain's other superpowers began their own investigations. At this point, Feng, who was wholly ignorant of the commotion he had caused, reached the World Summit's Epic Shrine area. Compared to the Dark Gold and Fine Gold areas, the Epic area was void of players. The majestic Epic Shrines in the area remained unoccupied. Feng didn't need to worry about any competition over the shrines. The god crystals aren't as valuable as epic items, but the shrine's difficulty increases with altitude. Correspondingly, the shrines should offer more treasures. I may be able to find god crystals in the lowermost shrines. After a quick inspection of the epic shrines dotting the mountainside, Feng began his mission. The lowermost region of the epic area had a total of 21 epic shrines. Feng did not put too much thought into the matter and approached the closest shrine. When he reached the shrine's entrance, Feng placed a hand on the doors before him. System: Inferior Legendary Shrine Key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the epic shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? Feng clicked agree without hesitation. Immediately, the shrine doors swung open, allowing Feng to enter. The moment Feng stepped into the shrine, he felt as if he had entered a different world. He stood on a platform above the clouds, and from time to time, Feng spotted flying beasts soaring by. These monsters were all frighteningly strong, and even the weakest among them was a level 150 Great Lord. Some of these flying beasts were even level 180 mythic monsters. Any one of these monsters could easily extinguish Feng's life multiple. Humanoid statues have been erected in the center of the platform, and dazzling items in translucent crystal boxes have been placed before each statue. Even from this distance, Feng could tell that every one of these items was extraordinarily valuable. When Feng tried to approach one of the statues to inspect the items before it, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. System: You may choose one item before the numerous statues. As long as you fulfill the requirements, you may obtain the item you desire. If you fail to complete the requirements within the given time limit, you will be teleported out of the shrine automatically. Sure enough, the system won't let players take these items easily. Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Although every shrine in the World Summit offered its own rewards, not every shrine granted players a reward upon entry. Some required players to pass certain tests. The Shrine of the Lord of Destruction, which Feng had previously visited, was one such example. If players did not choose the appropriate shrines based on their strength, they might walk away empty-handed. A total of 12 statues occupied the platform. Among the items before the statues were damaged items, and there were 5 pieces of intact epic equipment, 2 epic weapons, and 1 epic item. According to the acquisition difficulty in God's Domain, the epic item will be the most difficult to obtain, while the damaged items would be the easiest. It was relatively easy to determine the various statues' difficulty levels. However, none of this mattered to Feng. After all, he was not here for practical items. The god crystals were his only goal. Please, let this be a god crystal. Feng then approached one of the statues with a damaged item. The moment he made his choice, the stone statue before him began to crack. The cracked stone fell to reveal a stalwart man wielding a 2-handed sword and wearing golden armor. Shrine Knight, High Human, Tier 4 Sword Emperor, Level 100, HP 20,000/20,000,000. The moment the Shrine Knight appeared, Feng felt an unprecedented pressure bear down on him. Normally, NPC's combat techniques were far stronger than monsters of the same level and tier. Furthermore, the NPC before him was a high human. High humans were unlike the current humans populating the God's Domain continent. High humans had long since gone extinct in God's domain long ago. The gods had blessed high humans, and their life rating was much higher than their ordinary, current cousins. They were bona fide humanoid monsters. In fact, the legends that spoke about humans who had slain dragons didn't refer to current humans, but high humans. Current humans' life rating was far lower than dragons, and not even a Tier 5 NPC would be a match for an ordinary Tier 5 dragon, however. High humans could fight and defeat dragons as another example of how powerful high humans were. The Tier 4 Shrine Knight before Feng could easily kill mythic monsters of the same level as if they were ants.
Chapter 4494. When these people came in and saw the scene in front of them, they were even more unhappy. Even for them, it was rare for them to have a chance to drink such good tea. On the other hand, this brat could drink a pot of it leisurely. He was simply mocking them. After Lin Fei drank a cup of tea, he put it down. I see that you guys are not very friendly. Could it be that you want to have a good chat with me while Xiong Badian is not around? What kind of person was Lin Fei? He could tell what these people were thinking with one look. It was nothing more than jealousy and envy. Ever since they came to Xiong Badian's residence, they had enjoyed the best service and hospitality. Naturally, these insightful emptiness experts had their own thoughts. Brat, I don't know what method you used to confuse Xiong Badian, but in front of me, you are still too inexperienced. An older insightful emptiness expert walked out. This insightful emptiness expert had already reached the intermediate stage of the insightful emptiness realm. He was also the most powerful expert by Xiong Badian's side. His words naturally carried some weight. He stared at Wang Xian. Yes, you are a newcomer and you don't even know how to greet us. You are still enjoying yourself here. Do you really not care about us? I think you should quickly stand up and give up your seat. Obediently wait for us to punish you. Don't act like you are the most powerful person in the future. Each of them took a step forward and stared coldly. It seemed that if Lin Fei did not make a decision, they would attack. Just their aura alone was quite frightening. Who was Lin Fei? They did not care about him at all. You want me to lower my head in front of you? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei slammed the table lightly and a sword light swept over. The 5 insightful emptiness experts looked at him with disdain. How could he make them lower their heads with such a method? However, when the sword light landed on their defenses, after a crisp sound, the 5 of them instantly groaned. The sword light landed on their bodies, pierced through their treasured armor, and sent them flying. All of them fell at the door. I'm not interested in playing any tricks with you. I'll let you suffer a little today. If there's a next time, I don't mind killing the 5 of you in front of Xiong Badian. The 5 of them fell at the entrance of the courtyard. The sword wound on their bodies had directly cut through their flesh. They were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. If the power was just a little bit stronger, wouldn't they have died on the spot? Terrifying. They finally realized that the person in front of them was not a gold core cultivator at all, but a gold core cultivator in the insightful void realm. He hurriedly got up. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. They were all unbelievably well behaved. They all knew that some powerful insightful emptiness experts could kill people in the same realm as them alone. That was the case for the 5 of them who were in the insightful void realm. Even if they were in the middle stage of the insightful void realm, it was nothing at this moment. They had never felt that the power of a sword light could be so strong. It was unbelievable that it could actually pierce through their flesh. It was a little unrealistic just thinking about it. After the 5 of them left, Lin Fei took another sip of tea. This top-grade spirit tea was indeed quite good. As for these 5 people, Lin Fei did not take them seriously at all. If they were not the subordinates of Xiong Badian, they would have died just now. Now, Lin Fei's sword skills were shockingly fast. They could not block it at all. If he went all out, they would definitely die with one sword. What Lin Fei wanted to do was to complete this task so that he could go to Chaos City. He was most interested in Chaos City. He had a lot of time now. The training task of the sky-reaching church required him to cultivate to the insightful void realm. Although it only gave him 3 years, of course, in Lin Fei's opinion, it did not need 3 years at all. He could break through to the insightful void realm at any time, but he felt that the current gold core realm was pretty good. He could deceive many people. If he could survive in Chaos City, Lin Fei did not intend to return to the sky-reaching church. After all, although the sky-reaching church had a lot of resources, it was not easy to get sky-reaching divine wood. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to put it aside first and take a look at Chaos City first. From the moment he entered the sky-reaching church, Lin Fei had never thought of becoming a disciple for life. It was nothing more than those benefits. If there was a place with more benefits, Lin Fei naturally would not mind. That night, Xiong Badian knew about this matter. He rushed over as soon as possible. "Senior, I'm really sorry. I didn't know those bastards dared to find trouble with you. Thank you for being merciful and not killing them." Xiong Badian was very clear about Lin Fei's strength. Killing 5 insightful void realm experts was as easy as eating and drinking. Xiong Badian's heart was full of cold sweat. "I don't care about those people. After all, they are also your people. If they were others, they would have been dead by now. When will your successor selection begin? Don't waste too much of my time." Lin Fei was indifferent. Xiong Badian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Senior Lin did not look very good, it seemed that he was not really angry. If he was really angry, those people would not be alive. "I have already scolded all of them. In the future, they will not find trouble with you anymore. As for the successor selection, it will be completed in 5 days." 5 days was not a long time. Lin Fei could afford to wait. Then come back in 5 days. Lin Fei waved his hand, gesturing for Xiong Badian to leave. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior, I just received a piece of news regarding the heavenly tree. I think you should know about it." "The heavenly tree?" Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly. He seemed a little surprised. "Tell me about it." When he was in the heaven-reaching church, Lin Fei already knew that there were many heavenly tree left outside. Although the heaven-reaching church had taken back a lot of them, not all of them were actually taken back. Some of them were kept as a collection by some experts from time to time. Therefore, they would appear outside from time to time. Xiong Badian said, "In our masculine wind city, there is a training field called the Life and Death Field. This is a place where you can spend a lot of money to gain experience. But today, there is a young master from another place who has brought along a heavenly tree. He has even arranged for an expert to defeat many of our masculine wind city's experts. As long as he is defeated, he will be able to obtain the heavenly tree as well as a lot of spirit stones." Chapter 4495. The Life and Death Arena was a special place in the Xiongfeng city. It was not opened by the Xiongfeng city, but by a stronger force. It existed in many places. A life and death arena like this was usually used to resolve conflicts. Of course, it was also used for training. Anyone who wanted to improve their strength would come to the life and death arena. If he won, he would live. If he died, he would die. It was very simple and clear. Of course, it became a place for many young masters to spend their time. Most of them would bring their subordinates, the so-called death warriors. Ordinary people would not be able to afford to fight with others and place heavy bets on them. Therefore, when Lin Fei heard about the heavenly wood, he was definitely interested. Therefore, he asked Xiong Badian to bring him here. The moment they entered the life and death arena, it was very noisy. The life and death arena was no different from the fighting arenas that Lin Fei had seen before. It was divided into 2 levels. The lower level was filled with ordinary cultivators, while the upper level was filled with private rooms. One could see what was below. Xiong Badian brought Lin Fei to a private room upstairs. This was a private room that Xiong Badian frequented. After entering, one could see what was below from above. The people below could not see what was above. The person in the arena was Maku's man. He was quite strong. He actually cultivated 2 great Dao, one for attack and one for support. He was very strong. God knows how many people he stopped. Xiong Badian said from the side. Lin Fei also looked over. There was indeed an inconspicuous person standing on the arena. He looked very ordinary. If Xiong Badian had not mentioned him, Lin Fei would not have known. This guy actually cultivated 2 great Dao, one for attack and one for support. This way, his strength increased very quickly. He's so strong that he managed to come up here. Lin Fei chuckled. Not just anyone can deal with a person like this. Xiong Badian laughed bitterly and said, Maku is purely here to humiliate the Xiongfeng city. He even allowed 1 to 3 insightful Emptiness Realm experts to fight together. Unfortunately, none of them could defeat him. Xiong Badian pointed towards the distance. Do you see that? His heavenly wood and spirit stones are over there. In fact, Lin Fei had already noticed the heavenly wood just now. After all, once the heavenly tree was placed there, it would be hard not to notice it. The tree of life in his body was already restless, itching to devour this heavenly tree. As for the card beside it, it was the spirit stone card. This spirit stone card was golden in color. As for the golden spirit stone card, one must have at least 10 million mid-grade spirit stones stored in it. Only 100 million mid-grade spirit stones and above could have a purple color. Since there's no one else going up, I'll go meet this guy and earn some money. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had a belly full of anger today. He almost offended Senior Lin Fei. How was he supposed to explain this? For a moment, he even wanted to kill those 5 guys. Of all the people he could have offended, he actually offended Senior Lin. Was he not afraid of being killed by Lin Fei? As soon as Lin Fei came down, he heard a voice coming from one of the boxes. Are there no experts in Masculine Wind City? That's too disappointing. Didn't I just find a decent underling? That's too disappointing. What a miserable day, I'll be the one getting the prize. Lin Fei knew that this was Mark the moment he heard this. He should be showing off on purpose. Isn't that the hobbies of these young masters? The person on the stage patted his chest with an expressionless face. Who else wants to come up and try? I can let him have 3 moves first. I promise I won't fight back. Many people in the surroundings were furious. As people of the masculine Gale City, they really couldn't keep their faces. However, this person was extremely strong. He was not someone ordinary people could deal with. This guy already had the strength of an intermediate void realm cultivator. Yet, his offensive and defensive abilities were much stronger. He was a very unique existence. Therefore, he was not easy to deal with. I heard that you're going to let him have 3 moves first. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. He walked towards the life and death ring. At this moment, everyone noticed this person. However, when they saw this person, they were slightly stunned. Isn't this the person that Xiong Badian brought back? I heard that he's Xiong Baishan's new underling. It can't be. He's just a golden core cultivator. Could he be at the peak of the golden core realm? So what if he's at the peak of the golden core realm? Could he still be a match for this person? You're thinking too much. Masculine Wind City wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Therefore, when Xiong Badian brought someone back, everyone knew clearly. Although they didn't find out the details, they knew that this person was definitely recruited by Xiong Badian. He was a golden core cultivator. Even if he was at the peak of the golden core realm, it was nothing. If he was at the nascent soul realm, he might be able to do it. However, in this place, the nascent soul realm was useless. Many people in the private rooms were talking about it. Of course, some of these boxes were Xiong Baishan's brothers and sisters. When they saw a golden core cultivator going up, they sneered. This younger brother is really interesting. For the sake of face, he actually sent a golden core cultivator up. Is he not afraid of losing face all the way to his grandmother's house? Lin Fei didn't think too much this time. With such a person purely seeking death, Lin Fei was really happy to send him on his way. In any case, he could earn some money first. When this person saw that it was a golden core cultivator, he was even more disdainful. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can't kill me after 3 moves, then you'll fall on this arena. I only need 1 move. This ordinary young man raised a finger. Lin Fei said very seriously, 3 moves should be enough. In any case, I'm also an expert who uses a sword. When this was said, it was unknown how many people laughed. Even Maku's laughter could be heard from the boxes. You guys are really powerful. You actually sent a golden core cultivator who uses a sword. Do you really think that a sword expert is invincible? Everyone was very angry with Maku, but they couldn't do anything. After all, Maku had a considerable background. There was also a Sage King expert behind him. Lin Fei walked onto the life and death ring. Ripples appeared. The array was activated. Okay, now I'll give you 3 moves. Remember, only 3 moves. If you still can't kill me after the 4th move, then I'll kill you. Lin Fei took a step forward and slashed his sword at the other party's body. A layer of defense appeared on his opponent's body, and his entire body turned golden. Lin Fei slashed a second time. This time, like before, his opponent shook it off. My defense is a metal defense. It's terrifyingly strong. You want to kill me with just this bit of strength? You're really thinking too much. Now, you only have 1 move left. Lin Fei took another step forward and slashed with his sword again. Then, he returned to his original place. It seems that your metal defense isn't that great. As soon as he said this, the person opposite him fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was covered in blood. Chapter 4496. Silence. The whole place was silent. No one would have thought that the guy who defeated a few experts in Xiongfeng City would be killed in 1 move. In fact, this sword looked very ordinary to everyone, as if it had no power at all. But under such circumstances, Maku's men were killed just like that. That scene instantly gave them a great shock. Almost every box was in a state of shock. Of course, only Xiong Baishan's box. That was not surprising at all. Xiong Badian knew Senior Lin's strength. No matter how strong Maku's man was, how could he resist? Senior Lin's attack was simply wishful thinking. After a short while, Maku's angry voice was heard, Xiongfeng City, I didn't expect there to be such a swordsman expert. I have learned something new. Everyone could hear the anger in Maku's voice. There was no doubt that Maku wanted to kill someone. Who knows who is on the inner platform? He is quite strong. He is obviously in the Golden Core realm, but his swordsmanship is outstanding. I really don't know. Could it be a rogue cultivator? If it is, it will be a great deal. Whoever recruits him will definitely make a lot of money. I think this person came with Xiong Badian. Could he be Xiong Baishan's man? Oh yes, I heard that Xiong Badian was being chased outside and almost couldn't come back. In the end, he came back. Maybe it was this young swordsman who helped him solve the problem. Those who could sit in the box were naturally people from Xiongfeng City. They were all well-informed people. Soon, they came to a conclusion. This person was Xiong Baishan's man. Therefore, everyone admired Xiong Badian even more. He went out at this time and actually found such an expert. No wonder he let him fight. They were happy to give Maku a hard slap in the face. At this time, in another box, Maku was in a bad mood. His body was filled with demonic energy and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. There were 3 experts standing next to Maku, and each of them was terrifyingly cold. Master, let me go down and fight with him. No matter what, I have to chop off his dog head. One of the more sturdy experts stood out. Maku glanced at him coldly. If you don't chop off his dog head, I'll be the first to destroy you and your family. Ma Ke was indeed quite angry. He also had a Saint King behind him. Therefore, he was also a tyrannical overlord in the Tianxia province. However, he just couldn't stand the people of Xiongfeng City. Therefore, he would come here to show off when he had nothing to do. This time, he had recruited a few experts and was originally in a good mood. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. Xiongfeng City had unexpectedly produced such a powerful swordsman, which was really hard for him to accept. Therefore, Ma Ke had to get his face back. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. Once he left the masculine Wind City, all kinds of rumors would spread. They said that he, Mark, had suffered a loss in masculine Wind City. This was naturally not what Ma Ke wanted to see. Ma Ke's voice resounded in the life and death arena again. Kid, your swordsmanship is not bad. I wonder if you have the guts to fight me again. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as Ma Ke's voice came out, the people in the other private rooms were stunned. Everyone could see that Ma Ke was not willing to give up. Lin Fei had already taken all the spoils of war. How fragrant. He did not expect to get another piece of heavenly wood here. After hearing this voice, he laughed coldly. I heard that young Master Ma Ke is the son of a Saint King. How can you take out 10 million mid-grade spirit stones? That is too little. After all, if I am killed by you, all the things on me will be taken back by you. Lin Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he searched the dead expert's body for a while and took away a storage ring. If you want to fight with me, you need at least 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I will not fight. Lin Fei was not a fool. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones for a fight. How could that be possible? No matter what, it would at least be 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. He could see that Ma Ke was definitely a rich man. Since he was a rich man, he definitely had to fish for it. It did not matter if you were the son of a Saint King. In this Xiongfeng City, even the son of a Saint King had to be obedient. This was something that Lin Fei knew better than anyone else. When the people in the other boxes heard this, they secretly took in a breath of cold air. They did not expect young Master Xiong Baishan's new subordinate to be so arrogant. Just like Xiong Badian, he actually had the cheek to offer 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was an addiction. On the other side, Ma Ke's expression did not change. Isn't it just 50 million mid-grade spirit stones? No problem. However, it is not one fight, but 3. Do you dare to fight? Ma Ke was also quite smart. If this person was not a match for him, then he would let the second expert go. If not, then he would let the third expert go. After 3 experts, the unlucky one would still be Lin Fei. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill Ma Ke. Don't think that just because Ma Ke was the son of a Saint King, he was not stupid. He was still very smart. 3 fights, that's 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. As long as you can afford it, I naturally have no objections. I don't like other things, but I like mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words spread in the life and death arena. In an instant, everyone remembered this young man. These words were indeed a little too arrogant. After taking so many mid-grade spirit stones, he still dared to set his eyes on the 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. How strong did he think he was? They did not think that Ma Ke was a fool. At that time, the unlucky one would definitely be this kid. Since you want to court death so much, then I shall fulfill your wish. 3 fights, 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. From one of the boxes, a paper card flew out and landed on the notary table. When the crowd saw this scene, they all took in a breath of cold air. Ma Ke was indeed a rich person. He actually took out a purple card. The minimum was 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. After the notary checked it, he confirmed it. The bet is established. That's enough. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, a figure flew out of the private room. No, it was 3 figures that flew out in a row. One of them landed on the life and death arena. The remaining 2 people stood below with cold gazes. Even though they were just standing there casually, everyone could feel a terrifying killing intent from them. Ma Ku really brought experts, and he even brought several of them. This was beyond everyone's imagination. The son of a sage king was indeed arrogant. I see that your sword technique is very powerful. If you have the ability, you can kill me in one move. Chapter 4497. The person who came up had an ugly face. One look was enough to shock people's souls. Lin Fei was a little curious about Ma Ku. As expected, the people around him were all powerful. Especially this ugly person who actually knew how to use mental attacks. He began to cultivate this technique. Therefore, anyone who fought with such a person would be able to imprint their ugly appearance in the depths of their soul before they even started fighting. It would affect their state of mind. It would affect their combat ability. It could be said that this person was a little vicious. Lin Fei laughed. It's very easy to kill you with one sword. However, just you alone won't be enough. The other 2 should come together too. After all, I think it's easier to take 150 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go. What do you think? Lin Fei's words undoubtedly provoked the person opposite him. Even the 2 people below the stage were the same. Of course, this included Ma Ku, who was in the private room. Ma Ku had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to say such words to him. He hadn't heard such words in a long time. The last time someone was so arrogant in front of him, he had already turned into a pile of dirt. After that, he didn't even dare to fart. It seems like you're really looking for death. Then, I'll fulfill your wish. The 2 of you come together and kill him. The judge of the life and death platform naturally wouldn't have any objections. Anyway, this was a place for life and death training. If they won, they would win. If they lost, they would just be a corpse. It was a very easy thing to do. The other 2 went up too. After the 2 of them came up, the 3 of them instantly formed a formation. When the formation appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed. 3 Origin Formation. What the hell, there's actually such a formation. Once the formation is activated, their strength instantly soars. I'm afraid they have the strength of a late-stage Void Realm expert. The 3 of them all released their Tao and seemed very shocked. Everyone felt that they wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. The 3 of them also made their moves. The 3 moves merged into one and a huge shadow was summoned. A palm slapped down. In the face of the power of this palm, everyone held their breath. It's a pity that Xiong Baishan's newly recruited subordinate definitely can't withstand it. That's for sure. With his strength, how could he possibly withstand it? I reckon he'll be done for in one move. Ma Ku is really shameless. He just said that, and he actually has the cheek to send all 3 of them up together. Many people in the private room were filled with hatred towards Ma Ku. After all, no one liked Mark. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face. He turned around and sent a palm strike. They collided heavily. Then, a ray of sword light that was like a bright moon directly flew past the 3 of them. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and then the arena became quiet. The formation formed by the 3 of them had already disappeared. The 3 of them knelt down with a thud. In an instant, the entire life and death arena became quiet again. It was unbelievably quiet. They found it even more difficult to accept and stood up one after another. Heavens! How is this guy so strong? Just how did he do it? When did his swordsmanship become so strong? He can even kill an insightful emptiness realm expert so easily. Seems like Xiong Baishan's brothers and sisters are in trouble this time. This guy is too strong. Even I can't see through him. At this moment, many people in the other private rooms also stood up. They didn't even see how this guy attacked. This was the scariest thing. Xiong Badian had found a powerful helper. If he could take down the successor, he would probably have a higher chance of winning. If he had a 50% chance of winning, He might have an 80% chance now. This guy was too strong. In fact, in a private room on the left, a young man stood up. His face was similar to Xiongbaishan's. He smashed the table with a palm strike. Bastard. Where did Xiong find such a powerful helper? This is bad. I have to tell my brothers and sisters about this. Just now, no one thought that Xiongbaishan's subordinates could withstand the attacks of the three of them. However, the outcome was unbelievably fast. The three of them were killed. In Ma Ke's private room, he was filled with anger. After a path flew out, everything in the private room was smashed into pieces. Ma Ke pushed the door open and walked out. His face was filled with anger. He strode out of the life and death arena and stared coldly at the young man. You're good. Really good. You actually dared to kill so many of my men. You must be satisfied with the 150 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Lin Fei had already taken 150 million middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to what he had obtained previously, he now had more than 300 million middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to what he had just received, he had more than 400 million middle-grade spiritual stones. It could be said that he was a pretty good nouveau riche. Lin Fei smiled. I have to thank young Master Ma Ke for giving me such a big gift. In fact, I've been very poor recently. If there's such a good thing in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely help you settle it. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost rolled their eyes. Can't you see that Ma Ke has gone crazy? He almost wanted to kill someone. How dare you say such things in front of him? At this time, Ma Ke was so angry that he started to laugh. I quite like what you said. I'll give you 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. How about you be my subordinate? With your strength, it's not worth it to follow others. But if you follow me, I can help you earn more mid-grade spirit stones. No one would have thought that Ma Ke would offer a price that no one could refuse in the blink of an eye. 200 million middle-grade spiritual stones. It would be good if his subordinates could get 10 to 20 million at most. Now that it was 200 million middle-grade spiritual stones, many people even wanted to jump out. They were very willing to serve young Master Ma Ke. However, when they thought about his strength, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Hence, they could only be envious and jealous. When would such a good thing happen to them? In the private room, Xiongbaishan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Ma Ke to be so evil. He even had the cheek to offer money to take Senior away. For a moment, he wanted to rush down. In the end, he held back. He knew that he had promised Senior that once he became the successor, he would definitely receive more than this amount of spiritual stones. Lin Fei laughed, as expected of young Master Ma Ke. You are very generous. You gave me 200 million medium-grade spirit stones right off the bat, but I am not in need of money now. When I am in need of money, I will definitely look for you. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4498. Ma Ke's gaze became even colder. No one knew better than him that the other party had rejected his offer. This was the first time he raised the price to 200 million medium spirit stones. As the son of the Sage King, Ma Ke was very favored. A mere 200 million mid-grade spirit stones was nothing to him. After all, the experts around him were all recruited at a price of 30 to 40 million medium-level spirit stones each. It was still every year. Because of this, Ma Ke never lacked experts around him. However, the swordsmanship of the young man in front of him was very powerful. At least, Ma Ke could not tell. He was also very clear that even if he fought with this guy, unless he used the Sage King's treasure, he would not be able to withstand the other party's attack. This guy must be a fast swordsman and his strength must be very strong, which was why he could kill this expert. 500 million medium spirit stones is the highest price I can offer. As long as you follow me, you will definitely have a good life. Even if you like the daughter of a rich family, I can get her for you. Ma Ke was not willing to let this young man go. No matter what, such an expert had to follow by his side. Only then would he have enough face. As for the people who died, it was nothing. It could only be said that they were not strong enough and died in vain. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 500 million medium spirit stones. Even for them, it would take a very long time before they could earn that much. It was very rare to see someone like Maku, who could casually throw out 500 million medium spirit stones to recruit someone. They could not wait to come up, so everyone looked at the young man to see what he would choose. Many people in the private room were even more looking forward to this expert being poached by Maku. In that case, it would be difficult for Xiong Badian to inherit the position of the Sage King. After all, the competition was very fierce this time and everyone was looking for external help. And an external expert like Xiong Badian would definitely make them fear him and they could not wait for Maku to poach him. Lin Fei also underestimated this Maku. He was actually so generous and willing to take out 500 million medium spirit stones. It was a pity that Lin Fei still rejected. He shook his head. Young Master Maku, you're really generous. You can't even get me 200 million middle-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, I don't lack spirit stones now. I can only apologize. Maku coldly stared at him, then turned around and left. No one would have thought that Xiong Baishan's subordinate would be able to reject the temptation of 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't have been so quick to refuse. They wouldn't have been able to remain so calm. Of course, they also understood one thing. This person had completely offended Maku. Who is Mark? That was the son of the Sacred King. Offending the son of the Sage King would not end well. It might disappear at any time. This kind of thing was not rare, and they were all very clear about it. After Maku left, Xiong Badian also walked down. Many people congratulated Xiong Badian. Young Master Xiong, you've really found yourself a good helper. Where did you find this helper? Do you have any other fellow disciples? Introduce them to us. This sword technique is too powerful. As a sword expert, even I can't see through it. How would Xiong Badian dare to say anything else? His face was full of smiles. He came to Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei shook his head slightly, gesturing for him not to greet him. After all, he didn't want people to think too much, because the harvest this time was definitely big enough. Xiong Badian knew this as well, so he said a few perfunctory words and left the life and death arena with Lin Fei. Back in the mansion. Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining so many spirit stones. I'm afraid that Maku is going to cry from anger. Although Xiong Badian didn't say anything, everyone subconsciously thought that he would definitely get the qualifications to be the successor this time. And it was the kind that had a high chance of winning. Therefore, ever since he returned, Xiong Baishan's expression was very good, and he was always smiling. Something like this hadn't happened for a very long time. This is also a good thing that you've done. If not for you, I wouldn't have gotten so many spirit stones. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get the successor's position. Lin Fei said with a smile. Xiong Badian was also very tactful, and didn't disturb Lin Fei's rest. He turned and left. When he went out, he was in a very good mood. And after Xiong Badian left, Lin Fei also smiled. I didn't expect to obtain so many mid-grade spirit stones in Masculine Wind City. Maku is really a good person, even better than Xiong Badian. Lin Fei had already broken through the 500 million middle-grade spirit stones mark. With such a sum of spirit stones, he could buy a lot of things. Therefore, this trip to Chaos City was definitely a big harvest. Lin Fei let the Divine Tree of Life absorb the Divine Tree of Life again. This time, after the Divine Tree of Life absorbed the Divine Tree of Life, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. This Divine Tree of Life actually had a little change. A technique landed in Lin Fei's mind. After looking at this technique, Lin Fei frowned slightly and smiled. I didn't expect the Divine Tree of Life to have such a magical use. To actually give me a technique, and an offensive one at that. Although Lin Fei's strength had improved very quickly and he had a strong physical body, he was still delighted after seeing this technique. This technique was called Holy Strike. Just the name itself sounded very domineering. As long as this holy strike was used, it could instantly mobilize all the power of the divine tree of life and turn it into a terrifying attack. No one would be able to withstand it. This holy strike was not an ordinary attack. When it was used, it could instantly explode with a power that was 100 times stronger. That was the most terrifying thing about it. Lin Fei had never expected the divine tree of life to give him such a generous gift. That's right. This was a truly generous gift. No matter who received this technique, they would not be able to sit still. Fortunately, Lin Fei was experienced and knowledgeable. Even though he was excited, he still managed to suppress his emotions. Initially, I was still worried that I didn't have any killing weapons on me. With this holy strike, I'll be able to kill gods and Buddhas if they come. There's nothing to worry about anymore. With such a generous gift from the divine tree of life, Lin Fei also realized one thing. He had been constantly obtaining this divine tree of life. Perhaps he might even obtain more techniques. Even when Lin Fei was at his peak, he had never obtained a technique like this. It was simply too different. Therefore, he had to go to Chaos City. As long as there was a divine tree of life, Lin Fei would not miss it. If that was the case, the number of high-grade spirit stones he had on him would seem a little small. It would be an astronomical figure. Chapter 4499. Peng 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 peng. In a courtyard, everything in the room was smashed into pieces. The decorations in the courtyard were very high class. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Be it the decorations or anything else, they could not withstand the force and were smashed into pieces. The person who was angry was none other than Ma Ku. It was Ma Ku. Ma Ku had never thought that he would be unable to recruit a person after offering 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. He had also heard that this person was Xiong Baishan's subordinate and that he had just been recruited. If not for this person, Xiong Badian would not have been able to return to Masculine Wind City and would have been killed by his brothers and sisters. But it was this person who had a huge impact on Ma Ku. The few subordinates that he had brought along were all annihilated and he had even lost a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, to him, the loss of spirit stones was nothing. Ma Ku was a little embarrassed and that was the thing that made him feel the most uncomfortable. If he was recruited, it would be good to have such an expert by his side. But now that he was unable to recruit this person with 500 million middle-grade spirit stones, Ma Ku had a crazy idea. He had to destroy this guy. He definitely could not let this guy continue to grow. No matter what, he had always been in the Golden Core realm, but his swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would become very terrifying in the future. He could kill an insightful Void Realm expert so easily. If he reached the insightful Void Realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the insightful Void Realm? As the son of a Sage King, Ma Ku was still very rational. Therefore, he knew that this person had to be destroyed and he could not let Xiong Badian become the successor. Everyone knew that Xiong Badian was arrogant and despotic. If he had such a subordinate, he would be able to hold his position in the future. In the long run, once Xiong Badian became a Sage King, this young man would also become an existence comparable to a Sage King. By then, he would be able to fight against a few Sage Kings and it would affect the situation of the Underheaven County. Therefore, this young man had to die. Your mission tonight is to kill this young man. No matter what you do, don't let him live past tonight. Ma Ku said softly. There was a fluctuation in the void. A figure walked out. Young master, are you sure you want to do this? If you do this, you will be completely against Xiong Badian. Ma Ku laughed heartily. Xiong Badian, that brainless guy, what can he do if I kill him? Do you think he can take revenge on me? Even if I let him use a finger, he's still not my match. Ma Ku did indeed have this confidence because he had already cultivated 3 great Daos. No one knew that he had cultivated 3 great Daos. Because in front of outsiders, he had always shown that he had 2 great Daos. Xiong Badian was simply too far off from him. There was no comparison at all. An old man with a head full of white hair walked out of the void. However, it was precisely this person who was extremely terrifying. He was an expert who cultivated 3 great Daos. These 3 great Daos were all rank 6 great Daos and had already protected Ma Ku for several decades. No one had ever been able to defeat him, which was why Ma Ku had asked the old man beside him to kill him. Since young master has said so, I'll bring this person's head back today for young master to see. Night fell. The entire Xiongfeng city became silent. It was the same for Xiong Baishan's residence. A shadow silently passed through the formation and came into the residence. This old man was like a ghost. Without any hesitation, he entered a room. This old man was good at breaking formations, which was why normal formations couldn't stop him. For formations like Xiong Baishan's, it was even easier for him to pass through. After entering, he saw the young man. He sighed softly in his heart. Who asked this young man to reject Ma Ku's good intentions? If not, he would definitely have a bright future if he followed Ma Ku. Even when he got close, he couldn't see through this person's strength. Other than speed, there was nothing else. Of course, this strength was also very strong and a little shocking. He couldn't imagine what kind of accumulation this Golden Core Realm fella had. However, from the moment he killed those few Paradise Realm experts, he knew that this person was really strong. For such a person, once he stepped into the Paradise Realm, he would definitely be able to achieve the miraculous abilities of the Paradise Realm experts. The more that was the case, the more such a person couldn't exist. If not, it would definitely have a huge impact on the Underheaven County. There would also be a huge change in the situation. Such a person had to die. After thinking for so long, do you feel that it's a little regretful to kill me? Just at this moment, the person in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. His lips curled up and he smiled. The old man didn't mind. Seems like you are quite vigilant. Of course, Lin Fei was very vigilant. He was much more vigilant than most people. Especially since his strength had improved by quite a bit. In fact, after his god of life grew taller, there was a magical effect. Lin Fei would be able to detect the presence of any powerful lifeforms within a certain range of the Tree of Life at the first possible moment. It didn't seem like much, but to Lin Fei, he would know what kind of experts there were in his range. No one could hide it. After all, if a person was strong, his life force would naturally be strong too. This was the best proof. That was why Lin Fei knew that the old man was here when he came in. No, before he even came in. That was because his life god tree could only cover a slightly larger area than a mansion. Of course, that was enough. At the very least, no one would be able to assassinate Lin Fei while he was resting. I know who sent you. Isn't it that Ma Ku? He is not bad to have such an expert by his side. From the moment he rejected Ma Ku, Lin Fei knew that Ma Ku would definitely come to deal with him. As a disciple of a Saint King, he would definitely be smart. One could imagine that if he couldn't recruit such a person, he would definitely become a terrifying person in the future. So Ma Ku would definitely have some thoughts. After all, he wasn't from Masculine Wind City. If he missed today, then it wouldn't be easy to deal with Lin Fei in the future. So someone would definitely come tonight. Who knew that it would be an expert? It seems like you know too much. The old man pointed. 3 grade 6 Daos flew out and turned into a finger which tapped onto Lin Fei's body. This finger was really quick and it pierced through space. There were even threads of laws within. Chapter 4500. This old man was very strong. He attacked. The power of the 3 great paths swarmed over. Other than being domineering, it was still domineering. It was simply unbearable. It landed on Lin Fei's body as if it was going to completely destroy Lin Fei's physical body. It was simple and straightforward. To the old man, this finger was called the Heaven's Shocking Finger. Under this finger, the physical body would cease to exist. However, when his finger landed on Lin Fei's body, nothing happened as he expected. Instead, Lin Fei's lips curled up into a faint smile. As expected of an expert by Ma Ku's side. The power of this finger is really strong. Ordinary insightful emptiness experts would have their physical bodies destroyed by this finger. It's a pity that I can't do anything else, but my physical body is quite strong. Lin Fei laughed. When the old man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He knew that the power of his finger was unable to destroy Lin Fei's physical body. Lin Fei had completely withstood it. Lin Fei's physical body was as strong as a rock. He knew that this person definitely had a great background. There were not many people in the spiritual realm who could cultivate such a physical body. He knew that he was in trouble. Lin Fei was definitely a hidden expert. He definitely had a strong background. Maybe, he had at least a few sage kings supporting him. The void rippled and the old man was ready to enter the void. He had to tell Ma Ku about this and bring him away from Masculine Wind City. He definitely couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he might get into trouble. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Since you have already attacked, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't even used my ultimate move. Whoosh whoosh. In the void, many green vines instantly wrapped around the old man. The old man's expression changed again. He kept destroying these vines. However, these vines became very strong. One after another, he couldn't break them in time. Even the defense of the Great Path couldn't stop these vines. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up tightly. He was dragged away. This was also a skill that Lin Fei had just learned. It allowed him to control the divine tree of life and capture powerful life force within a certain range. The old man was indeed very strong, but he was truly unable to withstand the attacks of the tree of life. As such, he could only obediently become nourishment. Looks like this Ma Ku is quite highly regarded by the Saint Ruler to have arranged for such an expert. Looks like I'll have to have a good chat with him. Lin Fei also walked into the void. Ma Ku moved to another courtyard. There was a cup of top-grade spirit tea in front of him, and he drank several cups in a row. However, he was still unable to completely suppress the irritation in his heart. He was waiting for the news now. The only thing that he was looking forward to was that once the experts beside him made a move, that young man would regret it no matter what. Who wouldn't be tempted by 500 million mid-grade spirit stones? Unfortunately, he had met such a guy who was not moved by his middle-grade spirit stones. This made him a little unhappy. Since he was displeased, he could only kill the other party. He had also solved a problem for Underheaven County. Drinking tea alone, don't you feel lonely? Why don't I drink with you? Suddenly, a person appeared in the courtyard. Ma Ku's heart shook. He turned around and gave off a strong attack. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, causing the void to explode. This was Ma Ku's strongest technique, 3 heads and 6 arms. There weren't many people who grasped it in the entire spiritual world, and it was even harder to use it. This was also a technique that Ma Ku wouldn't use unless it was necessary. The void in front of him was indeed broken. But a hand was placed on Ma Ku's shoulder. An endless amount of power pressed down on him and he knelt on the ground. The entire ground turned into ruins. Lin Fei sat in front of him. He opened a teacup and poured a pot of spirit tea before drinking it slowly. Kid, you aren't bad. You actually tried to assassinate me after losing the spirit stones. I really don't know what your brain is thinking. After all, you are the son of the Saint Ruler. Lin Fei smiled. But to Ma Ku, he was in a state of shock. His head felt numb and his back was covered in cold sweat. You are actually fine. Ma Ku was clear about the person beside him. He had taken care of him for decades. Who knew how many problems he had solved for him? But now, Lin Fei actually appeared here. Needless to say, the person he sent was definitely dead. The winner takes all. I, Ma Ku, have lost. You can do whatever you want to me, but I have a Saint Ruler's treasure on me. If you have the determination, then I don't mind taking you down with me. Ma Ku was direct. His face was a little ashen white, but his attitude was okay. Now, Ma Ku was regretting. Why did he make such a mistake? If he knew that this fellow was hiding his strength, he definitely wouldn't have sent someone. In the blink of an eye, all the experts around him were dead. Even his own life couldn't be guaranteed. Lin Fei put down the teacup. Don't worry. You are the son of a saint ruler. Why would I kill you? I don't want to be hunted down by a saint ruler. But you arranged someone to assassinate me. I am in a bad mood and my spirit has been affected. What do you think I should do? Although Ma Ke looked very calm, he was actually very flustered in his heart. It was true that he had a sage ruler's treasure, but the other party had this kind of ability. If he also had a sage ruler's treasure, then if they were to fight, the one who would die might still be him. Ma Ke didn't want to die here. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and threw the ring on his hand over. All my treasures are here. I don't know if it's enough. Lin Fei didn't expect Ma Ke to be so decisive. This was the best person he had seen in the spiritual realm. Lin Fei glanced at Ma Ke's ring. There were quite a lot of things inside. Not to mention other things, there were 100 million high-grade spirit stones and 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. There were also many other scrolls. There was even an item that emitted the aura of a saint ruler treasure. It should be those saint ruler treasures. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite a clever person. Seeing how clever you are, I won't kill you. I'll also return this saint ruler's treasure to you, just in case you get killed when you go out. That saint ruler treasure was thrown back in front of Ma Ke by Lin Fei. For a moment, Ma Ke wanted to cry. This was a saint ruler treasure. You don't even want it. This fellow must have a saint ruler backing him up. It wasn't as simple as 1 or 2. Did he have to bully people like this? Chapter 4501. Ma Ke's strength was indeed very strong, especially with his 3 heads and 6 arms. It was not something that just anyone could stop. Especially that frontal attack, it was like a torrential storm. If he couldn't block it, he would be killed. Of course, meeting Lin Fei was Ma Ke's bad luck. After Lin Fei left, Ma Ke left in the middle of the night. Ma Ke left without saying anything. No one knew why Ma Ke left in the night. Because Ma Ke knew that if people found out that he didn't have any helpers by his side, he would definitely be in big trouble. If he was unlucky, even returning to his own territory would be a difficult thing. Don't think that he could do whatever he wanted in the World County, but there were many people who wanted to deal with him in the dark. For example, his brothers and sisters. Although they wouldn't kill him, it was very possible that he would be bedridden for 3 to 5 years and his strength would regress. He also hated this fellow in his heart. He was actually so strong that he thought he was just an ordinary expert. He was really taken aback. If he knew this would happen, he would have left this masculine wind city and wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. His net worth was stripped in a night. Luckily he still had a Sage King's treasure. Otherwise, he would really have no place to reason with. Lin Fei got what belonged to him from Ma Ke without anyone noticing. One had to say that this Ma Ke was really a piece of fat meat. If he met other people, he wouldn't dare to make a move at all. But who was Lin Fei? He really didn't care. If he could rob him once, he could rob him a second time. Lin Fei had that much confidence. This also caused Lin Fei's family to become extremely wealthy in an instant. His desire to head to Chaos City became even stronger. And the only thing he had to do now was to help Xiong Badian obtain the rights to be the successor. Other things were just a small matter. In the next few days, Xiong Badian was considered to be famous in masculine Wind City. Everyone knew that he had an expert who defeated Ma Ke's underlings, and Ma Ke left in the middle of the night. Of course, this news only spread the next day. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Although they didn't do it themselves, it was definitely something worth celebrating to be able to make Ma Ke leave overnight. Who didn't know that Ma Ke had always swaggered around in the masculine Wind City? Very few people made him leave in a sorry state. Xiong Badian was one of them. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Xiong Badian's influence inexplicably rose. Even Xiong Badian himself was a little confused. When did he become so popular? Especially when he saw his brothers and sisters, their faces were a little ugly. Xiong Badian grew happier and happier. He had to show off in front of his brothers and sisters. It made them feel as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Senior Lin, tomorrow is the qualifier. Xiong Badian came to Lin Fei's courtyard. A pot of herbal tea was served. This was the best, and Xiong Badian would send it over almost every day. He wanted to take the opportunity to pull some strings. Fei was quite satisfied with the spiritual tea. He poured himself a glass. Do you know what the selection is about? Lin Fei had taken a huge piece of meat from Ma Ku and the heavenly wood. Therefore, he was in a good mood recently. He had a faint smile on his face. Xiong Badian shook his head. I have no clue about this matter. After all, my father never lets others guess what he is doing. I can only wait until tomorrow. Lin Fei was just asking casually. No matter what the test was, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Since you don't know, then forget it. Go back and have a good sleep. After tomorrow, you will be the future heir. Xiong Badian nodded and left. After Lin Fei refined the heaven and earth herbs and the heavenly wood, his physical body improved by a huge amount. Now, his physical body was already at the hollowness realm. On the second day, Xiong Badian came when the sun rose. That night, Xiong Badian didn't sleep well. After all, the position of heir was quite important. He never thought that one day he would get the position of heir. And right now, Senior Lin was his greatest helper. He had also received some news that his brothers and sisters had paid a huge price this time. They had found quite a number of experts to assist them. As for finding external experts, the family had no objections. Being able to find external experts was also a kind of ability. Being able to find external experts was also a kind of performance. Lin Fei had been sitting in the courtyard for a long time. After staying for so many days, I can finally leave. Lin Fei stood up. He followed Xiong Badian to the Xiong family's ancestral home. The residence of Xiong Feng City was located in the center of the city. It was a very special place. It was an ancient house. According to Xiong Badian, the people of the Xiong clan all came out from this ancient house. Lin Fei hadn't even walked into the ancient house, but he could already feel that it was different. There were already quite a number of people standing in the ancestral home. The most eye-catching ones were Xiong Beishan's brothers and sisters who were around the same age as him. All of them stood up straight and their expressions turned solemn. When they saw Xiong Badian enter, their expressions changed. Especially when most of their gazes fell on Lin Fei. They had been investigating Lin Fei for the past few days, but no matter how much they investigated, they couldn't find any clues. It was as if Lin Fei had appeared out of thin air. The only thing they knew was that he came from a faraway county. There were only 10 county cities in the entire spiritual realm, but the distance between them was very far. Therefore, they were very afraid of this young man and did not investigate him clearly. But they knew that it was extremely rare for someone to be able to kill Ma Ku and the other 2 experts and make Ma Ku leave in the middle of the night. More importantly, this person stayed in Xiong Beishan's courtyard and didn't come out. That was the most annoying thing. They were all prepared to talk to this person. If they could successfully poach him from Xiong Beishan's side, it would definitely be something to be proud of. At that time, they would be able to obtain the position of heir with half the effort. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. As for the higher-ups of the Xiong family, they also noticed this person. Everyone knew how strong the experts around Ma Ku were. Now, they actually couldn't see through this golden core guy. He was clearly just a golden core, but his swordsmanship was quite outstanding. He came and went without a trace, and his strength was so great that they couldn't withstand it at all. This was something that they had analyzed after the fact. Hence, they were really looking forward to the heir selection this time. Would Xiong Badian become the heir, or would it be someone else? Chapter 4502. Xiong Badian brought Lin Fei to the side and didn't squeeze towards the crowd. The surroundings seemed empty too. Right now, Xiong Badian seemed to have been pushed out by his siblings. But this time, Xiong Badian wasn't too bothered. After all, he had a high chance of winning. Hence, he secretly sent a message over. Senior Lin, that loud voice is my eldest brother, Xiong Wudi. This name was given to him by my father. He is also the most talented person in the Xiong family and has cultivated 2 great Daos. Beside my eldest brother, Xiong Wudi, is my second brother, Xiong Tianxia. He is also talented and has cultivated 2 great Daos. The one on the left with long hair is my third brother, Xiong Sihai. He has also cultivated 2 great Daos. Xiong Badian introduced them one by one. One had to admit that the sons of the Sage King had terrifying potential. Especially Xiong Baishan's eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, all of whom had cultivated 2 great Daos. They were all of high quality. Compared to them, Xiong Badian couldn't be any more ordinary. Only Xiong Badian looked more like a Sage King. This was an advantage that his siblings couldn't compare to. Hence, Xiong Badian was quite popular in the family. But because of this, he was targeted by his siblings. Now, all of them seemed to be standing together against Xiong Badian. They had no choice. Who asked Xiong Badian to recruit such a powerful expert? With such a powerful expert around, if they didn't do anything, then they would have wasted their status as the sons and daughters of the Sage King. Lin Fei glanced at them indifferently. It's fine. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Although the people around them are very strong, the position of successor will still be yours in the end. No one can take it away from you. Lin Fei had already seen that these people were strong. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't be stronger than him. But Lin Fei was different. As long as he controlled the God Tree of Life within a certain range, he could devour a person's essence, spirit, and life completely. He didn't see the expert beside Maku being devoured just like that. Other than that, the God Tree of Life could also confine people. After being confined within a certain range, they would no longer be able to fight. At that time, Lin Fei would be able to decide whether he wanted to live or die. It couldn't be any simpler. Therefore, Lin Fei quickly closed his eyes and rested. When the siblings looked at Lin Fei, they all had strange expressions on their faces. At a time like this, he still closed his eyes and rested. He really didn't take them seriously. Don't worry, young master. No matter how strong that golden core kid is, can he snatch what I have in my hands? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His cold gaze swept across Lin Fei. Xiong Wudi didn't care much about his younger brother, Xiong Badian, but he didn't expect his younger brother to bring him such a gift. Of course, the most important thing was that this mysterious golden core kid was very rich. According to their estimates, he had at least hundreds of millions of mid-grade spirit stones on him. Just the thought of it was a big fat fish. When we kill him, we must take his ring. Don't let anyone else take it away. Xiong Wudi had already sentenced him to death. Because the siblings had already discussed in private, their biggest enemy now was the golden core expert besides Xiong Badian. His swordsmanship was outstanding and powerful. Therefore, they had to deal with this mysterious swordsman first. As for Xiong Baishan's younger brother, he just cultivated a great path. Such a great path could be easily dealt with. There was no need to worry at all. Young master, don't worry. It's easy for me to kill this kid. It just so happens that I've cultivated a new kind of poison. It's extremely poisonous and can kill insightful emptiness experts. It's just the right time to try it on him. Similar words kept happening around the few young people from the Xiong family. None of them looked up to the golden core kid. They had already done some research. As long as they had the right medicine, there was nothing they couldn't solve. And now, they were just waiting for it to start. An hour later, a white-haired figure walked in. After the white-haired figure came in, the ancestral home became quiet. Xiong Badian sent a voice transmission over. Senior Lin, this is the great elder of the Xiong family. He's in charge of everything in the family. Today's assessment should be announced by the great elder. Lin Fei looked at the Great Elder with a little surprise. This Great Elder was actually an expert who had cultivated 5 great Daos. That was a little impressive. The great paths were quite well proportioned. They were all rank 4 great paths. No wonder he was able to hold the position of the Great Elder. The Great Elder had a lot of influence in the family. When he came over, everyone quieted down and no one spoke. Their expressions were filled with respect. He came to the front. I see that almost everyone is here today. Let's start the selection of the successor. After all, you are the geniuses of the clan, the proud sons of heaven. However, the clan can only have one successor, so you have to show your abilities. Whoever wins will be the successor. This is the rules set by the clan head. The Great Elder was obviously referring to the Sage King. After all, they rarely showed themselves after becoming Sage Kings. No one knew where these Sage Kings were usually. Therefore, the Great Elder's position in the family was self-evident. Now, let me announce the contents of your assessment. This was decided by the family head himself. Everyone's heart tightened when they heard this. While they were looking forward to it, they were also a little nervous. The Great Elder flipped his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. After the scroll was opened, a mountain river diagram appeared in front of everyone. However, when the mountain river diagram appeared, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Great Elder, could this be the Immortals' Ruins battlefield left behind by the family head? The Great Elder said calmly. That's right. This is the Immortals' Ruins battlefield left behind by the family head. This is a battlefield that was refined by the family head using a supreme mystic art. There are actually quite a few Immortals' Ruins battlefield like this in our spiritual realm. Many families have them, but they are rather rare. When everyone heard about the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, their expressions changed. The Sky Pride started to get nervous. After all, everyone had heard of the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Xiong Badian explained immediately, this Immortals' Ruins battlefield is actually a place where immortals fought a long, long time ago. However, their deaths brought about a huge change and formed a place similar to a forbidden zone. However, there are many things in the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Therefore, many experts would refine these places into treasures and use them for training. Chapter 4503. Lin Fei had learned something new. He didn't expect the Xiong clan to have such a treasure. It was actually called the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. However, such a treasure did give Lin Fei a lot of feelings. This was because he felt a dangerous and terrifying aura from the mountain and river diagram. It was more terrifying than any other place. This was unexpected. I didn't expect such a thing to be so powerful. As expected of a treasure that only a Sage King would have. Such a thing could probably be used to suppress people. Lin Fei was extremely interested in such a place. He naturally wanted to take a look. He wanted to see how powerful these people were. The Great Elder continued, the content of your assessment is to enter the Immortal Ruins battlefield. In the central region of the Immortal Ruins battlefield, the family has already left behind a clan medallion. Whoever obtains the clan medallion will be the successor. As for how you find it, it's up to you. During this period of time, killing is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, you'll be abolished. The Great Elder's last sentence was a little cold. After all, these were the sons of Sage Kings. They were the hope of the clan in the future. Naturally, they didn't want to see any casualties in such a fight. Therefore, they had to take precautions. Everyone's faces lit up. Looking at the external helpers, they were all elated. Fortunately, they had found helpers this time. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. There would probably be dozens of people entering this time. When the time comes, the fight would be even more intense. Alright, I will now send everyone into the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Inside the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, there are techniques and mystic arts left behind by the previous Immortals. You have to be careful. Although they won't kill you, they will injure you and disqualify you. You have to be aware of this. After the Great Elder's gaze swept across them, everyone nodded. The Great Elder cast a spell. The tri-river diagram moved and expanded infinitely. Instantly, an entrance of flowing light appeared. Next, a series of light beams shrouded over and landed on everyone's bodies, sucking them in. Even Lin Fei was the same. He didn't need to resist at all before he was pulled into the mountain river diagram. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei landed in the Immortal Ruins battlefield. This ruined battlefield was very big, and it was filled with the danger of death. Xiong Badian and Lin Fei just stood there alone. The others seemed to have disappeared, and at this moment, the Great Elder's voice came from the mountain and river diagram. I've already placed all of you on the periphery. That way, everyone will be fair. Now, all of you can move, because you only have one day. Whoever can last until the end will be the family successor. The last sentence seemed to be filled with endless temptation. Senior, I'll be counting on you this time. Xiong Badian looked around before speaking respectfully to Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just a family medallion. One day is more than enough. However, we have to be one step ahead of them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to chase after them." Xiong Badian naturally wouldn't say anything. I will listen to Senior Lin. Xiong Badian did not have much confidence in his own strength. Therefore, he could only rely on Lin Fei. With Lin Fei around, there was nothing for him to panic about. Not long after the two of them flew, they saw a series of lightning bolts crashing down on them. Lin Fei was fine, but Xiong Badian's body was emitting black smoke. I don't think we can fly over. This should be a mystique left behind from the previous fights, and we touched it. Xiong Badian laughed bitterly. He swallowed a few pills. Just as he finished his sentence, there were quite a few energy waves coming from the Immortal Ruins battlefield. Seems like their luck is about the same as mine, to encounter these mystiques. Lin Fei laughed. If there weren't these mystiques, how could it be called the Immortal Ruins battlefield? There must be something special about it. Therefore, he gave up on flying. He rushed over on the ground. There were more traps on the ground, and from time to time, a bunch of mystiques would pop up. There were even some moves that came without a trace. There was almost no time to stop. There wasn't even a chance to breathe. One after another, they blotted out the sky and covered the earth, just like a killing array. Xiong Badian had never seen such a scene before, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, hasn't this Immortal Ruins battlefield been in the past for a long time? Why is it still so strong? Xiong Badian swung his arm, and it felt a little numb. Just now. He had endured more than 10 rounds of attacks, and he almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, Lin Fei intervened, otherwise, he would be finished. Lin Fei didn't expect the Immortal Ruins battlefield to have so many dangers. It could be said that every 10 steps was a huge danger. It was no wonder that the elder said it so casually. It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to get to this place. Then, he could only charge forward bravely. This method was quite good, and it wouldn't give you any time to think. Either you give up, or you just charge forward. It was just that simple. From now on, just follow behind me. Otherwise, with your speed, it won't be easy for us to reach the core region. Lin Fei could tell. They could only charge forward in this place. Lin Fei didn't have any problems, but Xiong Badian did. Based on this efficiency, he would have been injured before he reached the core region, and wouldn't have a chance at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to do it himself. Indeed, Xiong Badian was feeling the immense pressure. Even though he had cultivated out a great Tao, it was still not enough in a place like this. Therefore, he could only follow behind Lin Fei. Even so, he could only heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei simply summoned a Sword Intense Storm and attacked. As the Sword Intense Storm moved forward, the killer moves that were lying in ambush were activated one by one, and instantly landed on the Sword Intense Storm. The Sword Intense Storm was also incredibly ferocious, and it was able to block the attack with just 2 of them. Even though it was just a storm of sword intent, it wasn't very long, but it was very effective. There were practically no other moves that could be used. This caused Xiong Badian, who was at the back, to be even more impressed by Lin Fei's methods. With such methods, it was indeed much faster than before. However, this wasn't enough, and his speed was still much slower. Lin Fei struck out another sword intense storm. He charged through the sword intense storm, and it was like he was walking on the path of death. Chapter 4504. Xiong family's ancestral home. Everyone was paying attention to the situation at the celestial ruins. Most of them were the talented ones like Xiong Wudi, Xiong Tianxia and Xiong Sihai. They had a high chance of getting the family token. Although they said that they wanted to hold on until the end, they brought many helpers because they were only allowed to bring 1 to 3 helpers. They basically brought 3 helpers. They weren't like Xiong Batian who only brought a young man in. He was an expert swordsman. Young Master Xiong Wudi's subordinates are not bad. They actually know how to use formations and probe before advancing. I think young Master Xiong Tianxia is not bad too. He actually found a guy with invincible defense. It's really surprising. The upper echelons looked over one by one. But when they saw Xiong Badian, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Good fella. His sword intent was really fierce. He actually had such a method. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. One by one, the sword will storms swept over. Just as the sword will storms touched these moves, they passed through the gaps, and their speed was getting faster and faster. After a comparison, it seemed that they were running at the forefront, which really surprised these higher-ups. The elder who had been watching was also surprised. He had heard about what happened recently. He was really curious about this person. He had observed him just now, but what surprised him was that this guy was actually a golden core expert. He wasn't someone who was hiding his strength. There was no way he was wrong about this realm. Who was the great elder? He was someone who cultivated 5 Daos, so he could see everything clearly. When he saw the situation, he was even more curious about Lin Fan's sword technique. There were many people in the spirit world who were good at sword techniques. It was rare to see someone like him who could move at will and be so powerful. Unknowingly, Xiong Badian gave his brothers and sisters a huge amount of pressure. Senior Lin, your sword intense storm is the best. We don't need to fight head-on with these killer moves at all. We just need to analyze the past. Lin Fei and Xiong Batian's speed was very fast, and they were able to traverse through the forest without any mishaps. The deeper one went, the more powerful the killer move and divine art would be. The storm of sword intent could still be blocked. More importantly, Lin Fei could also raise his own strength, so it was not difficult for him to fight head-on. You just stay behind and pay attention to your surroundings. Don't get ambushed. With that said, Xiong Badian didn't dare to let his guard down. He was afraid of being ambushed. 4 hours later. Lin Fei and Xiong Batian's speed became slower and slower. Because the killer moves here were getting stronger. Once the storm of sword intent was unleashed, even though it could form a small gap, it wasn't easy to cross it. Thus, he could only slow down. At this moment, it seemed like they were the fastest. Senior, look. That's the core region. Xiong Batian's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed to the front. There were also ruins in front of them, but there was a building that was very eye-catching. That was because there was a statue placed there. This statue wasn't short at all, it was a full 300 zhang tall. It was extremely dazzling to be placed there just like that. When they came here, they all knew that the core area was based on a statue. This statue was 300 zhang tall. That was the best proof. Looks like we should be at the core region. We should be the first to arrive. Xiong Badian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because there was no movement in the surroundings, so it was without a doubt that it was the first to arrive. Lin Fei also noticed the situation in front of them. At the same time, he also knew where the clan token was placed. Do you see that statue? Your clan token is placed in that statue's hand. With Lin Fei's words, Xiong Badian also noticed it. It was really placed in a palm. It was very eye-catching. There was no need to look for it at all. Xiong Badian suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Senior, please help me get the clan token. Lin Fei immediately retracted the storm of sword intent and performed the deadly sword technique. The sword technique was untraceable. It had become even faster. Because his physical body had become stronger, when he performed the deadly sword technique, he instantly entered the second level from the first level. He was already infinitely close to the third level. After a series of crackling sounds in front of him, the killing techniques that filled the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the ancestral mansion sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not see the sword technique at all. It was as if it had never been used. It was really unbelievable. The Grand Elder's eyes also lit up slightly. What a powerful sword technique. What a fast sword technique. I did not expect there to be such a person. This time, Xiong Badian has a higher chance of becoming the successor. The Grand Elder's eyes were still very sharp. Therefore, he could tell that this Lin Fei was really very strong. In fact, he was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Fei knew that the Grand Elder would be sizing him up. However, he was not too worried and continued to perform the deadly sword technique. As he approached the huge statue, the closer he got to the huge statue, the more powerful the killing techniques would be. The powerful techniques were extremely terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This bit of power was nothing to Lin Fei. It was not too dangerous. He reached out and grabbed the family crest. However, just as he was about to get close to the family crest, the palm exploded with a brilliant light, as if it was going to pierce through Lin Fei's palm. Lin Fei's 5 fingers were not pierced by this brilliant light. It directly pressed down, and the light collapsed. The family crest also fell into Lin Fei's hands, and he casually threw it to Xiong Badian. Now that the family crest is in your hands, the rest will naturally be waiting for your brothers and sisters to come to you. Xiong Badian felt like he was dreaming as he held the family crest. He had done it so easily. Although he had paid a huge price for it, although he had not given it to Yi Shiwen, he had really obtained the family crest. All that was left was to hold on until the next day. At that time, he would be the successor. He would be high and mighty, and he could even become a holy king in the future. He knew that there was a secret in the family that could cultivate to become a holy king. However, this secret could only be known by the future family head. Outsiders did not know about it. Therefore, the Xiong family had always been able to preserve it. They had almost 2 holy kings. They had stabilized their position in masculine Wind City. Otherwise, they would have long been targeted by others. If we plan to leave, it will be even harder for them to find us. Xiong Badian asked. Lin Fei smiled and said, if we leave now, how can I get some benefits from them? There are not many fat pigs like them. Chapter 4505. When Xiong Badian heard this, he knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. His brothers and sisters were probably going to be out of luck. But for some reason, his mood became very good when he heard this. He knew that his brothers and sisters didn't have any good intentions. Just like this time, when they entered the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Each of his brothers and sisters had brought 3 experts with them. These experts were invited from outside and they had paid a huge price. It could be said that they were all quite wealthy, and he couldn't wait for Lin Fei to sweep them clean. When that happened, his brothers and sisters would have to live a hard life for at least 10 years or even a few decades. Without spirit stones, it was equivalent to having no cultivation resources. This meant that after he became the successor of the Xiong clan, the resources would be greatly tilted to him, and he would become a sage expert. Therefore, his brothers and sisters would have to live very miserable lives. There was nothing more delightful than this. Senior, this is a good idea. Just these middle-grade spirit stones alone should be worth hundreds of millions, or even more than 1 billion. As for high-grade spirit stones, it should be more than enough to get tens of millions. At this time, there was a continuous stream of people coming in this direction. Waves of energy fluctuations spread out in the vicinity. The first to arrive was Xiong Wudi. Just like his name suggested, he took the lead, and the three experts beside him were very powerful. The first thing he did was kill his way here. When he saw the statue, he was overjoyed. It seems that I am the first person to arrive. No one can snatch the clan token from my hands. Xiong Wudi laughed, but as soon as he finished laughing, his pupils shrank. To his surprise, he saw two people standing under the statue. One of them was his younger brother, who was looking at him with a smile. My big brother, you're a step too late. The clan token is in my hands. Xiong Badian waved the clan token in his hand, showing off. When Xiong Wudi saw the young swordsman standing beside him, he felt like his heart was about to collapse. He was actually a step too late. He had clearly gone all out to come here, but why was he still a step too late? This wasn't the result he wanted. Didn't you always think that you were the strongest? Then come and get this clan medallion. Otherwise, if I become the successor, you won't have a good time. Xiong Badian laughed again. These words were like a slap to Xiong Wudi's face. Xiong Wudi had always thought of himself as the strongest in the family. In fact, he was indeed talented, and his cultivation speed was also the fastest. Unfortunately, he seemed to be stuck in recent years, which was why his younger brothers had caught up to him. In the end, they were almost at the same level, which was a great humiliation for Xiong Wudi. His face turned cold and gloomy. The three of you go and deal with that young man. I'll deal with Xiong Badian. We need to end this quickly. Xiong Wudi gave the order. The other brothers hadn't arrived yet, so he had to be a step ahead. As long as he could stall for time, he would naturally be able to snatch the family medallion. The three experts immediately took action after receiving the order. Each of them released the great Tao behind them, forming various rings. He threw himself at Lin Fei. Xiong Wudi, on the other hand, had his eyes on Xiong Badian. Just as they were about to get close, a sword mark rushed over like a ripple. It disintegrated all their tricks. It turned out that at this time, Lin Fei had already made his move. The sword was light, and the waves were like water, and the water was like arrows, directly slapping over. The defense of the great Tao around them was collapsing one after another. The flowing light was like the sea, directly crushing them. In an instant, they were sent flying. Even Xiong Wudi was the same. After landing, he couldn't even stand properly. Just the four of you really can't do it. Let's wait for your brothers and sisters to arrive first. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Even though it was just a light sword, the power of the sword gave Xiong Wudi and the other three a great deal of pressure. Again. Xiong Wudi didn't dare to admit defeat. He released his two great Tao again. The three experts also attacked at the same time, but they were still defeated by Lin Fei with a single sword strike. They were no match for him at all. I advise you to save your energy. Wait for your people to arrive, then it will be more interesting. Xiong Badian also laughed. Did you hear that? Take a rest first. You can't beat him anyway. I don't mean it. The family token is in my hands. You have no hope. The people in the ancestral mansion were also paying attention to the situation. When they saw the situation, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed that the situation was much worse than expected. Even a young master like Xiong Wudi was no match for this young man. This young man's sword technique was too powerful. They couldn't see it at all. If this kind of sword technique was used to kill insightful Emptiness Realm experts, wouldn't it be easy? Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat again. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. At this age, he was in the Golden Core realm and had accumulated so much. It was rare in the entire spiritual realm. Where did he come from? They had no idea at all. They couldn't imagine. Great Elder, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know where this person came from? Someone asked. The Great Elder was also filled with curiosity as he shook his head. I can't recognize this either, but only the top 10 or top 100 powerhouses of our spiritual realm can nurture such a sword principle expert. Apart from them, there is no one else in the spiritual realm. The top 10 experts were recognized as the strongest, but there were still the top 100 experts behind them. These were all powerful people that people were very afraid of. Of course, there were also a few special places, which was what the Great Elder cared about the most. Since when did Xiong Badian find such a helper? Now, he was even more convinced that this should be Xiong Baishan's opportunity. An expert like this couldn't even be invited. Even the Great Elder felt that if he didn't use his 5 Great Tao, he probably wouldn't be able to resist the other's sword technique. This was because the other party's sword technique had exceeded the limit of ordinary experts. Unless one was extremely powerful, there was no way to defend against this sword. The other party didn't kill Xiong Wudi, which was already giving the Xiong clan a lot of face. Of course, if that was the case, the Great Elder wouldn't say it out loud. He just had to know. At the very least, this young man had a considerable background. After being defeated countless times, Xiong Wudi finally gave up. Sword wounds were left on his body. Chapter 4506. Xiong Wudi had never expected that he would be defeated by someone brought by Xiong Badian. After countless attempts, it was to no avail. Instead, his body was covered in sword wounds. Did he really have to wait for his brothers and sisters to arrive before attacking? Was this person really that strong? Xiong Wudi started to doubt himself and stopped attacking. He just stared coldly at Xiong Badian and the young man. "My good brother, did you see that? I told you not to attack. You're just asking for trouble." Xiong Baishan's face was also filled with pride. He could finally look down on his good brother and say such words. This was something he had never dared to say in his entire life. Even though Xiong Badian was usually arrogant, he didn't dare to do as he pleased in front of his brothers in the family. But now, he could finally turn the tables and take charge. He shouted 3 times. "The future belongs to me." Xiong Wudi was frustrated. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. If possible, he really didn't want this to happen. Everyone knew that this young man was strong, and even Ma Ke's experts weren't a match for him. They were mentally prepared, but they still couldn't accept the situation. Was the gap really that big? You don't have to be too happy. When your brothers and sisters are all here, you'll be the one crying. Xiong Wudi decided to wait for everyone to arrive. Xiong Badian laughed out loud. "All right then, we'll settle the score together." He had absolute confidence in Lin Fei. After Lin Fei made his move, he did not make any more moves. There wasn't much difference between one more and one less. As time passed, more and more people rushed over from all directions. After all, everyone wanted to be the first to arrive. But when the first person appeared, he saw Xiong Wudi. Then, he saw Xiong Badian and the family crest. He immediately understood what was going on. His big brother was probably at a disadvantage. He knew just by looking at the sword wounds on his body. Hence, he decided to wait and see. If even his big brother's men weren't a match for him, he would just be asking for trouble. Xiong Wudi quickly conversed with his brother. Not long later, more and more people arrived. There were a dozen of them. They brought reinforcements and the scene was bustling. All of them had different expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that Xiong Baishan's unremarkable younger brother would be the one to take away the clan medallion? Moreover, the other party had only brought along a single expert. "Brothers and sisters, this is our chance to work together. Let's get rid of this guy first. Otherwise, none of us will get the house medallion. When that happens, our good little brother will take over." Invincible Xiong was quite charismatic. After all, he was the eldest brother. After that, World Dominator and World Dominator also agreed. After all, no one was a fool. They weren't a match for this young man in a one-on-one fight, but now that they had so many people, they naturally had a chance to defeat this young man. Xiong Badian didn't say anything and left everything to Lin Fei. He believed that he would be able to protect the family medallion. The higher-ups in the ancestral mansion were also watching this scene. Everyone wanted to know what the final outcome would be. In fact, they hadn't expected such an outcome. That Xiong Badian actually had such an advantage. With just a foreign expert, he was able to gain the upper hand. However, the geniuses of the family weren't to be trifled with. Don't forget that they all had some Sage King's treasures in their hands. Although they didn't use them because they didn't think it was necessary, they were forced into a difficult situation. Once the Sage King's treasures were used, even a simple attack would be able to make this young man suffer a great loss. Lin Fei glanced at these people indifferently. Since everyone is here, let's cut the crap. Let's just do it together. After I get rid of all of you, I can go home and sleep in peace. As soon as these words came out, they were all infuriated. Could it be that they were so incompetent? Do you really think you can do it? Let them go home and sleep. You'll regret it later. World Dominator added. You're an outsider. Don't think that you're great just because you defeated an expert like Ma Ku. This isn't your territory. Xiong Sihai also stood out. Yes, this is our Xiong clan. It's not your place, and it's not a place for you to behave atrociously. With them taking the lead, everyone started to move in an instant. One by one, the treasures gathered. There were a total of 30 to 40 treasures. The skies seemed to darken all of a sudden. A terrifying pressure swept over. Even Xiong Badian trembled, but he forced himself to take a deep breath. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Senior Lin is here. Xiong Badian had never seen such a lineup before. But he knew that these brothers and sisters of his had a certain amount of wealth. Naturally, they didn't lack treasures. It seemed to be true. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he also smiled. It was true that these people were very capable. That also proved that these people were fat from head to toe. Of course, Lin Fei was interested. After all, he already had 500 million mid-level spirit stones. Plus the spirit stones that he had seized. But he didn't mind having more spirit stones of his own. Who knew how many spirit stones he would have to spend in Chaos City? Swoosh. The sword intent emerged and turned into a huge ripple. It directly blocked all of these attacks. As soon as the attacks made contact, crackling sounds were heard. Layer after layer of ripples were continuously broken. But when it was only a few inches away from Yi Xian, it could no longer go any further. It was forcefully blocked. Although these people had all cultivated the Great Path. But Lin Fei's methods were not that simple. Naturally, they couldn't defeat him. As soon as the sword in his hand was drawn, a huge storm was formed instantly. This sword intense storm was also unprecedented. Everyone was enveloped in it instantly. No one knew why this sword intense storm was so huge. But as soon as it appeared, everyone was enveloped in it. That sword intent turned into countless attacks. It directly turned Yi Xian from a passive position to an offensive one. The expressions on these people's faces changed drastically. The people in the ancestral mansion outside also sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect this foreign aide to be so resourceful. He had quietly laid out a plan, and everyone was carrying out a comprehensive attack. Under such a comprehensive attack, the advantages and disadvantages were very obvious. They could see it immediately. And in fact, these disciples of the Xiong family were indeed a little dumbfounded by these sword intents. Because there were too many of them. They were so densely packed that they couldn't see the end. Chapter 4507. This method didn't last for long. One by one, the experts of the Xiong family were sent flying. Their bodies were densely covered with sword wounds. It was a ghastly sight and they instantly lost their ability to fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In just a short period of time, most of the experts were sent flying. The rest also lost their ability to fight. They all fell to the ground. After all, this was Lin Fei's killer move. Although he didn't use the so-called Holy Strike, it wasn't something these people could withstand. Therefore, all the people who were lying on the ground could not stand up again. Lin Fei smiled, look at how simple it is. Just kill them all in one fell swoop. Naturally, no one will fight with you for the family token. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, so many of his brothers and sisters made a move. With so many treasures, it was terrifying to look at. As for his brothers and sisters who fell to the ground, their faces were naturally pale. Their armors were on the verge of collapsing. This was only because Lin Fei had been lenient. If he had gone all out, the armor they wore would not have lasted long before shattering. As for them, they would definitely die. Now, apart from losing their ability to fight, they didn't suffer too much damage. It could be considered lucky. Fortunately, they were in the immortal ruins. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the sun. After Xiong Badian suppressed the excitement in his heart, he actually did something that made everyone in the ancestral mansion dumbfounded. Xiong Badian walked over and took the rings from their bodies. Even if he couldn't, he forcefully took them away. Xiong Badian wouldn't give his brothers and sisters a chance to make a comeback. Now that they were all seriously injured, although they wouldn't die, there was no need for them to keep their rings. Xiong Badian, what are you doing? Return our rings. What are you trying to do? You bastard, this is my net worth. Return it to me. It's mine. Those who resisted were all knocked unconscious by Xiong Badian. Sorry, it's mine now. He took away the rings. In a flash, all the rings were taken away by Xiong Badian. Lin Fei, who was watching from the side, was also quite satisfied with this scene. If you let Lin Fei make a move and take out these rings, it would be a little inappropriate. In the eyes of outsiders, he would be an expert in foreign aid. However, it was different if Xiong Badian made a move. This was an internal matter of the family. As for whether they could take it back in the future, that was another matter altogether. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was basically impossible for them to retrieve these rings. At that time, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. With the accumulation of resources, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had also obtained the recognition of a holy king. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over these things. Therefore, they could only blame their own bad luck. Xiong Badian really knew how to handle matters. Now that his brothers, sisters, and brothers had all been defeated, and their rings had been taken away, they were no longer a threat to him. At the same time, he did a good deed for Senior Lin. He was a smart person. Naturally, Xiong Badian knew that this ring was completely different from the one he was holding, so he tactfully kept the rings. At this moment, a figure suddenly struggled to get up. It was none other than Xiong Wudi. His face was deathly pale, as though he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Xiong Badian, my good little brother. To think that all of us would be defeated by the helper you invited. Xiong Wudi gritted his teeth and said coldly. Xiong Badian had nothing to fear from his big brother now. His rings had been taken away, and his strength had taken a huge hit. Was there anyone who could go against him? I can only say that my luck is better than yours. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. If not for you guys, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Once I become the family head, I will definitely let you have a good life. This is my promise to you. Xiong Wudi spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed, and he almost fell. Xiong Badian, you won't get your way. This immortal's ruins isn't as simple as you think. Upon hearing this, Xiong Badian felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that his big brother seemed to know some secret. I have it. If I can't get it, you can forget about getting it either. Xiong Wudi suddenly became agitated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Use my blood to draw the power of heaven and earth, and summon the body of an immortal. The sudden scene made everyone feel incredulous. The Great Elder's face changed slightly. Not good. Xiong Wudi has gotten his hands on some tricks. He wants to summon the remnant soul of an immortal. He's trying to kill Xiong Badian. The Great Elder was knowledgeable, and he had heard many rumors. But he didn't expect Xiong Wudi to have such tricks up his sleeves. Something big was about to happen. Even though the battlefield of the Immortals' ruins wasn't too dangerous, it was still a place where Immortals had fought. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some tricks left behind by the Immortals. If they were to be activated, not many people present would be able to survive. This was the reason why the Great Elder was so shocked. But the Great Elder couldn't do anything. He couldn't even get them out. The battlefield of the Immortals' ruins had been set up. They would only be transported out after a day. Unless a Sage King made a move, there was nothing they could do. Swoosh. The canopy collapsed in an instant, and no one could see what was going on inside. Everyone's heart sank. Something had really happened. When Xiong Badian realized that something was wrong, the first thing he wanted to do was to knock out his big brother. But he couldn't do it. Because Xiong Wudi's big brother seemed to have been drained of all his blood, and he was lying on the ground. But the battlefield took on a new look. A suppressive force came crashing down. In the face of this pressure, Xiong Badian knelt on the ground with a thud. His brothers and sisters fainted immediately, and none of them were conscious anymore. The only one who remained conscious was Lin Fei. Sword intent spread out. This pressure was extremely terrifying, and it collapsed again and again. It attacked all the way to Lin Fei's body, forcing Lin Fei to use his life force to withstand this attack. Then, Lin Fei saw a shadow appear. He couldn't see the face clearly, but this shadow gave off an aura that made Lin Fei wary. Could this be the remnant soul left behind by an immortal? But it was activated by Xiong Badian? What is going on? Chapter 4508. When the illusory figure appeared, Lin Fei knew that he was in deep trouble. This Xiong Wudi really had some tricks up his sleeves. To think that he would send out such a huge gift at the end. One could only imagine how powerful this gift was. Everyone around him had fainted one by one. Lin Fei was the only one who was still holding on. Xiong Badian could not hold on any longer and fainted as well. This situation was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. The illusory figure's features could not be seen clearly as it pointed a finger at Lin Fei. The moment it pointed down, Lin Fei knew that there had truly been a battle between immortals here. This was because this was no longer just a simple technique of the Great Tao. There were laws within it as well. However, because this was just an illusory figure, its power was not at its peak. Therefore, Lin Fei was still able to take it. He sent out a punch as well. He did not use any sword techniques. To Lin Fei, his strongest point was his fist techniques. Using all of his physical strength to form a single strike, he used the sacred strike that he rarely used. All this while, Lin Fei had never used this sacred strike. Wasn't it just an illusory figure of an immortal? You have no right to be presumptuous in front of me. This was the first time Lin Fei used this sacred strike. He did not know what the outcome would be, but defeating this illusory figure should not be too much of a problem. Instantly, Lin Fei could feel the power within the tree of life being sucked dry and converted into a terrifying strike. This strike crushed the other party's consciousness. In fact, the immense power even pierced through the illusory figure of the immortal. It was so fast that one could not even catch a glimpse of it. The illusory figure that had just formed crumbled instantly. The immense pressure disappeared as well. Turning into droplets of special energy, they dissipated into the air. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he opened his mouth. All of you, get over here. Since you dare to attack me, you should at least compensate me a little. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Like a bottomless pit, he sucked in all of the dissipating energy. Just now, Lin Fei sensed that this energy seemed to be a very pure kind, without any attributes. This gave Lin Fei an idea, so he started to absorb it crazily. The surroundings turned into a storm. In the blink of an eye, the special energy that was defeated dissipated completely. Of course, most of them were swallowed by Lin Fei. After the special energy landed on the divine tree of life, the originally somewhat withered divine tree of life instantly recovered significantly. Lin Fei thought to himself. Looks like I can't casually use this divine strike anymore in the future. Originally, Lin Fei thought that this divine strike would only use a portion of its power. But now, he realized that this divine strike was different from what he had imagined. He had used all of his strength, not just a small part of what Lin Fei had imagined. That was why his life energy had undergone such a change. Naturally, this caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, he had successfully defeated the immortal. Even though it was just a phantom, it allowed Lin Fei to see how strong the immortal was. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head. There was a ripple in the air as a figure descended. As this figure descended, a strong aura appeared. This aura was far beyond the void realm. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that this should be the aura of a sage king. The aura of a king could dominate the world. If he couldn't even tell this, then Lin Fei's eyesight wasn't good enough. Lin Fei knew who this person was. He should be the sage king of masculine Wind City. This phantom doppelganger was also very strong. This doppelganger was indeed the doppelganger of a sage king. However, as soon as it arrived, the immortal's aura disappeared. It looked a little surprised. Then, its gaze fell on Lin Fei and it couldn't help but laugh. So you are also a sage king expert. With your help, my son has indeed had many opportunities. The sage king of masculine Wind City was called Xiong Tianfeng. Xiong Tianfeng had always been in charge of masculine Wind City. However, it wasn't his main body, but a doppelganger. His main body was traveling outside, so having a doppelganger was definitely enough. After knowing that something had happened in the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, Xiong Tianfeng's doppelganger immediately arrived. However, it was a step too late. The phantom of the immortal seemed to have disappeared, and there was a trace of the immortal's aura remaining in the surroundings. This was why Xiong Tianfeng recognized him at a glance. This young man should be a sage king expert. Because the remaining power at the scene made him feel terrifying and powerful, he was even more glad that his son had found such a helper. Although he did not know why the other party would help his son, not everyone could understand the thoughts of a saint king. Lin Fei knew that the other party had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain. Your Xiong clan's Immortal Ruins battlefield is quite interesting. It can even condense the image of an immortal. If this old man wasn't here, your clansmen would be finished. Xiong Tianfeng controlled the Immortal Ruins battlefield. Just now, he had already seen through everything. His eyes turned cold. Saint Ruler, thank you for saving the disciples of the Xiong family. Why don't we go outside and have a drink? We can talk about this. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Just from the fact that he was able to unleash such a powerful attack, although no one knew what level that attack was at. However, Lin Fei was sure that even a saint king would feel threatened. This was a divine strike. With a wave of his hand, Xiong Tianfeng collected all the disciples and headed outside. Lin Fei also came out. At this moment, everyone in the ancestral residence was terrified and worried. Although the clone of a saint king had gone in, no one could guarantee that the most unacceptable scene would not happen. Who would have thought that Xiong Woody had mastered a secret technique and could even summon the image of an immortal? No matter what the final result was, Xiong Woody would not have a good ending. Because he had caused great trouble. If a few of them really died, then his position as the big brother would come to an end. They knew this very well. As soon as Xiong Tianfeng came out, everyone knelt down. They were even trembling. After all, the family had almost caused great trouble. If this group of elites had died, then the Xiong family would have suffered great losses. At that time, no one would be able to withstand the fury of a saint king. Xiong Tianfeng waved his hand, and all the people landed on the ground. Then the higher-ups and elders went over to help them up. They were fed pills. However, they could not guess what the family leader was thinking. They did not know how he would deal with Xiong Woody. Because this matter had been caused by Xiong Woody. Chapter 4509. Not long after. All of them had woken up, and with the help of elixirs, their complexions had recovered quite a bit. They weren't as pale as before, but when they looked at Lin Fei, they were much angrier. Among them was Xiong Wudi. He was prepared to die together with them, but he didn't expect to return to the ancestral home. Xiong Badian was fine. Lin Fei was fine too. He didn't dare to imagine it. How are you fine? That's impossible. That's an illusion of an immortal, it could have killed you. Xiong Wudi roared. However, right after he roared, he felt that something was amiss. A wave of anger landed on him. Then, a black shadow landed on him. Xiong Wudi cried out in pain as he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Xiong Wudi could vaguely see that it was a dignified figure. A figure appeared in his mind. The family head, Sage King. He was in big trouble. Someone, take Wudi to the dungeon and lock him up for 10 years. A voice that was neither loud nor soft fell into Xiong Wudi's mind. He couldn't accept a result. Then, 2 figures appeared beside him. They helped him up and left. The higher-ups in the ancestral home were too scared to make a sound. They all knew that when the family head was angry, no one dared to say anything. Xiong Wudi was just unlucky. Of all the things he could have done, he had to use such a secret technique to attract the illusion of an immortal. Even if it was just an illusion of an immortal, not everyone could resist it. One wrong move and something big would happen. So many higher-ups had a bad impression of Xiong Wudi. Even those who were secretly supporting him shook their heads one after another. They really wanted to slap themselves. His eyesight was too poor. He actually chose such a supporter. If something big happened, all the higher-ups would be in trouble. The family was very powerful, and there were many people who wanted to rise up. They could kick out an elder today, and then they could support another one tomorrow. It was all because of the words of the Sage King. The young masters and young mistresses all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Who didn't know that this was the time when the patriarch's father was furious? They couldn't see it, but they could feel it. Now, I will announce that Badian will be the future successor of the clan. Xiong Tianfeng's gaze swept across these people. The tone had been set. On the other hand, Xiong Badian was exceptionally happy, and his breathing quickened. He had finally become the heir. It was easier and more relaxing than he had imagined. All of this was brought about by this young man. He was really grateful to this senior Lin Fei. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even be able to think about it for the rest of his life. Just as Xiong Badian was about to thank Lin Fei, however, he discovered that Lin Fei and the Holy King had disappeared without any warning. There was a small ripple in the void, and it disappeared. It was unknown where it went. As for those upper echelon elders, they were even more surprised. No one knew where Lin Fei came from. Looking at the patriarch now, it seemed that this person's background was really great. He really wanted to get close to the other party, but the other party had already left. Thus, they could only turn their attention back to Xiong Badian. One by one, they came up to greet him passionately, and their attitude was much more proper than before. This was because everyone knew that from today onwards, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. As long as Xiong Badian didn't cause any trouble, no one would be able to snatch his position away. This outcome was really out of everyone's expectations. Everything had changed because of that person. At this moment, Lin Fei and Xiong Tianfeng were sitting under a pavilion by the side of a mountain. This place wasn't in Masculine Wind City, but in a mountain peak in the Underheaven County. This mountain peak was covered by a formation, and it was surrounded by clouds. Outsiders couldn't come up at all. I didn't expect the Underheaven County to have such a good place to drink tea. This is quite interesting. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of spiritual tea. This tea was even better than what Lin Fei drank, and it should be of the highest quality. If you like it, you can come here often in the future. After all, I am the only one cultivating here, and no one usually comes here. Xiong Tianfeng said with a smile. Until now, he hadn't found out where this person came from, but it didn't stop him from confirming one thing. That meant that this person was definitely a Saint King expert. That kind of power could only be unleashed by a Sage King. It was stronger, purer, and didn't contain any laws. Such a situation could only be found in the Sage King's super physique cultivators. Because physique cultivators were originally a very weak path. There were almost none who could reach the Sage King realm, but once they broke through to the Sage King realm, their strength would be extremely pure. It could be said that they walked the path of using strength to break through the heavens. However, he had never seen such a person before, so at the start, Xiong Tian Feng didn't recognize him. Later on, he recalled that there was such a thing. The person in front of him might be a super physique cultivator, and only then would he be so strong. Lin Fei laughed and put down the cup. If I have that time, that would be great. Unfortunately, I still have to travel around the world, and don't have that free time. Your Xiong clan's Xiong Badian is quite interesting. Although Lin Fei didn't reveal anything, it made Xiong Tian Feng realize one thing. This mysterious young man should be cultivating in seclusion. Things like this happened almost all the time in the spiritual realm. In order to break through to the next realm, some veteran experts would often control their strength to a certain level and travel around the world to break through. He didn't expect to meet one today. What made Xiong Tian Feng feel even more incredulous was that his son actually encountered such a good thing. He successfully obtained the family order and became the heir. It could be said that this matter really exceeded the entire clan's expectations. Even Xiong Tian Feng himself was very surprised. In fact, he was quite optimistic about Xiong Wudi and Xiong Tian, but unfortunately, both of them were defeated. It could only be said that their luck was not as good as Xiong Batian's. Batian, this guy is usually quite hot-tempered. If he knew that you said that, who knows where his tail would go. Xiong Tian Feng laughed and scolded, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. Just like that, the two of them started chatting. They finally knew this person. From the beginning to the end, Xiong Tian Feng only knew that this person's name was Lin Fei. It was a very common name, but his strength was indeed very strong. A Sage King physique cultivator was quite terrifying, and this kind of person was extremely difficult to kill. Anyone who saw him would be afraid. Chapter 45:10. Xiong Badian became the successor of the Xiong family. Everyone was surprised by this. Everyone knew that the reason why Xiong Badian was able to become the successor was all thanks to that mysterious helper. Unfortunately, this helper disappeared not long after. No one knew where he went, but everyone in Xiong Feng City knew that Xiong Badian was not without a backer. This was because there was a piece of news in private. The person beside Xiong Badian was very likely a Sage King expert. After this news spread out, it was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Xiong Badian anymore. Not long after that expert disappeared, Xiong Badian was sent into seclusion. When Xiong Badian came out again, his strength had greatly increased. Although he had not reached the Saint Ruler realm, he had already cultivated 5 great Daos. He had reached the great perfection of the insightful emptiness realm in one go. He had become a peak expert. Of course, this was what happened later. And where did Lin Fei go now? Of course, it was to Chaos City. This was the place that Lin Fei wanted to go to the most. Now, Lin Fei's net worth was ridiculously thick. He had a total of 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, plus 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Such an income was really not a small amount. It would take him about half a month to reach Chaos City. For Lin Fei, this journey was leisurely, and he would go in to taste the delicacies when he passed by the big cities. It took him about 20 days to reach Chaos City. Lin Fei finally arrived at Chaos City. Chaos City was located in a huge desert. This desert was very special. The heat waves here were monstrous, and the temperature was extremely high. Those who did not have a bit of strength would not be able to withstand it. After Lin Fei arrived at the periphery of Chaos City, he immediately became very interested in this city. It is indeed a place in the wilderness. No wonder people don't like it. The more a place like this was like this, the easier it was for a certain force to establish a foothold. No one would like it. Naturally, there were no resources to fight for. In addition, the heat waves here were billowing, and it was really too remote. Not long after Lin Fei came in, he met someone. These people were in groups of 3 to 5, and when they saw Lin Fei, they all surrounded him. Without any hesitation, he took out his treasure. As a result, Lin Fei killed all of them with a single slash. Of course, he left one alive, and after some interrogation, he finally figured out some of the rules of Chaos City. As it turned out, there had always been fights and robberies happening outside of Chaos City. This was especially true for outsiders. If they came here alone, it was highly likely that they would be robbed. Not only would they be robbed, but they would also be sold to Chaos City. There was a slave auction in Chaos City. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he just a rogue cultivator? How could he encounter such a thing? After learning about this situation, Lin Fei kept bumping into groups of people, all of whom were targeting him. Unsurprisingly, these people were prepared to capture Lin Fei and sell him to the Chamber of Commerce. He could be sold for a good price, ranging from a few $100,000 to 1 or 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. In the desert of Chaos City, he could see some skeletons from time to time. These skeletons had been here for a long time, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were piled up with white bones. The closer he got to Chaos City, the more skeletons there were like mountains. Lin Fei was already used to this, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A few days later, Lin Fei finally stood at the gate of Chaos City. Chaos City was a huge city built from black stone, and it looked like a giant. Entering Chaos City, he didn't spend anything and easily arrived at Chaos City. When he arrived at Chaos City, he found that it was very lively, and everyone was a tyrant. Their eyes were frighteningly fierce, and their bodies were filled with endless killing intent. It was no wonder that those who committed crimes liked to come to Chaos City. Here, they could keep their lives, but outside, they could easily be hunted down. In Chaos City, no one would fight here. Lin Fei also felt countless tyrannical auras in Chaos City, and there were even a few auras that were definitely at the level of Sage King. They were faintly discernible. Lin Fei found an inn to stay, and for the sake of peace, he booked a small courtyard. Of course, the price was cheap, and it cost 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. That would be 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones per month. Not everyone could afford to stay there. Now, Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, so it wasn't a big deal at all. Hence, he directly booked a month's time. Fellow cultivator, you should be new here, right? Do you want to buy information? Our information here is very cheap. After Lin Fei stayed in the small courtyard, the waiter secretly came to visit. From the beginning, Lin Fei noticed this waiter. He was skinny, but his eyes were very sharp, and he was a smart guy. When Lin Fei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. You even sell information here? Isn't it just an inn? This is, of course, an inn. However, selling information is also something we do along the way. After all, this is the first time many of you have come to Chaos City. If you don't know some information, you will be confused if you commit a crime. We have carefully collected this information for the benefit of all of you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and stopped the waiter from continuing. He had to admit that what the waiter said was quite reasonable. This place was different from other places, otherwise, why would it be called Chaos City? Then tell me about the price of your information here, the waiter said unhurriedly. The waiter calmly said, we have a total of 3 specifications here, bronze, gold and platinum. The prices are also different, they are 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 million medium-grade spirit stones respectively. After a brief introduction by the waiter, Lin Fei had to admit. This inn was quite good at doing business. The vast majority of people definitely lacked information. It would be best if they had detailed information in a new and unfamiliar place, just like Lin Fei. Lin Fei also understood the situation of Chaos City, but he wasn't very clear about the specifics. I don't know if 1 million mid-grade spirit stones is worth this price. What if it's not worth it? The waiter was very serious. If you think it's not worth this 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, as long as you mention it, we will return you 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Interesting. Lin Fei waved his hand and took out 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then give me a platinum information. The waiter didn't expect this person to buy a platinum information at once. He paid 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Such a situation wouldn't happen even once in a year. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:11. To Lin Fei, 1 million spirit stones was really nothing. It was just a drop in the ocean. However, this platinum news was indeed quite satisfying. The waiter told him the situation of Chaos City in detail. The most detailed information was explained clearly, which gave Lin Fei some understanding. The most powerful person in this Chaos City was the Holy King of Chaos. He was a top-notch powerhouse. After him were the 6 giants of Chaos City. These 6 giants were all in the Holy King realm. However, they were much weaker than the Holy King of Chaos. However, these 6 giants were the followers of the Holy King of Chaos. Therefore, they controlled 6 districts in Chaos City. There was a Holy King in every district, and they were clearly separated. There were 4 districts in total: North, South, East, West, and a Central District. As a result, Chaos City was divided into 6 districts. With the 6 giants in charge of Chaos City became very stable. From start to finish, there hadn't been any changes. Other than Chaos City, there were some other forces here. However, the Holy King of Chaos didn't really care about them. He let them develop, so there were many forces that had powerful backgrounds. Of course, what made Lin Fei pay attention to was this Chaos Merchant Union. Because Xiong Beishan's things came from this Chaos Merchant Union. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to spend a lot of money in Chaos City. As for the forces in Chaos City, Lin Fei didn't really care, so he was prepared to leave after buying things. After paying 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei knew the situation here like the back of his hand. More than anyone else. He even knew that there were slaves being auctioned in the Chaos Merchant Union. These slaves were extremely powerful. However, they were tricked. As long as you had money, you could buy them. Even Insight Void Realm slaves could be sold. However, unless you were an independent cultivator, normal people really didn't dare to capture Insight Void Realm slaves. If the forces behind them were to retaliate, it would definitely be a nightmare for them. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this slave. He had many Dao hearts with him now, but he didn't plan to take them out yet. Therefore, he decided to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to take a look. After sending the waiter away, Lin Fei strolled around Chaos City. This Chaos City was very big and very lively. Lin Fei tasted the delicacies and went to a few famous places on the way. After walking around, he saw quite a few ruthless characters. Fortunately, there were rules in Chaos City. Fighting was not allowed during the day, and anyone who dared to fight would be killed by the Chaos City's law enforcement team. No one could help. At night, they could make a move on the streets, but they couldn't do it in the mansion. This formed a rather interesting scene. During the day, they could only watch as their enemies glared at each other, but at night, they were engaged in a fierce battle. This had become one of the sights in Chaos City. As long as you were brave enough, you could really harvest a lot of things at night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After dinner, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. He was prepared to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce the next day to see the situation. When he came, Lin Fei was prepared to sell the Dao Heart. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to sell the Dao Heart at all. He just needed to spend as much as he wanted. Early in the morning, Lin Fei headed to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This Chaos Chamber of Commerce was indeed a little different. For example, to enter the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, one had to pay 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was used as a guarantee fee. This was to prevent people from bidding maliciously because they couldn't afford it. If that was the case, then the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be gone. Lin Fei paid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and walked into the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Once he entered the first floor of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, he saw a huge hall. It was filled with cabinets. There were a lot of things in these cabinets. Lin Fei saw many interesting things along the way. There were all kinds of things sold here. As long as you could think of it, it could be found here. Lin Fei even saw a bounty mission, but he didn't know who had posted it. Anyway, there were a lot of people gathered here. These bounty missions were basically about killing someone or collecting something or even exploring together. It was a very public channel. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. However, Lin Fei didn't see anything that he liked after looking through all the layers. He also noticed that there was a second floor. When Lin Fei was about to enter the second floor, he was stopped. A young lady smiled and said, "Sir, if you want to go to the second floor, you have to buy a membership card of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It only costs 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. After you get our membership card, you will receive a series of services from our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It will make it easier for you to enjoy the benefits of our membership card." The smiling lady said very passionately. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is quite interesting. You even have a membership card." The lady smiled and said, "It can't be helped. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce is too big. There are always some people with average quality, so we can only distinguish them." Lin Fei smiled and said, "All right, then get me a membership card." After paying the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei got a membership card. "I think it's your first time coming to our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. You should be lacking a guide. How about I be your guide?" The lady recommended herself and said. Lin Fei didn't have any objections. He was still a little unfamiliar with this Chaos Chamber of Commerce, so he didn't know much about it. It would be best if he could have the woman beside him as a guide. Lin Fei could see that this lady should be a member of this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. She was responsible for receiving members. "Then you can be my guide. If you satisfy me, I will naturally give you a sum of spirit stones when you leave." Lin Fei smiled. This lady was called Bai Xiuxiu. "Thank you for your recognition." Bai Xiuxiu was also very happy. She hadn't received such a job in a long time. She didn't expect this ordinary-looking young man to pay 1 million mid-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. A membership card for 1 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't expensive, but many people had to think about it before they decided to buy it. But this Lin Fei in front of her was a little rare. They went up to the second floor. Lin Fei felt that the second floor was indeed a little different from the hall below. "I wonder what young Master Lin is looking for. The items upstairs are quite complete." Bai Xiuxiu took the initiative and asked. Shook House website. Chapter 45:12. Lin Fei's main purpose for coming here this time was to get the heavenly wood. He didn't really care about other things. Of course, it would be great if there was a fragment of the Tao heart. He would collect as many fragments as he could get. Now that Lin Fei was a nouveau riche, a few billion middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge number. Although there weren't many high-grade spirit stones, only 200 million, it was definitely a lot that most people couldn't earn. This Bai Xiuxiu was indeed very suitable to be a guide. As long as Lin Fei was interested, he would tell her everything in detail. Therefore, after a while, he had a better understanding of the situation here. Bai Xiuxiu invited Lin Fei to a private room. "I don't know what young Master Lin wants. As long as you tell me, I will bring you a catalog. Because our Chaos Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much, we have a lot of catalogs." Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this catalog. "That's good stuff. It's simple and clear. I usually like to study some things, such as the fragment of the Tao heart, as well as some weird stuff. I don't know if you have the heavenly wood here. I want the most primitive kind that hasn't been refined. I'm interested in all of these. Of course, I'm also interested in natural herbs. After all, I'm also an alchemist." Bai Xiuxiu didn't expect this young master's hobby to be so different. One should know that many people's hobbies were skills, weapons, and armor. This was the first time she saw such a situation. Bai Xiuxiu maintained a smile on her face. Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. I'll bring you the relevant catalogs now. Oh right, our Chamber of Commerce has an auction today. I don't know if you're interested. We only have 2 auctions like this every year, once every half a year. This year will be the last one. When Lin Fei came, he didn't understand the specific situation, but hearing that there was an auction, how could he miss it? Auction? That's fine. But I have to look at the things on the catalog first. It shouldn't affect me, right? Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly said, It's fine, it's fine. There are still 2 hours before the auction. I will remind young Master Lin. Bai Xiuxiu pushed the door open and went out. Lin Fei leisurely drank the fragrant tea, waiting for Bai Xiuxiu to come back. I hope he won't disappoint me too much. At least he's so famous. It would be a pity if he's not as good as I imagined. This time, Lin Fei was filled with anticipation. After all, not everyone could come to Chaos City to spend money. Just the fact that there was no danger outside was enough to make a person suffer a lot. After some time, Bai Xiuxiu came back with a catalog in her hand. She put it on the table. Took out one of them, then turned a page. Young Master Lin, take a look for yourself. These are the things you want. I've already marked them for you. Take a look and you'll understand. Bai Xiuxiu was actually very nervous. This was a huge customer. Don't think that these Dao heart shards and herbs weren't worth much, but in reality, not everyone could afford them. If this young Master Lin could afford these things, then Bai Xiuxiu would have done a huge business. When the time came, she would be able to get more commission. Lin Fei didn't know what Bai Xiuxiu was thinking. He was looking at the catalog seriously. One had to say that this Chaos City was really famous and had some tricks up their sleeves. For example, the items in the Chaos Merchant Association were all made into catalogs and the prices were clearly marked at the back. No wonder it required so many spirit stones. It did touch the threshold. The first thing Lin Fei saw was the Dao heart shards. There were really many in Chaos City. More than 8 million fragments of the heart of the Great Dao. Of course, these 8 million Dao heart shards weren't cheap either. It directly soared to 100 million. If one calculated it, it was quite cheap. However, the quantity was too large. Based on what was written, he had to buy them all at once. This time, to Lin Fei, 100 million wasn't expensive at all. Then, his gaze moved. It landed on the herbs. There were quite a lot of herbs. Lin Fei even saw some special tree species that weren't cheap either. After looking through them, Lin Fei already had a rough idea of how much they would cost. If he bought all these things, it would be worth more than 1 billion medium spirit stones. That was definitely an astronomical number. Lin Fei also saw the sky-reaching log. It didn't seem very long, but it was the most primitive one. Just this piece of sky-reaching log was priced at 500 million. No wonder Xiong Badian spent half of his fortune. It really wasn't something that anyone could afford. Lin Fei's mood got better and better as he looked. Bai Xiuxiu was getting more and more nervous. The things listed were basically more expensive and weren't that easy to buy. If he could sell it for 100 million, Bai Xiuxiu would be ecstatic. According to the rules of the Chaos Merchant Association, if he sold it for 100 million, he would get a commission of about 100,000. That was quite a lot. Don't think that 100,000 was a small amount. In fact, it was a lot. Not everyone could earn so many middle-grade spirit stones. People like Bai Xiuxiu could earn tens of thousands of spirit stones a year at most. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones. Even if they earned a few million or tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones was still worth a lot of money. Everyone knew that. He put down the catalog. Then, he opened the second catalog. The last few catalogs didn't have what he wanted. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Bai Xiuxiu was observing too. She saw young Master Lin pick up the catalog, look at it for a while, then put it down and change to another one. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She didn't dare to ask. Bai Xiuxiu knew that whether these young masters wanted to buy or not depended on their mood. If they said one more word, it would affect the deal. Therefore, those who could be guides here were all people with good eyesight. Although Bai Xiuxiu was not the most powerful one, she had more or less grasped some experience after hearing about it. This Dao heart fragment, these heaven and earth herbs, the sacred wood, and this piece of sky-reaching log. I want them all. Lin Fei took out the catalog again and placed it in front of Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was extremely nervous. Ah, you want them all. Chapter 45:13. Bai Xiuxiu was completely shocked and in disbelief. Luckily, they were in a private room. If they were somewhere else, who knew how many people would have been alerted? Young Master Lin, you really want to buy all of these? The price isn't cheap, it's not as simple as 200 million. Bai Xiuxiu tried her best not to be so nervous. But no matter how well she did, she couldn't help but be excited and nervous. This was definitely a big deal. He had never heard of a young master who could spend hundreds of millions of middle-grade spirit stones here in one go. What he bought were all these inconspicuous things. Lin Fei smiled. Do you think I'm someone who can't afford it? Or is it that your chaos shopping center can't take out these things? His words were neither light nor heavy, causing Bai Xiuxiu's heart to tighten. She quickly explained, you're mistaken, I'm just a little surprised. After all, so many things aren't cheap. Lin Fei smiled, as long as it's something that I'm interested in, what's this price? I want everything that's marked on it. Bai Xiuxiu picked up the catalog. There were already marks on it. After seeing these things, Bai Xiuxiu took in a deep breath and said seriously, young Master Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll go find the manager now. After all, only the manager can bring these things over. She quickly walked out. Not long later, a male manager came over. The moment this manager came over, his face was full of enthusiasm. He had already seen the catalog and it was worth billions of spirit stones. This was definitely a super big customer. Such a big customer was something that their chaos shopping center didn't have, which meant that this was the first time this person came. This made the manager even more envious of Bai Xiuxiu's luck. Just from such a big deal, the commission she would get would be more than 1 million spirit stones. Hello young Master Lin, I'm the manager of this chaos shopping center. My name is Wang Yun. Wang Yun was very enthusiastic the moment he came over. Naturally, he put down his so-called attitude. A person who could take out so many medium-grade spirit stones in one go was definitely not someone he could offend. I heard from Bai Xiuxiu that you want to buy all these things. I've already calculated it. It's a total of 1.58 billion and 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. Since it's the first time you've spent so much, our Chaos Chamber of Commerce has decided to waive the 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. We'll give you a round figure of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Yun said with a smile. This was also a little unexpected. Lin Fei had quite an impression of Wang Yun's supervisor. It was indeed generous to waive 80 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go. Your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is really rich and overbearing. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones are waived just like that. Wang Yun said with a smile, to be able to spend more than 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce, we will always give you a discount because you are our most distinguished customers. Lin Fei liked to hear this. It didn't matter if what he said was true or not. Since the Chaotic Chamber of Commerce dared to do this, it wasn't something that any other Chamber of Commerce could do. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't that easy to earn. Then, let's trade. Let's get this done first. When Wang Yun heard this, he was even more surprised. Which rich family's young master was out? He actually spent 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. More importantly, the things he bought weren't eye-catching at all. That's right. In Wang Yun's eyes, these things weren't eye-catching at all. But this person bought them just like that. It seemed like he was going to make a move. The process of the trade was really simple and quick. This made Wang Yun completely believe in young Master Lin's wealth. As expected, he was a rich person. He bought so many things in one go. At the same time, he was glad that he had the right attitude just now. He had to rope in such a big customer. Don't think that just any young master could spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. To be able to spend tens of millions was already considered a big deal. 300 to 400 million was already considered a huge deal. It was definitely rare for someone like this to spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei successfully obtained the Great Tao Heart fragments worth more than 8 million, as well as some divine trees that weren't that high-leveled. With a wave of his hand, he kept them all. Lin Fei also sent them to the Tree of Life. There was nothing better for the Tree of Life to absorb and refine. After completing the transaction, Wang Yun backed out of the room. He looked at Bai Xiuxiu. This was a look of approval. Wang Yun had never expected that Bai Xiuxiu would be able to meet such a big customer. Bai Xiuxiu's breathing was a little tight. A deal of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones had been completed just like that. What a huge deal. There probably wouldn't be many people who could match up to her sales results this year. Young Master Lin, I wonder if you intend to head to the auction. I took a look at the time just now and it should be about time. Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and stood up. Of course I'm going. I'm not satisfied with just these things. I hope that your auction will have some good things. Bai Xiuxiu smiled again. You can rest assured about this. Our chaos commerce is different from other commerce associations. We have a very deep foundation here. Every time we hold an auction, countless people are satisfied. We have a slogan here, you can only think of it, there's nothing you can't buy. Lin Fei followed Bai Xiuxiu to the auction. The auction was on the 3rd floor. However, the 3rd floor was even quieter. There were many private rooms in the auction. One couldn't even feel any aura. Bai Xiuxiu said while walking, this is our Chaos Commerce Mall's auction. These private rooms are our customers this time. We will let the Commerce Association keep the guests' identities in the private rooms a secret, so you don't have to worry about being targeted after you buy something. This is because every private room has a way out of the Chaos Commerce Mall. Bai Xiuxiu brought Lin Fei to a private room. This private room was at the top and it didn't look low class. They walked into the private room and the decorations inside were very luxurious. Just like the blanket on Lin Fei's feet, it was like the fur of an insightful void realm demon. It was all over the floor. Stepping on it was like stepping on snowflakes. It was very comfortable. There was also a very comfortable big chair that faced the auction stage below. Young master, please take a seat. After Lin Fei laid on it, it was indeed very comfortable. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Commerce Mall. Everything here cost a lot of money. It wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. For the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a reputation, it seemed that they had worked their way up step by step. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:14. Lin Fei felt that the private room was luxurious, so he was even more interested in today's auction. There was a reason why the Chaos Chamber of Commerce could be so big. It should be controlled by Chaos City behind the scenes. Ordinary people couldn't afford to run such a Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It didn't take long for the anticipated auction to begin. A middle-aged man dressed in white walked onto the auction stage. There was no one around, but there was someone in the private room. After the middle-aged man went on stage, he greeted everyone for a while. Although he didn't speak very loudly, everyone could hear him clearly. Today, there are some old customers and some newcomers. I'm very happy that you are here. I believe you will like the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, and you will like this auction even more. The opening speech was very simple. It was very pleasant to listen to. After the middle-aged man introduced himself, he started today's auction. Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile, "This is our top auctioneer here. His name is White Cloud. He's from the same family as me. His auctions have always been very successful." Lin Fei also laughed. "No wonder you two look so similar. So you're from the same family." The first item to be auctioned was just some ornaments. These ornaments were not ordinary. At least in Lin Fei's opinion, these ornaments weren't that easy to get. After the auction began, it quickly went into the warm-up exercise. Each of the treasures was not ordinary. The private rooms began to compete. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. Sure enough, there were quite a number of tycoons in Chaos City. All of them were very rich. The prices were much higher than what Lin Fei had expected, so he was mentally prepared. It seemed that it would not be easy to buy the heavenly divine wood this time. Lin Fei had billions of mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't believe that he couldn't get it. Whoever bid against him, he would fight to the end. Lin Fei wouldn't miss this opportunity. After auctioning 20 items, the auctioneer from White Cloud clapped his hands, and another treasure was sent up. After this treasure was sent up, there was a commotion in the private room that Lin Fei was in. Because the Tree of Life had made a move. The commotion was not small. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. He thought to himself, "This should be the heavenly wood I want. I just don't know how big this heavenly wood is. It would be best if it's bigger than the one Xiong Badian found." Perhaps White Cloud knew what Lin Fei was thinking. Everyone has heard of this auction item before. It is the primordial wood from the heavenly divine tree. We call it the heavenly divine wood, but this heavenly divine wood is a bit different, because this piece of heavenly divine wood is very special, because it has already been refined into a heavenly divine mountain by someone. As White Cloud spoke, he took out the auction item. Just like that, a treasure the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. It was about 100 meters tall and 30 to 40 meters wide. It really looked like a small mountain, exuding a thick and pure aura of the heavenly divine wood. At this time, Lin Fei, who was originally lying down, squinted his eyes and sat up. He was full of anticipation for this trip to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. But he never thought that he would encounter such a huge piece of heavenly divine wood. He couldn't imagine how big this heavenly divine tree was. He always thought that the heavenly divine wood wasn't very big, even if it was ranked behind the Tree of Life, it had a certain range. But now it seemed that he was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. This heavenly tree was absolutely inconceivably huge. Bai Xiuxiu, who was next to him, explained, "The heavenly divine wood is said to be a towering tree in the spiritual realm. It was very wide and very big, but it was destroyed during the war and can no longer be restored. Many of the heavenly divine woods were lost, and no one knows who had them. This heavenly divine mountain was refined using pure heavenly divine wood, and our Chaos Chamber of Commerce paid a great price to buy it." Lin Fei listened to Bai Xiuxiu's words. His eyes were fixed on the heavenly divine mountain, and there was only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he must buy this heavenly divine mountain. No matter how much it cost, he definitely wouldn't let it slip away from him. Lin Fei knew very well that as long as he bought this heavenly divine mountain, it would be of great help to his Tree of Life. He might even learn a few new skills. This was the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life's skills were definitely very powerful. Therefore, he definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. This was also related to Lin Fei's strength, and he might be able to improve by a lot. At the very least, his physical body might be able to recover by a lot. By then, even a Sage King wouldn't be able to do anything to his physical body. At that time, Lin Fei would truly be able to stand firm. The heavenly divine tree's bidding price was very high. The starting price was 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each increase in price was at least 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. This price was indeed not low. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly divine mountain's price soared. It reached 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then 600 million mid-grade spirit stones. It rushed to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. When it reached 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones, it gradually slowed down. There weren't many people competing anymore. Booth 6 has bid 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I wonder if there are any higher bids. Bai Yun, the auctioneer, had a smile on his face. Bai Xiuxiu stood beside Lin Fei and was a little curious. She could feel that this young Master Lin seemed to be interested in this heavenly divine mountain, but other than the first bid, he didn't bid anymore. Could it be that he didn't fancy this heavenly divine mountain anymore? For a moment, that was what Bai Xiuxiu thought. But in the end, she suppressed that thought. This person had spent a large sum of spirit stones previously, which wasn't something that just anyone could do. 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei finally spoke. His first bid was 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't want to increase the bid by 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it would give them a lot of pressure. After all, there were only 5 private rooms left to fight for. As expected. After Lin Fei called out 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, 3 of the booths completely gave up. After all, this heavenly divine mountain was not bad, but to be honest, it didn't have much use. They would just buy it to refine a treasure. It would be meaningless to spend an extremely high price. Bai Yun also raised his head and looked at the booth. He seemed a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. Booth 12 bids 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiuxiu was a little surprised. He actually bid 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones, our Yi clan wants it. Chapter 45:15. When the words, Yi family, came out, Lin Fei could clearly feel that these private rooms seemed to have quietened down a little. He turned around and asked, is this Yi family very powerful? Bai Xiuxiu's expression was also a little flustered. This Yi family is one of the 6 giants in Chaos City. Judging from the voice, it should be the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Wuhan. Hearing that it was one of the 6 giants in Chaos City, Lin Fei also understood what was going on. No wonder they dared to bid such a high price and even mentioned the Yi family. It really scared the hell out of him. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Even if they were giants, so what? With such a heavenly mountain in front of him, if he didn't take it, he would miss a great opportunity. Maybe he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Who knew if he could find such a big heavenly mountain in the future? Just look at the excitement of the divine tree of life. Therefore, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. So what if he offended them? 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei continued to bid. As for the Yi family, I don't know them. I only know that this is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you don't have money, don't come here to bid. It's that simple. When these words came out of the private room, the people in the surrounding private rooms were shaken quite a bit. When the words, Yi family, came out, they knew it represented the Yi family, one of the giants in Chaos City. No one would bid for this heavenly mountain just to offend the giant of the Yi family. To be honest, this heavenly mountain could only be said to be ordinary. It didn't have much use. Between offending them and not offending them, they would rather not offend them. Anyway, if they missed this opportunity, they would miss it. But if they offended them, they would never have a stable foothold in Chaos City in the future. Lin Fei increased the price by 500 million in one go, which really put a lot of pressure on the number 6 box. After all, 500 million mid-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. The total price suddenly reached 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, if they wanted to bid, they had to bid more than 100 million. That was not a small amount. Sure enough, the private room over there directly shouted out a price of 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Clearly, this amount of wealth seemed to have reached its limit. It did not frighten the people in room 12. Lin Fei laughed again. Why is it only 100 million? Wasn't it amazing just now? 500 million? I'm 500 million higher than you, which is 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I might not have much else, but I have a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words spread again. To everyone present, this was absolutely an inconceivable thing. They began to secretly ask around. Just what kind of person was in room 12? He actually dared to fight with the Yi clan over the Heavenly Mountain. Doesn't he know that the Yi clan can't be offended? Bai Xiuxiu, who was at the side, was even more flustered. The original 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones soared to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in an instant. That was a whopping 6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. No one would be able to withstand such a huge sum. On the other side, private room number 6 was silent for a while, and then a voice came out slowly. Our Yi family doesn't want it anymore. Even though it was just a few words, it was filled with endless hatred. Everyone could imagine that the Yi clan in the private room was definitely furious. However, this was the chaotic chamber of commerce. No matter how bad their temper was, they had to control their emotions. There was no doubt that the people in room 12 had offended the Yi clan in room 6. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the people in room 6 would bid again. Don't think that 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones was a lot. In fact, it was already an extremely high price. However, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. If it really fell into the hands of the Yi clan, although Lin Fei had many ways to get it back, it was hard to guarantee that he would not meet the big shot. At that time, it would not be a small problem. But now, he only needed to spend a few mid-grade spirit stones to get the Heavenly Mountain. Before everyone could react, he would refine the Heavenly Mountain. When that time came, even if the Yi clan came knocking, there would be nothing to be afraid of. At that time, Lin Fei's strength would increase by a lot. Congratulations, young Master Lin, for getting the Heavenly Mountain. Bai Xiuxiu congratulated him from the side. Lin Fei said with a smile, I think you must be scared out of your wits. You should go out later, lest they think of you. Lin Fei could see that Bai Xiuxiu was panicking. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, Young master, it's okay. I am from the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Even the Yi clan would not dare to make things difficult for me. This made Lin Fei take a second look. Bai Xiuxiu knew that this was a big shot from the Yi clan. No matter who it was definitely not someone that anyone could offend. This was indeed a good way of speaking. When will the Heavenly Mountain be delivered? Lin Fei asked. Bai Xiuxiu said, In a moment, they will deliver the Heavenly Mountain to the box. As long as you take out 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, you can get the Heavenly Mountain. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce redesigned it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this method. As long as the Heavenly Mountain was in his hands, even a big shot would not be able to take it away. At the same time, in box 6, the eldest young master of the Yi clan was indeed sitting there. This young master was called Yi Wuhan. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. However, at this moment, their expressions were terrifyingly dark. The people behind them also said, Young master, why don't we go to booth 12 and have them bring them away? They actually dared to fight with young master over Heavenspan Divine Mountain. Yi Wuhan turned around and shouted, A bunch of idiots. This is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to do anything, I can guarantee that you will be killed as soon as I make a move. Do you think this is a good thing? Yi Wuhan was indeed very angry. It was not easy for him to see a heavenly mountain made of heavenly wood. This thing was useless to him, but he knew that there was an expert who needed it. With this thing, he could move this senior. It would be of great help to him. But now, this thing had been taken away. Everyone knew that box 6 belonged to Yi Wuhan of the Yi clan. But someone was still fighting with him. So, there was no doubt that this person was definitely an enemy. Just find someone to keep an eye on room number 12. Since someone wants to give me a generous gift for free, how can we not fulfill their wish? A cold light flashed across Yi Wuhan's eyes. Then, she resumed her elegant smile. The people behind him understood that the person in box 12 was really going to die this time. No one could save the person in the private room. Because no one had ever been able to take something away from Yi Wuhan. Moreover, this was the territory of the Yi clan. It was a matter of one word. Chapter 45:16. Finally. When the person in room 12 bought the Tongtian Divine Mountain, many people started to pay attention to it. Who was so powerful that he dared to offend the Yi family, one of the 6 giants? It would be hard for him to walk out of Chaos City. Others might not know what Chaos City was like, but it could disappear at any time. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. He was focused on the Tongtian Divine Mountain. The treasure had been sent in. The person who sent it in wasn't White Cloud, but someone else. The person who sent it in was a little surprised when he saw Lin Fei, a stranger. It had been a long time since someone dared to steal someone else's things. That person was Yi Wuhan from the Yi family. Although this thing was useless to him, it would be very useful if he could buy it at a high price. He definitely wouldn't use it on himself. Lin Fei directly paid for 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Although it was a huge premium, it was worth it. But for Lin Fei, a premium was nothing. After he got the 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, the person would leave and he would be completely relieved. After all, he was worried about such a high price. But the person in the room took out a few billion. He didn't care about spirit stones at all. Lin Fei had fished out so many medium-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he did not feel any heartache about using them. Lin Fei looked at the Tongtian Divine Mountain and was very satisfied. Bai Shuxiu said, "Young Master Lin, if you plan to refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain, I think you can do it in the secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. The secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce is very safe. Many people will refine or break through in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce after they buy things." Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. It's rare for the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a business. Bai Shuxiu said, because of this, many people like to go to the secret room to cultivate after buying things. These secret rooms are divided into high level and low level. I think someone like young Master Lin should really go in and cultivate for a while. This was a kind reminder from Bai Shuxiu. This piece of news would soon spread throughout the entire Chaos City. What kind of place was Chaos City? It was filled with vicious and evil people. If they knew that Lin Fei had such a treasure on him, they would definitely make a move. They would be like sharks that had smelled blood, unwilling to give up. The final result could be imagined. Lin Fei was not interested in the following things. After all, he only had a few middle-grade spirit stones left. Even if he met someone he liked, he might not be able to get her. He might as well refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain first. Then bring me to the secret chamber. After all, I might not be interested in what's coming next. Bai Shuxiu came out with Lin Fei. He walked towards the underground of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. When he reached the underground, Lin Fei discovered that there was another world below. It was actually built on top of an earth vein. He saw many secret chambers being built. It was very majestic. These secret chambers were carefully built by our Chaos Merchant City. There are 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones and above, 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and above, and 10 million middle-grade spirit stones and above. There are 3 grades in total. The 10 million middle-grade spirit stones have a certain time acceleration. Cultivating inside will be twice the result with half the effort, but the consumption is a little high. When Lin Fei heard about time acceleration, he couldn't help but be tempted. In the past, he had mastered space and time. Now that these 2 great Daos had disappeared, he knew that with time acceleration, the refining efficiency would be even faster. It was just 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. It really wasn't much. Then give me 20 days first. Lin Fei took out 200 million middle-grade spirit stones without hesitation. 20 days should be enough. Bai Shuxiu was shocked, but she quickly suppressed it and kept the spirit stones. She brought Lin Fei into a secret chamber. This secret chamber could only be entered but not exited. Unless one had a pass, no one else could enter. Bai Shuxiu took another pass and gave it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied and took out another 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Your service today is very good, I am very satisfied. Consider this as a tip from me, keep it. Bai Shuxiu felt like she was dreaming with 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones in her hands. Although he would usually get a certain amount of benefits, it was definitely very rare for him to get a benefit of 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones like this. Bai Shuxiu remembered that the most she got was only 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That person was not easy to receive. Compared to young Master Nian, he was a far cry. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. After entering the secret room, he closed the door. Instantly, he felt the effects of the time acceleration. It was no longer effective. Sure enough, I came to the right place. With this time acceleration, the efficiency of refining this heavenly mountain will be greatly increased. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to find a place outside to refine this heavenly mountain. He didn't expect the Chaos Shopping Mall to have such a function. Lin Fei wanted to give them a thumbs up. After checking that there was no danger and no one was watching, he released the vines. He pulled the heavenly tree into it. The god tree of life was very interested in the heavenly mountain. Lin Fei also closed his eyes to rest. Not long after Lin Fei entered the secret chamber, the whole Chaos City heard about it. An outsider actually bid against young Master Yi and took away the heavenly mountain with an inflated price of 1.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. He paid a total of 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Once the news spread, the whole Chaos City was bustling. There was actually someone who competed with young Master Yi for this treasure. It was really rare. Of course, what made people more interested was that this guy took out 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones in one go. Moreover, he was alone. This made many people think about it. They started to look for him. In the end, they found out that this young master was actually hiding in the secret chamber of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This made them a little surprised, but soon they didn't think much of it. Who didn't know that the secret chamber of the Chaos Shopping Mall was a money-squandering den? If you didn't have money, you wouldn't be able to stay there for long. Therefore, they just needed to wait outside. There were even people saying that young Master Yi had already released a reward. Whoever caught this person would be greatly rewarded. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, it was a big fat piece of meat for these evil people. Whoever took a bite of it would be elated. Bookseller website. Chapter 45:17. Lin Fei, who was in seclusion, did not think too much about it. With this heavenly god mountain, the things he could do had become much simpler. All he could do now was wait. 200 million middle-grade spirit stones wasn't a lot, but it would definitely be effective. Therefore, Lin Fei was not in a rush at all. This refinement lasted for half a month. Lin Fei's entire body was as steady as a mountain. On this day, he finally opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Seems like there's no problem this time. I've finally found a chance to reap some rewards. Let's see how many mystic skills I can get. Lin Fei realized that this tree of life was not as simple as he had thought it to be. In fact, it was filled with mysteries. Of course, to Lin Fei, it was best to be filled with mystery. This would definitely help him raise his strength. By now, the tree of life had grown a lot taller, reaching a height of 500 meters. It was as tall as a towering tree. Compared to the previous one, it was much more majestic. It was like a huge umbrella, and the amount of life energy it contained had also increased from 200 droplets to 1,000 droplets. With such a huge improvement, Lin Fei could feel what it meant to be a huge gain. Even if he was heavily injured now, he could use this life energy to heal his body completely. He was no longer afraid. To begin with, Lin Fei's body was already very strong. Coupled with this life energy, it was practically invincible. Other than that, there were 3 more mystic skills in Lin Fei's mind. These 3 mystic skills made Lin Fei smile. My guess was right. The Tree of Life is indeed amazing. To think that it would give me 3 mystic skills. The first mystic skill was life extension. This was a rather interesting skill. To Lin Fei, it was rather interesting. Anyone with a limited lifespan could use life extension to extend their lifespan. Previously, Lin Fei helped Xiong Badian obtain the family token, which increased his lifespan. But now that Lin Fei could directly transfer his life energy over, it was rather domineering. It was just as Lin Fei had expected. For those powerhouses, losing their lifespan was a matter of life and death. Once they had lifespan, they might be able to struggle for a breakthrough. The second skill was slightly different. Life steal. Although there was already a divine strike, life plunder only needed to take lives within a certain range. There was no need to use any vines. As long as it was within a certain range, it would instantly strip away their lifespan. That was the most domineering thing. Lin Fei was also a little surprised. This kind of method was really unimaginable. The origin of this Tree of Life was really too great. There was still a third divine ability. It was called Blessing of Life. This life blessing was even more overbearing than the previous 2 skills. This life blessing could allow a person to be reborn in a short period of time, allowing them to return to their peak state. However, the cost was enormous, and the life god tree would wither for a day. Then, it slowly recovered. This was the first time Lin Fei had such a skill. Although Lin Fei was very strong now, it was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter someone more powerful. At the moment, this life blessing was definitely the most satisfying divine ability for Lin Fei. I have offended the 6 big clans of Chaos City this time, so there is nothing to be afraid of. With such a gain, I am more than happy to offend the other clans. Yi Xian burst out laughing. He was really satisfied with such a gain. Nothing could be more exciting than this. If a single Tong Tian Divine Mountain had such an effect, wouldn't it be even more powerful if there were a few more of them? Lin Fei was even more interested in the Heavenly Divine Wood. He had originally given up on the Heavenly Reaching Church. But now he felt he could still use the Heavenly Reaching Church. It was a big piece of meat. It would be a pity if he missed it. After stabilizing the 3 skills, Lin Fei came out of the secret room. He stayed in there for about 20 days. That was about 200 million mid-level spirit stones. But Lin Fei did not feel bad at all. He was absolutely satisfied with the gain. As soon as he came out, he heard a crisp voice. It was none other than Bai Xiuxiu. It turned out that Bai Xiuxiu had been waiting outside. Mister, you finally came out. Congratulations on your great improvement. Bai Xiuxiu had good eyesight. As soon as she saw Lin Fei come out, she came over to congratulate him. Lin Fei also said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you waiting here again? You're not waiting for me to come out, are you?" Lin Fei did not think that this Bai Xiuxiu would wait for him outside. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "I want to tell young Master Lin that many people in Chaos City have their eyes on you now. I feel that if you want to leave Chaos City, you'd better not be in a hurry. Once you're outside, those people will be merciless." Lin Fei was a little surprised. He did not expect this Bai Xiuxiu to come to him and tell him these things. So he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid of being targeted by others by coming to me so sneakily?" This time, Bai Xiuxiu seemed to be more confident. "I think Mr. Lin is a very good person, and this is not a secret, so it's okay to tell you. I just want to tell Mr. Lin to be careful. And I also heard that Yi Wuhan of the Yi family has also spread the news that she will make trouble for you." Lin Fei was not surprised at all that Yi Wuhan would make trouble for him. It would be strange if they did not make trouble for him. If they could swallow their anger, they would not be high-spirited, but wily old foxes. Unfortunately, that person was not a wily old foxes, so sooner or later they would come to take revenge on him. "I know what you mean. By the way, do you know where this Tong Tian Divine Mountain came from? Lin Fei thought of an important thing. This trip to the Tong Tian Divine Mountain had helped him a lot, making his strength soar and mastering the magic power. Now it could be said that he was as stable as a mountain. Therefore, Lin Fei also wanted to know where this Tong Tian Divine Mountain came from. Bai Xiuxiu was surprised. Ah, you also want to know the origin of this Tong Tian Divine Mountain? I have to ask the supervisor. Lin Fei said with a smile, if you know any supervisor, you can introduce me to them. I think I can have a good talk with them, and you will be rewarded. This was something that Lin Fei wanted to know from the beginning, and now he finally had time to ask. He had to know it no matter what. He believed that with the help of the spirit stones, everything would become simple. Chapter 45:18. Who didn't know that there was a rich playboy in Chaos City? This young master took out billions of mid-grade spirit stones in one go, which shocked many people quite a bit. After all, news traveled fast in Chaos City. So, everyone kept an eye on this person. Especially after this person entered the secret room and didn't come out, so they kept an eye on him from outside. As soon as he came out, everyone would tear him to pieces. In the blink of an eye. 20 days had passed and he still didn't come out, but everyone was relieved. No matter how rich this rich guy was, he couldn't afford to burn. And the people in the Chaos Mall knew about this person. They also knew his name, but no one knew what it was exactly. Bai Xiuxiu found one of the supervisors. Naturally, this supervisor had heard of this nouveau riche's name. He also knew that Bai Xiuxiu had received hundreds of thousands of spirit stones from him. Plus the commission, she could earn more than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones a month. Even the supervisor was a little envious of such a profit. He would even joke about it from time to time. When the supervisor heard that young Master Lin wanted to meet the supervisor and wanted to know more about the origins of the Tong Tian Divine Mountain, he decided to meet Lin Fei without any hesitation. Since he dared to steal something that Yi Wuhan wanted, he must have a powerful background. So, he was going to talk to this person, just in case he could learn something. In the private room, Lin Fei met the supervisor. The supervisor was very polite. He said when he came in, "You must be young Master Lin. You're a big customer of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for coming." Lin Fei smiled and sat down opposite him. "I've been looking forward to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce for a long time. I heard that the things here are always very satisfying, so I came. I have to say that I'm very satisfied with the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. I'm very happy spending money here." Lin Fei was telling the truth. He really liked this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. The supervisor also smiled. "I heard that you want to know about the Heavenly Mountain. If that's what you want, it's not difficult, but..." The supervisor did not say it very clearly, but Lin Fei was very clear about what the other party was talking about, so he casually threw out 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. "I like people who are direct. I don't know if 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones is enough. I think it should be more than enough to buy a piece of information." He was a manager of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. He just wanted to take advantage of him, but he didn't expect young Master Lin to be so generous. The first time they met, he asked for 500,000 mid-tier spirit stones. His original intention was to take out 100,000 or 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but now it had exceeded his expectations. The smile on his face became even more radiant. "It's enough, it's enough. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones are indeed enough." This supervisor was also very direct. After all, such news was not considered a secret. Just as he said, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out the answer to his question. Thus, the supervisor began to speak. This Heavenspan Divine Mountain was actually entrusted by someone to sell it here. Of course, the origin of this Heavenspan Divine Mountain is no secret. He came from the Spirit World Mountain, and young Master Lin should know about the Spirit World Mountain. It is the #1 divine mountain in our spirit world. Lin Fei just listened quietly. He had looked through the information and he really did know about the Spiritual World Mountain. The spiritual world mountain was really the #1 mountain. There were many treasures in this place. Outsiders might not know, but for many experts, the spiritual world mountain was the place that they wanted to go the most. As long as they went there, they would be able to obtain many treasures, even things that one could not imagine. However, the spiritual world mountain was also very dangerous. More importantly, the spiritual world mountain only opened once every 100 years. Lin Fei did not expect the heavenly mountain to come from the spiritual world mountain. Are you sure that this thing came from the spiritual world mountain or from somewhere else? Lin Fei had no choice but to ask. He had to get to the bottom of this first. He could not spend 500,000 medium-level spirit stones in vain. Yes, it came from the spiritual world mountain. That expert had a good harvest in the spiritual world mountain. According to him, there is more than one heavenly mountain like this in the spiritual world mountain. In the past, this heavenly tree was the #1 tree. Although it was damaged, it was still taken away by many super experts. Although the Heavens Reaching Church has a lot of heavenly trees, it is far less than what was taken away in the past. This supervisor obviously knew a lot of information. Lin Fei's heart moved slightly. He was really surprised. He always thought that the Heavens Reaching Church had the most heavenly trees. But now it seemed that it was a bit different from what he had imagined. The supervisor said again. However, it is not easy to go to the spiritual world mountain because only the top 100 experts can go to the spiritual world mountain. In a year's time, the top 100 hegemony competition will begin. After the top 100 hegemony competition, the spiritual world mountain will open. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this. He didn't know about the top 100 hegemony competition, let alone the appearance of the spiritual world mountain after the competition. This day seemed to be a bit of a coincidence. After asking some more questions, Lin Fei had a little understanding of this matter. I don't know if young Master Lin needs an escort. Our Chaos Chamber of Commerce has a lot of experts who can protect you when you leave Chaos City. The supervisor said enthusiastically again. He really knew how to attract business. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I don't plan to leave Chaos City for the time being. After all, I haven't had a good tour here. The supervisor also admired Lin Fei's courage. Now many people in Chaos City were looking for ways to bite a fat piece of meat from Lin Fei. Even many forces had spread the news. It could be said that outside the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, many people were watching. As long as Lin Fei went out, there would be a lot of people following him. It was really rare to see such a thing. Before Lin Fei left, he gave Bai Xiuxiu 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiuxiu was a little flattered. As soon as he came out of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei could feel everyone's gazes on him. These gazes were filled with malicious intent, carrying a deep murderous intent. Lin Fei didn't care much. It was daytime now, and they didn't dare to make a move. As for at night, that was another matter. After Lin Fei left the Chaos Mall, the forces in Chaos City also got the news. This was a big fish. Some people guessed that this guy had at least tens of billions of mid-grade spirit stones. Where could they find such a big fish? Chapter 45:19. Is that guy the so-called young Master Lin? He is indeed a little young. He actually dared to offend Yi Wuhan of the Yi family. I heard that Yi Wuhan has already issued a reward for this guy's regret. I heard that she directly used 1 billion medium spiritual stones. Let me tell you, it will be very lively tonight. I dare say that this guy probably won't live through the night. Poor guy. Of all people, he offended Yi Wuhan. Not only him, but also many people are ready to take a big bite. This guy is really fat. Of course, there were also many young masters who paid attention to Lin Fei. It was just that they couldn't figure out his background for the time being. So they decided to wait and see. The reward of 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones was still very tempting. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of this guy. On his way here, Lin Fei also heard the discussions around him. He was very clear, so he was a little surprised. This Yi Wuhan is really interesting. She actually issued a reward, and it's 1 billion medium spiritual stones. It seems that I can take another bite out of this fat. If it was before, Lin Fei would not have this idea, but this time, Lin Fei had a lot of ideas. He had to get back the 1 billion medium spiritual stones from Yi Wuhan. He believed that Yi Wuhan would be very willing to do so. As for whether she was willing to do so, he could have a good talk with her. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to buy a yard, but he didn't expect that the people here seemed to have received some news and didn't give Lin Fei any chance. Even when Lin Fei went to rent an inn, he was refused one by one. Needless to say, it was the means of Yi Wuhan and the others. They wanted him to leave Chaos City or have no fixed residence. Because there was a rule in Chaos City that people could only fight on the street. It was not allowed to fight in a house. It was protected. Therefore, the people who fought would restrain their power and not let the power affect the surrounding buildings. If Lin Fei had no place to stay tonight, then the others would have a legitimate reason to fight. He had to admit that these people were very good. If he couldn't buy a house, he couldn't even stay in an inn. As one of the 6 magnates, the Yi family was really capable. Lin Fei turned around and walked out of the city. Since they wanted to find trouble with him so much, it was time for him to collect some spoils of war. It all depended on how many fish would take the bait this time. Everyone laughed as they watched Lin Fei walk out of the city. Everyone knew that once this Lin Fei left Chaos City, he would really be a piece of juicy meat outside. Anyone could take a bite. Just like that, Lin Fei left the city. Once he left the city, there were more people following him, and some of them were even blatantly following him. Although they were separated by quite a distance, anyone could tell that these people were coming for Lin Fei. Time ticked by. A group of people rushed out of the gates of Chaos City on their steeds. When this group of people rushed out, everyone retreated. Because the person who came out was Yi Wuhan, one of the giants of the Yi clan, with a hint of coldness on her face. Yi Wuhan was very concerned about Lin Fei. After a long time, he was finally willing to come out. Although she didn't know what this guy was practicing inside, she had already sent experts to investigate. This guy's strength was not as powerful as she had imagined, so Yi Wuhan was ready to take action. There was nothing worse than killing this young Master Lin with her own hands. What made him feel even more delighted was, he could also take away his divine mountain. In this way, he would get 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones for free. This guy still had a lot of spirit stones with him. Young Master, we just received the news that the geniuses of the other magnates have also taken action. It seems that they all want to make a fortune from this guy. A trusted subordinate came to Yi Wuhan's side and whispered. Yi Wuhan was not surprised to hear this. If they want to take advantage of him, it depends on who has the better means. In this regard, Yi Wuhan had never been afraid of anyone. It was dark outside Chaos City. Lin Fei's speed was not very fast. If he really wanted to move, these people would never be able to catch up with him. Therefore, Lin Fei had to wait for them. After all, he was fishing. No matter what, he had to catch a school of fish. Lin Fei could even feel that there were many people in the void following him. Their means seemed to be much more advanced than his. However, so far, there were not many powerful people, who were only in the void interpretation realm. The most powerful one only had 3 great ways. Obviously, everyone regarded him as a piece of fat meat that was really ready to be slaughtered. With a clatter, an umbrella-like object instantly appeared above Lin Fei's head. A brilliant light descended and completely sealed off this small area. Young Master Lin, I don't think you need to leave. We can have a good chat. A figure appeared in front of him in an instant. It was a young man with 2 thugs and a faint smile on his face. The place where Lin Fei was seemed to be frozen in an instant. Even the void was the same. He could not move at all. Of course, this little bit of power was nothing to him at all. You guys really can't wait to take action so soon. The young man laughed. I can't help it. You're valuable. But I have to admire you for offending Yi Wuhan. In this chaos city, no one dares to offend Yi Wuhan. You're relatively rare. The young man who took action was also one of the 6 magnates. He was from the Chu family. For such a mysterious person, it was indeed quite attractive. In particular, this guy had a certain amount of wealth. If he could make a fortune and get billions of medium-grade spirit stones, he would be able to live freely for a while. Don't think that they didn't need spirit stones just because they were rich. They also needed spirit stones. Among the 6 magnates, Yi Wuhan was relatively rich. This time, she was also suppressed by someone. It would be strange if they didn't have any ideas. However, this person was alone. If they didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Chu Tian, this person is my enemy. Don't you think it's too much for you to take the lead like this? Another figure caught up with them, bringing a few people with him. It was Yi Wuhan. She was also not slow. She stared coldly at Chu Tian, who was not far away. Chu Tian didn't care much about Yi Wuhan's arrival. Instead, he smiled. It's true that he offended you, but this is Chaos City. Whoever is stronger can take him away. What do you think? Ha ha ha, I like that. Another figure descended from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people began to change again. Another young master of the magnates. Chapter 45-20. After Yi Wuhan came up, Chu Tian showed up. He was also a son of a tycoon. After all, Lin Fei had become a big piece of meat. No matter who it was, they all wanted to eat this big fat piece of meat. If they could get billions of medium-grade spirit stones and some top-grade spirit stones, they would make a fortune. Such a good thing was quite attractive to everyone. Not to mention that they were not short of money, in fact, they were also short of money. As the saying went, a penny is no match for a hero. This saying was not just for show. If one wanted to improve his strength quickly in the spiritual realm, resources were always the most important. So where did the resources come from? Of course, they spent money. Where did the money come from? Naturally, they needed to find a way. Robbing others was naturally the best choice. Now such a person had appeared, and he seemed to have no background. If they didn't plan to participate, it would be a pity. After hearing this voice, Lin Fei also frowned. The appearance of Chu Tian gave him a headache. Yi Wuhan regretted making a big deal out of this. She didn't expect to be targeted. Others didn't dare to rob him, but the sons of other tycoons might not. They were very hot-tempered, and they really didn't care about this. Another figure appeared. This figure was tall and sturdy, like a small mountain. He was from the Shi family. His name was Shi Jinxiang. It was a very ordinary name, but it was such an ordinary name that no one dared to ignore. Because this guy was very strong. He was known as the guy who could bear the most in Chaos City. Since he was a child, no one knew how many crises he had experienced. But in the end, he still lived a good life. This was Shi Jinxiang. As soon as Shi Jinxiang came over, his strong figure still put a lot of pressure on a lot of people. Yi Wuhan, I think we should rely on our strength to get this person. Whoever is stronger can take him away. Of course, Yi Wuhan was not very happy, but Chu Tian and Shi Jinxiang were not so easy to deal with. The most important thing was to take Lin Fei back. That divine mountain couldn't fall into the hands of others. At that time, if he wanted to take it back, he would have to pay a huge price. So Yi Wuhan said coldly, you should know very well that this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you so unreasonable? Chu Tian laughed and said, I can't help it. Who told me to be short of money recently? I see that this person is quite rich, so I want to borrow some money from him. Is there a problem? Shi Jinxiang also laughed, actually, I'm short on money recently, and this person looks like he has some money. I don't think he'll mind lending me a large sum of money. Yi Wuhan was on the verge of cursing. How could Yi Wuhan be so shameless to say it out so openly? Her face darkened a little. Lin Fei just watched quietly without any nervousness or change of expression. It was as if he was watching something very ordinary. I really like what the two of you are saying. Both of you are short on money. I, Luo Shui, am also short on money. I shouldn't be the only one left, right? At that moment, a stream of water appeared and turned into a figure. This was also a descendant of a tycoon. His name was Luo Shui, and he was watching with a smile. Since Luo Shui is here, I think my Toyota can do the same. We can also participate. What do you guys think? At that moment, another figure came. For a moment, a total of 5 childs who were descendants of tycoons appeared together. The people who were following them all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all became lively. This is really going to be a good show. This guy is really a big fat piece of meat. It seems that we have no chance. Even if we want to fight, the 5 childs won't agree. Then let's just watch the show. It's been a long time since I've seen a good show. It had to be said that these people's mentality changed very quickly. They still cared a lot about watching a good show. Each of these 5 people occupied a position, which just happened to block Lin Fei's way. No matter where Lin Fei wanted to go, he would have to face one of them. I'm quite popular. There are actually so many people who want to borrow money from me. These 5 people all felt that this person was quite interesting. He knew that they were surrounding him, but he still dared to say such a thing. More importantly, he didn't show any nervousness or uneasiness, which was quite rare. Although he scared Maku away, he didn't subdue them. If they dared to fight at this time, they must be confident. Luo Shui said with a smile, I think you're quite interesting. As long as you come with me, these people won't dare to make things difficult for you. Yi Wuhan scolded him on the spot. Luo Shui, shut up. Don't be so shameless. This person is my enemy. If you take him away, you'll become my enemy. You can do whatever you want. Shi Jinxiang laughed and said, I think it's quite simple. If you don't want to take this person away, then if you have the ability, you'll have to send the 4 of us flying first. Otherwise, you're not qualified to speak at all. Shi Jinxiang laughed. He landed his foot and directly hit Yi Wuhan. At the same time, his body turned into a stone-like surface. This was a great ability. The great path turned into a stone defense, which was very tough. Yi Wuhan was a little hasty to resist. She didn't know that this guy would attack at this time. Then, streaks of water directly entangled Yi Wuhan's body. It turned out that Luo Shui also began to move. He also made a sound. I also agree with Shi Jinxiang. If we drive you away, this person will naturally be one of us. At least we can eat a piece of meat. If you take him back, we won't even have meat to eat. We won't even have soup. How dare you? As soon as Yi Wuhan was attacked by the 2 masters, she was at a disadvantage. The people behind her were just about to make a move when more masters appeared in the void and locked them in place. Let the child solve their own problems. As their subordinates, we'd better not interfere. Don't you think so? Yi Wuhan did bring a lot of subordinates with her this time, and they were also masters. But now, these masters were restricted and couldn't attack at all. She could only smile bitterly. You've grown a lot stronger. It seems that I have to join you. Chu Tian also joined the siege with a smile. For a moment, the 4 childs besieged Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan tried to block them and was directly sent flying. After all, their realms were similar. It was actually very difficult to gain an advantage, so Yi Wuhan seemed to be in a bit of a difficult situation. Top. Chapter 45-21. Even though the childs were fighting fiercely, there were still people watching them. Not just one person. After Lin Fei walked out of Chaos City, no one would let Lin Fei leave. Lin Fei was very calm, as if he were watching a game. He didn't expect that the 5 childs would fight for him. It was quite interesting. For example, Yi Wuhan. Before he could get Yi Wuhan, he was beaten up first. After Lin Fei laughed, he actually started clapping in front of everyone. "Young Master Yi Wuhan, do you want me to help you? After all, I'm a professional substitute fighter. It's enough as long as you can give me 100 million medium-level spiritual stones. It doesn't matter if you don't have 100 million medium-level spiritual stones. I can give you a 20% discount and make it 80 million medium-level spiritual stones. I'm sure you can beat them into submission." When the people around heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had never heard such words. Those were the 5 childs. They were all giants, and each of them was an expert at the Holy King realm. Not everyone could say something like that. After Yi Wuhan was sent flying, she retreated more than a dozen steps before she stopped. Those childs didn't make any more moves. Their faces were dark and a little strange. Luo Shui turned his head and said to Lin Fei, "You're quite an interesting person. You can still say something like that at a time like this. No wonder you dare to disrespect Ma Ku. It's a pity that this isn't Ma Ku's territory. This is Chaos City. I really want to see how you're going to beat me into submission." Shi Jinxiang also laughed and said, "Actually, I'm also quite curious. I've had a bad life since I was young, and I've never been beaten by anyone before. You'd better let me gain some experience, or else I'll break your arm later." Yi Wuhan was the one who felt the most embarrassed. Hearing this, she felt like salt was sprinkled on her wound. It was absolutely uncomfortable. So she said fiercely, "You want me to give up on this kid? That's impossible. The only thing I can do is for the 5 of us to divide him equally. How about we each get a share of his net worth? I won't eat this piece of fat meat alone, but how about I take away this guy's last breath?" Yi Wuhan didn't want to waste any more time at this time. He had to take down this person first. Otherwise, he would explode with anger. No matter if it is Mayor Shi Jinxiang, Luo Shui, or Toyota, they all think this is possible. They also knew that if they continued to force Yi Wuhan, it would be impossible for them to get a piece of the pie in the end. Now was the best result. As long as Yi Wuhan retreated, they would each get a share. No matter what, he could still earn a few 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was still a small amount. If it was a lot, he might even be able to collect 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Don't forget that the Tongtian Divine Mountain was still with this kid. They didn't think that this kid could refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain. Therefore, that thing was worth more than 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. At that time, it would cost 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. They were sure that Yi Wuhan would be very happy to buy it. In this way, it didn't seem to be too difficult to earn 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. "Mr. Yi, you are so generous. You are actually willing to give up. It's just his last breath. It's absolutely no problem. With us taking action, he won't fly away. We are not Mark. This is Chaos City. We can't allow this kid to be arrogant and domineering." Lin Fei admired Yi Wuhan very much. Not only was she beaten, but she also had to give up a share of the pie. But she was also a sensible person. If it were ordinary people, they would have taken action in anger. No matter what, they would not share the pie. The 5 of them surrounded him again. Their eyes were a little unfriendly, staring at Lin Fei. "I advise you not to take action. I don't even take Mark seriously, let alone you. I'm afraid that when you take action later, you will be the ones to suffer," Lin Fei said very seriously. Yi Wuhan smiled coldly and said, "Then I'd like to see how you will suffer when the time comes." These words did make these people a little unhappy. In Chaos City, they had never experienced who could make them suffer. After all, their fathers were experts at the Holy King realm. Although they were not among the top 100 Holy Kings, they were also Holy Kings. In the entire spiritual realm, how many people could cultivate to the level of Holy King? Therefore, they had the qualifications and the capital to be arrogant. They didn't take Lin Fei's words seriously at all. "Do it. Don't save this guy any face. Let's beat him up first. Let's see how he makes us suffer." As these childs gave the order, the people around them all started to take action. These people were used to being besieged. One treasure after another came crashing down. They didn't care at all whether Lin Fei could withstand it or not. They were bullying him with numbers. Lin Fei had seen this kind of scene several times. In the spiritual realm, there seemed to be no one-on-one fight. They all bullied him with numbers. A large number of treasures came crashing down. If you could withstand it, you could. If you couldn't, you would die. It was that simple. The treasures fell. A beam of light flashed. This light was like a stream of water, constantly sprinkling on these treasures. One treasure after another was swept away in an instant, accompanied by the sound of cracking and shattering, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. When they took back the treasures, they found that there were cracks on their treasures. They had already been damaged, and they were bleeding in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had neutralized their attacks. This sword is only the first gift. This second sword is the biggest gift I'm giving you. Following that, they saw yet another beam of light sweeping out, sweeping past their bodies continuously. Even though they had treasures on them to protect themselves, they were still sent flying one after another the moment they came face to face with it. In an instant, they suffered a terrifying attack. After they landed, they couldn't stand at all and sat on the ground. Almost none of them could stand back up. Even if they could, there would be a second attack. The shockwave sent them flying. When the experts of Chaos City in the distance saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This is really fatal. No wonder Ma Ku's men aren't his match. This sword technique is too powerful. We can't possibly say that the 5 childs are really going to suffer this time, right? Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped down with his mountain-like fingers. Take this palm of mine first. Otherwise, you don't have the right to talk to me. There was a loud rumble. Rings appeared one after another. Then, they disappeared. A huge palm with 5 fingers appeared on the ground, causing the ground to tremble a few times. Chapter 45-22. The moment he displayed it, everyone present felt what terrifying power was. Especially the 5 young masters who were severely injured in an instant. Once the Tao appeared on their bodies, they collapsed instantly. All of them were smashed into the ground. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that the people in the distance all sucked in a breath. They couldn't even react in time. It was even more unbelievable. This is too brutal. Those are 5 young masters and they couldn't even take one move. Oh my God, who can tell me if this kid is a king sage? If he is, then this is really bad. Whether or not he is a king sage, this is already a big deal. The 5 young masters can't even defeat this young man. I'm afraid they are in danger of dying. At the start, everyone thought that this young man couldn't escape even if he had wings. The 5 young masters and their helpers could drown him with just a spit from each of them. But the scene in front of them was really a huge upheaval. They couldn't even take one palm and they still had the cheek to say that they could deal with this person. It seems like you guys are really weak. You can't even take one palm from me and you still have the cheek to deal with me. Lin Fei shook his head and slammed his fingers on the ground again. There was a loud rumble and the ground seemed to sink. 5 figures rushed up from the ground in a sorry state. Once they rushed up, all of them were in a sorry state. However, before they could react, they saw vines piercing through the air and wrapping around them. Once they were entangled, they couldn't resist at all. They didn't even have time to use any techniques before they were all pulled back. He was completely and utterly sleepy. They were thrown in front of Lin Fei. Since you guys want to earn money from me, it seems like I can only make you lose money first. Lin Fei waved his hand and took the 5 young masters away. It was unbelievably fast. When everyone reacted, the 5 young masters were nowhere to be seen. Quick, inform the powerhouses. Something big has happened. Their young masters have been taken away. Lin Fei did take the 5 young masters away. Even though they had treasures and were strong, they couldn't withstand Lin Fei's attack. He collapsed in an instant. Coupled with the vines wrapped around their bodies, they were easily taken away. Lin Fei didn't leave Chaos City. Instead, he brought them to a quiet place in the chaotic country. No one would be able to catch up in a short period of time. One by one, they were thrown down and their strength was sealed. Then, they were stripped of all their rings. They were robbed of everything they had. Bastard, give me back the ring, or I'll kill your whole family. Yi Wuheng was the most bad-tempered among them. He was enraged. Lin Fei's eyes fell on Yi Wuheng. Looks like your temper isn't small at all. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Only then will you know that it's useless to speak tough words in front of a true expert, because you don't have the qualifications. With a crash, the four young masters saw a horrifying scene. Their hearts turned cold. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuheng had turned into a white-haired old man. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this time, Yi Wuheng felt that she had no strength left. Not only could she speak, but she also had no strength left. She raised her hand subconsciously and saw that her hands had become very old. They were covered with age spots and looked lifeless. You, what on earth did you do to me? It was just a short sentence, but it still made Yi Wuheng breathless for a while. Shi Jinxiang, Chu Tian Luo, Shui Feng Tian, and the others didn't dare to speak. The man in front of them was really crazy. How could he have mastered such evil means? Yi Wuheng was a girl with a promising future, but now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a white-haired old man. She had completely lost the qualification to become an expert. Her lifespan was almost gone. Unless she got a treasure of life, her life would be completely over. They were all trembling with fear. If this happened to them, they didn't even dare to think about it. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, a mirror appeared in front of Yi Wuheng. This is my gift to you. I don't know if you are satisfied with it. If not, I can send you to hell. I promise there will be no pain. When Yi Wuheng saw herself in the mirror, she was dumbfounded on the spot. She felt like she had a mental breakdown. Lin Fei waved his hand and directly restrained Yi Wuheng. She couldn't even speak. He glanced at the other four young masters indifferently. I don't know if you have anything else to say to me. I'm a good person. If you want to say anything, just tell me. I promise to satisfy you. At this time, Shi Jinxiang and the others didn't dare to speak anymore. They didn't see that Yi Wuheng had become a white-haired old man after saying such a sentence. This young man was too cruel. He really hid a knife behind his smile. If they had known that this guy was so powerful, they wouldn't have made a move. It was not easy to take advantage of him. This time, they were really screwed up by Yi Wuheng. Not only did they lose all their wealth, but they also offended such a person. Now, their only hope was that their father could come to save them. Otherwise, they would be completely finished. It seems that you have nothing to say. I like people like you. You can clearly see the reality in front of you, unlike Yi Wuheng, who has no idea at all. But don't worry, I won't kill innocent people. After all, you have some wealth. Hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't make things difficult for them, everything would be fine. But in the next second, vines flew out and directly whipped them, almost knocking them out. Bang, bang, bang. They had lost all their protective treasures, so when the vines fell on them, it was an intimate contact. They were extremely miserable, but they didn't dare to say a word. They had learned from Yi Wuhen's mistake. They didn't want to repeat Yi Wuhen's fate, so they could only bear with it. After whacking them countless times, the vines finally retracted. They laid there with stars in front of their eyes. It was truly incomparably miserable. It seems that you are all men. I'm very satisfied. But now we have to change places. I'll have a good talk with your families tomorrow. After all, it's not enough to just whip you. Lin Fei chuckled. Chapter 45-23. The Yi family was the first to know the situation. Yi Wuheng had suffered a loss in the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, so she knew about it. She didn't care much. After all, Chaos City was famous, and many people came here to auction. It was normal that she couldn't get anything. After all, it was normal for her to pay for 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones. The Yi family also knew that Yi Wuheng had brought people to make trouble, but they didn't care much. In this Chaos City, no one dared to disrespect the Yi family. But to their surprise, something happened to Yi Wuheng and she was taken away by that young man. In addition, there were also the young masters of the other clans. In total, 5 young masters of the 5 magnates were taken away. Chaos City had become very interesting. They set out overnight. Countless people were looking for these 5 young masters. If something were to happen to these 5 young masters, it would definitely be a big deal for Chaos City. But after a whole night, they didn't see anything. Now they couldn't sit still. If they were taken away from Chaos City, they would be in big trouble. After all, the magnates behind the 5 young masters were all holy kings. No one who could become a holy king was simple. But they still couldn't find them. At dawn, they had to give up. But when they couldn't find them, then, a scene that they couldn't believe appeared. The young man came back with 5 young masters. When the 5 young masters came back, they were all dumbfounded. All of them were dumbfounded. After all, they were certain that this young man had brought the 5 young masters away from the kingdom of chaos. That was the only way he could escape the pursuit of the 5 holy kings. But now he came back, and more importantly, he brought the 5 young masters back. They couldn't figure out what the young man was thinking. Lin Fei did come back and made a fortune after depriving the 5 young masters of their rings. Of course, for Lin Fei, it was far from enough. He was ready to make another fortune. As for how much he could make, it depended on how much the 5 magnates could offer. As soon as Lin Fei took them back to Chaos City, they found a yard to live in. No one dared to have any ideas. Not long after Lin Fei came back, the yard became lively. They were all watching outside. And the people of the 5 magnates also came. Although they couldn't come in during the day, they couldn't fight. But they could negotiate. The first to arrive was the Yi family. The Yi clan still attached great importance to Yi Wuheng. Therefore, he was the first one to enter the courtyard. This time, it was an elder of the Yi clan called Yi Tianxing. As soon as Yi Tianxing came in, he saw Yi Wuheng. But when he saw Yi Wuheng's appearance, he was a little angry. Do you know what will happen if you do this? You are provoking the Yi clan. The Yi clan is not something you can offend. At this time, Yi Wuheng's hair was all white. She looked very old, as if she would die soon. This was something that Yi Tianxing found hard to accept. Lin Fei was drinking tea leisurely. The 5 young masters were sitting in a row behind him. They were extremely well behaved. I've never cared much about threats. If you want to bring Yi Wuheng and the other young masters back, it's very simple. Show me your sincerity. That's all. As long as you show your sincerity, I don't mind letting your young master Yi Wuheng return to his original appearance, let alone anything else. Remember, you only have 1 day to prepare. Otherwise, they'll be finished. Yi Tianxing was about to say something when he saw a force rushing over and falling on him. Yi Tianxing was pushed out. The defense of the great path on his body collapsed as soon as it was raised. He came out of the yard. It only took a few breaths. Yi Tianxing frowned slightly. He knew that the person in front of him was very powerful. After all, he was also in the emptiness realm. He had cultivated 3 great paths, which was very powerful. He could also represent the Yi clan. But now, he was pushed out. Obviously, the other party was showing mercy. If he went all out, he wouldn't be able to bear it at all. Yi Tianxing turned around and left. After Mr. Yi left, the elders of the other 4 magnates also came. Almost all of them had the same result as Yi Tianxing. They left the yard with fear and anger. Just wait patiently. As long as your family is willing to fork out the money, everything is simple. I'm never a person who can't live with money. Shi Jinxiang and the others smiled bitterly. They had never thought that after their wealth was taken away, they would become hostages in the hands of the other party. The other party would use them to extort money from their clans. No one had ever dared to do such a crazy thing. However, they witnessed it today. There was one person who dared to do such a thing. He didn't give the 5 magnates any face. No matter what the final result was, they would become a big joke. No one knew why the people of the 5 giants came and then returned, but they could clearly feel that they were all angry. They didn't know what the other party said. Not long after, they saw the 5 magnates. Now, all the patriarchs had come. It should be known that the current patriarchs were all experts with 5 great Daos at the Perfection Emptiness Realm. Something big has happened. Even the 5 patriarchs are here. It's a pity that it's daytime. They can't do anything at all. Are they going to sit down and drink tea? Whether it's tea or not, that guy has done something big. I guess the probability of him leaving Chaos City alive is very low. After the 5 patriarchs entered the yard, the outside was guarded. There was even an invisible tactical deployment that completely covered the yard. It was impossible to know what was going on inside. The 5 patriarchs were indeed very angry at this moment. They were also a little afraid. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this. How dare they control their sons and ask for money? This kind of thing was really rare. So it's the 5 patriarchs. You've mustered such a large force. I wonder what you've thought about it. One day, show me enough sincerity and I'll let them go. Otherwise, they won't have the qualifications to leave under my watch. When the 5 patriarchs arrived, they first looked at their sons. Seeing that they were fine, they were relieved. However, Yi Wuhan's father's face was the darkest. His son had become like this. Chapter 45-24. At this moment, the 5 powerhouses were very angry. No one had ever spoken to them like that. They even dared to tie up their people and demand money from them. This had never happened to them before. They were the powerhouses of Chaos City. Although there were only 5 powerhouses here, their influence couldn't be ignored. They had never thought that someone would be so daring. The person who kidnapped them still dared to come back so openly. However, they were helpless at this moment. Because it was daytime, they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. Because this was the rule set by the Holy King of Chaos. Whoever dared to break this rule at this time was equivalent to being the enemy of the Holy King of Chaos. As long as it was an enemy, it would be suppressed by the Holy King of Chaos. Hence, they could only stare coldly at this young man in front of them. Actually, it's fine if you don't pay, but they might lose their lives. Of course, I also welcome you to make a move at night, but I remember that you can't attack the mansion at night, so you can only stare. Of course, you can also play some tricks and see if you can take the 5 of them away from me. Lin Fei looked at the 5 powerhouses with a smile. As for the anger on the faces of the 5 powerhouses, Lin Fei completely ignored it. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't leave Chaos City. Since someone dared to make a move on him, he had to collect some interest no matter what. Who asked them to be powerhouses? All powerhouses were rich. If he missed such an opportunity, Lin Fei felt that he would really be struck by lightning. As for whether the 5 powerhouses' expressions were good or not, it really had nothing to do with him. After being said that, the 5 powerhouses were even more furious. You really intend to become enemies with the 5 of us? You have to know that this is Chaos City. When the time comes, don't even think about leaving here. As long as you hand over the people now, we will pretend that nothing happened and let you leave Chaos City. Although you are very powerful, it's not easy to leave this Chaos City. If the 5 of us really join forces, even a fly won't be able to escape. This might not be effective if others said it, but the words of the 5 powerhouses were really effective. They were also quite annoyed. But they had no choice. Their son had been kidnapped by this brat. Now, they could only ask this brat to release them first. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Although the death of a son wasn't a big deal, they would lose all their face. After all, they were big shots, and they were also Saint King level powerhouses. Although they couldn't make it into the top 100, they were still quite capable. Now that their son had been kidnapped and they couldn't do anything to the other party, it was quite embarrassing for them. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Looks like you're planning to threaten me. Go ahead then. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll cripple them and throw them out on the streets. I believe the people outside will be very interested. Lin Fei was really not afraid of these 5 giants at this time. As magnates, who would take these people who hadn't reached the emptiness realm seriously? However, this young man had the ability to do so. He had the ability. He was singing a tune with them, but they could only watch helplessly. They all knew that their son was always accompanied by experts. Now that these experts were gone, this brat's strength was indeed a bit strong. It was really a bit difficult to take his 5 sons away from him. Unless a Saint King took action, it was probably impossible. But how could a Saint King take action? How many Saint Kings were there in the entire Chaos City? Then how many spirit stones do you want? Just tell me. In the end, some giants compromised. They decided to listen first. Of course, they also hated Yi Wuhan in their hearts. This brat had caused trouble and they had to be dragged into it. If this brat hadn't put out a reward and made it known to everyone, their sons wouldn't have taken action. Speaking of this, they were also full of anger. This time, they had really been tricked by Yi Wuhan. The Saint King of the Yi clan could also feel the obvious change in the expressions of the other 4 Saint Kings. This was the Yi clan's fault. And this Saint King of the Yi clan was also very angry with his son. Why did he have to make such a big trouble? It was okay to drag people into the trouble. But it was a bit too much to drag them into the trouble. You are making the Yi clan's life difficult. When we go back, we must put him in confinement. Lock him up for 3 years. No, 3 years is too little. No matter what, we have to lock him up for 10 years. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Why didn't you say so earlier? Actually, I don't want to offend the 5 giants at all. After all, you are giants, and I am just a nobody. How can a nobody dare to offend a giant? Hearing this, they felt like they had been ridiculed. If you were a nobody, you wouldn't have tied up their son, and you wouldn't have said such words in front of their big shots. He was completely looking down on the giants. If they were outside, they would have slapped this guy in front of them to death. Unfortunately, this was Chaos City, and there were rules set by the Saint Kings. These rules didn't seem to be a big deal before, but now they felt that these rules were a little bad, very bad. I'm quite an easygoing person. Anyway, you're all tycoons with a lot of wealth. As long as each of you gives me 5 billion medium-level spirit stones, I'll pretend that nothing happened. At that time, I'll return my son to you. How about it? I'm a man of my word. Don't bargain with me. You should be thankful that I didn't give you 10 billion medium-level spirit stones. How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? So setting 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones for each of them was not too much. This number was neither too high nor too low. He believed that they would be very willing to pay it. 5 people would be 25 billion mid-grade spirit stones. It was definitely a huge sum of money. It might not be easy for ordinary forces to get it, but the giants felt that they had money. They were the owners of the land. If they couldn't take out this little bit of spirit stones, they would be embarrassing themselves. Although he was able to take a bite out of the giant, Lin Fei was still very restrained. It just happened to be in their minds, no more, no less. After hesitating for a while, they would definitely agree. 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones was indeed not a lot to the 5 giants, but when they thought about their sons. Not only did they not tie them up, but they also lost 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This made them want to kill someone. Chapter 45-25. Who can tell me what's going on inside? The 5 magnates all went in together. It's really rare to see 5 big shots together. Does that kid really have the capability to offend 5 magnates at one go? Does he want to leave Chaos City? Many people outside were paying attention to what was happening inside. Not long after, they saw the 5 magnates coming out. Apart from them, the 5 young masters were also brought out with dejected looks on their faces. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in disbelief. The 5 giants actually brought their kidnapped sons out. Could it be that they had reached some kind of deal? After the 5 magnates came out, they glanced at the crowd coldly. Then, they left with their sons. The scene had also returned to peace. But to the entire Chaos City, this was a rather inconceivable thing. In their opinion, the 5 tycoons must have done something to take the child away. The biggest possibility was that they had used money to buy them back. As for how many spirit stones they had used, no one knew. After all, the magnates would not leak out such a thing. But just when they thought that no one would leak out, the news came out. Each of the 5 magnates paid 5 billion spirit stones. The 5 magnates spent a total of 25 billion spirit stones to bring them out. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard about this. They could not believe that such a thing could happen. The 5 magnates actually paid spirit stones to bring them back. Didn't that mean that this kid had become a rich man in an instant? 25 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. Even many experts in the full circle of Void Realm could not take out so many spirit stones. The entire Chaos City was instantly stirred up again. Although Lin Fei didn't leave the courtyard, he knew that the news must have spread like wildfire outside. Although there were 5 big shots this time, the remaining big shot would definitely set this place on fire. So that the matter would be blown out of proportion. The bigger the matter was, the more embarrassed the 5 magnates would be. Sure enough, it's better this way. 25 billion spirit stones. I didn't spend a single cent on the Tongtian God Mountain and earned 20 billion. In fact, Lin Fei earned more than that. The 5 young masters were all quite wealthy, and now they all belonged to Lin Fei. So, Lin Fei's current net worth was extremely high. All in all, he was almost worth 40 billion spirit stones. Such a huge figure made Lin Fei a moving fat sheep. Everyone had their own ideas. Even the Sage King experts had their own ideas. After paying a small price, Lin Fei knew what the situation was like outside. After all, the waiters would not be against the spirit stones. So, after revealing the news, Lin Fei completely understood that someone was deliberately pushing the matter. Deliberately slapping the faces of the 5 magnates. As for which magnates, no one knew. However, such a secret could only be obtained by the 5 powerhouses. Don't think that this news could be kept a secret in Chaos City. In reality, it really couldn't be kept a secret. Looks like it's going to be difficult for me to leave this Chaos City. After obtaining such a batch of spirit stones from the 5 magnates, Lin Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Chaos City. The 5 giants would definitely make a move. Even if they didn't make a move, they would mobilize all their forces to deal with him. It would be fine if there was only one, but if there were 5 of them, not everyone would be able to handle it. After knowing that Lin Fei had a net worth of 25 billion yuan, and some people even suspected that Lin Fei already had a net worth of 30 billion yuan, everyone was shocked. For a moment, everyone was excited. Who knew how many people were watching from outside the courtyard? It could be said that all eyes were on them. As long as Yi Xian dared to leave Chaos City, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the crowd. Even if he could not get the biggest share, he would at least get a small piece. Previously, everyone suspected that Lin Fei had some wealth, but they couldn't confirm the number. In other words, it all depended on luck. But now, they didn't need to try their luck at all. As soon as they saw someone come out, they would attack. Naturally, they would be able to snatch the spirit stones. That was 25 billion mid-level spirit stones. Even if they could only snatch a few million or tens of millions, that would be great. So they kept their eyes on him. On the first night, someone went in to assassinate Yi Xian. Although they couldn't fight their way in, they couldn't say that they couldn't assassinate Yi Xian. That was kind of a tacit rule. As a result, countless people went in, but nothing happened. They didn't give up. As long as Lin Fei didn't come out, it would be fine. The assassination went on for 3 days. During these 3 days, they didn't see any magnates attack, but many people went in. But still, nothing happened inside. That pissed them off. But they were patient people. They didn't believe that the other party could stay inside forever. Just as they were about to make their move, Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. This time, everyone became excited. A big fish finally moved. Lin Fei walked out of Chaos City quickly as soon as he came out. He really walked as fast as a shadow. When they arrived at the gate of Chaos City, Lin Fei was already outside. Tens of thousands of people had gathered outside. They were all there to stare at Lin Fei, trying to dig a mouthful of meat out of him. When they started to chase Lin Fei instantly turned into a huge sword-intense storm. It swept over. Wherever the sword-intense storm passed, corpses were everywhere. No one was a match for it. Even the strongest Void World Master couldn't withstand the attack of this sword-intense storm. In this storm, Lin Fei seemed to have become the absolute powerhouse. And as the sword intent continued to wreak havoc, a big hand fell from the sky and slapped down hard. This slap. A big handprint appeared on the ground. And there was more than one such handprint. It turned out that there were Holy King powerhouses in Chaos City who attacked from afar. This kind of small trick was still possible. After 5 consecutive attacks, the flat ground outside was directly smashed into a huge deep pit. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei disappeared without any warning. No one could find a trace of him. It was as if he really disappeared into thin air. This time, everyone was a little surprised, even the 5 magnates. Could someone have escaped under their noses? One by one, they showed up. No matter what, they wanted to see him alive or dead. That was their minimum requirement. They had to get back the spirit stones that belonged to them. If they couldn't get them back, wouldn't they become a big joke? Chapter 45-26. The 5 giant powerhouses originally wanted to keep Lin Fei here. But when they made a move, they found that the kid had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where this kid left from. Anyway, with a palm strike, he was gone. This made the 5 giants quite angry. They began to search the nearby area. From 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, it became 100 kilometers. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find Lin Fei. It was as if he had really disappeared into thin air. For a moment, they wondered if they had killed him with a palm strike. Otherwise, why couldn't they find any trace of him? Logically speaking, it should be impossible. As a matter of fact, Lin Fei really did leave quietly. After taking 25 billion mid-grade spirit stones from them, Lin Fei knew that they would definitely make a move. The giants still wanted face. If they didn't take action to take him down, such a big piece of fat meat would be given away. It was equivalent to slapping the faces of the giants. So they had to make a move. They definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Unfortunately, in the end, they still left calmly. In order to leave calmly this time, Lin Fei also put in a lot of effort. Of course, the 5 giants still had their means, but his strength had reached the major completion now. He was not afraid of them at all, so he could leave. As soon as he left the chaotic country, Lin Fei directly returned to the Sky-reaching school. After learning about the existence of the Spirit World Mountain in the chaotic city, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Spirit World Mountain to take a look. If he could get the Sky-reaching Divine Mountain again, who knew this kind of thing? How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? And now, he could only rely on the Sky-reaching school to participate in the top 100 battle. At any rate, he was now a disciple of the Sky-reaching school, and a personal disciple. With such an identity, even if the 5 giants of the chaotic city knew about it later, his identity and status had already changed. They could only stare at him. After Lin Fei left the chaotic country, he directly returned to the sky-reaching school. Although he had accepted a mission to complete 3 experiential training missions, especially the second one, which required him to become a profound void stage expert, he had no choice but to accept it. There was a time limit of 3 years. However, for Lin Fei now, he could completely display the strength of an insightful emptiness stage expert. Even if he did not cultivate the Great Tao, he could still walk the path of body refinement. There was no need for one to cultivate the heart of the Great Tao and become an insightful emptiness realm expert to be considered an insightful emptiness realm expert. The body refinement Tao could still allow one to become a body refinement expert. At that time, he would be able to erupt with the strength of an insightful emptiness realm expert. As soon as Lin Fei returned to the Transcending Heaven Church, he was noticed by people. Lin Fei had offended a lot of people in the Transcending Heaven cult. Many disciples had some ideas about him, and some even had some opinions about him. That was why he had come up with such a difficult problem. Therefore, Lin Fei's return was immediately known by others. None of them had forgotten about the mission Lin Fei had accepted. Becoming an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years. How long had it been since he accepted the mission? Why had he returned? Could it be that he had chosen to give up? Situations like this had happened before. After all, the experiential training missions were too difficult. Sometimes, one would lose one's life. However, if one did not want to do it, the only thing one could do was to give up. If one gave up on the mission, one would also give up on the identity and status. Under normal circumstances, very few people would do this. When Lin Fei walked into the mission hall, everyone started to talk about him. After all, Lin Fei could be considered as a popular person now. It was hard to not know about it. Do you guys think that junior brother Lin Fei has come back to give up on the mission? I think the possibility is very high. I think he has really come back to give up on the mission. Becoming an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years is not something that anyone can do. Even if Lin Fei is very talented, it will be difficult for him to do so without the Great Tao heart. No one believed that Lin Fei could still become an insightful emptiness realm expert under such circumstances. This time, he had definitely come back to give up on the mission. Lin Fei naturally heard the discussions around him. However, he did not pay much attention to it. He arrived at the workbench. I am here to hand in the mission. I wonder how this mission is going to be tested. The deacon in charge of the mission was surprised. He remembered that Lin Fei had accepted a mission to become an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years. Now, only 1 month had passed. In less than 2 months, he had broken through so quickly. Seeing that Lin Fei did not have the aura of an insightful emptiness realm expert, the deacon could not help but feel puzzled. However, he still spoke very seriously. If junior brother Lin Fei has completed the mission, you can come inside to train. There is an insightful emptiness realm expert inside. As long as you can defeat him within a certain period of time, you will have the strength of an insightful emptiness realm expert. However, you cannot use treasures to do so. Then please lead the way. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by the people outside, and they were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Fei had really completed the mission. This surprised them a little. Could it be that Lin Fei had really become an insightful emptiness realm expert? If so, his talent and potential were too strong. Lin Fei and the deacon went all the way to the back. In front of a cage. There was actually an insightful emptiness realm demon in this cage. At this time, in addition to the deacon, there were several other deacons. They were all in charge of notarizing the mission. Junior brother Lin Fei, as long as you kill the insightful emptiness realm demon, you will have completed the mission. However, you only have 1 incense stick's worth of time. After this time, it will not count. As soon as the imprisoned demon saw Lin Fei, his eyes turned red and he roared. It won't be easy for you to kill me. I will kill you first. If I get out of this cage one day, I will definitely kill everyone in the Transcending Heaven Church. I know. Open the cage. It is just an insightful emptiness realm demon. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The door of the cage opened. The demon wanted to rush out but was blocked by the barrier. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the prison. As soon as he entered, the insightful emptiness realm demon turned into a black wind and attacked fiercely. Many claws appeared. Myriad demon claws. This was the powerful technique of this insightful emptiness realm demon. The claws were like divine weapons that could easily destroy the body of a human. It was also a technique that he was proud of. As soon as his technique arrived in front of Lin Fei, it was blocked by a barrier. It was simply difficult for him to move an inch. You have the nerve to put on airs in front of me with such strength. Eat my fist first. Lin Fei took a step forward and punched, penetrating the body of the insightful emptiness realm demon. Only a few people could see it clearly. Bang! Lin Fei spat out a sentence that was neither light nor heavy from his throat. Chapter 45-27. After punching through the physical body of the whole void demon, Lin Fei took another step forward and punched out once more. After a collapse symbol, the physical body of the demon was torn into pieces at an unbelievably fast speed. Before the few deacons outside could even react, this strong whole void demon was killed just like that. Even though the strength of this whole void demon was restricted to a certain extent, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to destroy his physical body. That was something that could only be done with treasures or the means of the Great Tao. There weren't many people who could do this barehanded. The few of them exchanged glances and a thought popped up in their minds. If I'm not wrong, junior brother Lin Fei should be walking on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. After hearing this, everyone's expression became a little strange. That can't be right. Junior brother Lin Fei is walking on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. I heard that almost no one has ever cultivated this Great Tao of body tempering. It's way too difficult. Only a few people can succeed and reach a certain height in it. All of you should know that the physical bodies of demons are extremely strong. If it's just the physical body alone, it would be hard to penetrate it. However, the Great Tao of body tempering is something that they walk on. They use their strength to break through the heavens. What they specialize in is their strength. When their strength is sufficient, they can penetrate through any physical body, let alone the physical body of demons. Therefore, the powerful beings of the ancient Great Tao of body tempering were extremely horrifying. They could shatter the heavens with a single punch and destroy the mountains and seas with a single punch. To think that there would be someone from the heavenly reaching church who walks on the Great Tao of body tempering. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing that. This was truly hard to believe. Since there was someone who walked on the ancient Great Tao, and it was the strongest Great Tao of body tempering. And also the most difficult. This was absolutely inconceivable. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Fei could kill those ringleaders in the demon's desert. It must definitely be because the Great Tao of body tempering had a strong defense and a strong physical body. Against demons, it was like having a godly weapon. I wonder if I've succeeded. Lin Fei walked out and remarked calmly. It also pulled everyone back from the shock. Junior brother Lin Fei, may I ask if you're walking on the iron body Tao? After all, it's really rare for you to kill a demon with your bare hands. Lin Fei nodded. I don't think there's anything great about walking the Great Tao, but the body refinement Great Tao is different. After that, they completely believed Lin Fei's words. This was a fellow who had walked on the ancient Great Tao. His vision was really far. When Lin Fei came out again, everyone raised their heads and looked around. I want to know the final result. No one knew what this knot was, because Lin Fei left right after he came out. The deacons also went to report to the higher-ups of the elders. This was big news. It had been a long time since anyone from the heavens reaching school had taken the path of body refining. There was no one like Lin Fei who had reached the insightful emptiness realm. They had no doubt that Lin Fei was the strongest existence in the insightful emptiness realm. The body refinement Great Tao was so unbelievably powerful. After Lin Fei came out of the hall, he returned to the mountain peak where he was. Su Tianqing came out immediately. Junior brother Lin Fei, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say that you're going to cultivate outside for 3 years? As soon as Su Tianqing finished speaking, he felt great pressure from Lin Fei. His heart skipped a beat as if he had a feeling that Lin Fei could kill him with one move. This feeling was even stronger than before. Isn't it just 3 years of cultivation to the insightful emptiness realm? It's too easy. I broke through as soon as I went out, so I came back immediately. Su Tianqing's eyes were wide open, but he still believed Lin Fei's words. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei. You've made great progress again. Those successors probably can't sleep in peace. Lin Fei naturally understood what they meant. After all, he had reached the insightful emptiness realm, so he was qualified to compete for the successor. He could even compete for the Supreme Sky list. The Supreme Sky list was the territory of the successors. They really can't sleep because I really want to have a good fight with these successors. After returning from this trip, Lin Fei did not plan on staying idle. He was ready to make a scene in the sky-reaching church. He wanted to raise his status. At that time, he could legitimately participate in the competition for the 100 Saints experts. The 100 Saints had to reach the level of a holy king. However, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and even a holy king could do nothing to him. However, Lin Fei did not want to expose so much for the time being. He would start by crushing the successors. He wanted everyone to know the power of his ancient body refinement Great Tao. With the strength of the insightful emptiness realm, he could defeat everyone in the insightful emptiness realm. At that time, he would be able to fight with a holy king. Spread the word for me. 3 days later, I will challenge the experts on the Supreme Sky list. Let them be prepared. Su Tianqing immediately became excited. Junior brother, don't worry. I will go out and spread the news for you now. I guarantee that they will be shocked. I heard that the successors on the Supreme Sky list are all arrogant and despotic. I guess they will not be able to sit still after hearing this. Su Tianqing was even more glad that he had followed the right person. As long as Lin Fei's strength was stronger, his status as his junior brother would also rise. Where could he find such a good thing? As expected, after Su Tianqing released the news, all the successors on the heavenly list took note of it. This was the first time that someone in the insightful emptiness realm wanted to challenge them, and he was a newcomer. The successors also arranged for people to inquire about the news. After inquiring, they confirmed that the newcomer, Lin Fei, was really planning to challenge the successors on the sky-reaching church list. He did not take the successors seriously at all. The successors were really a little annoyed. They also wanted to see how Lin Fei would challenge them. In a garden of the sky-reaching church. The sect leader of the sky-reaching church also heard the news. Of course, he did not hear that Lin Fei was going to challenge the successors on the Supreme Sky list. Instead, he knew that someone in the sky-reaching church had practiced the ancient great way of body refining. Moreover, he had stepped into the insightful emptiness realm. This was no small matter. Lin Fei is indeed practicing the great way of body refining. His body is unbelievably strong. No wonder the insightful emptiness demon was no match for him and his body was destroyed by one punch. I didn't expect that someone would finally practice the great way of body refining. In front of a light curtain. At the sight of this scene, sect leader Tong Tian was sure that a new extraordinaire had appeared in heaven's reaching church. Lin Fei is going to compete with the successors of the sky-reaching church. Should we? Sect leader Tong Tian said with a smile, those saints are really overestimating themselves. It's a good opportunity for Lin Fei to have a good fight with them and let them know that there's always someone stronger than them. Chapter 45-28. The news of Lin Fei's return spread like wildfire. There was also news that Lin Fei had passed the second mission's assessment, which also spread like wildfire. Who would have thought that this guy would successfully complete the task as soon as he came back? This made everyone a little incredulous. After all, not everyone could go from the Gold Core realm to the insightful Void realm. The time was too short, but there was no news from the other side. Compared to the last news, the first two news could only be said to be ordinary, and this news was the most important. That was, Lin Fei, the guy who completed 2 experience tasks, was actually going to challenge the saints on the Supreme list. All of a sudden, the chosen were infuriated. In the sky-reaching church, the saints had the highest status, second only to those elders. Any of them was qualified to break through to the Holy King realm. And now, an up-and-coming talent, Lin Fei, actually wanted to compete with them. He wanted to spar with them by name. This really made them feel that Lin Fei was too arrogant. Who didn't know that the Supreme List had always been controlled by their saints? After the news spread, it was quite lively. Countless people were guessing if Lin Fei's victory had gotten to his head. He actually dared to challenge the saints. If it was so easy to get on the Supreme List, so many disciples of the sky-reaching church would not be staring at it. Although there were only 100 places on the Supreme List, these 100 places were real and there were all kinds of resources. Who didn't want to be on the Supreme List? However, no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't become people on the Supreme List. Now that Lin Fei actually proposed to challenge these saints, everyone naturally felt that he was a little too ambitious. If it was really so easy to challenge, it would not be so deserted now. Everyone wanted to become a disciple on the Supreme List, but they didn't have the strength, so many people were ready to watch a joke. After a night's rest, Lin Fei felt refreshed. With his current strength and the divine tree of life, he could naturally recover to his peak state in one night. Now that he knew about the battle between the 100 Saints and Lin Fei, he naturally did not want to waste time on this matter. Although there was still some time, Lin Fei had to prepare in advance. Outsiders might not know, but Lin Fei was very clear in his heart. Early in the morning, Su Tianqing came in a hurry. "Junior brother Lin, I just received a piece of news. I'm afraid it's not good for you." Now, Su Tianqing had regarded Lin Fei as his biggest backer. Compared to others, Su Tianqing trusted Lin Fei more, because Lin Fei could help him rise, so he was very concerned about the internal affairs of the sect. Even the slightest sign of trouble would be kept in mind. "What news did you receive?" Lin Fei was quite curious. After all, he had asked Su Tianqing to release the news. As for what kind of impact it would have, Lin Fei didn't care much. To him, the strength of the successors on the Supreme List was nothing. Since those people now believed that he was walking on the ancient body refining Tao, Lin Fei naturally had to go as far as possible on this path. This way, he could better conceal the divine tree of life in his body. It's like this. Several successors on the Supreme List have already said that they want to spar with you on the sect's martial arts field. This news was not much to Lin Fei. They're quite interesting. I haven't even gone to look for them, but they came to me. Su Tianqing quickly added. I heard that these successors who took the initiative to challenge you don't want to succeed, and even more so don't want you to become an expert on the Supreme List, so they're prepared to cripple you. Lin Fei finally understood why Su Tianqing was so anxious. It was impossible not to be anxious. It's not that easy for them to cripple me. Come, let's go to the martial arts field and have a good fight with these successors. At the same time, he wanted to see how they would cripple him. Lin Fei also knew that his existence had touched the cake of many people. Because many people didn't want him to return to the sky-reaching school. If it weren't for the trip to Chaos City, Lin Fei really wouldn't have thought of returning. However, he had to take advantage of the sky-reaching school to participate in the Battle of the 100 Sages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this opportunity. Who knew when he would be able to go to the spiritual realm mountain again? For Lin Fei, time was strength, and he must not delay. When Lin Fei and Su Tianqing arrived at the martial arts field, there were already many people gathered here. When they saw Lin Fei coming over, their eyes lit up. They were a little stunned by Lin Fei's words. He actually wanted to challenge these successors after completing the second trial task. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? Who didn't know that these successors were tyrannical and a little terrifying? He's that junior brother Lin Fei. I don't think there's anything great about him. You don't say. Lin Fei is really strong. He rejected the invitation of the Immortal Gang and the Elysium. Then he has some ability, but this time he will probably lose miserably. Who doesn't know that the Sky-reaching list is the territory of the successors? They definitely won't allow outsiders to enter the Sky-reaching list. I don't think Lin Fei will be able to withstand the attacks of a few holy sons. If the foundation is shaken, it will be a huge loss. Who doesn't know that the duels between successors are quite cruel? Those who are not strong enough will be suppressed. When the surrounding people saw that Lin Fei had arrived, they all started discussing. After all, this was not a small matter. There were more and more people on the martial arts field. Everyone was free and came to watch the fun. Su Tianqing said secretly, "Those are the successors over there. They should be the ones who will fight." On a high platform on the far left, there were many people standing. However, compared to the people below, the high platform seemed a lot more deserted. Numerous gazes were cast over, filled with a large amount of information. After a glance, Lin Fei confirmed that these were the successors. Their strength was not at the complete emptiness realm or the great emptiness realm. It was really rare to see someone in the late emptiness realm. One could imagine that these successors had a very solid foundation. It was no wonder that they could look down on all the heroes. They were influential people just by standing there. Although there were not many successors, only 8 or 9 of them, it was basically impossible to see them during normal times. With a single step, Lin Fei arrived on top of a huge arena. This arena was made of pure stone. This stone was also a special kind of stone that was extremely hard. Even the power of the Great Tao would not be able to blast it open. I'm Lin Fei. I want to have a good duel with the successors. Whoever defeats me will get 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Chapter 45-29. As soon as Lin Fei's words came out, everyone was shocked. Did I hear it wrong? 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Does this guy have so much wealth? Junior brother Lin Fei is really rich. He actually has 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. I want to go up and have a good fight with junior brother Lin Fei. With these 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, I can buy a lot of magic treasures and cultivation methods. I didn't expect junior brother Lin Fei to be so rich. It's really exciting. Fortunately, I'm here. No matter who it was, 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones was indeed a considerable number. For cultivators like them, it could buy a lot of good things. And those successors who were originally whispering to each other also became spirited. They were not interested in defeating Lin Fei, but if they had 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, it would be completely different. This was a free benefit for him. To them, it wasn't difficult at all to obtain this benefit. Where else could they find such a good thing? They all had to thank Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei has really decided to take out 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is not a small number. A successor said. Lin Fei chuckled. 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones is nothing. I, Lin Fei, dare to challenge your successor. Naturally, I have to have some wealth. This is called interaction. As long as you can defeat me, you can naturally take away 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei waved his hand and everyone heard a clattering sound. A mountain of mid-grade spirit stones appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One by one, they took a deep breath and their eyes began to shine. Oh my God, there are really 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is simply a mountain and the quality is not low. There's no harm if there's no comparison. I've been in Heaven's Reaching Church for 13 years, but I barely have hundreds of millions of medium-grade spiritual stones. I've not imagined that junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei has 3 billion medium-grade spiritual stones. There was nothing more tempting than spirit stones. Those saints thought that Lin Fei was joking. But now, they were finally sure that Lin Fei really had 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. As for whether or not he was out of his mind, no one knew. For them, the opportunity to earn a large sum of money had come. Don't think that they, the saints, are rich, but their consumption is huge. With the 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones as a subsidy, his life would be much better. The Holy Sons looked at each other and began to compete with each other. Everyone hoped to be the first to land on the stage and have a good fight with Lin Fei. Since junior brother Lin Fei is so interested, then I, Xia Yuanzi, would like to seek guidance from you. A figure flew over. In midair, a path blocked the way. I've been looking forward to meeting junior brother Lin Fei for a long time. I'll definitely be the first to fight with him. You, Xia Yuanzi, can take a rest first. The saints, who were originally nonchalant, were now fighting with each other. They wanted to be the first to land on the stage. They had some understanding of Lin Fei's strength. How strong could he be? He was just an insightful emptiness realm expert. It would be easy to defeat him. They definitely couldn't let others take advantage of such a good thing. Therefore, everyone was fighting with each other. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. It was within reason. 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Who didn't want to be the first to land on the stage and have a good fight with Lin Fei? Although to them, this exchange of blows was nothing much. At the very least, it would make them feel excited. Lin Fei didn't believe that these people wouldn't take the bait. It would take a long time to accumulate 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. He was the only one who had the guts to ask for these spirit stones from a big shot. As for Lin Fei taking out 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, he was definitely planning to make a killing. These saints were the best fat sheep to be slaughtered. After a round of fighting, a figure landed on the stage. It was Xia Yuanzi, who had spoken first. Xia Yuanzi was suave and young. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and was rather charming. I heard that you've just entered the paradise realm. As your senior brother, I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Xia Yuanzi opened the folding fan in his hand and spoke unhurriedly. Xia Yuanzi was filled with glee. What was supposed to be a very ordinary thing had actually allowed him to earn a large sum of money. After defeating Lin Fei, he would be able to take the 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones and give a few hundred million to the saints. Then, they would have nothing to say. He, Xia Yuanzi, was rather good at dealing with people. As for Lin Fei, he didn't think much of him at all. Did he think that he could challenge their saints just because he had some ability? You're thinking too much. Which one of them hadn't been challenged before? Since senior brother is so generous and wants me to fight, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xia Yuanzi. He threw a punch. When Lin Fei made his move, many saints were surprised. Don't you use Dao? Why are you using close-range techniques? Don't you know that the saints' Dao defensive techniques are very powerful? No one can get close to them. Lin Fei had really cultivated too much. Xia Yuanzi conjured 5 layers of Dao defense, forming a barrier. So, junior brother Lin Fei is a close-range expert. However, my Dao defense is not to be trifled with. Boom! The 5 barriers were instantly penetrated by the punch. Lin Fei used his fist as a palm and slapped Xia Yuanzi's body. A powerful force exploded within Xia Yuanzi's body. The 5 layers of power collapsed instantly. Xia Yuanzi was sprawled on the ground. Actually, my close-range techniques are also quite powerful. It's just that I don't usually use them. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, senior brother. Lin Fei was all smiles as he slapped Xia Yuanzi's back again. Xia Yuanzi, who was about to struggle to get up, spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't even activate the 5 Dao. I almost forgot to tell you, senior brother. It's not that easy to get my 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. You have to pay an entrance fee of 500 million. I believe senior brother won't mind, right? Lin Fei smiled and touched Xia Yuanzi's ring. How dare you? Lin Fei slapped down again, and it was another loud bang. Xia Yuanzi spat out another mouthful of blood. If you don't pay, I'll just take it. I've already taken out 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. If you don't take out 500 million, it'll be too much. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xia Yuanzi felt like he had been cheated. This Lin Fei was too evil. Chapter 45-30. The entire place fell silent. No one had expected Lin Fei to ask for 500 million mid-grade spirit stones after defeating Xia Yuanzi. This was no different from robbery. Did I hear wrongly? Lin Fei wants Xia Yuanzi to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones? That's a little too arrogant. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, but I know that Lin Fei is really strong. I also think that Lin Fei is very strong. Look, Xia Yuanzi doesn't have any ability to resist in close combat. To the other Chosens, Lin Fei's method was too overbearing. Not only did he defeat Xia Yuanzi, he even wanted him to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. This showed them some of Lin Fei's methods. This guy's strength was really strong. Without using the power of the Great Tao, his strength was actually so strong. No wonder Xia Yuanzi couldn't take it. At this moment, they were glad that they weren't the first to attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. On the contrary, Xia Yuanzi was a little unlucky. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Xia Yuanzi didn't intend to give it to him, but he had no choice. Lin Fei wouldn't let him down. If he didn't take out 500 million mid-grade spirit stones, who knew what kind of torture he would have to face? Don't think that Lin Fei couldn't do it. He really could. Xia Yuanzi had no choice but to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and step down helplessly. He couldn't keep his face any longer. After a round of snatching, he actually suffered such a loss. Lin Fei waved his hand and threw the 500 million mid-grade spirit stones on top of the 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. As the junior brother, I take out 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. As the senior brothers of the Chosens, it's not a big deal for me to take out 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, if you guys really lose, the number of spirit stones will only increase. See? It's already 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones now. After hearing this, the other Chosens were instantly tempted. Previously, they thought that Lin Fei was a little sinister, but now it seemed that he was quite good. 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones had turned into 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Where else could he find such a good deal? After exchanging glances, the few saints became even more determined. Wasn't it just that he was slightly stronger in close combat? They all had great path defenses, so they were not afraid that Lin Fei would be able to get close to them. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed junior brother Lin Fei. You're indeed capable. Allow me to test you then. While the other holy sons were distracted, another holy son had taken the initiative to land on the arena. This caused the remaining Chosen to curse in their hearts. He actually took advantage of the fact that they hadn't come back to their senses to take the first step. This was simply too unkind. Although junior brother Lin Fei is so powerful, I won't follow Xia Yuanzi's example and ask you to fight. This saint was rather smart. He was not like Xia Yuanzi, who was already on his guard. As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Tao unfolded. 5-direction Great Seal, suppress in one go. The 5 Great Tao combined and instantly turned into a square seal, which smashed down. This guy had some tricks up his sleeves. He did not give Lin Fei any chance at all. Lin Fei raised his hand and blocked the 5-direction Great Seal with his palm. His other hand punched out. The sky full of sword light gathered together and surged down. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Fei was an expert in close combat, but they almost forgot that he actually had a powerful sword technique. This sword technique was unbelievably fast, and it exploded in front of the saint. It was like a torrent. It did not stop at all. The Holy Son did not even notice that Lin Fei had such a trick up his sleeve. He was attacked by the sword intent in one move. He crashed into the side of the arena. A huge palm print directly pressed on his body. The 5 Great Tao collapsed instantly. Sorry, it seems that I've won again. Compared to the previous few times, the speed this time was much faster. It was so fast that the saint did not even have time to react before he lost directly. The people below all sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally realized something. This junior brother Lin Fei was really strong. He could even defeat a saint so easily. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei's strength was enough to fight for the top of the heavenly ranking? Xia Yuanzi, who stood far away and did not leave, had an ugly expression. But at this moment, he was gloating a little. Do you really think that I'm not strong enough? This guy is too strong. The more people lose, the more face I get. Xia Yuanzi did not lose previously, so he was naturally arrogant. Now that he had lost to Lin Fei, he could not wait for the other saints to be like him. This way, there was no need to say who was on the losing end. They were all the same. Lin Fei's pile of middle-grade spirit stones increased to 4 billion. Everyone was tempted by it. Although the saints were a little wary of Lin Fei, they were all attracted by the spirit stones. No matter what, they had to get the spirit stones first. Hence, the saints started to get on the stage one after another. And the bustle of this place spread like wildfire. The heavenly reaching school was huge. First, the personal disciples came, and then some deacons and elders started to appear in the surroundings. It was rare to see such a big scene. This Lin Fei is really strong. I didn't expect him to defeat so many saints so quickly. I think this one probably won't make it. This should be the 7th saint. The spirit stones are almost at 5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is really a big scene. At this rate, the top 10 saints might all make a move soon. Another saint had been defeated by Lin Fei, and he was accumulating more and more medial-grade spirit stones. Everyone who saw it was tempted. Even the elders were a little tempted by it. This scene was a little bigger than they thought. No one could figure out what Lin Fei was thinking. Some of the higher-ups and elders received the news. Rumor had it that Lin Fei walked the ancient great way of body tempering. He was extremely strong, and he walked the ancient way of breaking the heavens with strength. However, his strength was really a little too strong. According to this situation, there were not many saints on the heavenly reaching list who could withstand Lin Fei's attack. Sect leader, junior brother Lin Fei's strength is indeed quite strong. Not only is his strength strong, but his sword intent is also strong. He completely relies on his accumulation to crush his opponent head-on. In this arena, he has the upper hand. In the void, there were also a few figures looking at this arena, and among them was the sect leader of the heavenly reaching school. The stronger Lin Fei is, the more interesting it will be. Shukju website. Chapter 45-31. It was supposed to be a small matter. As the spirit stones piled up, it was like a small mountain. This was a huge stimulation for everyone. Moreover, to the saints, if you said 2 or 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, they might eat it. This thing was neither too high nor too low, they could take it or not. But if it suddenly reached 6 or 7 billion, the situation would be completely different. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei defeated 10 saints. These saints were of varying strength, but their rankings were not low. The strongest one was already ranked 60th. They all had 5 great daos, but the techniques they had were much stronger. Lin Fei also realized that the gap between the holy sons wasn't that big. It was impossible to say that there wasn't a gap between them. The middle-grade spirit stones beside Lin Fei's arena had successfully accumulated to 8 billion. It was really piling up like a mountain. For a moment, there were not many saints who dared to attack. Because no one could see through Lin Fei's techniques. Forget about close combat, he also had a powerful sword technique. He relied on his strength to suppress his opponents. If you guys want to deal with Lin Fei, the only way is to make him stay where he is. That way, you will have a chance of winning. Junior brother Lin's accumulation is too thick. I can't imagine how much power is stored in his physical body. It's simply endless. These were the laments of the defeated saints. They had never seen someone with such a thick accumulation. They had no means at all. Their attacks were easily blocked by Lin Fei. On the contrary, Lin Fei's methods made them unable to block them at all. That was the most important thing. Although there were other saints present, they did not dare to step up at this moment. It was indeed a little difficult to deal with. They could not see any chance of winning. Based on their guesses, Lin Fei's strength was at least ranked 40th or 50th on the heavenly roll. This was already a huge deterrent. They are coming. After one of the saints mentioned it, a few batches of people rushed over. After getting a clear look at them, their expressions grew serious. They knew that they wouldn't have a chance to make a move. Junior brother Lin Fei's real opponent had arrived. Lin Fei, who was standing in the arena, also noticed the situation. Because after those waves of people came over, there was a short period of silence. This silence proved one thing. He has a powerful background. After squinting his eyes slightly, he saw who it was and couldn't help but laugh. The person I want to fight is finally here. Previously, the saints and the others were not strong enough. With the status of the saints, it was indeed not a problem for them to crush the lower realms. But for Lin Fei, they really couldn't do it. They were far behind. The only ones that could pique his interest were the top 10 experts. At this moment, there were a few saints whose auras were extremely powerful. Among these saints, Lin Fei saw a few familiar faces. For example, the Northern Heaven Immortal of the Immortal Gang. Zhu Chen of the Heavenly Gates. These two were the only ones that Lin Fei recognized, but the other group of people seemed a bit unfamiliar. After these three groups of people arrived, there was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Obviously, these three groups of people were the most powerful on the sky-reaching list. Lin Fei didn't forget the recruitment of the Immortal Gang and Elysium. They were considered the strongest groups in the sky-reaching church. Now it seemed that there were not just two, but three such groups. Of course, there might be more than one. This didn't matter to Lin Fei. He just wanted the more powerful the saints were, the better. Only then could he prove his strength. To prove his potential, he believed that the higher-ups of the sky-reaching church must be watching in secret. After these three groups of people landed, they stood in three positions, forming a triangle. Northern Heaven Immortal was also in the Immortal Gang, and he was considered an elite. But after seeing Lin Fei, he understood why he had rejected the Immortal Gang's recruitment. Lin Fei's strength was tyrannical, and he had defeated 10 saints in one go. More importantly, he had taken out 3 billion medium spirit stones, plus the 5 billion medium spirit stones he had obtained, which made a total of 8 billion medium spirit stones. Not everyone was willing to put such a huge sum of spirit stones here. At the very least, Northern Heaven Immortal couldn't do it. In his heart, he was also very envious and jealous. This guy, who had no backing, actually improved faster than him. This was a big blow to him. Zhu Chen, who was on the Elysium side, also felt the pressure. He had really misjudged Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength was far from what he had seen. Everyone had been deceived by Lin Fei, and now Lin Fei's wings had grown. At the start, when he heard about this, Zhu Chen didn't really believe it. But now, he really believed it. This Lin Fei was really a cunning guy. I see that many people have come. The 8 billion medium spirit stones are here. Who wants to come down and take it? If there is no one else, then I will leave. It's 8 billion medium spirit stones. Lin Fei wasn't very sure. Where did these people come from? It didn't matter to him. He believed that they would all make a move. 8 billion medium spirit stones wasn't something that anyone could sit still. If he defeated a few more people, then he would be able to collect 10 billion medium spirit stones. Whoever won would be able to get it for free. Su Tianxing, who was standing around the arena, had a face full of excitement. Junior brother Lin Fei was really mighty and domineering. Even the three strongest groups of the heaven-reaching church had come. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have to hang in there. Lin Fei's words were quite effective. After the three groups arrived, everyone knew that the Real show was about to begin. As expected of someone who could reject our immortal gang. I didn't expect you to have such great potential. You even have such a big game. Our immortal gang has learned something new. At that moment, a green-clothed young master from the immortal gang laughed. Even if it was just a short sentence, it made everyone feel like a king had descended. I am the leader of immortal gang, Gue. Lin Fei was the most unfamiliar with the immortal gang. Just now, he had already noticed this green-robed young man. Indeed, his aura was very strong, and he had the aura of a leader. I didn't expect that I, Lin Fei, would have such a big face to be able to make the sect leader of immortal gang come over. In that case, I really want to challenge the sect leader. After all, you are an expert in the top 5 of the Supreme Heaven list. Lin Fei turned to look at Gue. This Gue was ranked 3rd on the Tong Tian list. Lin Fei was well aware of this. It was really very strong. Shukju website. Chapter 45-32. Whether it was the Immortal Gang, Heaven Gate, or even the Sky Phoenix Gang, all of their attention was on Lin Fei. As for the insightful Emptiness Realm experts, the arena became very lively with the participation of 3 big gangs. Especially Gue of the Immortal Gang, Luo Yuan of the Sky Phoenix Gang, and Feng of the Sky Phoenix Gang. The meaning behind this was completely different. These 3 were the top 5 experts on the Heaven list. Why were they the top 5 experts, and not the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd? There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Heaven-reaching school, but 2 of them were very strong, firmly occupying the position of the eldest and second apprentice brothers. They never changed. Their origins were also very mysterious. Usually, they wouldn't even see them. Even so, just the 3 of them were enough to make Lin Fei feel a great deal of pressure. These billions of middle-grade spirit stones would have to be given away no matter what. These 3 hadn't fought for a long time, so everyone was looking forward to it. Actually, Lin Fei was also looking forward to the 3 of them fighting. They were a big fat sheep. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Unfortunately, Gue of the Immortal Gang was also very smart to be able to sit in the 3rd position. Although he had brought people here, he had never thought of fighting personally. What was Lin Fei's status? What was his status? Although Lin Fei's strength had increased very quickly, in Gui's opinion, it was still too early for him to fight. As your apprentice brother, I think I'll pass. Back then, there were many people from the Immortal Gang who wanted to spar with you. I hope that apprentice brother Lin Fei can grant their wish so that they can feel stronger. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that Gue was indeed quite capable. It would be a little difficult to fight with him. It would also be difficult to take advantage of him. He would probably have to wait for the next time. After Gue finished speaking, Heaven Gate's sect master Luo Yuan also said, I have the same thoughts as senior brother Gue. No matter what, junior brother Lin Fei is very strong. Our Heaven Gate's people also want to experience it. Spirit stones are not important, we just want to let them know that a new expert has arrived on the Heavenly Pass list. Compared to the last one, Phoenix of the Sky Phoenix Gang was a little different from the previous 2. Because she was his only senior sister. However, senior sister was different from others. She was born with abnormal pupils, and her silver hair was very special. We, the Heavenly Phoenix faction, are just here to watch the fun and get to know junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei by the way. After all, you are also a member of our heavenly reaching church. Initially, everyone thought that since the 3 major sects had arrived, they would definitely attack Lin Fei. In fact, even their sect masters and sect masters would take action. But they didn't expect it to be like this, which really surprised them. Lin Fei heard some hostility from the tone of the 2 senior brothers from the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Sect. Although it was not very obvious, they regarded him as a competitor. As for the senior sister of the Sky Phoenix faction, she was a little surprised. She showed a trace of friendliness, but no matter what, they still had to fight. I am very satisfied to be recognized by my senior brothers. In this case, I will accompany you to the end. You can send whoever you want to fight. Don't be polite. I am not good at other things, but I have great strength. Lin Fei was quite clear about their purpose. Since the big ones didn't want to fight, Lin Fei could only fight with the small ones. He felt a few tyrannical auras from the two gangs. No wonder the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Sect had such great influence. They had gathered more than half of the experts of the Heavenly Reaching Church. Although it seemed that there were not many of them, Lin Fei could still see that. Then let the Immortal Gang do it. If the people of the Immortal Gang are no match for junior brother Lin, then let the people of the Heavenly Sect do it. This is called fairness. Gue Yi was quite good at talking. Luo Yuan didn't have any objection. They were going to fight anyway. They just wanted to suppress Lin Fei and let him know that they could suppress most people in the Heavenly Reaching Church and even in the Heavenly Reaching list. Even Lin Fei was the same. Otherwise, Lin Fei had risen so fast that he was almost on equal footing with them, which was definitely not what they wanted to see. Even Feng Yi of the Sky Phoenix faction was here. This little girl was not so easy to deal with. Obviously, she had taken a fancy to Lin Fei's ability. Otherwise, Feng Yi would not be so kind as to come forward. They had been fighting with Feng Yi for so long. Although the Sky Phoenix faction was not as good as the two gangs, they had always been behind and had left the gangs behind. However, Feng Yi had some background and couldn't be recruited. This was really troublesome. The Immortal Gang was the first to send out an expert. When this expert was sent out, the people below were a little surprised. As expected of the Immortal Gang. They sent out the Thunder King, who is ranked 10th on the Heavenly Reaching list. Gosh, is he the Thunder King who is ranked 10th? I heard that he has cultivated a first-rank Great Tao. The Great Tao of Thunder has the power of destruction. This time, Lin Fei has really met his match. The Immortal Gang was rather capable. They had sent out the Thunder King, who was ranked 10th on the Heavenly Reaching list. It was a tall and sturdy man. He floated down from the sky. Lightning flickered around his body and he looked rather mighty. This Thunder King was rather strong. Before he even made a move, he was already giving off a strong sense of oppression. He looked at Lin Fei and raised his hand. A sky full of lightning bolts came crashing down. These lightning bolts were as thick as water buckets. When they landed, the void trembled. The people in the distance were secretly shocked. The Thunder King, who was ranked 10th, indeed lived up to his name. Under the lightning, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. There was no great path around him. He just allowed the lightning to land on him and wander around his body. Under normal circumstances, if the lightning wandered around his body, his physical body would definitely collapse. Even if the other party showed mercy, he would still be seriously injured. However, after the lightning wandered around, it didn't leave any trace. Even though Lin Fei was drowned in these lightning bolts, he seemed to be fine. As expected of the Thunder King, who is ranked 10th on the Heavenly Reaching list. This lightning is indeed very comfortable. When you are free, come over and help me relax a little. It's rare to see such enjoyment. Lin Fei said casually. His words didn't make the people present laugh. That was lightning, a Tier 1. Although the Thunder King had cultivated a Tier 1 great path, it was destructive and overbearing. It wasn't something that just anyone could endure. The Thunder King, who was in the sky, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Using his lightning to relax? He was treating me like a free labor. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45-33. The Thunder King was shocked. Everyone else was shocked as well. That was a powerful Great Tao of Thunder. Just one round of the Great Tao of Thunder was enough to destroy all traces. This was a truly large-scale attack. They had never seen anyone like Lin Fei before. For a moment, they all thought that the Great Tao of Thunder was fake. But the destructive aura of the Great Tao of Thunder was telling them that it was not fake. It was real. Anyone who looked down on the Great Tao of Thunder would be in big trouble. Gue Yi of the Immortal Gang was also watching the Thunder King make his move. He knew that the Thunder King was one of the stronger ones in the Immortal Gang. Even though it was only one great Tao, it was still a great Tao. Once the great Tao of thunder appeared, the heavens and earth would shatter. That was not something anyone could handle. The news from the higher-ups was right. This guy is probably on the ancient great Tao of body tempering. Gue knew what the people below him didn't know. After all, he had many higher-ups and elders behind him. Previously, Gue didn't really believe it. Who didn't know that the ancient great Tao of body tempering was too difficult to cultivate? It was really too difficult to have a strong physical body. Up until now, all the body refiners that had attained their current status were all because of various coincidences or the consumption of medicinal materials of the heavens and the earth. It was really rare for someone like Lin Fei to walk step by step at such a young age. I'm afraid that the Thunder King won't be able to stop Lin Fei. Gue was tempted by the billions of mid-grade spirit stones. But more than that, he wanted to test Lin Fei's true strength. Now, he knew that Lin Fei was indeed quite capable. With such a strong and invincible body, he would shine brightly in the spirit realm in the future. Such a person could not be stopped. On Guiyi's side, Luo Yuan was able to see through Lin Fei's background. On Heaven's Gate's side, Luo Yuan's analysis was more or less complete as well. He was basically the same as Guiyi, marveling at Lin Fei's invincible physical body. Even a destructive force like the Great Tao of Thunder couldn't do anything to him. Perhaps only a higher-level Great Tao could do anything to him. Then, it was certain that Lin Fei was on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. Luo Yuan felt like cursing. In the entire spiritual realm, there were very few people who walked the path of body tempering, and there were even fewer who had any achievements. Those who could cultivate to the Golden Core realm were considered quite good. Let alone reaching the insightful emptiness realm. Luo Yuan paid even more attention to Feng. That Feng had probably attached even more importance to this matter. In the future, the three major sects would probably have to make a move. As the leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Gang, Feng naturally had the thought of suppressing the Celestial Gang and Elysium. However, she had never been able to do so. Their strengths were almost the same. However, in terms of overall strength, there was a huge gap. Now that he saw Lin Fei carrying the Thunder Great Path with his physical body, he finally realized that Lin Fei was someone worth roping in. If they had Lin Fei's help, they might really be able to have a head-on battle with the Immortal Sect. The Thunder Sovereign was infuriated, and the might of the Great Tao of Lightning that he unleashed became even stronger. All of the Great Path of Thunder transformed into a Thunder Giant. As soon as the Thunder Giant appeared, it brought with it a terrifying power. A huge axe chopped down. Lightning flashed. Lin Fei spread open his palm and blocked the attack. The huge axe landed on Lin Fei's palm. The endless power of thunder swept over like a turbine, as if it was going to grind Lin Fei's palm into pieces. Lin Fei's palm was emitting a faint radiance, yet it was as stable as Mount Tai. On the contrary, Lin Fei raised his palm and the Great Tao of Lightning was destroyed. This Great Tao of Lightning is useless. Lin Fei shook his head lightly and instantly appeared behind the Thunder Sovereign. The Thunder Sovereign was momentarily stunned. He was in disbelief. So fast. A palm landed on his body. Instantly, the Great Tao of Lightning around him collapsed. His entire body smashed onto the ground, causing a huge tremor. Quite a number of people felt a sense of trepidation. If that palm had landed on them, they probably wouldn't have been able to take it. Even the Thunder Sovereign's body couldn't take it. Junior brother Lin Fei, good move. Our Celestial Gang admits defeat. Gue didn't let the Thunder Sovereign attack again. With a single palm, the Thunder Sovereign retreated with a dark expression. This was the first time the Thunder Sovereign had suffered such a loss. His Great Tao of Lightning was actually useless and couldn't even shake his opponent's body. He already knew who he had met. Thank you for letting me win. That's all I can do. Lin Fei turned his gaze and looked at Luo Yuan of Sky Gate. I wonder who your Sky Gate is sending down. I hope someone strong will come. Luo Yuan had seen it clearly. Lin Fei's body was strong and so was his physical strength. He was able to destroy the great Tao of lightning with a single palm. His defense was indeed terrifying. I'm just here to watch the show. Since the Thunder Sovereign of Celestial Gang can't compare to you, the others might not be able to either. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei, for making it to the Sky ranking. Luo Yuan had become crafty at this moment. How could he continue to relax? Didn't he see that the Thunder Sovereign had suffered such a huge loss? His injuries weren't very serious, but it was still a disgrace to the Celestial Gang. His Sky Gate also had experts, but even the Thunder Sovereign couldn't do it. Luo Yuan couldn't possibly let the Celestial Gang fight personally. There was no point in that. He might as well not fight. The moment Luo Yuan's words left his mouth, Feng started ridiculing him. Senior brother Luo, this doesn't suit your temperament. Your Sky Gate isn't the biggest in the world. Our Sky Gate is the biggest. You should at least send someone down to spar with junior brother Lin Fei. Feng was even more interested in Lin Fei now. Luo Yuan smiled and shook his head. Forget it. It's so boring. All we need to know is that junior brother Lin Fei is also on the Sky ranking. Feng rolled her eyes at Luo Yuan. Lin Fei also felt that it was a pity. He didn't expect the Sky Gate to be so crafty. They actually didn't send anyone up. With just a few words of praise, he knew that the others wouldn't make a move. As for the Sky Phoenix Gang, they wouldn't send their female juniors over. They were purely here to join in the fun. Lin Fei sighed softly. Sigh, it's hard to even find someone to spar with. An expert is lonely and invincible. At this moment, everyone started to agree with what Lin Fei had said. The Tongtian sect leader, who was in the void, laughed. This kid is interesting. No one knew this better than the Tongtian sect leader. This junior brother Lin Fei was indeed quite powerful. His physical body was strong enough. His physical body was probably at the level of a Sage King. It was indeed somewhat shocking. Chapter 45-34. Lin Fei was really in the limelight, crushing the experts on the Supreme Sky list. Even though Lin Fei's ranking wasn't very certain, everyone guessed that junior brother Lin Fei's strength had already reached the level of the top 10 of the heavenly list. At the very least, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to be in the top 6 or 7. Unfortunately, this time, Gue of Immortal Gang and Luo Yuan of Elysium didn't make a move. Otherwise, everyone would definitely know where Lin Fei's limit was. Junior brother Lin Fei, congratulations. When are you free? Come to our Sky Phoenix Gang and have some tea. We can have a good chat. Feng was quite straightforward. After the two of them left, she took the initiative to come up. When I'm free, I'll definitely pay a visit to your Heavenly Phoenix Gang. Lin Fei had some impression of this Feng. Feng smiled and left. Lin Fei brought these mid-grade spirit stones back to the mountain where he was. 3 days later, the Supreme Sky list was updated. Lin Fei made it to the top 10 of the Supreme Sky list in one go. Everyone knew that this ranking wasn't very accurate, but to be able to sit at the top 10 all of a sudden, he was indeed quite capable. As for Lin Fei, he went from a personal disciple to a saint. There were only 100 successors in the entire Sky-reaching church. Of course, there were strong successors and weak successors. Lin Fei was a strong successor who ranked 10th among them. The happiest person was Su Tianqing. Everyone knew that he had a powerful junior brother called Lin Fei. Anyone who saw him would be courteous. He was a person who could fight against the 3 great gangs. Who knew when he would be able to build a powerful gang in one go? Everyone had no doubt about this. It was estimated that only the eldest and second senior brothers could deal with Lin Fei. It was a pity that these 2 senior brothers disappeared all year round. That was why the 3 big gangs dominated the world. In addition, the Sky-reaching church didn't really care about this, so the 3 big gangs still had considerable influence. Now, with the appearance of Lin Fei, all the holy sons of the sky-reaching church felt that the situation was different. This was truly a ferocious person. Lin Fei did not really care about being ranked 10th on the heavenly list. To him, this ranking did not matter. What he wanted was the effect, and it seemed that the effect was quite good. At least he had become a saint now. As long as he had the qualifications, he would be satisfied. Lin Fei could guess what would happen next. Originally, Lin Fei thought that the sect head of the heavens-reaching church would like to meet him. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. However, Lin Fei was sure that Tong Tian must have come on that day. This could be hidden from others, but it definitely could not be hidden from Lin Fei. He could still feel a powerful aura standing in the void and witnessing everything. Is Saint Lin Fei here? When everyone in the heaven-reaching school knew that there was a holy son like Lin Fei, a middle-aged man came to the mountain peak where Lin Fei was. This middle-aged man was dressed in black and had a strong aura. As soon as he came to the mountain peak, his voice spread out and landed at the gate of the palace. Lin Fei came out with a smile. He knew that his matter had come, and it should not be a small matter. Disciple Lin Fei pays his respects to elder. After seeing this middle-aged man, Lin Fei smiled. He knew who had come. This must be one of the high-level elders of the sky-reaching church, and a very powerful one. Holy Son Lin, you're already a holy son on the heavenly passage list. However, you haven't completed your third training mission yet, so I've sent you your third training mission. This is a mission personally chosen for you by the sect leader, and you should treasure this opportunity well. This middle-aged man was also quite envious of Lin Fei. After becoming a holy son, he could get the recognition of the sect head and be chosen by the sect head himself. Such treatment could be counted on one's fingers in the entire sky-reaching church. Not many people had gotten it. It was said that only the eldest senior and second senior had such an opportunity. Now, there was another one, Lin Fei. In this way, the value of the reward would be completely different, and it would be worlds apart from those disciples who came down from the 3 experience tasks. Disciple thanks the sect head for his recognition. I will definitely complete the 3rd experience task well. I will definitely not let him down. Lin Fei said very seriously. He was a little surprised by the 3rd experience task. He did not expect the sect head to really pay attention to him, and even personally choose the 3rd experience task for him. Lin Fei also knew that the 3rd experience task was definitely not a small one. Of course, this was the effect that Lin Fei wanted. He wanted the sect head to pay attention to him, so that he would have the opportunity to fight for the top 100 Holy Kings battle. If he did not pay attention to him, how would he be qualified to fight for the top 100 Holy Kings battle? He reckoned that he would be far from it. Now, he had finally taken the right step. First, he would become the son of saint on the heavenly list, and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. And now, what Lin Fei was most concerned about was what kind of experience task he was given. This was the most important thing. The middle-aged man was rather satisfied with what Lin Fei said. At least Lin Fei was full of fighting spirit, and with this fighting spirit, it would definitely be enough. The middle-aged man took out a scroll and passed it to Lin Fei. Other than the sect head, no one else knows about this experience task, and I don't have the qualifications either. I hope that Junior Lin Fei can perform well this time. The middle-aged man left after saying this. Lin Fei took the scroll and returned to his room. He opened the scroll. When the scroll was opened, a shadow appeared in the form of starlight. This shadow was none other than the sect head of Tong Tian. However, this sect head of Tong Tian was formed by a thought. Junior Lin Fei, your performance is pretty good, so I've chosen the 3rd experience task for you. The faint voice was filled with boundless majesty. From this voice, one could tell that the sect head of Tong Tian was an unfathomable guy. I'm very happy to be recognized by the sect head, and to be able to complete the 3rd mission, Lin Fei said very seriously. Your 3rd experience task is actually not difficult. It's just to kill a holy king expert, and it's a holy king among the fiendish demon experts. As long as you can kill a fiendish demon king, you can become a real son of saint. Such a mission was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. It was definitely not easy for the sect head of Tongtian to personally assign the third experience task. The possibility of him killing a Holy King level powerhouse was extremely high. I will definitely kill a fiendish demon king and return to become the first son of Tongtian. Just being a son of saint isn't enough for me, becoming the first son of saint is my goal. Chapter 45-35. The place in front should be the area of the kingdom of demons. I can already feel the aura of the demons. A figure appeared in a forest. And in front of the forest was a country shrouded in dark clouds. And in this country shrouded in dark clouds, it was called the Kingdom of Demons. This was the territory of the demons in the spiritual world. The territory of the demons was much larger than that of the human clan. After receiving the third experience task, Lin Fei did not hesitate at all and directly rushed to the Kingdom of Demons. Because only in the Kingdom of Demons could one kill the Holy King experts. And the Holy King of the demon level was not so easy to kill. So after receiving the news, the first thing Lin Fei did was to understand the situation of the Kingdom of Demons. He had a general understanding of some of the Holy Kings of the Kingdom of Demons. After all, he had to figure out which one was easy to kill and which one was not. Sect leader Tongtian did not specify which Holy King level expert to kill. And Lin Fei also knew that the Holy King to kill must not be an ordinary Holy King, but a specific one. After some research, Lin Fei also understood which Holy King expert to kill this time. With a move of his mind, Lin Fei exuded the aura of a demon. If someone was here, then they would definitely think that Lin Fei was a demon-level expert. It was unknown how many cultivation techniques Lin Fei had mastered. There had been great changes from inside to outside. Now, except for Lin Fei himself, outsiders would think that he was a real demon. Lin Fei was not someone who would enter the kingdom of demons foolishly. At that time, it was really a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat. So without a certain strength, people would not dare to enter the kingdom of demons. Because once you entered, you would not be able to come out. The demon that Lin Fei had now incarnated was very ordinary, and it was also considered a very ordinary strength. It was also maintained at the peak of the Gold Core realm. The so-called Gold Core demon. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and entered the kingdom of demons. As soon as he entered the demon nation, the biggest feeling he got was that the demon chi was rampant here. There was even demonic energy in the air. If one was not careful, they would be invaded by the demonic energy. To the demons, this demonic aura was a layer of protection. However, to the experts of the human race, this demonic aura was extremely dangerous. Because it will drill into your body all the time. If those experts wanted to enter the demon nation, they would first have to face the demon chi. Only by resisting the demon chi would they be able to move unhindered in the demon nation. The kingdom of Yao demons is quite powerful. The demonic energy here is no weaker than poison. No wonder they can occupy such a large area. I heard that the kingdom of Yao demons spans billions of kilometers. Within the kingdom of Yao demons, there are 13 kingdoms of various sizes. Don't think that the demon kingdom is a unified world. In fact, the demon nation was divided into 13 demon cities. Above the 13 demon cities was a monstrous demon heavenly king. It was because of this monstrous demon heavenly king that the human race did not dare to act rashly, because there was only one monstrous demon heavenly king. However, the situation in the demon nation was very complicated. Even though there was a monstrous demon heavenly king, these demons were still not completely unified. Therefore, the power was divided and united. If the power of the demon nation could be united, the scene would definitely be quite terrifying. There were 13 demon cities in the demon nation. The one that Lin Fei went to was the closest to the edge. This demon city was called the Bloodthirsty Demon City. The leader of this demon city was called the Bloodthirsty Demon. He was also a Sage King level expert. However, this bloodthirsty demon was not the same as other demons. What he liked to do the most was to attack the human race's cities. This was also what Lin Fei found out after researching along the way. The cities that this bloodthirsty demon besieged the most were the cities within the territory of the heaven-reaching church. In just over 10 years, he had broken through a total of 23 human race cities. Although the bloodthirsty demon city had paid a great price, the casualties on the human race's side were also quite high. This time, the sect leader of the heaven-reaching church issued such a training mission. Naturally, he had to kill the Sage King level experts under the bloodthirsty demon. If you said that you were going to kill the bloodthirsty demon, then you were thinking too much. This was because this bloodthirsty demon was not so easy to kill. He had 5 doppelgangers to protect himself. These 5 doppelgangers were all hidden in other places. Even if the bloodthirsty demon was killed, the 5 doppelgangers could still survive. Therefore, Lin Fei's target was the 4 Vajra demons under the bloodthirsty demon. Each of these 4 Vajra demons was very strong, but each of them was full of evil. Each of them had the strength of a Sage King. Every time they attacked a city, they would be at the forefront. Lin Fei believed in his judgment. This time, the heaven-reaching church's main target was this bloodthirsty demon. There were many Sage Kings under the bloodthirsty demon. These Sage King level experts were a lot more than the human clan. If not for the fact that there was a heavenly king on the human clan's side, no one would have known what was going on. After 4 or 5 days, Lin Fei finally arrived at the bloodthirsty demon city. The bloodthirsty demon city was a little different from what Lin Fei remembered. This was a world that was dyed in blood. The city, which was made up of huge blood-colored stones, exuded a heart-palpitating aura. Even if Lin Fei did not enter the bloodthirsty demon city, he could feel the powerful aura exuding from the demon city. This was the most powerful city Lin Fei had ever seen in his entire life. Previously, Lin Fei felt that Chaos City was quite strong. Now, looking at this bloodthirsty demon city, he realized that this bloodthirsty demon city was even stronger than Chaos City. At the very least, apart from the most powerful one, the bloodthirsty demon city definitely had the upper hand. It was no wonder that such a city would be invincible when attacking a city of the human clan. Lin Fei inwardly sucked in a deep breath. Fortunately, I used a trick to impersonate a golden core realm demon. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to come here. Lin Fei descended from the outside and entered the bloodthirsty demon city. There were demons everywhere in the bloodthirsty demon city, and these demons varied in strength. At the very least, Lin Fei saw many nascent soul realm demons along the way. Although nascent soul realm demons did not have a primordial spirit, their strength had indeed become stronger. This was because the vast majority of demons walked the path of the physical body. Therefore, their physical bodies had a great advantage. Walking here, one could see fights between each other from time to time. The imbalance was also very cruel. Waiter, give me a first-class guest room. Chapter 45-36. In these places, if one wanted to know the specific situation, it would be the waiter. There was not much difference between the demon country and the outside world of the human race. Lin Fei directly looked for a waiter and casually threw 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones over and made the waiter obediently tell the story. After all, it was the most convenient and practical to inquire about information from the waiter. As for other places, it was a little more difficult. After the waiter saw the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, his eyes immediately lit up, and he silently put away the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. This is also my first time coming to the bloodthirsty demon city. I want to hear what interesting things there are here. If it's good, there will be spirit stones. If it's bad, you will have to take out the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words were neither light nor heavy, but it put a lot of pressure on the waiter. Of course, the waiter had seen this kind of situation many times. Since he had received the 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones, why would he take them out? It was not easy to earn some spirit stones these days. Golden Core Demon, rest assured that the information I have here will definitely satisfy you. Let me tell you about the more interesting things in this city first. The waiter was not afraid at all. After all, the person in front of him was just a Golden Core Demon. Of course, those who could become Golden Core Demon were also quite powerful. As for the waiter himself, he had not reached the level of a Golden Core Demon yet. Lin Fei listened quietly. He had to say that the waiter knew a lot of things. For a newcomer like Lin Fei, it was quite easy for him to understand things. These news did not satisfy Lin Fei. He wanted to know about the 4 great Vajras. This time, his goal was to hunt down the 4 great Vajras. If he could kill one of them, it would be a big gain. If he could kill 2, it would definitely be a big gain. As for killing the 3 of them, that would be the best thing that could happen. It would definitely satisfy the sect leader of Tongtian. The waiter spoke faster and faster. Of course, he was also paying attention to this golden core demon. He felt that this golden core demon seemed to be a little dissatisfied. After all, he was talking about some general news. He felt that it was time to reveal some information. This way, the golden core fiendish demon would be satisfied. 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones was not easy to earn. You've come at the right time, because the bloodthirsty demon city is about to hold a hunting event. I heard that the 4 great Vajras of the bloodthirsty demon city will participate, and others are allowed to participate as well. Whoever kills the most prey and gets first place will be personally summoned by the bloodthirsty demon city. I heard that they can even become a disciple of the bloodthirsty demon city. Lin Fei's expression finally changed a little. He finally heard something he wanted to hear. He had come here to kill the 4 great Vajras. As for the bloodthirsty demon, forget it. It was not that easy to kill it. I didn't expect to encounter a hunting activity. My luck is pretty good. Tell me more about this hunting activity. Lin Fei waved out another 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Originally, the waiter did not intend to explain in detail, but when he saw the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, his face instantly changed. No problem, no problem. I promise you'll be satisfied. With the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones to clear the way, the waiter explained in more detail. Lin Fei also heard it clearly. He had some understanding of this hunting activity. It turned out that this hunting activity was not the demon hunting that Lin Fei had imagined. The target of the hunt was the experts of the human clan. Fortunately, Lin Fei's mentality was not affected by the outside world. Well, take your spirit stones and go. After the waiter left, Lin Fei thought for a while and felt that he should participate in this hunting activity. Only in this hunting activity could he kill the 4 great Vajras of the bloodthirsty demon city. According to the waiter, the 4 great Vajras would also participate in this hunting activity. The 4 great Vajras' biggest hobby was to hunt and kill experts of the human clan. It was said that the experts of the human clan that were captured this time were quite strong. For them, the stronger they were, the more exciting the hunt would be. After staying for a night, Lin Fei went to register. It turned out that one also needed to register for this hunting activity. However, the registration was a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It turned out that the registration not only required a certain amount of spirit stones, but also a strength test. Those who were weak were not qualified to participate. Of course, the registration fee was not low either. It was a full 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones was not too high nor too low. However, it was enough to stump a lot of demons. Of course, this was only the first round. The second round was a test of strength. Lin Fei handed over the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones and went to participate in the assessment. The assessment was very simple. He just had to fight against a mechanical puppet. It turned out that the demons also had some mechanical puppets. He did not know which master had created them. They were fast and strong, but there was a certain level of difficulty. However, Lin Fei only needed to display a little of his strength to defeat the mechanical puppet, successfully obtaining the qualifications to participate in the competition. This is your pass. Come back here in 5 days. With a few words, Lin Fei was sent away. Lin Fei returned to his room with the pass and played around with it. Everything is ready now. All that's left is the hunt. I hope that the 4 great Vajras can come. Don't let me waste my efforts and come back empty-handed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Fei was here again. Compared to the previous time, there were much fewer people here. There were also people blocking the way. Only those with a pass could come here. Even so, with a glance, Lin Fei could see that there were at least tens of thousands of demons here. These demons came in all shapes and sizes. They were filled with demonic qi. They were not weak either. The most common ones were Golden Core Realm Fiendish Demons, followed by Nascent Soul Realm Fiendish Demons. After that were the Whole Void Demons. These demons were standing in a clear and distinct manner. A single glance was all it took. Lin Fei stood among the Golden Core Demons. The surrounding people did not pay much attention to Lin Fei. All of them were excited. Lin Fei also heard some news. I heard that there are many sect disciples in this hunt. We have to work hard. So what if it's those sect disciples? If we meet them, we can kill them in an instant. No matter what, we have to be 100 human demon this time. So what if it's 100 human demon? I want to be 1,000 human demon. These fiendish demons did not take the expert who had thrown them seriously at all. They spoke one after another. It was as though they were just some chickens and dogs that could be killed the moment they met them. Lin Fei had to admit that they had the strength to do so. The more he thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. Chapter 45-37. Very soon, something that made Lin Fei happy happened. Because the 4 Vajras of the bloodthirsty demon city had all arrived. The 4 Vajras were indeed very eye-catching, because they were taller than the other demons. Each of them was at the level of a sage king. They were the so-called demon kings. When the 4 fiendish demon kings arrived, all the fiendish demons stopped talking. However, their eyes were filled with admiration. Clearly, their influence in the entire bloodthirsty fiendish demon city was very great. These 4 guys are very strong. Lin Fei could see that they were extremely strong. One of them was at the level of a sage king, and he would probably not be at a disadvantage against 2 sage kings. If I am not mistaken, they must have cultivated a body tempering cultivation technique. As expected of the innate talent of the Yaoma clan. Adding innate talent to their innate talent, they have become even stronger. With such a body tempering technique, coupled with his talent, not just anyone could deal with him. At the very least, if the experts of the human race fought one-on-one, they would definitely suffer a big loss. It was no wonder that the Grand Master of Heaven would issue such a training mission. This time, it's your turn to be unlucky. No matter what, I have to kill one of you. Lin Fei's eyes were very calm, without any killing intent. Demon kings like the 4 great guardian deities all had very strong perceptive abilities. Naturally, they would be able to tell whose eyes were problematic and whose eyes were filled with killing intent. Fortunately, Lin Fei had everything under control, so he naturally did not have any worries. After the 4 Vajras arrived, they casually said a few words, and everyone's emotions were stirred up. In this hunting activity, whoever hunts the most will get a reward of 1 billion mid-tier spirit stones, and will also get pointers from the king. Just 1 pointers was enough to make their eyes turn crazy. As for the top 100, you will be qualified to join the guards of the bloodthirsty demon city. You will immediately be a cut above the rest. This is your chance. His ability to brag was quite powerful. In Lin Fei's opinion, they were doing a pretty good business. 1 demon would be charged 1 million mid-tier spirit stones, and the first place would get 100 million mid-tier spirit stones, which was nothing more than the appearance fee of 100 demons. Now that there were tens of thousands of demons here, the harvest would definitely be bountiful. Of course, from Lin Fei's point of view, perhaps this escort team was the one that moved them the most. I will open the fiendish demon battlefield now. It will be the same as before. As long as everyone is happy, it is fine. Previously, Lin Fei had seen the Immortal Ruins battlefield. Unexpectedly, the fiendish demons had a fiendish demon battlefield as well. It was indeed a Grotto Heaven small world. However, this Grotto Heaven small world was filled with a barren aura. In this barren atmosphere, Lin Fei saw a group of fleeing figures. Who else could it be other than the experts of the human clan? What surprised Lin Fei even more was that the strength of these human race experts was not sealed. Instead, he basically maintained 70 to 80% of his strength. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire these fiendish demons' way of thinking. They dared to use the human clan for training. They were really in the same situation as the human clan. It was just that these demons were even more savage. If this were the human clan, they would not dare to open the fiendish demons' full strength. Otherwise, they would lose several disciples. On the other hand, the magical beasts were completely different. It seemed like they were quite confident in their own strength. Whoosh! A bright light shone on everyone. Following that, everyone entered the fiendish demon battlefield. Lin Fei also entered the fiendish demon battlefield. The moment Xiaochen entered the fiendish demon battlefield, demonic qi rippled. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying than the demonic qi outside. When Lin Fei saw this demonic qi, he understood. Even if the human race experts had 70 to 80% of their strength, they would have to waste 20 to 30% of their strength to block the onslaught of this demonic qi. That was to say, each of them would only have 30 to 40% of their strength left. Once they met the experts of the fiendish demons, they would have no chance of victory. It turns out that fiendish demons can scheme as well. I have learned something new. After Lin Fei sized up his surroundings, he headed in a certain direction. In that direction, Lin Fei sensed the auras of the 4 great guardian deities. While he was above, Lin Fei had already used a small trick to lock onto the 4 great guardian deities. As long as they entered the fiendish demon battlefield, Lin Fei would definitely sense them. Fortunately, the 4 great guardian deities really did enter. However, the situation was different from what Lin Fei expected. Unexpectedly, the 4 great guardian deities were together. This was not a good thing. Before Lin Fei saw the 4 great guardian deities, he already heard miserable cries coming from the fiendish demon battlefield. It was not hard to imagine that the fiendish demons had targeted these human race experts. Even if Lin Fei wanted to stop them, he would not be able to. As long as he could kill any one of the 4 great guardian deities, it would be a huge harvest. As for bringing these humans away, that would be somewhat difficult. After all, this was the fiendish demon nation. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. He was not a person who would let his emotions affect his decisions. They were both humans. However, Lin Fei had lived for a much longer period of time. Therefore, he wouldn't be affected by this at all. However, it was different for the others. I discovered 3 more humans here. What a fellow! To think that they even dared to lay traps. Unfortunately, these traps are useless against me. A cold snort came from the rubble in front. The moment Lin Fei arrived, he saw a fiendish demon surrounded by 3 human race experts. However, this fiendish demon was rather strong. It was not at a disadvantage against the 3 human race experts. On the contrary, one of the human race experts got careless and got pierced in the chest by the fiendish demon. The fiendish demon dug out the fiendish demon's heart and ate it. The remaining 2 human race experts no longer had the strength to fight. With a flick of Lin Fei's finger, a beam of sword light smashed through the demon's body. The fiendish demon fell to the ground. Before the 2 human race experts could see clearly, there was no one in front of them. The 2 looked at each other. The first thing they did was to take something from the fiendish demon's body. They wanted to recover from their injuries as soon as possible. Faced with such a scene, Lin Fei would basically make a move. He had already checked that there was no one watching this place. Therefore, he would make a move as long as he encountered them. These fiendish demons were the strongest. However, they were still lacking in front of Lin Fei. A single sword will was enough to kill them. Not long after, Lin Fei was approaching the 4 great guardian deities. With the use of sorcery, his entire body seemed to have melted into the earth. This was a high-level technique. Lin Fei didn't approach him. He waited quietly for him. He did not believe that the 4 great guardian deities would always be together. They might separate at any time. And that would be his chance. Chapter 45-38. Lin Fei had been waiting all this while. Fortunately, Lady Luck was kind to him. After waiting for a little more than 2 hours, the 4 Vajras went in 4 different directions. As for why they were going, it was unknown, but it was most likely related to hunting the experts of the human clan. Lin Fei could sense that there were indeed experts in these directions. In his heart, he knew that they were definitely going to hunt the experts of the human clan. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei went straight to the nearest aura. This aura belonged to the weakest of the 4 Vajras. Of course, even the weakest was at the Sage King level. Lin Fei followed unhurriedly. No matter how fast the other party was, he still couldn't shake them off. From beginning to end, he was as steady as Mount Tai. An energy wave came from the front. The sword skills of the human clan are too weak. You can't even break my defense. It's too easy to kill you. At this time, Lin Fei had already caught up. He could see that the forest in front had been turned into ruins, and there were 7 or 8 corpses lying in the ruins. The only one left was barely holding on, but the left side of his chest had been pierced. There was a bloody hole, and he wouldn't be able to live for long. It's a pity that I didn't learn the sword skills of the Sage King level. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to kill you. Damn it. After saying that, the human stopped breathing. The fiendish demon opened its mouth and inhaled. Masses of blood essence rushed out of the corpses and were swallowed by the fiendish demon in one gulp. The essence and blood of the human clan are indeed delicious. It's a pity that there aren't many experts of the human clan this time. The 4 of us can easily sweep them all. The demon was very dissatisfied. He shook his head slightly and was ready to look for the experts of the human clan. Who's sneaking around? The demon turned around and slapped. The sound of the slap whistled past. The Sage King that could become one of the 4 Vajras was quite alert. The Heavenly Origin demon saw a demon coming out. At first glance, the Heavenly Origin demon had no doubt that it was a little demon at the Golden Core realm. There was still a great realm of difference between them. What an eyesore. Scram as far as you can. A wave of energy swept over. I heard that Sky Origin Demon is the weakest of the 4 King Kong. I would like to challenge you. After all, this is a rare opportunity. Lin Fei did not reveal his true form. He continued to borrow the demon's body, which was more convenient for him. Although it was not a big deal for Lin Fei to reveal his true form and kill this demon, Lin Fei had to face the pursuit of the bloodthirsty Demon King. This was not a good thing, so it was best to use the appearance of a demon. The Sky Origin fiendish demon snorted coldly when he heard this. He pounced in front of Lin Fei and threw 2 punches. Idiot, who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Lin Fei stomped on the ground and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. With its flexibility, he easily blocked the attack of the Sky Origin fiendish demon. The Sky Origin fiendish demon was stunned. A Golden Core demon blocked his attack. In the next second, a series of vines came out of the void and wrapped around the Sky Yuan demon's body, wrapping him up tightly in an instant. What the hell? Whoosh! 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 The Sky Origin fiendish demon was shocked to find that the body that he was so proud of had been penetrated. These vines wrapped around his body and in the blink of an eye, the life energy in his body surged out. Bastard, who the hell are you? You are definitely not a Golden Core demon. What fiendish technique did you use? The Sky Origin fiendish demon struggled continuously, but the number of vines increased. They wrapped him tightly like a cage. Lin Fei did not expect the Sky Origin fiendish demon to attack first. This was good for him as he used his infinite plunder technique. Lin Fei did not believe that the Sky Origin fiendish demon could break free from the Tree of Life's technique. In such a short period of time, the Sky Origin fiendish demon had aged quite a bit and his struggles were getting weaker and weaker. I am the subordinate of the bloodthirsty Demon King. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Lin Fei's palm landed on the Sky Origin fiendish demon's body gently. Instantly, the Sky Origin fiendish demon was torn into pieces and scattered around. I killed a demon. Although it's just a sky origin fiendish demon of the 4 great Vidras, I have completed my mission. Lin Fei took the sky origin fiendish demon's ring. There was evidence of the sky origin fiendish demon in it. However, that alone was not enough. Since he was here, Lin Fei had to kill the 4 great Vidras first. Such fast reactions. There are actually Vidras coming in this direction. They must have been alerted by the Tree of Life's attack just now. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could feel an aura coming in his direction. It was one of the 4 great Vidras. His figure disappeared silently as well. Cloud Sieve Demon was one of the 4 great Vidras and was much stronger than the Sky Origin Fiendish Demon. He was the closest to the Sky Origin Fiendish Demon. Therefore, he detected the commotion immediately. At first, he didn't think much of it. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. The aura of the Sky Origin Fiendish Demon had disappeared. As one of the 4 great Vidras, he was extremely familiar with each other's auras. Now that it had disappeared without any warning, he instinctively thought that something must have happened. A moment later, a figure landed at the place where the fight had taken place. The fight between Lin Fei and the Sky Origin Fiendish Demon wasn't huge and there weren't many ruins around. Cloud Sieve Demon stood on the ground and observed his surroundings. The air was filled with the stench of blood. There was also the aura of the Sky Origin Fiendish Demon. However, the Sky Origin Fiendish Demon had disappeared. Could I have sensed wrongly? The Sky Origin Fiendish Demon should be fine. No matter how strong the human experts here are, they can only maintain 60 to 70% of their strength. Cloud Sieve Demon thought about it and realized that he was overthinking things. Just as he was thinking about it, countless beams of light shot out like a blazing sun. This is the sword technique of the human race. There must be an expert of the human race hiding here. Cloud Sieve Demon's face flashed with disdain. He activated his great Tao and a layer of light flowed around him. I want to see what kind of expert of the human race would dare to ambush me here. Pung. 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 In an instant, the sky was filled with sword light that landed on Cloud Sieve Demon's body. The moment these sword lights landed on his body, they turned into a single point and pierced through his body. Even his defenses were destroyed instantly. Not good. I've bumped into an expert. Whoosh. A series of vines coiled around him from the void.